Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 87 to Chapter 110. On August 5th, the school officially opened. The selection of faculty and teachers had been completed. At this moment, if there were still students who felt that they had not finished choosing, sorry, it meant that no teacher had taken a liking to you. Go and practice by yourself. Last night, the security team had given Suyu the class schedule. The first class for freshmen was different from the junior high and senior high classes. Suyu was going to the intermediate class. The intermediate class of the Faculty of Theology. When Suyu arrived, there were already many people in the large classroom. The Faculty of Theology was the largest faculty in the school. It had a lot more students than the Faculty of Willpower. After all, Shenwen was too mysterious. Although it was fast to improve one's willpower, it was not as exciting as Shenwen. There were a total of 2,000 students. At least 1,000 of the Faculty of Theology had come, and nearly 600 of them were in the intermediate class. And these 600 people had their first class in a large classroom. The classroom was large and crowded. Suyu was quite low-key. He did not run around and sat down in the corner. Looking around, Suyu soon saw an acquaintance, Luyu. Luyu was also a genius in Southern Yuan. Her willpower was above 20%, so it was not surprising that she was in the intermediate class. He did not see other people from Southern Yuan. They should be in the beginner class. Those people were not as good as Suyu. When Baifeng first came to Southern Yuan, Suyu's willpower was only about 10%. In addition to Luyu, Suyu soon saw another acquaintance that he was not familiar with. Kongqing. Suyu had a good memory. He was one of the 8 young geniuses who went to Southern Yuan, Zhou Tianqi's group. Including Wu Lan, 3 out of the 9 people were admitted. Wu Lan and Zhou Tianqi would definitely be admitted. If there was no accident, the last one would be Kongqing. Suyu still remembered that this guy had scored 150 points in the cultural assessment. In Southern Yuan, he was considered one of the best. Suyu looked at him. At this moment, Kongqing was also looking around. Suddenly, his eyes met Suyu's. In the next moment, Kongqing's expression changed. Suyu. What he feared the most was encountering Suyu in the academy. That guy had threatened to kill them in the academy. Zhou Tianqi was afraid of death, so he ran away and directly applied for Jiutian Academy. However, he was reluctant to give up on the Great Xia Civilization University. In the end, he chose to apply for the Great Xia Civilization University. And he also chose the Faculty of Theology. As soon as he saw Suyu, he panicked a little. However, he quickly calmed down. This was the institute. Why would he be afraid of Suyu? It was said that Suyu had taken Baifeng as his teacher. So what? There were many teaching assistants in the academy. Would Baifeng make things difficult for a student like him? Kongqing was a little panicked at first. At this moment, he gradually calmed down. He looked at Suyu and quickly turned his head away. The students arrived one after another. The classroom gradually became lively. Those who knew and didn't know each other began to chat. Some of the ordinary dormitories had 8 people to a room. At this moment, they were more familiar with each other. However, Suyu seemed a little lonely. He had stayed in a single room before. After that, he went to the laboratory. In the huge classroom, apart from 2 acquaintances, he didn't know anyone else. Luyu was chatting with a girl. Naturally, Suyu wouldn't look for her. Even if Luyu came looking for him, Suyu wouldn't talk much. They weren't familiar with each other anyway. While he was lonely, a light cough came from outside the door. The students instantly quieted down. The next moment, a young man walked in. There was a smile on his face. He was holding a book in his arm. Walking to the front of the podium, the young man revealed a bright smile. Hello everyone. Let me introduce myself. I'm the chief instructor of the Faculty of Theology for the year 350 of the Onping calendar. To put it bluntly, this year's freshmen, regardless of whether they are in the junior, middle, or senior classes, are all under my supervision. My name is Lu Hong. Boom. The classroom was a little noisy. Teaching Assistant Lu Hong? Teaching Assistant Lu Hong, ranked 14th in the Teaching Assistant ranking? Should be. He's so young. I didn't expect him to be our chief instructor. I heard that these genius teaching assistants rarely take over classes. The chief instructor used to be some old junior researchers, right? The students in the Faculty of Theology obviously hadn't been idle these few days. They had some understanding of the situation in the school. At this moment, when they heard Lu Hong's name, most of them knew who he was. And below the podium, Suyu's expression changed slightly. Lu Hong, he had heard of this name a long time ago. Previously, Lu Hong's brother, Lu He, had even caused trouble for him. Although it was just a few words, Suyu still recorded it in his small account book. Now, the main character was here. This was Bai Feng's rival. Obviously, he was now his rival. He had already acknowledged Bai Feng as his master. Lu Hong looked at the crowd with a smile and let them talk. When they were almost done, he smiled and said, "Everyone, please be quiet for a while after you're done talking." Below the podium was instantly quiet. The chief instructor of the freshmen is actually not much. The main task is to be responsible for some daily assessments, monthly tests, seasonal tests, and other organizational work. Lu Hong smiled and said, "Of course, there are also some miscellaneous things, such as students' promotion and so on. You are students in the intermediate class. If you want to enter the advanced class, you have to look for me for an assessment." After saying that, Lu Hong continued, "Today is the first class, so it's a class of large classes. It's mainly to explain some of your tasks and what you need to do next, so that you don't have to do anything. Of course, it's also to understand the situation of this year's students." Lu Hong always had a smile on his face, looking very sunny. This was different from what Suyu had imagined. The Lu Hong he imagined had a gloomy face, as if everyone in the world owed him something. Gloomy, deep, and sinister, but at this moment, Lu Hong shattered his fantasy. He looked very sunny and handsome. Even some girls in the class were a little infatuated with him. He was handsome, strong, and young. It was easy for girls to be infatuated with such a man. If they managed to hook up with Lu Hong, they wouldn't have to work hard anymore. Lu Hong didn't care about those gazes. He flipped open the booklet in his hand and smiled. Interesting. This year's intermediate class is a little different from the previous years. There's actually a student with an upper grade rating in our class. This didn't happen in the previous years. In the recent 3 years, a student with an upper grade rating entered the intermediate class. Is student Suyu here? Lu Hong looked down. There were also whispers of discussion in the class. Suyu's expression changed. He stood up and said, "Teacher, I'm Suyu." "Not bad, very good." Lu Hong beamed and nodded. "I hope you can enter the advanced class as soon as possible. The intermediate class isn't suitable for you. After all, it's an upper grade rating. Of course, I'm not looking down on the other students in the class. I'm just worried that everyone will feel pressured learning with an upper grade." With that said, Lu Hong pressed his hands and smiled. "Sit down. Don't be nervous." After Suyu sat down, Lu Hong said again, "Student Suyu, since you're in this class, you'll be the class monitor for this year's intermediate class. You have to take up this responsibility and lead everyone to work hard." Suyu frowned slightly. He raised his hand and stood up. "Teacher, I'm not suitable. I don't know much about the school. Why don't we let someone else? No, it'll be you." Lu Hong smiled. "Student Suyu, don't shirk your responsibility. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. There are benefits to being a class monitor. You'll be rewarded with 3 contribution points a month. Many people want this job, but who asked you to be an upper grade? Even if it's you, we won't have to compete for it." At this moment, the expressions of many people in the class changed. Some students who understood the situation and were prepared to compete for the position of class monitor felt disappointed. There were even people who couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, aren't we going to compete?" Lu Hong smiled. In the past, there would definitely be an election, but there's no need for it this year. To be honest, he'll be competitive even in the advanced class. To put it bluntly, this is a school where the strong are respected. If he doesn't become a class monitor, it'll be hard for any of you to accept it. That's it then. Lu Hong looked at Suyu and smiled. "Student Suyu, you have to take up the responsibility. If you don't do well, then I'll have misjudged you." Suyu's eyes were filled with unease. What did he mean? Was he giving me benefits? 3 contribution points a month. It wouldn't be a problem if other teachers made him a class monitor. However, he really felt uneasy when Lu Hong made him a class monitor. 3 contribution points wasn't a small amount. Don't look at how Suyu was spending lavishly now. 3 contribution points was something that other students could only obtain if they killed a 7th level 15 kilogram realm expert. Furthermore, it was something that could be obtained every month. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? Attracting hatred for me? Suyu secretly guessed. However, he felt that there was no need for it. Was there a need to attract hatred for him? To put it bluntly, what kind of influence could the students of the intermediate class cause to Suyu? Lu Hong's smile became increasingly radiant as he continued, the matter of the class monitor is settled. This time, it's very simple and will save everyone a lot of time. As for the specific responsibilities of the class monitor, Miss Su can go to the Faculty of Theology's teaching office to consult the head teacher of the intermediate class. Next, I'll talk about everyone's lesson arrangements, as well as some rules and regulations of the school. Lu Hong no longer paid attention to Suyu. He seriously introduced the situation to the students. Everyone felt that teacher Lu Hong was very amiable, loved to smile, and was easy to talk to. Only Suyu felt a little uneasy. The head teacher made him the class monitor the moment he arrived. Didn't he know that he had become the disciple of Bai Feng? It couldn't be, right? The 2-hour lesson ended very quickly. Some students were reluctant to leave. They seemed to want Lu Hong to talk more. At this moment, there were a few more students besides Suyu. One of them laughed and said, "Class monitor, please take care of me in the future." "Congratulations, class monitor." "Superior, you're amazing." "Class monitor, let's get to know each other." "My name is Lu Wu. Please take care of me in the future." Some students came up to establish a relationship. Superior, very powerful, and also the class monitor. It wasn't difficult to get close to them. Suyu managed to deal with them for a while, but he still felt a little uneasy. After leaving the classroom, Suyu walked to the teaching office. He was confused and had no idea what he, the class monitor, needed to do. Behind him, someone suddenly said in a low voice, "Suyu, congratulations." Suyu turned around and saw Lu Yu. He nodded slightly and forced a smile. "There's nothing to congratulate. I'll go to the teaching office first. Talk later." "Okay, go do your work." Lu Yu smiled, turned around, and left without saying anything else. Suyu took a deep breath and strode towards the dean's office. The head teacher's office of the intermediate class. This was where Suyu was mainly responsible for teaching the intermediate class. It wasn't a researcher, but an old student at the peak of Qi cultivation. The old man wasn't young, probably not younger than Lu Wenyan. On the table was the old man's nameplate, Wang Ming. When Suyu knocked on the door and entered, he explained the situation. Wang Ming looked through Suyu's student information, looked up at Suyu, and said softly, "Assistant Professor Bai Feng's student?" "Yes." "Assistant Professor Lu Hong made you the class monitor?" "Yes." "Superior, I haven't entered Qi cultivation yet." "Yes." Suyu answered them one by one. The old man frowned slightly. After a while, he said, "Do you know that the intermediate class monitor will be rewarded with 3 merit points per month? Teacher Lu mentioned it before. You get what you pay. This is the school's rule." The old man said vaguely, "There's no free lunch in the world. You have to pay whatever you get. If you don't pay, how can you get merit points for nothing?" Suyu was shocked. "Teacher, what are the responsibilities of the class monitor?" "Not much." The old man looked at Suyu and said softly, "First, come to the teaching area early every day and be responsible for counting the number of students. Those who don't come or those who are on leave have to report to me. Second, return to the dormitory a little later every day and arrange for the students to clean up. You can only leave after cleaning up. Third, you need to communicate with the students to act as a bridge. For example, if one of the instructors asks for leave today, you need to inform the students and communicate with the other instructors to arrange for this class to be made up. Fourth, you are responsible for resolving disputes between students. Sometimes, students are young and impetuous, so it's easy for them to cause disputes. As the class monitor, you need to solve these small problems so that the teaching can continue normally. Fifth, strictly speaking, as the class monitor, there weren't many tasks and responsibilities. But it was very trivial. At this moment, Suyu suddenly understood. He knew why Lu Hong wanted him to be the class monitor. Suyu's face turned pale and he said softly, "Teacher, does this mean that I have to attend every class?" "Yes." Seeing that he understood, the old man said softly, "As the class monitor, you need to attend all the intermediate classes. Of course, for many people, this is an opportunity. It's not easy to get 3 merit points, so it's safer and more convenient." However, Suyu's face turned paler and paler. He had to go to the research institute and minoring in the blacksmithing faculty. It was impossible for him to have so much time to attend every class. Students could choose courses, but they didn't have to attend every class. However, as the class monitor, he had to attend all the time. As such, it would affect his cultivation. He didn't have time to go to the research institute and minoring in other courses. He could only go at night, but at night. Didn't Baifeng rest at night? Didn't Zhaoli rest at night? They waited for Suyu until night just to teach a student. Suyu hurriedly said, "Teacher, if I don't come, merit points will be deducted." The old man still said softly, "In addition, if you didn't fulfill your responsibilities, there will be some comments left, such as not being able to shoulder heavy responsibilities, undisciplined, unruly. These will also be assessed by the school. It might even affect after graduation. Some organizations won't recruit such an irresponsible person, even if he is very strong." "Teacher." Suyu hurriedly said, "Then can I not be the class monitor?" The old man took a deep look at him and said softly, "In the first class, you were named as the class monitor. You didn't refuse it in class." "I refused." Suyu was a little unwilling. He refused, but Lu Hong ignored him. "It's too late to say this now." The old man sighed and said, "This is actually a good thing. It is also an opportunity. For many people, such an opportunity is hard to come by. 3 merit points. You know, the top geniuses only get 3 merit points a month, and the lower and middle geniuses only get 1 merit point a month. Ordinary students don't have their own professional teachers. They actually have a lot of free time every day. They are not busy at all. They can't wait to be busy and build a good relationship with some instructors. Maybe they can get some benefits. So you should know that many people in the class yearn for this opportunity. Now that Assistant Professor Lu gave this opportunity to you. At least on the surface, you should thank him." The old man didn't say it too clearly, but his tone was very meaningful. "This is a good thing. You didn't refuse it at that time. If you regret it now, you don't know how to appreciate favors." Of course, people with discerning eyes could see the meaning behind it. But who would say anything? Even if it was by phone, he couldn't say anything. Letting your student be the class monitor was not asking for his life. Others couldn't even think of it. "Do you have the right to cause trouble?" Suyu gritted his teeth. He was fooled, he was cheated. Sure enough, none of these people were easy to mess with. Lu Hong easily put a shackle on him. He didn't understand it before and was fooled. If he left such a comment on his file, unable to bear the heavy responsibility, irresponsible, such a comment would affect him for the rest of his life. For example, if he entered the military would see such a comment. Even if they kept him, they wouldn't give him heavy responsibility. Just a few simple words, and so you might have to pay 10 times or even 100 times the price to settle everything. Lu Hong. Suyu's heart was filled with hatred. Lu Hong, he was much more difficult to deal with than his younger brother. Lu He, I'll remember this. You, a sore stage 7, actually set a trap for a new student. Are you still human, bastard? It's okay. Calm down. I won't stay in the intermediate class for too long. I'll soon go to the advanced class. Since what's done can't be undone, I'll endure it. At most 3 months, I'll leave the intermediate class. Getting angry now and looking for Lu Hong won't help. It will only make him proud and satisfied. This bastard, I'll remember you. Suyu cursed again and again in his heart. What a bastard. A dignified sore stage 7 actually made things difficult for a small character like me. Are you still human? Yet, this was a grievance that he had to keep to himself. He suffered for nothing. he couldn't say it out loud. Do I have to say to others that I'm very busy and don't have time to be a class monitor? I don't care about those 3 merit points, although it's true, if these words were to be said, it would only attract a wave of curses, suppressing the anger in his heart, Suyu forced a smile. This instructor Wang Ming shouldn't be in cahoots with Lu Hong. Of course, he definitely wasn't from the Xinwen department. Teacher, may I ask if assistant instructor Lu Hong has any students? Wang Ming looked at him meaningfully and smiled. Yes, not only does he have, but there are also 2. One is an old student, and the other is a new student. They are both in the advanced class. One of the old students even challenged a student in the top 100 list before. Of course, he failed, but I feel that he will soon. As for the new student, he is also an upper-class student. I heard that he is about to break through Qianjun. He is also a student who is almost at the monstrous level. Very powerful. Suyu exhaled and asked again, Teacher, what are their names? The old student is called Xianxia, and the new student is called Linyao. Suyu said again, Teacher, does the school have something, like, the kind of mechanism where an intermediate class challenges an advanced class student, and they don't have to take responsibility if they're crippled or killed? Wang Ming sat up straight. Oh my, I've met a tough guy. Before, he had sympathized with Suyu, but now, he felt that he should change his attitude. A student who was valued by Baifeng and accepted in advance was the only upper-class student in southern Yuan for many years. How could he really be trash? I heard that he was a student of Lu Wenyan. Lu Wenyan. An old classmate from 50 years ago, a brilliant leader-level figure. Now it seemed that he could watch more of a show. Wang Ming became interested and said with a smile, You don't say, there is. The top 3 students of the intermediate class are qualified to challenge the advanced class students. If they win, they can enter the advanced class even if they haven't reached the level of Qi cultivation. This is also prepared for some talented students, giving them the opportunity to enter the advanced class in advance. If they win the challenge, they can enter the advanced class. If they lose, they will continue to stay in the intermediate class. So you took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Is it a martial arts challenge or something else? You can choose martial arts, alchemy, talisman making. Of course, this is the Faculty of Theology, so the main competition is martial arts. Teacher, what is Yangxia's physical realm? Xianxia is at the 7th level of Qianjun, and Lin Yao is at the 9th level of Kaiyuan. So you understood and asked again, if I challenge Lin Yao, will he agree? This depends on the student's willingness. They are in the bottom 10 of the monthly exam. If you challenge them, they have no right to refuse. As for the others, they have the right to refuse. Lin Yao is an upper-class student, so the chances of him being in the bottom 10 are not high. Suyu nodded and said no more. Not accept. How could he not accept? The 2 schools were like fire and water. As a student of Lu Hong, if he did not accept, he would not be an upper-class student. Alright, let's wait and see. Suyu clenched his teeth. There are 25 days left for the monthly exam. On the 1st of next month, I will make Lin Yao suffer. If I don't show my power, you will really think I am a pushover. I can't deal with Lu Hong, Lu He, and Yangxia, but I can't take down Lin Yao. Xiahu, you said to be ruthless after entering the academy. I didn't care at first, but now it seems that if you are not ruthless, others will think you are an idiot. Chen Qi is looking for trouble, Lu Hong is scheming against me, Lu He is looking for trouble, so you took a deep breath and was a little angry. Since that is the case, don't blame me for retaliating. 26 days later, if I can't beat Lin Yao to death, then I will be a coward, so you turned around and left. Wang Ming watched him leave and smiled. He was looking forward to it. Interesting. After the first monthly exam, there would probably be a good show to watch. Suyu. Lin Yao, Baifeng. Lu Hong, Wang Ming laughed. He had been a teacher for too many years and it was too boring. He should just watch the youngsters fight. After eating in the cafeteria, Suyu went to the research institute again since he had no classes in the afternoon. He didn't see Baifeng. He didn't know if he was there or if he had gone to the 3rd floor. As for Xiahu, Suyu left him alone for now. Anyway, he still had the blood essence. He would ask him in a few days. Lu Hong. In the living area, Suyu leaned on the sofa. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. This was too much. This was an adult bullying a child. How immoral. But after he was done being angry, Suyu couldn't help but think that 3 merit points might work too. If he didn't have to bear the responsibility of being the class monitor, it would be great to get 3 merit points for free. Is there a way to get merit points for free? Suyu fell into deep thought. If the head instructor wasn't Lu Hong, he might really have a chance. He could build a good relationship with the instructors and find a substitute teacher for the students. With just 1 merit point per month, there would be people willing to do it. This way, he could earn 2 merit points for free. It was like hiring temporary workers to do the work for the official workers. Suyu knew this trick too. Unfortunately, the head instructor was Lu Hong. This guy was making things difficult for him. How would he let him take advantage of him? Forget it. 1 month later, I'll hammer that Lin Yao to death. Work hard on your cultivation. Suyu didn't think about it anymore. Lu Hong was the head instructor and obviously wouldn't give him a chance to take advantage of the loopholes. Indeed, there were no good guys with a bright smile. If I meet someone with a bright smile in the future, I won't feel wronged even if I kill 10 of them. Second floor. In the fragment room, Suyu came for the kill again. He wasted the entire morning. Suyu didn't have much time and didn't waste any time. He rushed in the moment he arrived. A battle of wills, a battle of divine characters. Compared to yesterday, Suyu felt more relaxed today. He wasn't like yesterday, where he was crushed to the ground. Today, Suyu felt much better. It might be because of anger, he was provoked by Lu Hong. I hate Lu Hong, so I'm venting my anger on his students. Actually, I'm the same as Xianxia. I'm also someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. However, my target is now Lu Hong. I'll deal with him one by one. First Lin Yao, then Xianxia, then Lu He, and finally Lu Hong. In his heart, Suyu had made proper arrangements for them. Then, he thought of Xianxia. Was this guy cultivating hard right now, preparing to take revenge on Baifeng? Kill me first, then kill Baifeng. If that was the case, then they were in the same boat. Don't let your imagination run wild. Cultivate. Suyu cast aside all distracting thoughts and continued to endure the inhumane torture. A battle of willpower sounded simple, but once it exceeded the limits of one's endurance, it would become torture. Baifeng was not in the research center. At this moment, he was drinking tea with Suyu's archenemy, Lu Hongyi. While drinking tea, Baifeng chuckled. Class monitor? Lu Hong, why is your brain always thinking of such crooked ideas? Lu Hong could not be bothered with him. While drinking tea, he said, Hu Wenxing is in closed-door cultivation, a death closed-door cultivation. This time, unless Ling Yin comes out of closed-door cultivation, I'll take his place. I have to show some results. They know that I'm not your match, so they hope that I can suppress you through other channels. What do you mean? Baifeng was calm, not panicking at all. As for Suyu being the class monitor, that was fine. He could still get merit points, which was pretty good. At the same time, he could help him inspect this student of his. How should he deal with it? Snipe, you'll become a full member this year. Baifeng raised his eyebrows. When he heard this, he looked up at Lu Hong. Can you do it? Why not? Lu Hong smiled. There are 3 requirements for SOAR to become a full member. First, accumulate at least 3,000 merit points. Second, have a student enter the top 100 list. Third, get a high-grade assessment within 3 years. Lu Hong smiled. Other than the first requirement, you haven't met the rest. Baifeng smiled faintly. I've already gotten a high-grade assessment for 2 years in a row. It shouldn't be a problem for me to get a high-grade assessment this year, right? As he said this, he smiled. Also, I've just accepted a new student this year. It's fine even if he doesn't enter the top 100. This isn't a mandatory requirement. As long as Suyu's results aren't bad, it means that I've taught him well. That's right. Lu Hong also smiled. So, sniping Suyu is the first step. As for you, I can't let you get a high-grade assessment this year. Yo, you can even interfere with the assessment team? Baifeng teased. Lu Hong said seriously, of course not. You'll have to bear the responsibility if it's found out. But, be careful. If Suyu ranks last 3 times in a row, you won't be able to get a high-grade assessment this year no matter what. If you can't become a permanent member this year, then your importance will drop a little. Of course, it's fine. Being a teaching assistant is pretty good too. Ranks last 3 times. Baifeng could not help but laugh. Aren't you looking down on my student too much? Lu Hong shrugged and said with a smile, that depends on my ability. Let's not talk about this. Think of a way to deal with it yourself. If I really tell you everything, then it'll be meaningless. With that said, Lu Hong said again, as for your senior brother, remind him yourself. There'll probably be quite a bit of trouble this year. There's quite a number of people eyeing his position. I've already received news that someone will snipe your senior brother very soon and make him lose his position. Baifeng's expression changed slightly. He felt a little cold at this moment as he said in a low voice, all-out attack? All these years, we've given up almost all the benefits, leaving only the position of senior brother. Now you want to kill us all? Lu Hong said with a smile, this has nothing to do with me. I'm just a pawn. It's your fault for defeating Hu Wenxing previously. It's not a good thing to be in the limelight. They're worried that you'll rise from the ashes and come back again. With that said, Lu Hong sighed. I'm afraid even they themselves can't figure out why they're so ruthless. Are they worried that you're worried about the future of the academy or their own future? Power messes with people's hearts. Lu Hong sighed and said with a sigh, I've been in charge of the academy for 50 years. Although there's still a principal above me, I've been in control for the past 50 years. Shan Shenwen's faction is extremely powerful. Tell me, is it because they're worried that the tragedy will happen again or because they're worried that they'll lose their position? Baifeng snorted coldly, probably all of them. I know those people. A few decades ago, they were probably really sad about the tragedy that happened back then. They felt that we've harmed the entire academy and even the future development of the human civilization. But in the past 10 to 20 years, Baifeng sneered and said, their mentality has probably changed too. In the past, with the addition of Shan Shenwen's faction, we could still recruit a few students. But now, if I hadn't accepted Suyu in advance, I'm afraid we would still be left empty-handed. Even if we do recruit 1 or 2 students, they might be planted by you guys. Baifeng finished his tea in a single gulp, and then he sneered and said, it's understandable that he wants to suppress our limelight, but my senior brother has kept an extremely low profile in recent years, and even my senior brother intends to go against him. This isn't suppressing our limelight, it's trying to drive us into a corner. Baifeng stood up and exhaled. It's not that easy. Even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. Moreover, we're not rabbits. Lu Hong, let me give you a piece of advice. Behave yourself. Otherwise, you'll probably suffer. With that, Baifeng went out. After he left, Lu Hong continued to drink his tea slowly. After a while, he chuckled. Seems like they're really going to bite us. I'm smart. Even if Baifeng and the rest wanted to bite him, they would not bite him now. Principal Zhou and the rest had gone overboard. There were only 5 people left in the Shenwen faction. It was understandable to suppress them and not let them stand out. But now, they wanted to pry away senior brother Baifeng's position. This was not as simple as suppressing them. A moment later, Baifeng returned to the research center. He went up to the 2nd floor and saw Suyu cultivating. Seeing that kid being suppressed on the ground with his limbs trembling, he could not help but laugh and sigh. Geniuses did not come for nothing. This kid really knew how to endure hardships. He watched silently for more than 10 minutes. Suyu kept persevering. In the end, he could not take it anymore and crawled out with tears streaming down his face. As soon as he crawled out, a pair of feet appeared in front of him. Suyu looked up. He suddenly felt extremely humiliated and embarrassed. Enduring the pain, he hurriedly crawled up and said shakily, "Teacher, why are you here? To see how your cultivation is going." Baifeng had been attacking him with the intention of not letting him be arrogant. But today, he praised him. Not bad. It's good to be able to endure hardships. But there is a way to relax and relax. You don't have to force yourself. Your cultivation method is a little cruel for you. If a student did not work hard, the teacher would feel very painful and angry. But if one worked too hard, it would also be painful. Suyu was a genius. He was not arrogant at all. His cultivation was so hard that he embarrassed his teacher. He did not even have the chance to reprimand him. Suyu smiled. It's okay, teacher. I'm used to it. Used to it, Baifeng fell into deep thought. Could he get used to it, entering the fragment chamber many times a day? Every time, he felt like he was about to explode. Could he get used to it? It was not like he had not experienced it before. Back then, entering it once a day was like killing him. His teacher, Han Tan, had taught him many times that if he could not endure hardships, how could he become a person above others? At that time, he wished he could stay a few minutes less every day. But now, the student he had taken in couldn't wait to stay here all day long. Exhaling lightly, Baifeng thought of Lu Hong's words. Suppression is here. After his teacher left, those people finally could not hold it in anymore. This was also his fault. He had instigated his teacher to leave for no reason. Now that he was in trouble, it was also his fault. If his teacher was in the school, they would not be so bold. When his teacher returned, it would be troublesome if his senior lost his position. Take a break first. I have something to tell you. All right. Suyu wiped the sweat on his forehead and followed Baifeng downstairs. Downstairs. Baifeng was silent for a moment before saying, originally, you still had a lot of time to cultivate slowly. Of course, even now, you still have a lot of time. However, it might be harder than before. Suyu didn't quite understand what he meant. Baifeng continued, you have a senior uncle, who is also my senior brother, Ling Yun, 9th stage realm. He holds a rather important position in the school. Library Pavilion's curator. Suyu blinked. Was it very important? Very important. Baifeng knew what he was thinking about as he said softly, in our department, there are many Shenwen department. Shenwen has many. How many? One Shenwen outline requires at least 10 overtimes to read the text of will, and this is considered low. You don't count. Baifeng's face twitched as he coughed lightly, even if it's you also need to read the text of will, read Wan's original text to be able to outline Shenwen. However, that requires many, many runes of will. Our branch has been suppressed for years, and we've long since used up all our resources. The Collegium doesn't have many resources, so we can only rely on some small tricks to obtain them. Your senior uncle holds a position in the library pavilion, so he has the right to open some back door for us. For example, we can go to the library pavilion and read some text of will for free. Of course, this free is considered a form of theft. Baifeng said calmly, but we don't have a choice. A person's energy is limited. We need to research, we need to cultivate, and we need to be busy with many things. We don't have enough merit points, and the academy doesn't allocate them. Moreover, the library pavilion allows some of the school's higher-ups to read the text of will for free. This is an unspoken rule. It's not just us. Baifeng exhaled, everyone is doing it. It's actually a form of tacit agreement, so there's no need to feel burdened. But now, or in the future, we might not have this chance. Last time when you said you wanted 10 texts of will, I said I would think of a way. In fact, I was thinking of a way from here. But now, someone has their eyes on your senior uncle and wants to kill us all. They won't give us a chance. Baifeng laughed coldly, once your senior uncle loses his position, it will be difficult for us to enter the library pavilion in the future, let alone read the text of will for free. To the Shenwen teachers, the text of will is the foundation. If they monopolize the text of will, no matter how talented the Shenwen teachers are, it will be useless. Suyu frowned and said, Teacher, we can't go to the library pavilion. Isn't there an open class in the school? Researchers can write the text of will. It's not the same. Baifeng waved his hand, the Shenwen that the Shenwen teachers grasp mostly comes from Wan's cultivation method. Although the text of will written by humans can help us outline the Shenwen, the probability is very low. Also, the Shenwen teachers who are willing to hold classes are usually not strong, and the text they write is actually very weak. For example, if I were to study the text written by a Soar Realm practitioner, under the confrontation of wills, the text written by him might be completely destroyed by me after just one look. Bai Feng sighed, it just so happens that our department places great importance on this. We need to grasp a large amount of Shenwen. Once we cut off this source, our days will be really difficult. Teacher, even you can't earn enough merit points to satisfy your needs? Bai Feng said unhappily, of course I can earn enough to satisfy my cultivation. But it's not just me, there's also the investment of the research institute. 80% of the merit points we earn are invested into the research institute. Also, doesn't it cost money to nurture newcomers? He glanced at Suyu and said unhappily, you're already very strong. Should I prepare essence blood for you to build your foundation? You're already sore. Should I think of a way to get a strong essence blood for you to build your body? Do you really need to rely on yourself to observe the guidance of those public class teachers to master Shenwen? In the future, I might have to provide you with vitality liquid, essence blood, Wenbing. Which of these doesn't cost money? Bai Feng said disdainfully, do you think accepting students is a good thing? It's a losing trade, do you understand? But we can't not accept them. If we don't, the Shenwen department will be finished. The inheritance will be broken, and after a few decades, when we die, this department will really be dead. So, after 10 or 20 years, if you're strong enough, even if you're not willing to accept students, you still have to. This is a necessary factor to maintain the existence of a department. Without newcomers, this is not a department. It's a lone ranger, because you don't have an inheritance. When you die, this thing might not exist anymore. Suyu scratched his head. He didn't say anything, because he didn't know what to say at the moment. Bai Feng said, I can guess what they want to do. Your uncle master has a disciple who is also in the top 100 list. They will probably start from there. That's one of the reasons. Secondly, your uncle master secretly used a batch of one originals to lend to the research center. Of course, it's a loan in name, but in reality, it's lying in the fragment room. So you bare one's teeth. So that's how it is, Bai Feng exhaled and said, so, we have to make up for this deficit. Those one originals are worth tens of thousands of merit points. I've actually prepared some things for you before. I got the Mountain Ox Essence blood by accident, but that doesn't count. I've also prepared a batch of essence blood for you to build your body. I'll sell it next. I prepared a mystic low-level Wenbing for you, and I'll sell it too. Including the text of will that I've reserved for you, they'll all be sold. Bai Feng looked at Suyu. I'm looking for you to tell you that in order to make up for the deficit, we're going to go bankrupt. Other than a laboratory, nothing will be left. No text of will, no essence blood, no merit points, including the 5 merit points I promised you for a month. It's all gone. Suyu was silent. Bai Feng said calmly, you can leave. I know Zhaoli wants to take you in as a student. You can choose to major in blacksmithing. He won't refuse. I didn't expect them to suddenly attack so fiercely. Most of this was caused by me. There's no need to drag you into it. The training from before was no longer training. The other party wanted to steal his senior brother's position. They were trying to kill him. This was much more difficult than Bai Feng had imagined. If Suyu stayed, he might have to face more than just Lu Hong. Lu Hong wasn't scary. What was scary was the series of troubles that followed. Suyu's mouth was dry. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Feng's communicator rang. Bai Feng frowned and answered. After listening for a while, he said coldly, very good, the counterattack is fast. Senior brother, I'm the one who caused this. I'll think of a way to solve it. Since it's fast, don't blame me. Suyu vaguely heard someone trying to dissuade Bai Feng. Soon, Bai Feng gritted his teeth and said, then I'll go to the All Heavens battlefield to find teacher. No, teacher's whereabouts are uncertain. If you go, you'll only lose face. The conversation between the two was brief. Soon, Bai Feng hung up. Looking at Suyu again, Bai Feng forced a smile. Your senior sister was challenged in the top 100 list today. She was defeated and seriously injured. She'll need at least 3 months to recuperate and fall off the list. Suyu said, teacher, will it affect Martial Uncle and you? A little. Baifeng took a deep breath. If she can't enter the top 100 list before the end of the year, your Marshall uncle's assessment rating will drop. Once it drops, the academy will conduct a second assessment. Once the second assessment is conducted, your Marshall uncle's matter will be exposed. Everything that helped us will be exposed. Even if we make up for the deficit, we'll be found out under strict investigation. So you couldn't help saying, everyone has this matter. At worst, we'll fight it out with them. If they investigate us, we'll investigate them too. Childish. Baifeng said, the Faculty of Theology has almost become their backyard. At the critical moment, if the dean gives his permission, who will be held accountable? The dean has the right to use a batch of text of will. We don't have this right. Your grandmaster isn't here, so we don't even have a chance to speak. Suyu scratched his ears and cheeks, feeling a little annoyed. Why am I so unlucky today? I'm unlucky, Marshall uncle is unlucky, and that senior sister I've never met is also unlucky. Teacher, what can I do? You, Baifeng looked at him and said with a faint smile, aren't you going to minor in the Faculty of Xinwen? I like Xinwen. Suyu shook his head. I like the fragment room, I like the filter room. I won't leave even if I'm beaten to death. Then you really can do something. Baifeng squinted his eyes and said with a smile, enter the top 100 list before the end of the year. Challenge all the way up, enter the opposing students, defeat them, and let your senior sister take advantage of the situation and enter the top 100 list again. That's possible? Suyu was dumbfounded. Of course not. You're not strong enough. Aren't you afraid that others will challenge you? Injure you? But, the ones we injured are the opposing students. Your senior sister will replace their positions, and the people behind won't dare to get involved in the fight between us. They'll only let us fight on our own. That's our chance. Before the end of the year, Suyu calculated. Today was the 5th of August, so it was less than 5 months, enter the top 100 list in less than 5 months. Can I do it? Baifeng looked at him and said with a smile, are you confident? If you are, then we can take a gamble. If not, I have to go to the All Heavens battlefield as soon as possible to find your grandmaster and ask him to come back. Suyu scratched his head and said, less than 5 months? At least Wansher's combat strength is on the top 100 list. Can we borrow external forces? External forces? Baifeng raised his eyebrows. What external forces? It's... Suyu hesitated for a moment and said, my blood Xinwen. Can't it absorb blood essence? After it absorbs blood essence, it can temporarily erupt with more power. Why did it sound so familiar? What did it mean to erupt with more power? Baifeng felt that this sentence was very familiar. It was so familiar, that his scalp went numb. What, temporarily erupt with more power? Suyu hesitated for a moment. He really couldn't hide this, unless he didn't reveal it in front of others for the rest of his life. That's right. After absorbing the blood essence, Xinwen will provide me with a powerful force. It's related to the quality of the blood essence. I can erupt with power comparable to the blood essence realm. Of course, it must be within my tolerance. Baifeng was stunned, swallowing his saliva. Baifeng said with some difficulty, is the eruption ordinary power, or the kind of power that has a special martial skill? Suyu blinked. You know this too. It seemed that there were people who knew this ability. In that case, this wasn't considered a very special ability, but it should be very rare. Didn't you see that Baifeng was a little nervous? Suyu thought for a moment and nodded. Some have some special martial skills. For example, when I absorbed Ironwing's blood essence, I will erupt with a kind of tearing skill. My arm will temporarily open some acupoints and suddenly erupt with a killing blow. F***ck. Suyu was shocked, unbeknownst to him. At this moment, Baifeng was completely stunned. F***ck. F***ck. What's going on? What happened? What is he saying? This is the talent extraction that we've been researching for so many years. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If Xinwen could do it, then why would we invest so much effort to research this thing? No, this little liar is lying to me. I don't believe it. Baifeng was really stunned. F***ck. That's impossible. Our research has been leaked, or is there really such a Xinwen? If there is, then what's the point of researching? We might as well just sketch out such a Shenwen. Blood Shenwen, Bai Feng murmured. Isn't this the outline of the text of will that I wrote? Impossible. Bai Feng, can't be so awesome, I'm hallucinating. Bai Feng could not believe this was the truth. 50 years ago, his teacher began to study talent extraction. Or rather, even earlier, the fifth-generation principal had been studying talent extraction. But after so many years, the results were still limited. Many talent skills could not be extracted at all. Even the blood essence beyond the soul realm could not be extracted after separation. He had consumed an immeasurable amount of blood essence and resources. It was only in the past 2 years that there were some results. But now, someone told him that he had a Shenwen that could absorb blood essence and unleash talent skills. Do you think I'm an idiot? Bai Feng stared at Suyu and gritted his teeth. When will you soar? Ah? When will you soar? Bai Feng said angrily, I want to see your Shenwen. I don't believe it, this is impossible. Without soar, he could not see Shenwen. He could only see it if this kid soar. Then, he said, you didn't lie to me just now? No. Suyu said cautiously, it's true, teacher. Why don't you give me a drop of Iron Wing blood essence and I'll unleash it for you to see? Iron Wing blood essence, must it be a specific type? Or any kind of blood essence will do? Bai Feng forced himself to calm down. Before I see it, I don't believe it's true. Unless, you slap my face on the spot. So far, only Iron Wing blood essence has been discovered, Suyu said cautiously, because I didn't absorb much blood essence. Last time, it was because the blood divine characters wanted to absorb blood, so I gave it a try. I didn't expect it to be like this, so I didn't dare to tell anyone. You're right not to tell. Bai Feng calmed down and said in a low voice, if it's true, this is very troublesome. When you reach the soaring sky sect, this divine rune might be targeted by others. Remember, don't tell anyone. Anyone. Including. Forget it, only you, and I know about it for now. As he spoke, Bai Feng continued, if you still need it in the future, just say that it's a special blood essence that I gave you. With that, Bai Feng stood up. I'm going to get some Iron Wing blood essence. You can test it on the spot later. All right. Suyu saw his fierce expression and didn't dare to say anything else. 10 minutes later. Bai Feng came back. At this moment, Bai Feng had a straight face, as if the whole world owed him money. Throwing a drop of 15 June realm blood essence to Suyu, he said coldly, take it and attack me. Use the innate skill in your blood essence to attack me. Suyu didn't waste any time. Old Bai seemed to be in a bad temper. Swallowing the blood essence, Xianxia opened the book. Suyu's arm swelled up again. His acupoints opened up one by one, and the tearing martial skill exploded. Boom, Suyu's palm reached out and grabbed Bai Feng's arm. With a poochie sound, the clothes on his arm were torn to shreds. However, Bai Feng's arm was unscathed. Bai Feng didn't resist, nor did he counterattack. He let him attack. At this moment, looking at the torn clothes and feeling the completely different martial skill, Bai Feng was in a daze. How could this be? It really was the innate skill of Iron Wing, swallowing it just like that, and then, exploding the innate skill. Why, one must know that the blood essence they used to explode their innate skill had all been specially processed. Don't look at the same blood essence. Not to mention the astronomical amount of research and development. Just processing a drop of special blood essence required at least 10 drops of the same blood essence. But Suyu, directly exploded. Why, was the Scarlet Shenwen really so powerful? Bai Feng was in a daze, but Suyu was competing with his arm. Attacking more than 10 times in a row, he actually couldn't break through the defense of his arm. This made Suyu despair. How could this be? Was Soar strong to this extent? The next moment, Bai Feng woke up. He slapped Suyu away for more than 10 meters and snorted, I am Soar. I have cast my body many times. At that time, I used the blood essence of the top 10 strong clans to cast my body. Being broken by a Kaiyuan, no, barely breaking through my defense with a 6th layer of 15 kilograms attack, then I am really trash. What was this kid thinking? If he could break through my physical defense with a 6th layer of 15 kilograms, then he wouldn't be Bai Feng. Suyu was very depressed. Bai Feng was also very depressed. Both master and disciple were very depressed. For a moment, the atmosphere was frighteningly silent. After an unknown amount of time, Baifeng rubbed his cheek, took a deep breath and said, "Kid, you can use Iron Wing blood essence. Others are also possible. Of course, your strength is still weak. You can't simply try blood essence. It's easy to get into trouble." Talent skill, Baifeng murmured. Soon, his eyes lit up and said, "We don't have money now." "It doesn't matter. When I have money, I will buy countless blood essences. You can try them for me one by one. You can use your talent skill for me. You kid can't leave. Mother *Cur, if you dare to leave, you will be betraying the sect. I will clean up the sect. You have to think carefully." Baifeng walked around the living room, walking around and muttering to himself. Like a crazy demon, he was really a little crazy. What was going on with this guy, Suyu? No, he must help Suyu quickly enter the Soar realm. Talent skill extraction. This project had been going on for too many years. There had been no big results. Soar was even more difficult to use, and the talent skill of the human race was even more clueless. Suyu, this was the best experimental material. Shenwen? A special piece of Shenwen that can carry the talent skill. What characteristics are needed? What kind of Shenwen is needed? At this moment, he seemed to have some understanding and murmured, "We shouldn't keep staring at the blood essence research. We have to cooperate with Shenwen. This is a matching thing. Yes, the talent skill may be transplanted to Shenwen. The fusion of characteristics. Can't the talent skill be regarded as a kind of Shenwen characteristic?" Baifeng had a feeling of sudden realization. In these years, it was not that he did not think about this. The experiments had failed several times. Shenwen was not cabbage. How could there be so many Shenwen to waste? So in the end, he gave up the connection between Shenwen and the talent skill and concentrated on the blood essence research. But now he felt that he had found an idea. "Teacher, I think I might succeed," Baifeng murmured to himself. He turned to look at Suyu, whose scalp was tingling, and smiled. His smile was exceptionally bright. According to Suyu's theory, this guy who smiled so brightly should be beaten to death. "Little Au." Baifeng's shout was extremely mushy. Suyu had goosebumps. "You cultivate well. Don't tire yourself. Although we are poor, I will think of ways to get resources for you. You must cultivate well." Baifeng smiled extremely brightly. "From now on, if anyone bullies you, tell me. I will go and beat him to death. If I can't beat him to death, I will call my master. Your grandmaster will go and beat him to death. Don't be afraid." "Ha ha ha." Baifeng suddenly laughed wildly. His mood today was much more volatile than Suyu's. Half an hour later, Baifeng barely regained his composure. He looked at Suyu again and exhaled, "I thought of some experiments and forgot myself." "Did you see anything you shouldn't have?" Suyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Even if he saw it, he had to pretend not to see it. Baifeng was about to go crazy. He was almost scared to death just now. He thought that this guy had gone crazy from the backlash of his willpower. This kind of thing had happened before. Zhou Hui said that this kind of person would kill people. Baifeng wouldn't really go crazy, right? Should he stay away from him in the future? He felt that it was very dangerous. Baifeng's bare one's teeth grinned. He quickly suppressed the urge to cut open Suyu. He laughed and said, "Don't be afraid. Your master is fine. Suyu, cultivate well and strive to enter the top 100 list by the end of the year. Just use the blood essence explosion to fight them." "What kind of external force is this?" "This is the result of our research." Baifeng grinned and said, "Of course, don't be too obvious. It's best to swallow the blood essence in front of others. Just swallow it secretly. If anyone asks, tell them that I gave it to you. We have Shenwen's special blood essence." Suyu nodded. "However, strength is the foundation. One's realm is the foundation. Soar as soon as possible." Baifeng's smile became brighter. "When you soar, remember to tell me. Don't run around. Before soar, don't accept dangerous missions. If you encounter danger, run immediately. If you can't do it, blow the whistle. Ahem, if you can't do it, call us. Your uncle master and I are still in the school. We have nothing to do. Call us anytime. As he spoke, Baifeng quickly took out a jade pendant. This is a summoning talisman. Crush it and I will sense it. I will look for you immediately. I will get you some defensive talismans later. As he spoke, Baifeng's face stiffened. I really have no money. No, I have to extort money from Lu Hongyi. Otherwise, I won't have a good time. And Suyu, this kid, I have to enter SOAR as soon as possible. I can only look but not use it. Ahem, I can't study it. It's such a pity. It makes me envious. Taking a deep breath, Baifeng regained his smile. You practice well. I won't disturb you anymore. When I get enough blood essence, you can try them all. I will teach you how to use your talent skill. At this moment, Baifeng said master over and over again. Suyu's scalp went numb. Disgusting, I have goosebumps all over my body. As he spoke, Baifeng finally said, oh right, don't do that class monitor position if you don't want it. It's a waste of time. If Lu Hong dares to talk nonsense, I will hack him to death. Wasting my precious disciple's time. Now, there is no need to train. I just want this kid to enter SOAR as soon as possible. However, Suyu shook his head and said in a deep voice, Teacher, since I'm the class monitor, I will continue to do my best. Unless teacher Lu Hong doesn't allow me to do it, I will continue to do it before entering the advanced class. He now treated this as pressure and motivation. At most, he would sleep a few hours less at night. As he thought of this, Suyu immediately said, Teacher, I want to move to the research center. Is that okay? Yes, it's definitely okay. Baifeng said with a smile, that's the best. It's safe here. Training is also very secret. No one will know. Very good, stay here. Thank you, teacher. I will go and practice now. Being stared at by Baifeng, Suyu couldn't stand it anymore. He hurriedly ran away. It's better to go and practice. Ever since he mentioned the blood essence, Baifeng stared at him as if he saw merit points. This made Suyu very uncomfortable. When Suyu disappeared from his sight, Baifeng took a few deep breaths and barely calmed down. After thinking for a while, he dialed another number. Martial uncle, you still haven't given up? Do you really want to die? Baifeng's face was gloomy. He hurriedly said, No, martial uncle, listen to me. I didn't mean that. I just want to ask, Suyu, you really didn't give anything? What do you mean? It's, cough cough, the Shenwen that Grandmaster passed down, get lost. How dare you mention it? Lu Wenyan was furious. Baifeng, it seems that you still haven't given up. Fine, I will send someone to find you today. Don't think that I can't do anything to you. Martial uncle, don't hang up. Listen to me. Baifeng hurriedly said, it's true. I want to ask you seriously. Did you give that Shenwen to Suyu or not? No. Just give up. Unless I die, I won't give it to anyone. Really? I dare you to say another word of nonsense. Baifeng was still in disbelief. He struggled. Martial uncle, you really didn't give it to me? I will send someone to kill you now. Are you lying? Suyu? Baifeng protested. No, martial uncle, Suyu is not normal. This kid is not normal. He can suck blood to cultivate. Suck blood to cultivate? Lu Wenyan was surprised. Didn't you outline his Shenwen in blood for him? Isn't it normal to have this characteristic? Why are you asking me? Baifeng smiled bitterly. Why didn't I know that I'm so awesome? Is he sucking blood to cultivate? He's hard to say. Anyway, he's very powerful. As for the talent, he thought about it and decided not to mention it. Even he wanted to cut Suyu up. If more people knew about it, everyone would probably want to cut Suyu up too. Moreover, this call might not be safe, who knows, some bastard might be listening in on us. Uncle Master, since Grandmaster's divine character wasn't passed on to Suyu, does that mean that his achievements are all due to his own ability? Of course. Lu Wenyan seemed to have understood some of the hidden meanings in his words. He calmed down and asked, is he all right? He's fine. Bai Feng exhaled. He's fine. He's just a little poor. Martial uncle, I don't have any money either. Why don't, why don't you, ask that person to lend us a few tens of thousands of merit points? Do you want to die? Martial uncle, we really don't have any money. We've lost everything. Other than a laboratory, we have nothing else. Bai Feng felt wronged. I really don't have any money left. I didn't waste it this time. I did it to save eldest senior brother. That guy is going to be messed with. I have to fill in the hole for him. I have to sell all my belongings. I won't even be able to eat in the future. It's all gone? It's all gone. Lu Wenyan fell into deep thought. The next moment, he said slowly, are you being targeted? Yes. Is it Wan or Zhou? The one with the surname Zhou. That guy needs to be taught a lesson. Lu Wenyan said angrily. I didn't like that guy back then. That disciple of his, what's his name, Yumming, I beat him up hundreds of times. I heard he's in the Mountain Sea now. None of you good-for-nothings went to the Mountain Sea. You deserve to be bullied. Bai Feng was speechless. I'm still young. I'm not even 30 years old. Martial uncle, can you stop beating me up all the time? Lu Wenyan complained for a while, then said, ignore him. If you can't do it, think of a way to teach him a lesson. Beat up his sore disciples one by one. Ask your senior brother Ling Yunjing to beat them up one by one until he admits defeat. If he dares to interfere, I'll help you call for help. Hong Tan, that idiot, actually ran away at this time. You deserve to be taught a lesson. Martial uncle, we can't beat them up. Bai Feng said helplessly, there are thousands of people in the Shan Shenwen faction. If we beat them up one by one, we won't be able to cultivate. We won't even have time for research. Who asked you good-for-nothings to get weaker and weaker over the years? Lu Wenyan was merciless. He said bluntly, yes, it was our fault back then. We caused the Shan Shenwen faction to suffer a disaster. But didn't we leave the clan with nothing? Resources, runes of will, blood essence, mystic realms, everything was left behind. Wan Tianqing promised not to deliberately target you, but you're still so good-for-nothings. Are you blaming me now? The more Lu Wenyan spoke, the angrier he became. When I left, there were more than 100 people in the Shan Shenwen faction. After 50 years, where are they? Gone? If you're not good-for-nothings, then who is? Damn, you and your teacher are both idiots. Bai Feng's head hurt. He said helplessly, Martial uncle, we didn't want to do this either. But our faction is really difficult. We rely on resources and talent. Nonsense. If either you or your senior brother could enter the Mountain Sea realm, you would have everything. Lu Wenyan said mercilessly, if that good-for-nothing Hong Tan could enter the Mountain Sea realm, this wouldn't have happened. If your senior brother could enter the Mountain Sea realm, wouldn't they have dared to do this? Wouldn't they think that you're good-for-nothings? You only know how to eat money and don't know how to produce? Don't you know how to reflect on yourself? If you don't give others any value, why should others help you? Lu Wenyan snorted and said unhappily, after 50 years, Hong Tan is actually stuck at the 8th tier of the Mountain Sea realm. This is too unexpected. Even if he didn't enter the Mountain Sea realm, he should have reached the 9th tier by now. As expected, he was the most good-for-nothing back then. All the geniuses died, and this good-for-nothing became the leader. If only one of Xiaoming, Yu, or Xianxia were here, they wouldn't have fallen to this state. Bai Feng didn't say anything. He was a little absent-minded. Sometimes even his teacher said the same thing, if only one of them were here, the Shenwen faction wouldn't have fallen to this state. In that brilliant era, these geniuses illuminated the human realm. A group of fellows below Soar influenced the entire human race, glory. Unfortunately, the 5th principle died in battle, and this glory came to an end. The loss of high-end combat power, a group of geniuses who hadn't fully matured, were stuck below Soar. The academy couldn't stand it, and neither could Xia province. More and more geniuses joined the Shenwen faction. Even if the 5th principle was gone, those geniuses were still there. Lu Wenyan, Xiaoming, Yu, and Xianxia were still there. They were still illuminating the human realm, nurturing their nature and killing Soar. Everyone was looking forward to the day when they reached Soar. They wanted to see if they could enter the 9th level and fight Ling Yun with Soar, or even the mountain and sea realm. They were looking forward to them entering the mountain and sea realm. They were looking forward to the emergence of one or even several invincible realm experts, conferred king, become an invincible king. However, all of this eventually came to an end. Every time he thought of this, Bai Feng felt his blood boil. Although he was a genius, although he was a monster, compared to the legends of that generation, he was still far behind. At the very least, the current him wasn't confident that he could defeat Ling Yun. Therefore, even though Lu Wenyan was very weak, he still respected him very much. When he was scolded like a grandson in southern Yuan, he didn't dare to talk back. Thinking of this, Bai Feng choked with sobs and said, "Uncle Master, you really can't cure me?" Lu Wenyan wasn't used to his tenderness and said angrily, "What cure? Are you saying that I'm sick?" "No, that's not what I meant." Bai Feng was embarrassed. He then sighed and said, "Uncle Master, why don't we throw away that Shenwen? Maybe without the interference of that Shenwen, you can regain your glory again." "Get lost." Lu Wenyan shouted, "I knew you were still thinking about this Shenwen. Let me tell you, unless I die, I won't throw it away. This is the life's work of my teacher, your grandmaster. And this is also the life's work of our generation." Lu Wenyan's tone was low. In that generation, there were 116 geniuses expelled from the Shenwen faction. I remember all of them. Many died. Died of old age, died of illness, died in battle. Only a few survived. Let me tell you, if you have any more ideas about this Shenwen, I won't be polite to you. I didn't. Bai Feng smiled bitterly. I really didn't, and I don't dare to. Do you think I'm you? Am I not afraid? It wasn't easy for me to cultivate to the 7th stage of Soar. I don't want to become a waste. That's too miserable. It's best that you didn't. Lu Wenyan finished and said again, hold on one day at a time. We have no hope. Maybe. The people behind us have hope. We can't cut off this path. Even if we have to struggle at death's door, we have to live and pass on. I don't believe that the Shenwen faction will completely decline in our hands. Bai Feng was speechless. The phone hung up. Bai Feng rubbed his cheeks hard. Again and again, hold on, in front of Suyu, we are the villains, but in fact, our lives are getting worse and worse. Suyu. I hope you can change something. Devouring blood essence and unleashing his talent skill. Outlining Shenwen and succeeding just by looking at it once, you little brat, you were born to join our many divine rune department. Turning his head to look upstairs, he sensed that the kid had started to cultivate again. Bai Feng revealed a smile. Able to endure hardship, tenacity, and talent, if such a person didn't succeed, there would be no justice in the world. We can't achieve the glory of 50 years ago. What about you? At the same time. Southern Yuan. Lu Wenyan struggled for a while and dialed a number. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he quickly said, Bai Feng and the others can't hold on any longer. Help them. You're begging me again? Nonsense, who's begging you? Help Bai Feng and the others, not me. Help or not, I'm hanging up. With a thud, he hung up the phone. Lu Wenyan let out a long sigh. That's it. I didn't beg anyone. You're the one who wants to help. Yes, that's it. You're not helping me, but Bai Feng and the others, Great Xia Civilization University. In a large courtyard in Xianxia, Wu Yuehua smiled and hung up the phone. You're too stubborn to save face. Sooner or later, I'll make you cry and beg me. It was another night of hard work. The next day. August 6th. Early in the morning, Suyu came to the general area of the male dormitory with a gentle smile on his face, knocking on the door of each dormitory. Student Hu Ming, don't forget that you have a class this morning. Hu Ming, who had just woken up, was dumbfounded. It took him a while to react and remember who it was. Wasn't this the monitor from yesterday? Suddenly, he felt overwhelmed by the favor. Monitor, why did you come in person, a top-class genius? Did the sun rise from the west today to wake him up for class in the morning? Suyu smiled and said, I asked yesterday. Actually, the monitor is here to remind everyone so that they won't miss the class. Then, Suyu smiled and said, so I woke up early, but I was afraid that you haven't woken up yet. Just now, I heard some noise from your side, so I came to knock on the door. Monitor, this. I'm so sorry. Next time, don't call us. We can go by ourselves. Hu Ming hurriedly thanked him. In the dormitory, several other people also got up. Even those who had no class hurriedly said, Monitor, you should sleep a little longer. It's so embarrassing to come so early in the morning. It's okay. Suyu smiled and said, as long as you don't find me annoying. If anyone asks for leave, you can call me in advance. I will help you apply for leave. In the school, truancy will be a bad record. You guys go ahead. I'll go to the next dormitory. Suyu waved his hand and walked to another dormitory. He knocked on the door one by one. He informed them that there was a class. Yesterday, he also got the class schedule. It was the morning class time. Many people had woken up. Some students of the lower class were surprised and asked the people around them, is this the monitor of the intermediate class? Yes, he's a top-class genius. Why didn't he go to the advanced class? His willpower is not strong. He's only at the 9th level of Kaiyuan and has mastered Shenwen. He's a genius from Southern Yuan. He actually came up early in the morning to call you for class? The students were dumbfounded. This class leader is too responsible, so you didn't care so much. He informed the students who had classes in the morning and quickly said in the corridor, students who have classes in the afternoon, don't forget to go to class. I'll come and inform everyone. Don't bring the wrong books, Suyu said honestly, I'm from a small place like Southern Yuan, so I don't know much about certain things. If you think it's inappropriate, you can tell me directly. It's okay. In the crowd, Lu Wu, who tried to get close to him yesterday, hurriedly smiled and said, Class rep, you're too responsible. Actually, being a class monitor is just a way to fool around and earn some merit points. There's no need for you to run over to our side all day long. You should just cultivate your willpower and enter the advanced class as soon as possible. Suyu smiled and said, it's alright, it won't delay. There are many things that I don't understand. I hope that everyone can guide me in the future. Lu Wu laughed and said, Class monitor, you're so humble. While everyone was talking, Suyu followed the students for the morning class to the school building. A huge group of people, 600 people. At least 200 people had classes this morning, and there were hundreds of boys. As for the girls, Suyu didn't inform them. Instead, he looked for Lu Yu and asked her to help inform them. On the way, Suyu met a large group of girls and hurriedly said, Hello everyone, I'm Suyu. I didn't want to disturb everyone in the girls' dormitory, so I asked my classmate, Lu Yu, to help. If I've disturbed everyone, I'd like to apologize, class monitor, you're too polite. A girl in the crowd laughed and said, This is the first time I know that there's such a dutiful class monitor in the academy. This morning, the people in the dormitory next door were shocked, and there was even a wake-up call. Yeah, class rep, you're so talented, but you're still so humble. How are we supposed to live like this? Everyone said one after another, and they were extremely enthusiastic. Geniuses were still a little far from them. If geniuses were arrogant, it was natural, and everyone was too lazy to care. But if a genius put down his pride and fought with you, at that time, you would subconsciously get close to him. You might even feel flattered. Even the upper-class talented Suyu was so easygoing. What qualifications did they have to be proud? He wasn't one of those monsters, it wasn't those upper-class geniuses either. They felt that Suyu's upper-class status was a bit exaggerated. Even if he was upper-class, he was still someone they worshipped. Suyu had a smile on his face all along. I've finally lived in the way I hate, Lu Hong, just you wait, after this month, we'll see. These students are too childish. Those who smile are not good people, don't you understand? In the crowd, Kongqing was a little impatient and whispered, Are we still leaving? If not, we'll be late. Suyu's ears were very sharp. The next moment, he looked at Kongqing and said, Sorry for wasting everyone's time. Kongqing, although we had some small misunderstandings in Southern Yuan, I sincerely hope that the misunderstanding between us can be resolved. We're all classmates, and we might even be comrades in the future. Suyu said seriously, I apologize for my words when I was in Southern Yuan. I shouldn't have said those words and caused you to be fined. At that time, I thought you guys were looking for trouble, so my words were a little too harsh. I'm really sorry. Kong Cheng's face turned red. Next to him, some students might know something. Someone said unhappily, Class monitor, why are you apologizing to him? Who doesn't know that they went to Southern Yuan to snatch your spot? Shameless thing, you still have the nerve to go against the class monitor. That's right. Middle-class talent, you went to Southern Yuan to snatch a spot. Serves you right. At that time, many students in Xianxia province knew about the situation. These people went to Southern Yuan to snatch Suyu's spot, but the result proved that they were really useless. Now that they heard Suyu's apology, these people immediately began to feel indignant. The students next to him who didn't know what happened began to ask. After knowing what happened, they all looked at Kong Cheng with contempt. Shameless thing, the class monitor actually apologized to him. This kind of person should be beaten to death. Kong Cheng's face turned red. With so many people around, it was not appropriate for him to say anything at this moment. If he continued, he would not be able to survive in the class in the future. Suyu hurriedly said, everyone, don't be like this. We came to the academy to become stronger, to learn knowledge, to strengthen ourselves, not to fight. Class is about to start. Let's go to the classroom together. A large group of people walked toward the teaching building. As for Kong Cheng, he was instantly isolated. This guy was shameless and did all kinds of bad things. Who would want to be with such a person? At the back, Kong Cheng gritted his teeth. He was a little annoyed. What did I say? I didn't say anything. How did this happen, Suyu? Suyu, that bastard, tricked me. Kong Cheng did not believe that Suyu was really so easy to talk to. That day, he was so sharp-tongued and made them suffer with just a few words. How could he be so simple and honest? Go to hell, who are you trying to fool? At this moment, Kong Cheng felt like he was the only sober person among the crowd. He wanted to shout for everyone not to be fooled by him, but he knew that it was useless. The students were not stupid. Whether Suyu was really simple and honest or not, they actually did not care. An upper-class student maintained respect and approval for you. At this moment, you said that he was pretending. Do you want to be ostracized like Kong Cheng? Must you only be satisfied when Suyu's nostrils were pointed at you? No matter what, he was the class monitor. In the future, if they needed to apply for leave, they would look for him. There was no need to offend Suyu. Not far away. Wu Lan had a dazed look on her face. What was going on? Why was that guy so popular? There were actually hundreds of people surrounding him to attend class. She was dumbfounded. The next moment, Wu Lan shook her head and snorted. She raised her head proudly and looked around. Very good, there was no one around. If there was no one, then there was no one. What's the big deal? I don't care. I don't want to be associated with mediocre people. Suyu was really childish. She held her head high and walked forward. As she walked, she suddenly felt a little sad. No one accompanied me to school. Why does Suyu have so many people accompanying him? There were many people who saw this grand scene. At the top floor of the teaching building, Lu Hong swept a glance. His eyesight was very good. When he saw Suyu, he could not help but laugh. Interesting. How interesting. Is he really honest, or is he pretending? What a traitor. If Suyu was unwilling and wanted to reason with him, rejecting his position as a class monitor, he might be more at ease and look down on him. But now, he quietly accepted the mission. Not only that, he was also very responsible and did not care about delaying his cultivation. In an instant, he had built up a good image in front of the students. He was an honest person, Lu Hong, who bullied an honest person. What kind of person was that? Bad guy. Lu Hong laughed and mumbled, if he is pretending, you should acknowledge me as your teacher. A moment later, the sound of knocking rang out. Come in. Teacher. Behind him, Lin Yao entered. There was a hint of arrogance on his young face. A top-grade genius, although the Lin clan was not as powerful as the Wu clan and Hu clan, it was still a powerful clan. There was a Ling Yunjing civilizator and Ling Yunjing warrior in the clan. They were not weak. Teacher, I don't want to attend the academy's basic classes anymore. Lin Yao entered and said, I've learned all of them at home. Lu Hong turned his head and looked at him. He smiled and said, it's good to have a solid foundation. 2 hours a day is enough. Teacher, this is too much of a hindrance to your cultivation. Lin Yao frowned and said softly, Teacher, I'm currently in the awakening period. My main goal is 1000 June. I shouldn't waste time on these basic classes. Lu Hong smiled. Are you a student or am I? It was fine if he did not compare them. But now that he made a comparison. Why did he feel that this fellow he had accepted was an idiot? Suyu has to attend at least 5 to 6 hours a day. I don't see him complaining about it. This is a hindrance to your cultivation? You're cultivating 24 hours a day? Lu Hong did not get angry. He said softly and smiled, then how long do you need to enter 1000 June? At most 2 months. Lin Yao was a little proud, Teacher, I'm preparing to enter the secret realm to break through. If not, I would have broken through 1000 June long ago if I focused on my body. 2 months? Lu Hong nodded slightly and said with a smile, have you prepared the blood essence for building your foundation? Lin Yao was dumbfounded. Actually, he had come for this matter as well. Didn't Lu Hong prepare it for him? Lu Hong said softly, Teacher knows what you mean. I've actually prepared it for new students. In the end. A few days ago. Sigh. Lu Hong sighed, the black market has been raided a few times. The things that Teacher let people bring in have all been taken advantage of by the academy. Now. I won't be able to find them in a short period of time. Teacher, this. Lin Yao was a little anxious, Teacher, the blood essence for building my 1000 June foundation. It's okay. Wait a little longer. Lu Hong said with a smile, you can build your foundation from 1000 June to 1000 June. I'll think of a way for you. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the dean to apply. You're a genius. How can you delay your cultivation? If it doesn't work. Lu Hong said with a slight rumination, didn't Bai Feng win 100 drops of mountain ox blood essence from Hu Wenqing not long ago? You think of a way to get it from his student Suyu. Suyu. Lin Yao frowned, that fake genius? Fake genius? That's what the class says. There was a problem in the Southern Yuan's assessment. That's why he entered the upper class. Otherwise, he would be at most lower class. Don't look down on people in the world. Lu Hong laughed and waved his hand, go out first. If you don't want to attend the basic class, you don't have to. Cultivate by yourself. Got it, Teacher. Lin Yao left. After he left, Lu Hong frowned and murmured, what a waste. If it weren't for the Lin family's wealth, would he want to join my school? So what if he was upper class, he had no shortage of liquefied vitality, read the text of will every day, learned the Wan language since he was young, cultivated the 9 tiers of Kaiyuan, cultivated the character, outlined the Shenwen language, mastered more than 30 Wan languages. If he couldn't become upper class, then he could go to hell. An upper class like him was qualified to look down on the upper class from Southern Yuan. Where did his confidence come from? Even if Southern Yuan produced an upper class, you should look up to him. Lu Hong shook his head. Fortunately, he didn't count on these trash to deal with Bai Feng and the others. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. In the classroom, Suyu listened carefully. This was a new language course. It was not within the 20 languages he had mastered, but a language of the sea demon race. Sea, we usually refer to the sea of the human realm. In fact, there is also a sea in the battlefield of heavens called the Star Sea. The instructor was very old and knowledgeable. At this moment, he spoke with fervor and assurance. The Star Sea is not very famous in the human realm. Everyone generally generalizes it as the battlefield of heavens. In fact, among the higher-ups, the Star Sea is extremely famous. In the depths of the Star Sea, there is a very famous place. The Star Mansion. The old instructor said with a smile, has anyone heard of this name? In the class, most of the students were at a loss. Some of the students seemed to have heard of it, and their eyes showed a touch of anticipation. The old instructor said with a smile, some of you should have heard of it, or your parents have mentioned it, or your teachers have mentioned it. It is a land of stars, and it is also a place where the elites of the universe gather. Some of you may have the opportunity to go in the future. In 3 years, the 20 strongest elites of Xianxia province will go there to fight against the elites of the One. They will either rise or fall. With Sora as the foundation and Ling Yun as the leader, they will explore the mysteries of the universe. I'm looking forward to it. The old instructor's words were a little off topic, but no one interrupted him. Among the students, someone could not help but ask, "Teacher, will there be mountains and seas going there?" Usually not. The old instructor said with a smile, "They are all the elites of the younger generation. The base of the human race is usually 40 years old, and the best is about 30 years old. Although the One is different from us, according to their age ratio, they are about 30 to 40 years old. Forget it, let's not talk about this." The old instructor stopped this topic and continued with the previous one. "We usually do not set foot in the sea of the battlefield of heavens. Today, we are mainly talking about the sea demons in the human realm. There are 3 main parts of the sea of the human realm: the ascending sea in the east, the falling sky sea in the west, and the boundless sea in the south." As the old instructor spoke, Suyu felt as if he had traveled through the 3 seas. For a moment, he admired the old instructor's teaching ability. What impressed him even more was that soon, a big screen appeared in the class. A lifelike sea demon appeared in front of everyone. The next moment, something that surprised Suyu even more happened. On the screen, the demon spoke. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suyu did not quite understand, but for the first time, he felt that the academy had opened a new world for him. Video teaching, amazing, the old instructor said with a smile. This is the Sea Lion clan of the sea demons. What he just said is the Sea Lion language. It is a small language, but it is very useful. There are many sea lions in the sea. If you have a chance to go to the sea in the future, you will most likely meet them and try to communicate. Suyu felt as if he had entered a new world. It was his first time listening to Wan directly. In the past, when he learned the Wan language, it was Lu Wenyan who taught him directly. There was no such thing. Looking around, many students looked as if they were used to this. Suyu smiled bitterly. Sure enough, Southern Yuan was too outdated. With such teaching conditions, was it strange to master 30 or more Wan languages? No wonder that idiot Wu Lan could master more than 30 Wan languages. Suyu muttered in his heart. With such teaching conditions, I can even master 40 languages. The day passed in a busy and rewarding atmosphere. Suyu suddenly felt that he did not hate Lu Hong that much. He realized that he really needed to supplement this basic knowledge. Learning the small languages, the composition of Shenwen, the protection of the sea of consciousness, the analysis of the Wan language, it was a busy day, but the rewards were really great. It turns out that Shenwen can't be randomly integrated, Suyu muttered. No wonder Director Sun and the others repeatedly reminded him during the last assessment that random integration of Shenwen would easily cause the characteristics of Shenwen to reject each other. It was also easy to cause Shenwen to collapse. He finally understood the principle today. Because the characteristics of 2 Shenwen languages might be completely opposite, only Shenwen languages with complementary characteristics could be integrated. Otherwise, something bad would happen. Suyu stayed until very late. After helping the students on duty clean up, he prepared to go back to eat something and start today's cultivation. In the end, he was stopped by someone again. This time, it was not one person, but 2 people who stopped him. When Xiaohuyu saw Lin Yao, he smiled and took a step back. He had an expression that said, "You first, you first." He had no intention of getting involved. Lin Yao glanced at him and did not say anything. Don't provoke Xiaojia's people if you have nothing to do. Turning to look at Suyu, Lin Yao said directly, "Suyu, my name is Lin Yao. Let's get straight to the point. I'm about to break through to the 1000 June boundary. I want to buy your mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. Name a price, or I'll use the blood essence of the dragon silkworm ranked 86th in the top 100 races to trade with you. The mountain-breaking bull is ranked 99th. Of course, it's more suitable for 1000 June Foundation establishment. I can add another 100 merit points." Lin Yao said directly, "If you use the dragon silkworm's blood essence to build your foundation, the effect will be similar to that of the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. You can also get 100 merit points. How about it? Suyu did not reply. He looked at Xiaohuyu and said, how much is the dragon silkworm's blood essence? Xiaohuyu smiled and said, 1,000 June realm dragon silkworm's blood essence is not cheap. If the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence can be sold for 10 merit points per drop, then the dragon silkworm's blood essence can be sold for 9. The difference is not too big. He can add 100 merit points, and that's about it. Suyu nodded slightly and looked at Lin Yao. I was going to beat you up, and you actually came looking for me, what a coincidence. If I don't trade, will you find trouble with me? Lin Yao frowned and said, you're not even 1,000 June. I don't want to bully you. Wait until you reach 1,000 June or nourish your mind, then come talk to me about this. Suyu smiled, then I won't trade. You, Lin Yao frowned and said unhappily, I said, dragon silkworm or mountain-breaking bull, it doesn't affect you much. It's about the same. Then use the dragon silkworm. Suyu was puzzled. Since you said it's about the same, why do you still want to trade? Lin Yao was a little angry. Do you really not understand or are you pretending not to understand? Our goal is to enter the top 100 list. The stronger we are, the better, even if it's just a little bit stronger. But you are at least 1 year behind us. 1 year and you can make up for this gap. I am willing to pay 100 merit points. Suyu, let me ask you, can you take out 100 merit points? Don't throw away your benefits for the sake of face. There is no need for this. A smart person should know how to choose and not blindly try to be brave. Suyu was a little annoyed. I won't sell. Can I not sell? Can I not trade? Then he said, if you want me to sell, I won't sell. 1 month from now, the top 3 of the exam can challenge the advanced class. You are at the 9th layer of Kaiyuan, and so am I. I haven't cultivated my temperament yet. If you do, I don't care. At that time I will challenge you. If you win, I will trade with you. The conditions are the same as today. If I win, Suyu lightly said, I don't want your blood essence. I don't want your blood essence to build your foundation and delay your cultivation. I am not that kind of person. Just give me 300 merit points. It's not too much, is it? Lin Yao looked at him, frowning, Are you sure? Suyu, don't say that I am bullying you. Your willpower isn't strong enough, and you want to challenge me? Yes. Suyu smiled and said, because I don't want to cause so much trouble. If I really lose, I'll trade with you. I'll still lose 100 merit points. That's pretty good. Just don't be too heavy-handed. I don't have the money to treat my injuries. Lin Yao looked at him deeply and smiled. Looks like you have some confidence. But I want to say, confidence is a good thing. Arrogance is a disgrace. Okay, let's talk after the monthly exam. Lin Yao turned and left. Anyway, he wouldn't be so quick. Challenging me after the monthly exam. Suyu was confident. After he left, Xiaohuyu smiled. Suyu, it's not good to cheat people like this, right? What? Suyu was surprised. What, cheat? You didn't cheat him? Xiaohuyu laughed. I think you can win. It's in the bag. You cheated him of 300 merit points in one go. Also, you actually know that the top 3 of the monthly exam can challenge him. Did you ask in advance? Suyu was not a wily old fox in the academy. This kind of thing would not be specially introduced. For Suyu to know about it, it was obvious that he had just heard about it. It seemed that this guy had his eyes on someone in the advanced class before. Could it be Lin Yao? Could it be so coincidental? Xiaohuyu touched his big head. It shouldn't be. Could it be Wu Lan? Suyu smiled. Don't talk nonsense. I'm also annoyed by his pestering. He asks me for blood essence every day. It's so annoying. I'll go back and ask teacher to see if he agrees. If he agrees, I'll just lose to him next time. It's the same even if I exchange for dragon silkworm blood essence. I hope no one will target me again. That won't happen, Xiaohuyu smiled. Dragon silkworm blood essence is also very rare. However, it's not very suitable for foundation building. Its effect is much worse than the mountain breaker ox. Although the mountain breaker ox is ranked lower, its effect is really good. Those monstrous geniuses don't lack this blood essence. The mountain breaker ox can only be said to be the best of the best. Understood. Suyu nodded and said no more. Pretty good, Lin Yao actually came by himself. Looks like I can cross off a name in my little account book. I'll hammer him to death later. I was a little embarrassed before. After all, I don't know him. However, he wants to exchange for my mountain breaker ox blood essence. I have no choice but to hammer him to death. Don't go. Do you still want Ironwing blood essence? Xiaohu saw that he was about to run and hurriedly chased after him. Yes, 90 points. I don't have any more. If you don't want to sell, then forget it. I've already found a new way. Don't, Xiaohu hurriedly said, 90 points it is. Suyu, do you want to reserve another 100 drops? I'll only charge you 300 merit points. Pay on the 1st of next month. I can give you a few days credit. Suyu turned to look at him and smiled. Really good, I'm convinced. This guy actually said he wanted to reserve it in advance. Obviously, he felt that he could win and get those 300 merit points. Aren't you afraid that I won't have money for you if I lose? It's fine. You can still exchange for the dragon silkworm blood essence if you lose, right? And 100 merit points. Xiaohu smiled. Suyu, think about it. What do you think? Nothing. Suyu could not be bothered with him. As he walked, he said, I want 30 drops. Hurry up, I want to use it. Okay, I'll deliver it tomorrow. No problem. I'll take care of it. Don't worry. Xiaohu's voice gradually faded. As for Suyu, he took a deep breath. Bitter cultivation, and bitter cultivation. This month, I want to enlighten myself to the point of breaking through. My willpower must be strong. After I crush Lin Yao, I'll enter the advanced class. That will be much easier. Would Lu Hong dare to let me be the class monitor of the advanced class? I'm not looking for trouble. Your student is looking for trouble himself. Suyu was a little eager. It hasn't even been a month. I've been holding it in for so long. I'm also pissed off. Everyone is bullying me. This time, it's Lin Yao's bad luck. He never considered losing. If he could still lose after swallowing the blood essence, he, Lin Yao, would have entered the top 100 this year. Since he was too busy with classes during the day, Suyu prepared to work overtime to cultivate at night. Entering the fragment chamber 6 times a day was the goal he had set for himself. Entering the fragment room for half an hour each time, and recovering his vitality and willpower would take more than an hour. Each time would take 2 hours. Obviously, 6 times was a little difficult for Suyu. 12 hours, it was already 7 o'clock when he finished dinner. 12 hours. Suyu didn't even have time to sleep. I still need to sleep. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if the great 9th level Kaiyuan died suddenly. I'll sleep for 4 hours a day and wake up at 7 o'clock tomorrow. 4 times then. Suyu had no choice but to reduce his time in the fragment room. However, he really needed to allocate his time. After attending the basic class today, he realized that he was lacking too many things. Lu Hong really didn't cheat him. He wasn't born in a big family, and Lu Wenyan only taught him some basic knowledge. However, this kind of foundation was very lacking in the school. Entering 2 times less will cost me at least 10 merit points each time. I'll lose 20 merit points a day. There are still 25 days before I fight Lin Yao. I'll lose 500 merit points, and the Lu Hongi department still owes me 200 merit points, Suyu calculated. There was no problem, Lu Hong still owed him 200 merit points, he could really save 10 merit points every time he cultivated. This was not even considering the cost of delaying his cultivation progress. Suyu entered the fragment room and continued to seriously calculate while resisting the invasion of his willpower. I'm a very magnanimous person. Unless you really anger me, I won't bicker with you. 200 merit points isn't a small amount. Killing 2 soaring skies only gives me 200 merit points, Lu Hong, 200 merit points. Outside the corridor, Bai Feng passed by. Hearing this voice, he was very confused. Since when did Lu Hong owe you 200 merit points? Why didn't I know about it? You guys have private transactions. Does Lu Hong know about it? No. Could it be that Lu Hong wants to corrupt you with money? Although our department doesn't have money, we can't be corrupted by it, so you didn't know that Bai Feng was imagining things. Now, he realized that 2 hours might not even be enough for one cycle, but he had actually lasted 40 minutes. Now, the time he could last in the fragment room was getting longer and longer. Looks like I'll be able to enter the second level very soon. The fragment chamber was divided into different areas. The second floor was actually a nurturing area. Suyu was still a distance away from cultivating his mind. However, he felt that he might be able to give it a try and enter this area ahead of time. That was because he had discovered that although his willpower wasn't much, it was still very strong and hard to crush. After persevering for 40 minutes, Suyu went to the filtering room. This time, he once again extravagantly used a drop of Wansher's blood essence to cultivate. There were still 2 drops left. Fortunately, the goods from Xiahu were about to arrive. As for the 5 drops of primordial qi liquid, he couldn't keep them in reserve anymore. This thing could be used to replenish primordial qi during battles, which was pretty good. If he used his Wansher realm strength, his primordial qi would be depleted extremely quickly. It wouldn't do without the primordial qi liquid. After using a drop of Wansher's blood essence, Suyu felt that he wasn't far from opening his 8th chakra. After opening his 8th chakra, he could directly advance if he cultivated the ordinary version of the Aries art. Dad only cultivated the 1,000-ton art and had 36 chakras opened. Now, I'm almost at the 8th chakra. Does this mean that I might be able to catch up to Dad in terms of chakras very soon? I've cultivated to the 7th tier of 1,000-ton and have 84 chakras opened. Can I beat Dad? Suyu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild again. He missed his dad a little. He didn't know what the situation was like in the All Heavens battlefield. He didn't know if Dad had gone to the battlefield recently, and if he was injured, he couldn't wait to cultivate. He worked hard day and night, hiding a little thought in his heart. He wanted to soar as soon as possible and go to the All Heavens battlefield as soon as possible. That worrisome dad, did he know how much his son missed him? Wasn't it painful to cultivate? Wasn't it good to sleep? When Dad was around, he didn't work so hard. But now, he wasn't by his side and was in the most dangerous place. Suyu was really worried about him. Night fell. All Heavens battlefield. Su Long leaned against the city wall, smiling foolishly. Beside him, Centurion Luke couldn't help but scold, "You're smiling foolishly again. Su Long, is there something wrong with your brain recently?" Su Long couldn't be bothered with him. But after thinking for a while, he said proudly, "What do you know? I've been holding it in for a few days. I didn't want to say it at first, but I have to say it today. Listen up, my son, Southern Yuan's top scholar and martial scholar. Remember, listen up, top scholar and martial scholar. First in the civilization school examination, first in the war school examination, more than a dozen schools are fighting to accept my son, ha ha ha." Su Long had been holding it in, but now he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. His laughter was heard by the hundreds of soldiers around him. In the distance, the patrolling centurion couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. This guy. Enough, he kept talking about his son every day, Southern Yuan's top scholar. Who knew if it was true or not? Old Su, lower your voice. Although it's not a war, keep a low profile. The centurion shouted. Su Long hurriedly smiled and said, okay, I'll lower my voice. Centurion, my son is the top scholar and martial scholar, did you hear that? After a few days of rest, I'll treat you to a meal. Forget about old Lu, it's a waste if I don't treat him. Centurion Lu was a little speechless and said in disbelief, Su Long, don't brag. Your son can become the top scholar? It's true. Su Long was anxious and said angrily, he really is the top scholar. I knew you wouldn't believe it, so I didn't want to say it, but this is news from Long Wuwei, it can't be false. Not only is he the top scholar, but as soon as my son entered the civilization school, no, before he entered, a civilization master accepted him as a student. Really? Everyone was interested. Centurion Lu said in disbelief, a civilization master accepted a disciple? Of course it's true. Su Long said proudly, it's a civilization master called by Feng. I heard he's very powerful. Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Around him, waves of willpower instantly erupted and quickly retracted. The next moment, an old man appeared in front of Su Long and asked curiously, who did you just say? Su Long was shocked, a powerhouse. Enemy, don't shout. The old man said angrily, they know I'm here, they're not enemies. Su Long and the others looked around. Sure enough, the centurion not far away glanced at the old man waving his hand, bowed slightly, and retreated. Su Long heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he was scared to death. Sir, cut the crap, who did you just say accepted a disciple? Huh? Su Long was stunned for a moment and quickly said, by Feng, sir, do you know him? Yes. The old man gritted his teeth and said, I'd know him even if he turned to ashes. This trash dares to accept a disciple? He actually dares to accept a disciple. The old man seemed very angry. This bastard, what's going on? Your teacher, just left, and you actually accepted a disciple? Did you ask me, who gave you the right to accept disciples from our faculty? Don't you know that there's a need to be reviewed and assessed? You waited for me to leave to accept a disciple. What do you mean? Hearing the old man scolding by Feng, Su Long wanted to say something but hesitated. Although he wanted to scold back, he gave up after thinking about it. His son's teacher was considered his brother, right? Now that he was scolded, he really wanted to get back at him, but this person seemed to be a big shot. Forget it, he would admit defeat. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Anyway, he had never seen Bai Feng. You said your son is the top scholar of Southern Yuan? Yes. Do you know Lu Wenyan? Yes, he's my son's teacher, I see. The old man was not so angry. It seemed that there should not be a big problem. Maybe he was recommended by senior brother. Since when did senior brother like to recommend students to enter Shunwen faculty? He glanced at Su Long. He was not young anymore. He had just entered Wanshur not long ago. In his eyes, he was trash. This guy could give birth to a genius son. He could not believe it. Forget it, one should not judge a book by its cover. He might even mutate. I still have things to do here, so I can't stay for long. Your son has entered Bai Feng's tutelage. It's related to me. After saying that, the old man touched his chest. After a while, he casually threw out a bottle of blood essence and said, it's fate that we met. Let's meet again in the future. After saying that, the old man's figure flashed and disappeared in the next moment. A moment later, the old man appeared on a mountain peak and muttered, I didn't find what I wanted, and I even lost a bottle of blood essence. Bai Feng, you trash, I'll deal with you when I get back. After saying that, the old man's figure flashed again and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, a few figures appeared. A few middle-aged men dressed in civilization masters rushed over. One of them asked doubtfully, why is Xianxia here? I'm not sure. I heard that he's chasing some new race. We haven't seen it before. Where did Xianxia hear about it? Who knows? Someone laughed and said that Wanshur just now, his son has really entered Xianxia's faction? Probably. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have given him any benefits. Interesting, that fellow Bai Feng actually accepted a disciple. I wonder if there will be a good show in the academy. Don't think about it. We can't go back anytime soon. Ignore them. They can fight their own battles, and we'll do ours. Once we're in the All Heavens battlefield, who cares which faction they belong to? We're all in the same faction here. It's good to fight. If we don't, we'll all be trash. The civilization masters chatted for a while before disappearing one after another. Beside the city wall, Su Long was dumbfounded. What's going on? They're giving me something? Centurion Lu was also dumbfounded. Your son is really the Zhuangyuan? Of course. Su Long scratched his head and quickly said, this old man, cough cough, this lord, knows my son's teacher? They're together? If he's so powerful, then my son's teacher must be very powerful too. After saying that, Bear One's teeth grinned and said, look, look. I told you I wasn't bragging, but you didn't believe me. Now, someone has come to prove it. Lu, keep your daughter for yourself. My son doesn't care for her. Who knows how many girls in the Civilization Academy are chasing after my son. Centurion Lu was really moved this time. He forced himself to snort and said, "What's so great about it? It's not like your son is strong just because your teacher is strong. Wait until your son becomes a civilization master first." On the other side, the Chiliarch did not come over. He was listening to the conversation between the two. At this moment, he was a little surprised. He did not expect this. Su Long usually thought that he was bragging. He did not expect that his son would really enter the Civilization Academy and even become a disciple of a civilization master. He knew that civilization masters were very strict in accepting disciples. From the looks of it, he was really a genius. He was not familiar with the civilization master just now. However, the moment the other party arrived, the few civilization masters in the army were extremely vigilant. In the blink of an eye, they returned to normal. Clearly, they knew the other party. He might be a big shot. Su Long really knows a lot of big shots. The Chiliarch did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not know as many as Su Long. This guy is already so old. Why did he have to come here? I have to take care of him in the future. Although that was what he thought, he was still a little impressed. He was almost 50 years old. After so many years, he still could not let go of his old comrades. Sometimes, when he thought about it, he did not feel good. August 7th, Suyu was as early as usual. He waited downstairs in the boys' dormitory. This time, he did not knock on each door. People came downstairs one after another. When they saw Suyu, whether they were from the intermediate class or not, they all greeted him. Someone laughed and joked, "Class monitor Su, you're so responsible. Aren't you afraid that the class monitors of the other classes will say that you're causing trouble for them?" Suyu said in a somewhat naive manner, "Sorry, I didn't mean that. My family is poor. Teacher said that if I don't take responsibility, my monthly merit points will be deducted. I can't bear to do that. This bit of merit points is very important to me. If I offend anyone, I'm really sorry. It's just a joke." The person who spoke laughed and said, "Class monitor Su, to be honest, you're only from southern Yuan. If you're from Dixia province, you'll look down on us. It's quite good. Look at those geniuses who live in the high and special class areas. I can't see any of them. It's quite good to see class monitor Su every day." Suyu said with an embarrassed smile, "I want to live there too, but I can't afford it. When I earn enough merit points, I'll move there too so that you can't see me." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. They felt that Suyu was quite cute. Soon, everyone had arrived. Once again, the large group moved together. Young people more or less had a collective sense of honor. Seeing that the people from the other classes were scattered, they felt that they had a lot of face. Their voices were much louder. He had the confidence and the face. "Look, the intermediate class of the Faculty of Theology is so united." Of course, a certain guy who was not united had been excluded by them. Kongqing did not appear today. He left early in the morning. No one cared. Even his roommates did not care. They had only known each other for a few days. If he left, so be it. They heard that he was going to move to the nature nurturing park. No one objected to Suyu living in the nature nurturing park. Now that Kongqing was mentioned, someone said disdainfully, "He's just a lower middle student. He went to live with those geniuses. He's asking for trouble. Isn't he ashamed?" That's right. Suyu listened and pretended not to hear. "I'm very petty. Who asked Kongqing to offend me? It's better if I ostracize him. I didn't settle the score with you because you're too weak. I can't be bothered. I'll just instigate others to beat you up later." As Suyu thought about it, he suddenly laughed at himself. "I'm a little like a villain, forming cliques, isolating students, secretly instigating others, suppressing dissidents." Just as he was thinking, a familiar person walked over from the other side, so you didn't even need to look at his face to recognize him when he saw the way he walked. Wu Lan was as arrogant as ever. With his head held high, he walked up to Suyu and said in a clear voice, "Suyu, why did you accept Lin Yao's challenge? I haven't defeated you yet. If you were to be defeated by him, wouldn't that mean that I, Wu Lan, am inferior to Lin Yao?" Suyu was stunned. What kind of logic was this? The next moment, Suyu recovered his smile. However, he soon said bitterly, you know about this too? Of course. That fellow arrogantly said it in the special class area. Of course I know. I have no choice, Suyu said in distress, you should know about the incident 2 days ago. My teacher obtained a batch of blood essence, and all of them wanted to find me. I didn't give it to them, so they forced me to challenge them. Otherwise, they would keep finding trouble with me, a bunch of scum. Wu Lan suddenly scolded. She was a little annoyed, just like that Chin something. Previously, that trash came to find me. I didn't expect that trash Lin Yao would also participate. I'm going to settle the score with them. I didn't challenge you. What right do they have to challenge you? So you deeply applauded her logic, that's right. You didn't challenge me. What right do they have to challenge me, but then again, what enmity do we have? What grievances do we have, why do you keep staring at me? Forget it. So you hurriedly stopped her. Forget it. This is a personal grudge between me and him. Don't get involved. Besides, I'm not afraid of him. Although I, Suyu, am only average in strength, I'm not afraid of anyone. I don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. Suyu said righteously, since he wants to challenge me, then I'll accept it. It doesn't matter if I'm not his match. We're from a small place. We might not be good in other things, but we're not afraid of power. Even if I lose, I'll let him know that I, Suyu, am not a soft-footed shrimp. Well said, class monitor. The next moment, someone said angrily, Lin Yao, right? I know him. He's a high-class student from the Lin family. He used to be arrogant and despotic in a secondary school. Now that he's in a higher school, he's still so arrogant. I know him too. He's insufferably arrogant and looks down on others. Damn it. If he wasn't from the Lin family, he'd be nothing. He's not even fit to carry the class monitor's shoes. If the class monitor had his family's resources, she'd have been raised a long time ago. This guy is just using his money and power to bully others. That's right. Class monitor, ignore him. The students spoke one after another, scolding Lin Yao like a dog. Bastard, what's with the arrogance, he only knows how to bully others. The class monitor was such a good person. He came from a small place, had no arrogance, smiled innocently, and never offended anyone. In the end, because his teacher obtained some blood essence, these people kept finding trouble with him. This was not said by Suyu. It was said by Wu Lan. Otherwise, the class monitor would have to hide it. He was bullied, and he hid it from everyone. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. The next moment, a girl said angrily, class monitor, don't be afraid of him. He wants to challenge him, right? My sister is in the advanced class. She was previously challenged by someone on the top 100 list. Now she's looking for someone to spar with. I'll get my sister to teach him a lesson. My uncle is a senior instructor. He's in our faculty of theology. Lin Yao is bullying others. I'll get my uncle to deduct his points so that he can't pass the course assessment. What's there to be arrogant about Lin Yao? That's right. My grandma is an intermediate researcher. What's there to be arrogant about? My grandma isn't afraid of him. Suyu was secretly speechless. Damn, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Fortunately, I kept a low profile and did not provoke you. Otherwise, it would be too easy to offend people. Thinking about it, although the intermediate class was not well educated, it did not mean that their families did not have any foundation. They might be less talented and have fewer resources, but it did not mean that they did not have connections. Look, even the grandma of an intermediate researcher had appeared. At least it had to be Ling Yun, and not the beginner type. No wonder he was not afraid of the Lin family. Wu Lan was also dumbfounded. So many people wanted to help Suyu. What Shinwen did Suyu do to them? Suyu hurriedly said, thank you, everyone. Thank you for speaking up for me. It's fine if you stand up for me. I don't like to owe favors. We come from small places and are afraid of this. I'd rather be beaten up than cause trouble for everyone. We Southern Yuan people say that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring. I can't repay it. Please don't be like this. Class monitor, what's there to repay? I just can't stand him bullying others. Someone said indignantly, did our intermediate class students provoke them? What's so great about the advanced class? There are plenty of students who did not graduate from the advanced class. What's so great about them? That's right. At this moment, hundreds of people were denouncing Lin Yao, that guy bullied the weak and feared the strong. He was not human. He bullied the honest class monitor. Motherf asterisk cur, he should be beaten to death. Some students even suggested putting a gunny sack over his head at night. It was noisy. So you had to appease them for a while before everyone quietened down. Wu Lan had already left, she could not stand the scene. These people must be crazy. They kept saying good things about Suyu, implicating her as the bad guy. All of them stared at her with unfriendly gazes. Of course, most of them were girls. The gazes of the boys. Disgusting. As the students made a ruckus, more people came to know about it. Very soon, the news spread. In a small classroom in the advanced class, the students did their own things and rarely chatted. At this moment, someone suddenly rushed in and shouted, Lin Yao, that disgraceful guy, went to challenge Suyu of the intermediate class. He must have gone crazy thinking about the blood essence. Does he deserve to be a top-class genius? A well-mannered student bullying a student who doesn't have any mannerisms. I'm ashamed to be associated with him. Now the whole school knows that our faculty of theology has a trashy upper-class student. He bullies the weak and challenges the weak just to snatch the blood essence that teaching assistant by phone won last time. F***ck, even we are implicated. They say that this year's advanced class students only know how to bully the weak and bully people who come from a small place. In the class, some students already knew about it. At this moment, someone snorted and said with some anger, Lin Yao is Lin Yao. What does it have to do with us? If he's trash, that's his business. This kind of person. Next time you see him, you better stay away from me. Otherwise, see how I deal with him. Lin Yao, this guy's table manners are a bit ugly. How shameful. At least wait for him to recover before challenging him. He hasn't even recovered yet and he went to challenge Suyu. I'm also jealous that Suyu got the Mountain Bull blood essence. I didn't say I wanted to snatch it. How disgusting. This kind of trash, don't tell me he's from our class. I don't even know him. That's right. A few students spoke up. The others remained silent. However, they did not have a good impression of Lin Yao. At least wait for Suyu to recover before challenging him. How disgusting. Geniuses were all proud. Who wouldn't be proud? With Lin Yao's words, it seemed that these geniuses only knew how to bully the weak. In fact, they did not have such thoughts. Who would have the mood to bully trash? They could not afford to lose face. As for Suyu taking the initiative to challenge Lin Yao. Don't be ridiculous. No one would believe it. It was all because Lin Yao was jealous of the Mountain Bull blood essence. The news spread like wildfire. Yesterday, Lin Yao said that he wanted to cultivate and didn't attend the class. Although the news spread everywhere, Lin Yao didn't know about it. If he didn't know, he naturally wouldn't come out to clarify. As time went by, the students took it as a silent agreement. At the same time, they also ignored the anger of the intermediate class students. As a result, it made people even more furious, savage. At this moment, the words savage and arrogant became synonyms for Lin Yao. As for Suyu, he was very low-key at this moment. He didn't say anything. Even if some students were angry for him, he would quickly appease them, making it seem as if the one being bullied wasn't him, but those students. Persona is very important. Suyu thought about this while he was in class. Now, in the eyes of the students, he was honest and reliable. Lin Yao was someone that everyone wanted to beat up. Although these titles were sometimes useless and didn't bring any benefits, it could reduce the number of enemies and unnecessary troubles. Wasn't that good? Everyone loved each other. If you respect me, I'll respect you 10 times. How harmonious. Next, as long as I defeat Lin Yao, those who are unsatisfied and want my blood essence will give up. Even if they don't give up, they won't be able to do anything. Of course, the premise and foundation for all of this was that he was superior, and that he had the title of class monitor. Very good, thank you, Lu Hong. At this moment, Suyu experienced the benefits of the class monitor title. You are the spokesperson of the intermediate class. Everyone will lean towards you. As long as you aren't too arrogant and annoying, even if some people in the class don't agree with Suyu, they won't stand out to go against him. Today, Suyu listened to the class attentively. He arrived early and left late. He cleaned the classroom and communicated with the instructors about tomorrow's class. In the eyes of the students and the instructors, Suyu was an honest and reliable class monitor. Honest and reliable, but he had his own persistence. He wasn't willing to let his classmates help him and insisted on fighting against evil forces like Lin Yao until the end. Suyu said that he, Kaiyuan ninth layer, was not afraid of Lin Yao. Even with Lin Yao's temperament, he still dared to wave his fist at such an evil force. They had a bottom line: perseverance, tenacity, fearlessness, and the courage to resist. At this moment, Suyu's image in the eyes of the students was very lofty. If he blindly admitted defeat and retreated, even if he behaved himself, this was still a civilized academy, an academy for cultivation. The students might not do anything now, but they would more or less look down on him in the future. But Suyu dared to resist. This kind of fighting spirit was even more admirable. Therefore, no one stopped Suyu from accepting the challenge. They all cheered for Suyu and cheered him on. Defeat Lin Yao and let these evil forces know that intermediate class students were not to be trifled with. Collective glory. There had never been a time when the students of the intermediate class were so united. The class leader had to win. As for the top 3 of the monthly test, no one doubted it. Even if he couldn't become the class leader, he had to get into the top 3. After the afternoon classes ended and lunch, Suyu prepared to return to the research center. When he was near Xianxia, Suyu saw someone. Xiaoqian. He had seen her once before, but this was the second time he met her in the academy. Xiaoqian seemed to be on her way to Xianxia. Her teacher was Zhou Mingren, and he lived in Xianxia. As if sensing something, Xiaoqian turned around to take a look. When she saw Suyu, Xiaoqian seemed to be recalling something. After a moment, she probably recognized Suyu and stopped in her tracks. When Suyu got closer again, Xiaoqian suddenly said, "Defeat Lin Yao." Suyu was slightly surprised. Xiaoqian said calmly, "Defeat him. Let me see how strong the geniuses from Southern Yuan are." Before I came to the academy, someone told me that the top geniuses from Southern Yuan are stronger than the so-called monsters. Although I don't believe it, I still want to see how strong the geniuses from Southern Yuan are. Get out of the intermediate class early. It's too boring. There's no competition. Next month, come to the advanced class. This is the center of the academy. It's meaningless for you to fight each other. In a few days, we will go to the Yuan Academy and challenge the Yuan elites. If you come, you can participate. Suyu was a little surprised. He said, "Go to the Yuan Academy?" Xiaoqian's face was cold. She said arrogantly, "Why not? Anyone who hasn't sword can fight. Cultivating one's nature is wansure. The saying that cultivating one's nature has no combat power is a joke. Civilizationists fight wansure with their nature. Only when they win can they be a real civilizationist." Suyu looked at her for a while and didn't say a word. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Wu Lan. Wu Lan and Xiaoqian looked a little similar. They were both very proud. In fact, Suyu quickly judged the difference between the two. Wu Lan's pride was superficial. It was caused by her family education. She was still very naive and a little silly. She didn't know what pride was at all. Xiaoqian's pride was from the bottom of her heart. That was not pride, but cold arrogance. Who else but me? An idea suddenly came to Suyu's mind. He might punch Wu Lan to tears, but if he punched Xiaoqian, even if she vomited blood, she wouldn't cry. Instead, she would grit her teeth and continue to fight to the death, at the thought of punching them to tears and vomiting blood. Suyu suddenly shook his head. Really, why did he think that way? Although women were a roadblock, he really wasn't a good person to think of beating women to tears. Seeing him shake his head, Xiaoqian thought that he was denying her words. She sneered, "If you don't believe me, then come and try. If you can't even beat Lin Yao, you don't have the qualifications to join us." Us? Yes, us. The us she mentioned did not include Lin Yao. Obviously, they might be a group of monsters. This year, there were 8 monsters enrolled. So far, Suyu had only seen Xiachan. He had not seen the others, so he didn't know how elegant they were. They scored more than 1,000 points, even Suyu had to say that they were amazing. That day, he was at the 9th level of Kaiyuan and had 2 Shenwen stones. In the end, he didn't even score 900 points. Even if he were to retake the test now, he might not be able to score 1,000 points. It was true that there was a problem with the civilizationist. It was also true that Suyu had superior talent. However, it would be a lie to say that he was a monster according to the choice that Director Sun gave him that day. Suyu suddenly felt a little curious. Although he felt that it was inappropriate, he still took the liberty to ask, can I ask you how strong these monstrous geniuses are? A faint smile flashed across Xia Chan's face. Lin Yao, this trash, defeated him in 1 move. Suyu sucked in a breath of air, defeated in 1 move. He believed that Xia Chan wouldn't brag. There was no need for that. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it, unless he had cheats. If he relied solely on the strength of the 9th level of Kaiyuan and the illusion of Shenwen, Lin Yao might not have much of an effect. The other party was also at the 9th level of Kaiyuan. Their acupores would be no less enlightened than his. He really couldn't do this. There was a gap between them. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was suddenly looking forward to going to the advanced class. Thank you, I will defeat him. Suyu nodded, very serious. Defeating Lin Yao was a must. Moreover, there were 300 merit points waiting for him to harvest. Xiachan didn't say anything more and turned to leave. She stopped to talk to Suyu because someone once said that the upper class of Southern Yuan would only be stronger than them, not weaker. She was very proud and also very conceited. She didn't think that she would be worse than Suyu, therefore, she hoped that she could wait until Suyu stood on the same platform and compete with them, instead of playing small games below. Back at the research center, Suyu sat on the sofa and pondered for a while. He reflected on himself 3 times a day, thinking back on everything he did today, whether there were any mistakes, whether it would cause trouble, whether it would be beneficial to his cultivation. Smart people can generally see some things from everything I've guided, it doesn't matter. Since they're smart people, even if they see through it, they won't expose it. If they see through it but don't expose it, it won't do them any good. I'm not guarding against smart people, but those idiots. Those who followed the crowd were the scary ones, those who didn't have their own opinions and followed what others said were the troublesome ones. In fact, Suyu did not deliberately guide the public opinion. He just wanted to avoid some trouble. For example, idiots like Wu Lan. Based on what she said, if I took the initiative to challenge someone, and the person I challenged wasn't her, she might have to challenge me today. Suyu shook his head with a smile. Whether he challenged someone or was challenged, it was all for his own benefit, and for his cultivation. Whether it was the top 100 rankings or the battle with Lin Yao, it was all for his own future. It was not simply a matter of showing off. Smart people fought for a purpose. Only idiots would fight for a moment of pleasure. Just like how Xia Chan and the others went to find trouble with the Myriad Races Academy, it was not for the sake of winning. Everything was for the sake of tempering themselves and becoming stronger. After reflecting on himself, Suyu continued today's cultivation. Tonight, he planned to open the 8th acupoint. Out of the 5 drops of blood essence, 3 were used, and there were 2 left. However, after school, Xia Huyu delivered the blood essence he ordered. Suyu was now a big customer. 32 drops of Wansher's blood essence, more than an hour later. Suyu clenched his fists, a little happy. The opening of the 8th acupoint was smooth. It was completed. It had been a week since he came to the college, and he had opened 2 acupoints. Sure enough, coming to Dixia province was the right choice. In southern Yuan, with the vitality environment in southern Yuan and the difficulty of obtaining merit, he could not expect to open 2 acupoints so quickly. There are still 4 more acupoints to open Qianjun. The other one is Lei Yuandao. Lei Yuandao's second move opened 12 acupoints, corresponding to the early stage of Qianjun. I can cultivate the first 3 stages. The third move, Thunderstorm, opened 16 acupoints, corresponding to the middle stage of Qianjun. I can cultivate the first 6 stages. Suyu had already learned the second move, and the third move opened 16 acupoints, so he needed to open another 4 acupoints. And these 4 acupoints overlapped with the last 4 acupoints of the advanced version of the God of War formula. In other words, if he wanted to master the third move, he had to open 3 additional acupoints. I have never asked about the corresponding martial arts technique of the God of War formula, and no one has mentioned it. Is it because there is no corresponding martial arts technique, or what? Suyu was a little puzzled. Baifeng did not mention it, nor did the others. He forgot to ask last time. If there was a corresponding martial arts technique, then there would be no need to open additional acupoints, which would save a lot of time. The first stage of the God of War formula opened 12 acupoints. If there was a corresponding martial arts technique, then the opened acupoints would be within these 12 acupoints, and he could use the martial arts technique directly, saving a lot of time. After thinking about it, Suyu decided to ask Baifeng. He should be in the research center. Suyu saw the instant noodle bowl he left in the living area. After waiting for almost an hour in the living area, Suyu finally saw Baifeng with disheveled hair and a dirty face. Although Baifeng looked tired, he was in high spirits, his eyes were bright. When he saw Suyu, he couldn't stop smiling. He laughed and said, "My good disciple, are you done with your cultivation?" Suyu couldn't stand his enthusiasm and said, "Teacher, you have results in your research?" "Ha ha ha." Baifeng laughed and said, "A little, but now I'm lacking something. I'm lacking blood essence and Shenwen." Baifeng said happily, "Little Ayu, I realized that the transplantation of Shenwen's characteristics is very suitable for my research." Baifeng's eyes became more and more passionate. "Really, I didn't understand it before, but now I do. Talent skill, it's a kind of Shenwen's characteristic. And I think it's not good to extract blood essence. It's best to catch a few One Civilization masters and try to extract their Shenwen. I think there might be a special Shenwen in the One, used to carry talent skills. Maybe there's no need for Civilization masters. There might be fighters, but they haven't discovered it, and neither have we." After saying that, Baifeng suddenly murmured, "Yes, maybe, everyone has a special Shenwen. The Shenwen that carries talent skills. It's just that you haven't discovered it, I haven't discovered it, and no one has discovered it. No, although the people of One haven't discovered it, they will use it subconsciously. They might have activated this Shenwen from the very beginning. And we humans should have it." Baifeng seemed to have gone crazy as he said in his sleep, "Humans definitely have it. We've considered it before. Teacher said it's contained in blood essence, but why isn't it in the Sea of Will? Who says that talent skills must be contained in blood essence? Maybe it's in the Sea of Will? That place is the most mysterious. Even we civilization masters haven't explored it. Blood essence is just a manifestation. One has used talent skills for a long time, so it's imprinted in his blood essence. We might have a chance to extract it. But we've also extracted human blood essence, but we haven't extracted talent skills. What does this mean?" At this moment, Baifeng was enlightened. He rubbed Suyu's head unconsciously. He had no idea what he was doing. Suyu struggled for a while and gave up. He was trembling, he was crazy again, he was afraid that one day, Baifeng would really go crazy and accidentally kill him. Civilization masters are so scary, 1 second, they might be normal, but the next, they might go crazy. Baifeng murmured to himself. He suddenly became clear-headed and looked at Suyu, saying in a deep voice, "Suyu, you are my lucky star. No, you are the lucky star of our Shenwen faction. Your words have made me think of many things. Our years of research might really bear fruit. The talent skills of the human race are so difficult to activate. I think the talent skills of the human race are the strongest. The Sea of Will must be in the Sea of Will. The Sea of Will of the human race must be hiding a Shenwen that carries the talent skill, but we have never discovered it. If we can activate this Shenwen, the strength of the human race will skyrocket." Baifeng murmured, "It will. Think about it, a martial art that doesn't require you to cultivate or enlighten your apertures. As your realm increases, this martial art will automatically become stronger and adapt to you. Tell me, isn't this the strongest? Cultivating a martial skill requires a lot of time. However, What if I can cultivate a powerful martial skill without spending any time? Not only is it powerful, it suits you. You have 108 apertures enlightened, so this martial art might be able to use the power of 108 apertures. That's a talent skill. Of course, that's the best. For example, the Iron Wing talent skill you used isn't very powerful. The tearing skill only uses a portion of the apertures, not all of them. This kind of talent skill isn't considered strong in the one. Bai Feng took a deep breath. Now, the strongest talent skill in the one should be the primordial Protoss divine change. According to the records, the primordial Protoss usually have 108 to 144 apertures enlightened in the Thousand June realm, but the number of apertures that can be used in the divine change is between 116 and 152. Think about it. 9 LV 15 June realm, 144 apertures enlightened, and 152 apertures enlightened for martial arts. How powerful is that? Even if the Wancher 6 LV 15 June realm, if the martial art and cultivation method he practices aren't strong, he will be killed in one blow. So you couldn't help but ask, teacher, you mean that their talent skill can also use the apertures of the Kaiyuan 9 apertures, so it's only one less than the limit? Yes. Bai Feng nodded. The divine change is the strongest talent skill. Under normal circumstances, only the Baihui acupoints can't be used, but it can connect all the apertures in the body. It's extremely powerful. More importantly, it doesn't need to be practiced. It's innate. Bai Feng sighed. Think about it. If you need to practice it, first, you can't create such a perfect martial art skill that fits all your apertures. Second, if you need extra apertures, you have to open them. Some apertures are very difficult to open, and you may not even find them. Third, it takes time, a very long time for you to learn it. Bai Feng looked at Suyu and said, now you understand why we've been studying talent skills, right? Suyu nodded. If we succeed, the human race can really open talent skills. Not only will it save time, but it will also save a lot of resources. It will increase the upper limit of all cultivators, and turn some people from weak to strong. It's good that you understand. Bai Feng said softly. Many people may have high realms, but their martial arts skills are average. On the battlefield, they might be killed in 2 or 3 moves if they meet someone of the same level who has a powerful martial arts skill. At this time, if there's a talent skill that you can learn without practicing, how much do you think your combat power will increase? So you said hurriedly, haven't the human race studied it all these years? Yes. Bai Feng said with a smile, if we didn't study it, why would there be a Wentan research center? In fact, there are people studying it in all the academies, including the War Academy. Who doesn't want the human race to have a talent skill? It's a pity, after so many years, we haven't succeeded. Bai Feng took a deep breath. I just thought of this. The Sea of Will. Maybe the Seeker State or the War God Temple thought of it, but there must be many difficulties. The Sea of Will is the most mysterious. How to develop the Sea of Will, how to find this Shenwen that contains the talent skill. This might take us a lifetime to study. Suyu was a little tempted. If they could really study it, it would be too amazing, but thinking about it was just thinking about it. This matter was too far away. After waiting for Bai Feng to calm down, Suyu said, Teacher, I want to ask, does the Aries art have a matching martial art skill? Matching martial art skill? Bai Feng came to a realization and said, of course, but the Aries art's matching martial art skill requires a lot of merit points to exchange. Martial art skills are used to kill people. What really increases one's strength? I think it's more expensive than the Aries art. 200 merit points or something like that? So you hurriedly said, is it the whole book or only the Thousand June level? Of course. Bai Feng rolled his eyes and said, of course it's the Thousand June level. If you were in the War Academy, it would be cheaper, at most 100 merit points. But in the Civilization Academy, this thing was researched by the War God Temple. They are not on good terms with us, so we have to double the price to cultivate it. Then can I find someone from the War Academy to exchange it? Of course not. Bai Feng explained, unless the other party's merit level is very high, then they have the right to teach you. Otherwise, it's impossible. But in the War Academy, you have to be at least an intermediate researcher to have that kind of authority. Some intermediate researchers don't even have the authority. Only advanced researchers can do it. Do you know them? No. Suyu was depressed. How could he know them? Think of a way to save money to exchange it. I don't have any money. Don't count on me for this, Baifeng directly dispelled Suyu's thoughts. Actually, it's not that long. You get 3 points for getting a good grade every month, and the class monitor gets 3 points. That's 6 merit points. There are also rewards for the top 10. I think the first place gets 10 points. The 10th place gets 1 point. If you get first place every month, you'll get 16 points. Baifeng laughed and said, if this goes on, you can exchange it within a year. That's not a big deal. For many people, entering 1000 June within a year is considered not bad. Of course, you will definitely be much faster. As he said that, Baifeng added, but you'll earn a lot too. Don't be afraid. Besides, don't you know a martial art? It's not a bad idea for Lei Yuandao to use it first. Suyu nodded. He could only not expect his teacher to give it to him for free. Teacher, what about the broken mountain bull essence blood you mentioned before? We'll talk about it after you reach 1000 June. Suyu coughed dryly and said, Teacher, I didn't see you yesterday, so I forgot to tell you. I made a bet with someone, and I used the mountain-breaking ox's blood essence as a wager. Of course, I will definitely win. Hu Wenxing student. No, Teacher Lu Hong student. Freshman, Lin Yao. Monster? No. Oh, Baifeng lost interest and said casually, go play by yourself. He's not a monster or a senior. If you can't handle a freshman, then you're too useless. If the broken mountain bull essence blood is gone, then it's gone. You don't even have the qualifications to use this to build your foundation. What a waste. He really didn't care. This thing was indeed prepared for Suyu. If Suyu couldn't even beat a freshman who wasn't a monster, then he would lose. If he lost, then he would regret it in the future. After thinking for a moment, Baifeng said again, oh right, Lu Hong's faction is rich. Remember to cheat more when you make a bet. Baifeng said matter-of-factly, I know that he accepts students. He only accepts students who are rich. This guy is extremely stingy. He can't wait to not spend a single cent on his students. He can't wait for his students to give him some money every year. Then, there are still people who want to take him as their master. Suyu was a little surprised. Then what was Lin Yao after? Baifeng said indifferently, why not? Do you think that if I want to accept students, no one will come if I don't pay? Do you think that everyone is like you, asking me for money the moment we meet? The students naturally have their own motives. They want Lu Hong's connections, his reputation, his backing, and even, his body. Baifeng said with a chuckle, this guy's looks are not bad. He's not married either. If anyone hooks up with him, there might be another Ling Yun in a few years. What do you think they want from him? Suyu couldn't help laughing. Then he looked at Baifeng. Are there people who want your body? Baifeng didn't care. He said with a chuckle, don't look at me like that. There are many people in the academy who want me. I can't be bothered. If you become famous in the future, you will be the same. There will be many people around you. Women are all obstacles to cultivation. Suyu seriously said, Teacher Lu said that women will hinder us from becoming stronger, and that they are the obstacles on our path of cultivation. I won't be like that. Baifeng was suddenly speechless. Martial uncle, how did you teach him? You hooked up with others outside, and you actually taught Suyu not to look for women. You are really inhumane, too lazy to argue with Suyu, Baifeng said with a smile, let's not talk about this. Remember what I said. Lu Hong is rich. His students are also rich. Scamming them is one thing. These guys have ill intentions towards us. They are our opponents. There is no need to feel guilty for scamming them. Got it. That's good. After saying this, Baifeng prepared to enter the laboratory again. After thinking for a while, he turned back and said, hurry up and recuperate. After you recuperate, I will allow you to enter the main laboratory. You can also go to the detention area. Only there, can you truly become strong. Suyu was looking forward to it. Becoming strong was his goal. As a new student, Suyu was very busy. Especially after he became the class monitor, he was so busy that he didn't even have time to rest. Even so, on the 8th of August, Suyu still took some time out and went to the weapon forging school. In fact, they were all in the same campus, just a little far from each other. "You're finally willing to come?" When Suyu found Zhao Li, the old man was fiddling with something in his laboratory. He had said before that he could come to find him on the 8th and 18th/28th of every month. Suyu also remembered the time and rushed over. Suyu was a little embarrassed and whispered, "Teacher Zhao, no need to explain." Zhao Li waved his hand indifferently. "It's normal to be a little busy when you've just entered the school. That's why I said that for auxiliary subjects, just treat it as a skill. Don't think about in-depth research, it's too much of a waste of time." After saying that, he smiled and said, "You came today at the right time. You don't have any foundation now, and I'm too lazy to teach you the basics. If you have time, you can go to class. If I don't teach you the basics, it's useless to learn anything now. I'll let you see the big scene and join in the fun." After saying that, he waved at Suyu and walked into the laboratory. Suyu hurriedly followed. After walking for a while, they entered the basement. In front of them was a very empty hall. At this moment, Suyu was not alone. There were many people there. There were old and young people. Seeing Suyu behind Zhao Li, some people knew him, while others didn't. After asking around, they found out that he was a student from the Faculty of Theology. These people didn't say anything. They knew that the school had opened the mode of auxiliary subjects. However, these people didn't expect to get any fame from the auxiliary subjects. "Old Zhao. Teacher Zhao." Everyone greeted him. Zhao Li nodded slightly and didn't say much. Walking to the center of the hall, Zhao Li said, "Today, I want to forge a lower mystic level Wenbing. Mystic rank Wenbing is suitable for Soar and Ling Yunjing, yellow rank is suitable for Qianjun and Wanshi. Of course, civilization masters usually only use yellow rank Wenbing when they are cultivating. Earth rank is different. That's for mountain and sea realm experts. As for heaven rank Wenbing, there might be seeker realms, but I've never heard of any other places." These basics were obviously meant for Suyu to hear. Suyu listened attentively and stood in the corner without saying a word. He didn't know anyone here. Even if there was someone he didn't know, he wouldn't ask about it at this time. He did not expect that today was the day Zhao Li built Wenbing. No wonder so many people came. Some people might be confused. Weapons are divided into civil and military weapons? Then what's the difference between Wenbing and Wubing? Everyone in the hall was speechless. They all looked curiously at Suyu. This was obviously a lesson for Suyu. How could they not understand these basics? Some of these people were researchers in the weaponsmithing faculty, some were instructors, and a few were geniuses in the weaponsmithing faculty. How could they not understand this? Suyu didn't understand, so everyone knew what Zhao Li meant when he said this. It was meant for this student in his supporting discipline to hear. Zhao Li ignored them and continued, "The biggest difference between Wenbing and Wubing is the structure. Wubing is strong enough and can be infused with primal qi. The more primal qi is infused, the stronger it is, and the higher its grade." Zhao Li said slowly, "When fighters fight, they usually fight at close range, slash, break through, and pierce through. At this time, the stronger the weapon, the better, and the sharper the weapon, the better. It's best if it can infuse 100% primal qi into it so that its explosive power is stronger. Wenbing doesn't care about these things." Zhao Li said calmly, "Wenbing is not infused with primal qi, it's Shunwen. It's willpower. We don't care if it's sturdy or not. The characteristic of sturdiness lies in your Shunwen and your willpower. There are a few key points in building Wenbing. It's beneficial for the integration of Shunwen, it's beneficial for bringing out the characteristics, and what kind of material matches with Shunwen, or you can say that Wenbing is only suitable for yourself. Wubing is for the masses." Zhao Li exhaled softly and continued, "This is the difference between Wenbing and Wubing weapons. Our Wenbing is custom-made, so it's not cheap. The materials are special, and it's mainly based on your Shunwen and willpower. There's no such thing as a standard weapon. As for Wenbing, there are many types. The Wenbing that we often talk about is actually divided into two types. One is the weapon embryo, and the other is the finished product. There's no need to talk about the finished product. The civilizationist will provide the materials or merit points, and the blacksmith will build the Wenbing according to his requirements. It's a one-off deal. Wenbing embryo, on the other hand, is different. We blacksmiths will give you a basic Wenbing embryo, and we won't add any special materials. You'll need to integrate it yourself, nurture it, and store it in the Sea of Will. You'll need to rely on Shenwen to nurture it, your blood to nurture it, and add your own precious materials. It's not a one-off deal, because it can be upgraded later. You can find enough materials to continue upgrading the embryo, because it's not a finished product. Zhao Li explained for more than 10 minutes. Among the crowd, some were obviously getting impatient. It was a cliché, today, they weren't here to listen to the basics. They were here to watch Zhao Li build the mystic Wenbing. Zhao Li obviously felt it too. He said calmly, reviewing the old to learn the new. The biggest taboo for blacksmiths is to be impetuous. If you can't even overcome this, you're doomed to have no future as a blacksmith. Among the crowd, an old man coughed lightly and said with a smile, "Lao Zhao, don't be angry. However, we're all gathered here, and some of us have things to do later. Why don't you build the Wenbing first?" Zhao Li snorted, "Get lost if you have something to do. What can you do even if I say it?" The old man was speechless. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhao Li had a weird temper. This was recorded in the handbook of Great Xia Academy's freshmen. Previously, Suyu didn't understand it, but now he did. He was a little embarrassed. Zhao Li was delayed because of him. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Zhao Li ignored them and continued, "Shenwen is needed to build the Wenbing. In fact, blacksmiths are also considered Shenwen. In other words, in this era, Shenwen is the foundation, and blacksmiths have mastered almost all of them. It's just more or less. Bring it here." Zhao Li shouted. A few young people quickly carried out a large pile of materials. So you didn't recognize most of them. They were colorful and some were black. They seemed to be some kind of metal. Different materials need different Shenwen to melt, but what if they reject each other if they master so many Shenwen? So, blacksmiths usually have a specific Shenwen. With that, a flame appeared in Zhao Li's hand. "My Shenwen is the Shenwen of the flame demon race, Shenwen with the word fire. Among blacksmiths, it's considered the best Shenwen. It can melt more than 90% of materials. The other materials can't be melted with fire. So, you can either cultivate other Shenwen, or you can work with more people." With that, all kinds of materials quickly melted in his hand. Those materials melted into liquid and floated in front of him. Blacksmiths need to know the ratio of materials. This time, the person who asked me to build the Wenbing is a Soar Realm teaching assistant. He's famous for mastering the pure Shenwen. I won't go into the specific characteristics, but he's good at assassination. Then this Wenbing must be hidden well. Aura concealing is the most difficult part of this Wenbing. Luckily, he provided a magic concealing stone, which can make the Wenbing restrain most of its aura. As Zhao Li spoke, he mixed the various liquids. Soon, the various liquids fused together. To fuse these materials, you also need a specific Shenwen. The best is the melt Shenwen of the Earth Fire race. Some Shenwen characteristics are fixed, but you might not be able to learn it. I don't know this, but I know the combined Shenwen of the Flame Demon race. As soon as the word combine was uttered, Suyu saw a shocking scene in the next moment. The previously distinct colors of the various liquids suddenly blended together and gradually became transparent. As Zhao Li fused, he said quickly, "When fusing, you must be careful. If you're not careful, the fusion will be messed up, and you won't be able to liquefy it. Then, you won't be able to keep it in the Sea of Will. This Wenbing will be half useless, and you won't be able to keep it in the Sea of Will. You won't be able to nurture it, and you won't be able to achieve the best compatibility with the Shenwen." As Zhao Li spoke, the researchers beside him were worried for him. Don't cripple it. Although it was only a low-grade mystic, it wasn't easy to make a mystic Wenbing. If it was crippled, he would have to compensate others for their losses. A low-grade mystic Wenbing could be worth thousands, and that was merit points. In the soaring sky realm, the accumulation of thousands of merit points was often all of one's assets. Forging a one weapon would cause one to go bankrupt. The various liquids slowly fused, transparent. At this moment, Xiaoli suddenly said, if a blacksmith wants to leave a secret door in a weapon, the fusion stage is the most suitable. You must check the weapon carefully after you get it. Cough. Cough. Coughs could be heard all around. Xiaoli couldn't be bothered with them. He continued, actually, it's best to watch from the side when making a weapon. After the fusion, it's best to check it. For example, if I leave something in it, or if the Shenwen has a secret door, it's very easy for me to counter or even destroy the weapon when the other party attacks me. It's best not to buy the Wenbing on the market. Actually, it's best to use the embryo and cultivate it yourself. Lao Zhao. Someone couldn't take it anymore and coughed lightly. We blacksmiths have our own rules. We blacksmiths will not do such things. There's no harm in being careful. Who knows which guy will do it? Xiaoli continued with a solemn expression, after the fusion stage, it's the most difficult stage, consolidating the weapon. At this stage, you must be careful. Whether you can forge a weapon that is suitable for you depends on the consolidating of the weapon. At this stage, it also depends on the blacksmith's ability and attitude. Some blacksmiths might only give you a rough shape during the consolidating stage. In reality, it's very easy for the weapon to fall apart. It's hard to tell under normal circumstances, but once a battle breaks out, the weapon might explode or shatter after a few hundred moves. As soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly froze. The next moment, Suyu saw with his naked eyes that countless hammers appeared in the air, rumbling as they smashed towards the transparent liquid. Rumble. This is a blacksmith, a mystic class low-grade Wenbing. It has to be forged at least 37 times, and at most, 40 times. Some people aren't strong enough and stop after a dozen times. That's a pseudo-mystic class weapon, and it's very easy for something to go wrong. These people are the shame of blacksmiths. Rumble, rumble after rumble, so you could already see the liquid taking shape. It was a dagger. At this moment, as Xiaoli continued forging, a golden pattern gradually appeared on the dagger. This is the imprint of the first forging. There are at least 37 imprints on a mystic class low-grade weapon, but it can be forged. Outsiders like you won't be able to tell. Xiaoli continued to expose the shady side of the blacksmithing world. The blacksmith's faces darkened. Don't scold me, I didn't do it. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, beads of sweat appeared on Zhao Li's forehead, and he fell silent. Clearly, blacksmithing wasn't as easy as it looked. So you could tell that Zhao Li was using his willpower and Shenwen to forge a weapon. It should be a characteristic of a Shenwen, so Zhao Li had at least 3 Shenwen weapons. A single forging session lasted for close to 10 minutes. At least 37 times. Clearly, this wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. It lasted for more than 6 hours, Suyu was slightly shocked. He had a feeling that this was actually one of the blacksmith's cultivation methods. Weapon forging, it was a battle of willpower and consumption. It lasted for more than 6 hours to forge the lowest grade mystic class Wenbing, he thought of himself. In the fragment room, he could last for about 40 minutes. However, if he were to forge a weapon and use Shenwen, he might only last for 20 minutes. Because using Shenwen would consume even more willpower, the others also maintained their silence, but there was more or less envy and admiration on their faces. Blacksmiths weren't weaklings, there weren't many people in the academy who could forge a weapon 37 times in a row. Beads of sweat appeared on Zhao Li's forehead. At this moment, he spoke again, blacksmiths aren't weaklings. Because blacksmiths forge weapons all year round, their willpower is much stronger than others of the same rank. In a battle of the same rank, blacksmiths aren't afraid of anyone, and we are usually the ones who win. Therefore, some people don't have strong willpower, but they are strong enough. I like students like this. Once again, he said these words. He was talking about Suyu. The reason why he wanted to take Suyu as his disciple the first time he saw him was because Suyu's willpower wasn't strong, but it was very strong. He had used Shenwen many times, and his willpower was very weak at that time. Therefore, after that time, Zhao Li had always wanted to take Suyu as his disciple. He was very regretful that Suyu had chosen the Shenwen faculty. Geniuses should temper their willpower to be stronger than others of the same rank. You can defeat others of the same rank. Others can fight for 5 minutes, but you can last for 10 minutes. The one who dies will be you. Geniuses shouldn't be afraid of being surrounded. They thought that you would die after 5 minutes, but you insisted on lasting for 10 minutes and killed all of them. You can even fight someone of a higher rank. You can drag them to death. Zhao Li's body was trembling, but he still smiled and said, I am Lingyan 7. But if I meet a civilization master of the same rank as me, as long as he is of the same rank, his willpower won't be stronger than mine. His outburst is so weak in my eyes. If his willpower isn't as strong as mine, even if he has an outburst of willpower, it will be very difficult to hurt me. I can even wait for him to exhaust his willpower and kill him instantly. I can last for 10 hours. Can he? Those fellows from the Shenwen faculty might be dispirited after lasting for an hour. In fact, after a few minutes, their willpower will be much weaker than before. I will be stronger than him, and killing him will be a piece of cake. You have the Shenwen faculty, which is somewhat similar to us. There are many Shenwen faculty, so the burden is greater, so you can last longer than others. However, compared to us blacksmiths, you are still inferior. Of course, there are many Shenwen faculty, so there are many characteristics. Shenwen faculty is very complicated, and if we really fight, it's hard to say who will win. Bai Feng can instantly kill Hu Wensheng, who is in the 9th tier of Soar. As for me, even if Qing Yuming comes, as long as he can't instantly kill me, I can drag him to death. At this moment, Zhao Li was extremely proud. The pride that came from a blacksmith. Qing Yuming, Zhou Mingren's student, was a Mountain Sea realm expert, although he had only just entered it. He, Lingyan 7, of course, he was definitely bragging. At this moment, Suyu clearly saw several civilization masters turn their heads away, not looking at Zhao Li. If Zhao Li said that he could fight against Lingyan at the 9th tier, they would believe him. However, the Mountain Sea realm was a whole different realm. If you said that Qing Yuming couldn't instantly kill you, that might not be the case. He could heavily injure you in one strike, and no matter how long you could last, you would not be able to continue fighting when you were heavily injured. If he encountered the Mountain Sea realm, Zhao Li would definitely die. Of course, he might be much more difficult to kill than an ordinary Lingyan 7. Zhao Li didn't care about them. Panting, he said, for blacksmiths, the most important thing is how to obtain a matching Shenwen, and how to develop one's own sea of will, so that one's willpower can be more stable and lasting. This is a secret, and I won't teach any of the students in the supporting professions. So you didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you won't teach them, then why did you keep talking to me until now? The old man still hadn't given up and wanted me to change my sect. Now that he understood, the others also understood. They looked at Suyu again. Was this person really that good? Was he worthy of Zhao Li's attention? At this time, Zhao Li really didn't have the mood to talk anymore. The hammers in the air continued to dance, continuously striking the dagger. Soon, a few more golden patterns appeared on the dagger. Just when the hall was extremely quiet, Zhao Li suddenly spoke again. Pay attention to the key point. Look at where you strike each time. Different striking locations represent different results. Whether the golden veined patterns are clear or resplendent, it represents whether you have succeeded in this round of forging. Trash blacksmiths usually forge crooked golden patterns. Xianxia muttered. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a pattern formed. It was crooked. The entire hall was silent. Even if Suyu didn't understand, he could see that the newly formed golden pattern on the dagger was actually crooked, combined with what Zhao Li had just said. Suyu lowered his head. I didn't hear it. Zhao Li obviously also felt a little embarrassed. He said in a low voice, I was a little distracted when I was talking just now. This is a negative example. I want to tell you that you have to focus when forging Wenbing. Don't be distracted. I'll specially give you a demonstration. It's okay. Trash blacksmiths can't correct it now, but I'm different. I can forge again and restore the forging process just now. When these words were said, the expressions of the few old people present darkened. Yes, we are all trash, because none of us can forge again. Zhao Li, you're ruthless. In order to regain face in front of the newcomers, you scolded all of us. In the next moment, Suyu saw Zhao Li let out a low roar and burst out another Shenwen. No one knew what this Shinwen was. If the civilization master didn't want to expose it, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. Boom, a loud sound rang out again. The hammers were swung crazily again. This time, they weren't forging golden patterns. Instead, they were constantly weakening the crooked pattern. And the time spent was also longer. After a full 20 minutes, Zhao Li's face turned pale. Only then did he remove the crooked line that had just been removed. Alright, this is the basic skill of a powerful blacksmith. This is also my, Zhao Li's, specialty. Some people want to learn, but I won't teach them. They're too useless. They'll only embarrass me if they learn it. The scene was dead silent again and again. Zhao Li didn't get any response. He was probably a little tired. At this moment, he didn't dare to be distracted anymore. Very soon, he focused on forging the Wenbing. 1 hour, 2 hours, so you had to admit that these people were all able to control their temper. They were all staring at him without blinking. He spent close to 7 hours. Suyu came in the evening. When he arrived, it was not even 5 p.m. At this moment, it was already late at night. As for Zhao Li, his whole body was soaked in sweat. The next moment, the last golden pattern was formed and covered the entire dagger. The dagger turned from transparent to gold. Condense. With a loud roar, Zhao Li's willpower exploded. The dagger instantly disappeared in front of everyone. The next moment, a loud bang was heard. An old man's willpower exploded. Looking at the black dagger in front of him, he couldn't help but scold, "Lao Zhao, are you crazy? You want to kill me? At least it's 3 steps to the cloud. I won't die." Zhao Li panted, "It doesn't match with my Shinwen. I'm trying the effect. It looks pretty good. 39 patterns. It's considered the best among the low-class mystic class. Luckily, it was just recast. Otherwise, it would be useless." Suyu, on the other hand, was in a daze from the beginning to the end. He couldn't react at all. He didn't see how the dagger disappeared and how it appeared in front of the old man. If the dagger was aimed at him, Suyu wouldn't even know how he died. Was this Wenbing? Zhao Li waved his hand and the dagger returned. The next moment, it disappeared from his hand. He smiled and said, "It can be kept in the sea of will to be nurtured. Of course, the master isn't here. Otherwise, I would have included Shinwen and nurtured it together to strengthen the compatibility between Shinwen and Wenbing." After saying that, Zhao Li exhaled and looked at the others. "Why aren't you guys leaving? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal?" The few old men were speechless. They didn't stay for long and left one after another. A few young students looked at Suyu with curiosity and jealousy. Suyu was also ready to leave. However, Zhao Li waved his hand and asked him to wait. Was he giving him special treatment? Suyu was also curious about Zhao Li's purpose of staying. However, Zhao Li had no intention of giving him special treatment. He casually threw out a pitch-black knife. It was very small, like a toy. He said casually, "Didn't I say last time? I'll give you an embryo. Throw it into the pool in your filtration room. You won't need it now. Take it out when you need it." This is Wenbing embryo? Suyu played with the knife and squeezed it. It was like dough. When he squeezed it, it actually softened. Suyu was stunned. This was a weapon? Wenbing isn't a military weapon. Didn't you hear what I said before? Zhao Li said unhappily, "This is a top-notch yellow-grade Wenbing embryo. It's not worth much. I originally wanted to get you a mystic one, but I thought that you wouldn't need it. Just use a yellow-grade one. When you reach the nurturing stage, you can use it. When you integrate into the Shinwen, come find me. I'll get you some matching materials." After saying that, he said again, "That illusion Shinwen of yours isn't easy to make. It's very difficult to make. Other than that, you seem to have mastered the lightning element Shinwen?" "Yes, I have also mastered the lightning Shinwen. The blood Shinwen, other than illusions, can also suck blood," Suyu hurriedly replied. Zhao Li thought for a while and said, "I understand. Sucking blood, lightning, these are all offensive characteristics. You use a knife, right? I suggest that when you reach the nurturing stage, it's best to outline the knife Shinwen or the soldier Shinwen. If that doesn't work, the break Shinwen is fine too, or the shatter is fine too. Zhao Li said, it's mainly to complement your sucking blood characteristic. It's sharper, so you can create wounds on the enemy and unleash the power of the sucking blood characteristic. Su Yu hurriedly said, Teacher, these Shenwen can be specially learned to outline? Of course. Zhao Li smiled. The prerequisite is, your family has money. For example, a textable contains a certain word. If you can't learn it after reading it once, you can read it a few more times. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, there's still hope of learning it. Of course. After reading it so many times, I've wasted at least dozens of texts of will. If you don't lack money, you can give it a try. Su Yu smiled bitterly. I lack it, don't mention dozens, I only have 2 complete copies of Hanjun Realm texts of will. Where am I going to find so many? This has nothing to do with me. Look for Bai Feng. Zhao Li snappily said, if you were my major student, I would definitely find a way to find these runes of will for you and let you learn them. But you're not, so I won't waste too much energy on you. I'm already very satisfied. Thank you for the gift, teacher, and thank you for your guidance. Su Yu hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Zhao Li was indeed very kind. Today, he almost made a mistake in weapon forging, and it was all because of him. If not for Su Yu's presence, he probably wouldn't even be bothered to speak. That's all for now. Go back and rest early. Zhao Li said. When Su Yu was about to leave, he suddenly said, if one day you want to forge your own weapon and outline a suitable Shenwen for weapon forging, I can teach you a method to stimulate your willpower. It'll last as long as I do. Su Yu turned to look at Zhao Li and bowed again. Thank you, teacher. I will do my best. Scram. Waving his hand, he impatiently sent Su Yu away. After Su Yu left, Zhao Li let out a sigh of relief. Feeling a little tired, he muttered, what a pity. He's clearly a good candidate for weapon forging, but he insisted on going to the Shenwen system. His willpower is so weak. After so many eruptions of Shenwen, there's a chance he could forge an Earth-level Wenbing with 73 golden patterns. Turning to look at the depths of the laboratory, Zhao Li felt a little regretful. There was a semi-finished Earth-level Wenbing hidden there, 72 golden patterns, 73 on the verge of forming. What a pity, he couldn't forge it anymore. Unless I go to the Mountain Sea realm, or cultivate the spirit expansion technique to a deeper level. What a pity, Zhao Li sighed. As for the others, there was no hope for them. For the new students this year, not to mention many eruptions of Shenwen, even a few upper-grade geniuses would feel like their lives depended on it. Cultivating the spirit expansion technique would be a waste of time. It was completely useless. Weapon forging, walking out of the lab, Su Yu continued to play with the Wenbing embryo in his hand. It was soft. Could this thing really be lethal? According to the classification, a top-tier yellow-class weapon could be used up to the peak of nurturing. Or Qianjun or Wanshi, it could be used by anyone below Soar. I'm afraid it won't be cheap. Su Yu was not stupid. The value of a Wenbing was 5 times that of a military weapon, or even 10 times that of a high-class weapon. This was what Zhao Li said back then. Su Yu bought a mid-tier yellow-class standard saber and spent more than 100,000. A top-tier yellow-class weapon would cost at least $1 million, that Wenbing could be worth tens of millions. If he exchanged it at the black market, it would be 200 merit points. At least 100 merit points. Su Yu had an idea. He did not know if this embryo was cheaper or more expensive. Anyway, it was not cheap. It was more than his entire fortune. Now, he only had 30 merit points on him. Back at the research center, Su Yu was hesitant. Should he throw it into the blood pool? It would be fine, right? After thinking about it, Su Yu decided to ask Bai Feng. If something really happened, he would not be able to bear the responsibility. It was not that he did not trust Zhao Li, but the research center did not belong to him. It was better to ask him first. Although he came back late, Su Yu still persisted in cultivating for 2 cycles. It was past 4 in the morning when Su Yu went to sleep, feeling a little tired. Early the next morning, Bai Feng walked out with dark circles under his eyes. He looked at Su Yu with a dull look in his eyes. After a while, he said, is there anything to eat? Su Yu wanted to ask him, master and disciple, one was a cultivation maniac, and the other was a research maniac. These days, Bai Feng stayed in the lab almost every day. So you seriously suspected that if it was not for the sore, this guy would have died a long time ago. Teacher, I'll go out and buy some, Su Yu thought for a moment. Maybe he should just buy a few bowls of instant noodles. Bai Feng waved his hand and said weakly, forget it, I won't eat anymore. I still have to go down and continue experimenting. My dear disciple, we really don't have money now. I've been too busy recently. Do you want to think of a way to earn some merit points? Su Yu was in a daze. You are a teacher, you're sore, I'm just a Kaiyuan, and you want me to earn money to support you? What are you thinking? Bai Feng coughed lightly and said, don't look at me like that. Don't you have that number? Just make a call and say that we're starving to death. It shouldn't be a problem to borrow some merit points. Su Yu could not help but ask curiously, teacher, whose number is that? You don't know? That's right. Bai Feng's brain was a little blank. He said casually, you might have to call her master's wife. Of course, it seems that you can also call her martial aunt. Is that how you address her? His gaze was blank. There was nothing wrong with calling her that way, right? Su Yu was stunned for a moment. He said in surprise, teacher Lu's lover? Lover? Bai Feng was suddenly startled. The next moment, sweat appeared on his forehead. He hurriedly said, it's just a joke. Don't talk nonsense. What lover? She's my martial aunt's friend, an old friend. Su Yu was speechless. Why are you so afraid? Will she eat you? Bai Feng ignored him and hurriedly said, forget it, I won't lend her. I'll think of a way later. After all, we still have a small treasury. Cough, cough, it's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. We're really poor. Su Yu saw that he was speaking incoherently and knew that he was probably really tired. He said, teacher, why don't you rest for a few days? No need. I'm in good health. Bai Feng said cheerfully, the research is progressing very quickly. How can I rest now? Oh right, do you have something to ask me? While I have time, hurry up and ask. If you want to find me in the future, you can press that bell. Otherwise, I might stay in there for a while and not come out. He was really busy now. After finally finding a clue, Bai Feng wished that he could stay in there every day. It would be best if he didn't eat. There's something, Su Yu immediately said, I have a yellow grade Wenbing embryo with me. I want to put it in the filtration chamber to nourish the Wenbing. Teacher, do you think it's possible? Huh? Bai Feng instantly woke up. That old ghost, Zhao Li, gave it to you? It's from Teacher Zhao. Let me see. Su Yu didn't hesitate and handed the knife over to him. Bai Feng took it in his hand. His willpower instantly erupted. 36 golden lines instantly appeared on the knife. Bai Feng was shocked. Damn, the top yellow grade Wenbing. That old ghost is really going all out. After saying that, he could not help but look at Su Yu and asked, how did you hook up with him? That old ghost has a bad temper. Geniuses are nothing to him. That old ghost even chased Xiahou Yi away a few years ago. He said that he would beat him up every time he saw him. He's so arrogant. How did you hook up with him? What? Su Yu said sluggishly, Xiahou Yi, isn't he the Mannerhead's uncle, the son of Da Xia of Goguryeo? So what? Bai Feng said disapprovingly, old ghost Zhao is a blacksmith master. Although he hasn't reached the stage of casting Earthgrade Wenbing, there's only one person in Dixia province who can cast Earthgrade Wenbing. The Mannerhead treats him like a big boss. That person is a big boss. Even if he's the second big boss, he has to be treated like a big boss. As he said that, he was afraid that Su Yu would have other thoughts. He hurriedly said, although he's the second big boss, this old ghost has a bad temper. When Xiahou Yi asked him to forge a few Wenbing, this old ghost almost hammered him to death. Anyway, stay away from him. Be careful not to get beaten to death by him. Su Yu was speechless. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Coaxing me like this. Teacher, we're talking business. Cough cough. Bai Feng laughed dryly and quickly said, let's not talk about this. This Wenbing is already a top-grade yellow-grade weapon. The quality is very good. It should be forged by old Ghost Zhao himself. It's not forged by those half-baked blacksmiths. Even if they forge a top-grade yellow-grade Wenbing, it would only have 33 or 34 golden patterns. This thing is an embryo. It's worth a lot when it matures. There's hope for it to advance to the mystic class in the later stages. It's worth a lot. Why don't we sell it? Su continued to be stunned. He realized that Bai Feng had been a little crazy lately. He was a little licentious. Aren't you embarrassed to sell my Wenbing? Ha ha ha. Bai Feng laughed awkwardly. I'm just joking. You can throw it into the blood essence pool. You can take it out when you're ready. That old ghost has been eyeing our blood essence pool. I can't be bothered with him. Last time, he actually offered 5,000 merit points to enter it. Dream on. So you couldn't help but say, teacher, isn't our blood essence pool useless? If it's 5,000 merit points, we're also lacking. He wanted to put in a good word for Zhaoli. Bai Feng shook his head. That's not the problem. Forget it. You won't understand even if I say it. Besides, that guy came in with his half-finished Earthgrade Wenbing. The blood essence pool is ruined. 5,000 merit points can't offset the price. Besides, his Earthgrade weapon might not even be successfully nurtured. It's such a waste. Teacher Zhao has really forged Earthgrade Wenbing before? Not really. It's only a half-finished product. In fact, it can't even be used now. Bai Feng said regretfully. What a pity. This guy spent all his money to forge this Earthgrade Wenbing. In the end, it was ruined. He couldn't advance either. What a pity. Teacher, is Earthgrade Wenbing very precious? Of course. Bai Feng said seriously, there are many civilizationists in Dexia province. There are also many at the Mountain Sea realm. I don't know the exact number of Mountain Sea realm cultivators in our institute. Currently, there are 42 Galau, 36 of whom are at the Mountain Sea realm. 6 of them are elders at the 9th tier of Ling Yun, 36 Galau, and no more than 10 of them have Earthgrade Wenbing. There are people in Dexia province who can forge Wenbing. But to forge Earthgrade Wenbing, it takes more than 20 hours. It consumes a lot of willpower, and the failure rate is frighteningly high. It's good enough to succeed twice out of 10 attempts. In a month, that person works at most once. Sometimes, he doesn't even work at all when he's cultivating. 7 or 8 times a year is considered a lot. If he's lucky, he can forge 2 Earthgrade Wenbing a year. If he's unlucky, he might not even have one. Bai Feng sighed. Our institute isn't the whole of Dexia province. There's also the Jotian Academy and the civilizationists in the army. How many do you think we'll get in the end? After so many years, it was good enough to have 10. Bai Feng said, and Wenbing isn't a standardized thing. It can't be passed down. Speaking of this, Bai Feng felt a headache coming on. Think about it. Everyone in Shenwen is different. How can it be passed down? So there are actually some Earthgrade Wenbing left. They were used by some experts who died in the past. The institute's treasury has them, but the problem is that they can't be used. If they really use them, Earthgrade Wenbing isn't as good as Mystic Grade Wenbing. Su kept nodding. At this moment, he finally understood how precious Earthgrade Wenbing was. In the entire Civilizational Institute, only Galau, who had less than 10, had it. Does Grandmaster have it? Yes. Bai Feng nodded and smiled. Of course. No matter what, your Grandmaster is a peak expert at the 8th tier of the Mountain and Sea realm. How could he not have it? It's usually in the hands of experts at the higher tiers of the Mountain and Sea realm. Those at the middle and lower tiers can forget about it. You can't buy it even if you have the money. This was a strategic resource. It was the kind that couldn't be bought even if you had the money. Throw your Wenbing in for nourishment. It's only yellow grade anyway, so it won't consume too much essence and blood. As Bai Feng spoke, he quickly added, if you're really interested in weapon forging, wait until you've reached Soar. I don't recommend you learn weapon forging at this stage. It'll take too much time. Later on, when you're nourished, who knows how busy you'll be. You'll be even busier than you are now. Suyu felt it, he was really busy, look at by phone. He was crazy now, staying here all the time. No wonder it was said that it was difficult to meet researchers in the institute. It would be strange if they could meet one. By phone left after saying a few words. Suyu still had classes to attend, so he didn't have time to ask. He threw his Wenbing into the blood essence pool and left. Classes, cultivation, and even auditing some blacksmithing courses. Suyu's schedule was full, geniuses weren't just for show. They were learned. At this moment, Suyu had a deep understanding. In the institute, there were almost no monsters, and there were almost no high-grade students. Those who had time to wander around the institute were all dabblers who wasted their time. In the next few days, Suyu didn't see Wu Lan or Xiachan. He also didn't see Hu Zongqi, the little Lu Ku, whom he had met when he first entered the institute. Everyone was very busy after entering the institute. They were so busy that they felt dizzy, just when Suyu was on a 2-point line. Special class area. Lin Yao opened the door impatiently and said angrily, "Who is it? Can't you see the do not disturb sign?" He hadn't gone out for a few days, he was working hard to enlighten his apertures, waiting for the perfect opportunity. He didn't have time to go out. The door opened, and Xianxia appeared in front of him with a gloomy face. "Junior Lin, you're really hardworking. I've been here a few times, but I haven't seen you." "It's Senior Chen." Lin Yao was a little impatient. It was immoral to disturb someone else's cultivation, did you know? Even though he was a little impatient, they were still in the same faculty. Hu Wenqing was the leader of the previous generation, even if he lost to Bai Feng. Lin Yao was still a little polite. He forced a smile and said, "Senior Chen, what's the matter?" "Yes." Chen Qi said with a gloomy face, "Junior Lin, I think you know who that batch of broken mountain bull blood belongs to." "It was originally mine." Lin Yao instantly knew what he wanted to say, he frowned slightly. "Senior Chen, you said it was originally yours." "It's not now. It's Suyu's now." "I'm negotiating with Suyu to buy it back," Chen Qi said angrily. "Junior Chen, what you're doing is not very appropriate. You're forcing Suyu to spar with you. Is it fair? You're nurturing your character. You're not having a nurturing match with him." "I'm forcing him?" Lin Yao was stunned. It was Suyu who agreed to it. No, he was the one who suggested it, of course, he didn't care. He said with some dissatisfaction, "Senior Chen, if he enters the top 3 in the assessment and challenges me, it's also allowed by the rules. It has nothing to do with me. It's his own choice whether it's fair or not." "If you didn't force him, would he have challenged you?" Chen Qi said angrily, "Junior Chen, it's not a good thing to take away someone's love. Besides, you haven't reached Qianjun yet. There's still time for you to build your foundation. Do you have to fight with me?" Lin Yao was a little arrogant. He raised his head and said coldly, "Senior Chen, your words don't make sense. Since it's not yours, what does it have to do with you if I take it back from Suyu?" "You, Senior Chen, I'm not Suyu." Lin Yao said coldly, "Master Hu Lao is in seclusion now. Senior Chen, it's better to keep a low profile." "My master isn't in seclusion now." "You." Chen Qi was furious, "You dare to use Lu Hong to threaten me." "Good, very good." Chen Qi was furious. These few days, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Forget about Suyu rejecting him, he was even prepared to use other means to make Suyu keep the blood essence for a period of time. Who knew that someone from his lineage beat him to it? Seeing that he couldn't convince him, Chen Qi turned around and left. "Lin Yao, let's wait and see." Lin Yao watched him leave with a look of disdain. "I obtained the blood essence with my own ability. Why should I give it to you? Do you think I'll be afraid of you?" He closed the door and couldn't be bothered with him, Chen Qi raged as he walked. He never thought that Suyu could win. Suyu's blood essence was lost for sure. If it really landed in Lin Yao's hands, he wouldn't be able to get it back. No matter what, they were from the same lineage. It wouldn't do to deal with Lin Yao the same way he dealt with Suyu. "I must get it before Lin Yao gets it." Challenge, I'm also a student of the advanced class. If Suyu really gets into the top 3, since he can challenge Lin Yao, why can't he challenge me? The academy still had rules. But within the rules, there were still some ways to bend the rules. There was more than one advanced class, and more than one, logically speaking, so you could only challenge this year's advanced class. But the academy's rules didn't specify which year, only the advanced class. If Suyu challenges me, I'll have a chance to get it. I heard that he won the duel with Lin Yao, and Lin Yao paid him 300 contribution points. Lin Yao might have forced him to accept the duel, but if Suyu himself wasn't tempted, no one would have been able to force him to accept it. In that case, Suyu actually agreed to it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this challenge. Merit points. At this moment, Xianxia felt that he understood everything. Suyu was a pauper, and so was his teacher. For the sake of merit points, it was no wonder that he agreed to Lin Yao's challenge. After all, even if he lost, he would only lose the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. He would still get the dragon silkworm's blood essence and 100 merit points. If I lose, I won't lose anything. If I win, I'll get 300 merit points for nothing. It's not strange that Suyu agreed. That night, Suyu saw Xianxia, whom he hadn't seen for a few days. Suyu frowned. He was afraid of trouble and hated it. This guy was like a ghost haunting him. Without waiting for him to speak, Suyu said, "I'm not selling it. I've already promised Lin Yao that I'll give it to him if I lose. I can't sell it now even if I want to. Otherwise, I won't have the face to stay in the academy." "I know." Xianxia frowned. "Suyu, listen to me. I'll cooperate with you once." "How about it?" "I'll let you win against Lin Yao and get 300 merit points. After that, you can challenge me. If you lose, I'll give you another 1,000 merit points. That's a total of 1,300 merit points. No matter where you go, you can buy enough blood essence with this price. At most, it'll take some time." "Win against Lin Yao?" "Yes." "Do you think you can win?" Xianxia said calmly, "Impossible. I just went to see Lin Yao. He's not far from 15 June. I also know that he's mastered a mystic martial skill. He developed it in Shenwen very strongly. You're not his match. He even has Wenbing. He's been cultivating for a long time. With Wenbing, you're not his match. He can even exchange blows with Wanshi." Suyu was surprised. "Then how can I win?" "I naturally have a way to let you win," Xianxia said gloomily. "If you win, not only will you gain fame, you'll also get 1,300 merit points. With so many merit points, if you're willing to exchange them for some inferior blood essence for foundation building, you can even keep more than 1,000 merit points. That's enough for you to cultivate until Wanshi, or even stronger." Suyu raised his eyebrows. "I want to win against him fair and square. Otherwise, even if I win, I won't have any face." "Pedantic." Xianxia was a little angry. He said, "Then I'll give you another 100 merit points. That's the limit. I'll get 1,400 merit points for nothing." "Not for nothing. You'll take my blood essence." Suyu was speechless. "Do you think I'm stupid? Trying to trick me with words?" Xianxia was a little angry. "Then tell me, what do you want? Do you really think you can win? You lost to Lin Yao and only got the dragon silkworm blood essence and 100 merit points. Although dragon silkworm blood essence is precious, give me a month and I'll think of a way to buy it for you. I'll also give you 400 merit points. How about it?" Dragon silkworm blood essence was also very precious and rare. But without the mountain ox blood essence, the top 100 blood essences were about the same. This way, everyone had more choices. So, it wasn't as difficult to buy the same amount of blood essence as the mountain ox. Suyu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Really?" "Of course." "Then what if I refuse?" "Refuse?" Xianxia said coldly, "Then don't enter nature nurturing, don't enter 1000 June otherwise, we'll see when the time comes. Suyu, I've already given you face by buying it at a premium. I'm even willing to help you win against Lin Yao. You refuse again and again. Do you really think I don't have a temper?" Suyu cursed inwardly. "I also have a temper, of course, you just don't know." Xianxia was also anxious. At this moment, he couldn't care less. He directly threatened Suyu. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to get the mountain ox blood essence back. Suyu thought about it and gritted his teeth. Fine. Since you say so, then I'll challenge you after I challenge Lin Yao. But the conditions are similar to Lin Yao's. If you win, I'll give you my blood essence. You give me 100 drops of the blood essence of the top 100 blood essences and 400 merit points. If you lose, you give me 1,000 merit points. Huh? Xianxia frowned and said coldly, there's no need for the last one. Suyu smiled. I might be able to win. You just want me to challenge you. If I win, I don't have to give you the blood essence and still get 1,000 merit points. Only then will I gamble. Otherwise, why would I care about you? Can you really threaten me? Believe it or not, I'll tell Miss Bai that you sneak attacked me. Xianxia was enraged. After a while, he said in a low voice, you want to use the same trick you used on Lin Yao against me? Ruin my reputation? Suyu said disapprovingly, do you still have a reputation to speak of? As long as I challenge you, you'll lose your reputation. Do you still care about this? You're at the 7th level of 15 June. You've already lost all your face fighting me. Then sell it to me directly, no way. Xianxia was so angry that he wanted to explode. This guy was stubborn, moreover, he was a gambler and very greedy. He agreed to the challenge because he had enough merit points. If he lost, there would be no loss. If he won, there would be a lot of money. That was why this guy agreed so readily. Xianxia realized that he had somewhat grasped Suyu's thoughts. A greedy pauper, gambler, wishful thinking. Fine. Xianxia was practically gnashing his teeth as he forcefully agreed. Losing was impossible. 15 June, the nurturing stage. He was even prepared to enter the top 100. If he fought with Lin Yao, he could easily win, let alone Suyu. Suyu didn't say anything and walked around him. 15 June, the nurturing stage, was very strong. However, this daddy wasn't weak either. After consuming Wanshur's blood essence, he would directly have the explosive power of the Wanshur realm. Under the sudden eruption, he didn't believe that he wouldn't have a chance. Xianxia was like a haunting ghost. If he didn't take care of him, he would be in trouble. Previously, Wulan had said that this guy had looked for her and wanted her to plot against him. Previously, I didn't dare to use Wanshur's strength. But teacher said that he gave me blood essence. With him bearing the burden, what do I have to fear? Lu Hong, Hu Wenxing, you're all from the same faction. You're all rich. If I don't scam you, who else should I scam? One by one, 1,000 merit points just like that, so you couldn't believe it. His teacher was at the 7th Soar realm and had defeated someone at the 9th Soar realm, but he had never seen him so rich. Why did it feel like these Kaiju on 15 June were richer than Bai Feng? Unbeknownst to him, these people were all geniuses of their families. In order to build the best foundation for them, their families were willing to pay a price. With Ling Yin in the family, 1,000 merit points was not a small amount. However, for Ling Yun, after so many years of accumulation, it was not impossible for him to take out 1,000 merit points. If Bai Feng hadn't invested so much energy in the research institute, had a teacher at the Mountain Sea realm, and was powerful himself, it wouldn't be difficult to get 1,000 merit points. Xianxia is going to scam Lin Yao. He thinks I'll lose. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly smiled. The next moment, he took out his communicator and made a call. Half an hour later. In the woods of the institute, Xiaohuyu saw Suyu and asked curiously, Suyu, why are you looking for me so late at night? I'll sell you some information. What? 100 merit points. What information? Xiaohuyu said excitedly, research information from the research institute? Scram. Suyu was infuriated. This guy was dreaming. Someone wants to harm Lin Yao, ah? Xiaohuyu was stunned. If you're talking about yourself, then forget it. You're trying to scam him anyway, it's not me. Suyu was furious. How could he say that? When did he scam him? Do you want to buy it or not? If you sell it to Lin Yao, not only will you owe him a favor, you can also earn some money. That guy is rich. He can definitely fork out 100 merit points, that depends on who's trying to harm him. Xiaohuyu was speechless. If you're talking about Wanzhou or your teacher, then don't say anything. It'll be a waste of time. Unless it's someone he won't think of and it's true, this information isn't worth much. He won't think of it. He and Xianxia were on the same side. Would Lin Yao believe that Xianxia would harm him? So you didn't know. In any case, this information was worth some money. Tell me who it is first. Don't worry, I'm honest. If it's really worth money, I'll definitely give it to you. If it's not, I'll keep it a secret and not leak it. Xianxia. Xiaohu thought that he was hearing things. Who? Xianxia. What the heck, he's trying to harm his own people? Xiaohu was stunned. The next moment, he exclaimed, for the blood essence? That's right. What the heck, he even dares to do something like this. Xianxia is too bold. Isn't he afraid? Yes, it doesn't seem like there's any need to be afraid. It's not like he's going to be killed. The blood essence is his anyway. If he really takes it away, Lu Hongdu won't be able to say anything. As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at Suyu and click his tongue in wonder. Suyu, you're really black-hearted. You've eaten your fill, and now even a middleman like me wants to take a bite out of it. Aren't you afraid of bursting? Did you come to some kind of agreement with Xianxia? Suyu replied calmly, you said that I should be ruthless after entering the academy. They were the ones who provoked me first, so why can't I retaliate? You're awesome. Xiaohu gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, this guy was really ruthless. He provoked Lin Yao on one side, then hooked up with Xianxia on the other side, and then sold Xianxia on the other side. Although he would definitely end up offending everyone in the end, was he afraid? He had already offended them, and they weren't from the same faction. On the other hand, his two enemies would definitely fall out with each other and become enemies from now on. What a turbulent storm, impressive. Xiaohu clicked his tongue and quickly smiled. Alright, 100 points it is. I'll get it from Lin Yao, so I won't be earning anything. However, I can get a favor from Lin Yao. It's top-notch after all. It's worth it. Thank you. Don't say that I said it. Otherwise, Lin Yao definitely won't believe me. Of course, I'm not stupid. Xiaohu smiled. Don't worry. Even Xianxia won't think that you said it, unless you set him up. Tell me, how did you set him up? I can't say it. You'll know next month. This news couldn't be said now. Xianxia wouldn't say it either. If he said it, even a fool would know that something was fishy. If he said it, Lin Yao's side might fall apart. Next month, Xiaohu didn't ask any more. He was thinking that he would know next month. Xianxia wanted to set Lin Yao up. Could it be that he wanted Lin Yao to lose to Suyu? What would he get? Everything was for the blood essence. Suyu, this guy, wouldn't he also make a bet with Xianxia like he did with Lin Yao? Damn, where did this guy's confidence come from? To be able to deal with a guy at 15,000 June, at this moment, Xiaohu felt that he had to understand Suyu in depth. This guy seemed to have a trump card. He was very confident and didn't put Lin Yao in his eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold the news, Suyu didn't care about what he thought. On the way back, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. 300 points, 1,000 points, 100 points, damn, there were too many rich people in the academy, 1,400 contribution points, and he got it just like that. Was he crazy? Even teacher wasn't as rich as him. Previously, teacher asked him to go out and borrow money. Now that he got 1,400 contribution points, should he lend some to teacher? Why don't I borrow some? I'll say that I borrowed it from a loan and collect interest. After all, I won't be able to use up the 1,000 contribution points I have so quickly. Suyu fell into deep thought, planning how to use these 1,400 contribution points. As the days passed, no one came to harass Suyu. The Broken Mountain Bull's blood essence was destined to be lost, and the one who obtained it was Lin Yao. This was the consensus of many people. Since that was the case, there was no need to find trouble with Suyu. Even Lu Hong didn't appear much during this period. No one knew if he went to cultivate or do something else. August 28, Suyu had been in the school for close to a month. 110 Research Center. Filtering room. The energy fluctuation on Suyu's body was very strong. At the next moment, an acupoint rumbled and was officially opened, the 12th acupoint, the last acupoint of the first level of the advanced version of the Aries art was opened. Done. Suyu was overjoyed. 28 days. Before coming to the school, he had only opened 5 acupoints. 28 days later, he opened another 7 acupoints. On average, he opened 1 acupoint every 4 days. The dense energy and the constant flow of Xianxia's blood essence had consumed almost all of Suyu's wealth to open all the acupoints of the first level. At this moment, Suyu could be considered to be at the Thousand June realm. However, there was still one last step, 12 acupoints, plus the connection of Kaiyuan's 9 acupoints, allowing the energy to flow through 21 acupoints. He was truly at the Thousand June realm. It feels fast, but in fact, it's still a little slow. At this moment, Suyu suddenly felt a little unsatisfied. The Thousand June realm had a total of 108 acupoints, and he still had 96 that hadn't been opened. According to the speed of opening 1 acupoint every 4 days, he would need at least a year to enter the 9th level of the Thousand June realm. Of course, this speed was already frighteningly fast to others. However, Suyu knew that in the war school, there were some genius students who could advance to the Xianxia realm within a year. This meant that he hadn't shaken off those geniuses. I have the assistance of the Atlas, and those guys also have a large amount of energy liquid. In addition, they are stronger than me to begin with. Advancing to the Xianxia realm might not be slower than me. It was still a little slow. Ignoring all these, Suyu hurriedly ran to the hall on the first floor and pressed a button. A moment later, Baifeng came up. Baifeng had recently become a complete otaku. He hadn't even shaved his beard and looked a little sloppy. When he saw Suyu, he stared at him blankly for a while before his expression changed. "You've finished enlightening the apertures?" Suyu was a little happy. "Teacher, I have opened 12 apertures." "Not bad." Baifeng was also a little happy. "It seems like I have taught you well this month. You did not let me down. You actually reached 15,000 June in a month, faster than I expected." Suyu had a lot of things to say, but after thinking about it, he didn't say them. He wanted to ask Baifeng, what did he mean by teaching well? Of course, the fact that he was able to advance so quickly had a lot to do with the research center. "Forget it, I'll just take it as Baifeng's guidance. Don't connect your acupoints yet. Let's officially break through," Baifeng quickly said. "When you enrolled, didn't you have another opportunity to enter the Yuan treasure realm?" "Suyu, are you preparing to enter when you are breaking through to Xianxia with 15,000 June, or when you are nurturing your mind and entering Soar?" Suyu had also understood some things these days. After thinking about it, he said, "Teacher, seize every minute." Seize every minute. He didn't want to accumulate slowly. He only wanted to become stronger now. The stronger he was, the more things he could obtain. There was still hope for the opportunity to enter the mystic realm in the future. Baifeng smiled and nodded. "That's right, that's how it should be. The essence energy mystic realm is of great help to you. Come, let's go there and officially break through. We'll bring along the broken mountain bull's blood essence and help you build your foundation. After entering, you might have a chance to directly open 12 apertures." "Teacher, the broken mountain bull's blood essence," he wanted to say that this was a bet. If he lost, it would be troublesome if he couldn't take it out. "I know." Baifeng said disapprovingly, "If you lose, it's because you're incompetent and useless. Without the broken mountain bull's blood essence, you have to find a way to solve it yourself. At most, you'll just renege on the debt and embarrass yourself, adding a few more records to the Academy's records. If worst comes to worst, you'll just be expelled." Suyu was speechless. "You make it sound so easy." However, after thinking about it, Suyu didn't refuse. If he used it, so be it. If he really lost, he was still a little worried. Seeing his worry, Baifeng smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, it's no big deal. If it really doesn't work, I'll help you think of a way. The broken mountain bull's blood essence is rare, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible to obtain. Others can't, but the mountain sea realm can. Those guys you mentioned can't buy it because their status isn't high enough. Look at those monsters, who's worried about this?" Baifeng chuckled and said, "I don't know about others, but a few big clans definitely have it in stock. Most of the mountain sea realm experts in the academy have it in stock. Those guys can't get it because their status isn't high enough. Although their family background is good, it's not to the point where the Mountain Sea realm would give them face. Lu Hong can't be bothered to fight for his student. Hu Wenqing already fought for one. Now that he lost it, and he's going into seclusion, he naturally won't ask his teacher for it. Do you understand? Suyu nodded and said, I understand. So teacher can find someone to buy it or borrow it? It's not me. He wanted to say that it was Wu Yuehua. After thinking about it, he decided not to say it. If you really lose and don't have the blood essence to pay, you can look for Wu Yuehua yourself. I won't do it. I can't afford to lose that face. You can go and borrow it. It shouldn't be a problem. As the two of them walked out, Suyu said, Teacher, can I enter the secret realm secretly? I'm afraid it'll be troublesome if Chen Qi and the others find out. Enter secretly? Bai Feng smiled and said, Kid, you still want to hide something? To tell you the truth, that blood essence eruption is enough. But since you said so, then let's keep it a secret. With that, Bai Feng suddenly turned around and walked back. A moment later, a black robe appeared in his hand. He threw it to Suyu and said, Here, put it on and cover your face. That should be enough to keep it a secret, right? Suyu was speechless. Are you kidding me? I'm asking if we can use some special passage or something. Who said anything about entering secretly like this? Besides, I'm walking with you. Even a fool will know it's me. Ha ha ha, it's fine. Bai Feng said disapprovingly, how can those kids know who has entered the secret realm? Unless their teacher tells them that Hu Wenqing is in seclusion and Lu Hong has also entered the secret realm, preparing to break through. They won't have time to deal with you. Teacher Lu Hong has entered the secret realm? Yes. Bai Feng clenched his teeth and said, Otherwise, how could he be so poor? This guy must have entered the secret realm to avoid me. Shameless. We agreed to scam people together, but you actually ran away. We agreed to suppress my students and give me money, but you actually disappeared. If you don't suppress him, he will soon reach 1000 June cultivation. I have no money, how can I nurture him? Yes, Suyu was close to reaching cultivation. On the first day he came to the research center, he reached 35%. Later on, because he didn't have enough time to cultivate, and his progress was slower in the later stages, he didn't improve by 5% on the first day. But after more than 20 days, Suyu was slowly improving. Now, Suyu's 1000 June cultivation was already at 48%. Today, it was 1000 June cultivation. In another 2 days, he might be able to reach cultivation. In at most 10 days, this kid would be able to reach cultivation. As Bai Feng thought about this, he looked at Suyu and said, You first used 1000 June cultivation. When you reach the cultivation stage, you will have to draw Shenwen again. These days, you have been building your foundation. Have you thought about what type of Shenwen to draw? Oh right, have you prepared the text of will? Suyu was stunned. Teacher, you said you prepared it for me. Bai Feng felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. He coughed and said, For the cultivation stage, I will use the original copies of 1000 June and Wanshur to observe and draw Shenwen. I will not keep these low-end original copies. I have left a few copies of the original copies of the source stage for you. Do you think I believe you? You are really broke. Suyu also knew that Bai Feng was probably out of money. Last time, something happened to the martial uncle whom he had never met. Bai Feng went out a few times. Suyu guessed that he was selling some things. Now, other than a research lab, there was nothing left. Suyu did not say much. He did not change into the robe and directly threw it to the side. As he followed Bai Feng out, he said, Teacher, I still have 2 original copies of the 1000 June Wan. I don't have the Wanshur. After I enter cultivation, can I look at the original copy of 1000 June? Of course you can. Bai Feng said with a smile, when you reach cultivation, your willpower will be strong. The number of times you look at the original copy of 1000 June will decrease. After a few times, the original may break. It will be very difficult to draw Shenwen after a few times. So under normal circumstances, you will look at the original copy of the corresponding stage. On your side, you can look at it more these few days. Don't wait until you enter cultivation. Otherwise, if you don't get anything after a few times, it will be useless. Then can I look at the original copy of Soar? Haven't you tried it yourself? You won't be able to. Look at original copies that are too powerful. It will be a vast expanse of whiteness. It will feel the same as the fragment room. What a waste of resources. Understood. The teacher and disciple chatted and soon left the research base. He had been to the mystic realm area once before. However, he only looked at the periphery once and did not enter. More than 10 minutes later. Under Bai Feng's lead, Suyu entered the mystic realm area. Suyu looked around curiously. There were very few people here. The environment was not bad. There were green trees everywhere. Other than these trees, there were only some small houses hidden in the thicket. Small houses were densely scattered throughout the entire park. Soon, Bai Feng brought Suyu to the entrance of one of the small houses. After entering, the space inside was not big. However, there were a few people inside. Suyu subconsciously sensed. In the next moment, a few dazzling light spots shook his willpower, so strong, he felt stronger than his teacher. Ling Yun? Bai Feng, how do you teach your students? Can one's willpower sense people at will? Suyu was still in shock. In the house, an old man scolded. It was not directed at Suyu but at Bai Feng. Bai Feng coughed and smiled. I'm young and too curious. Please don't mind me. After saying that, he turned to look at Suyu. Don't randomly sense. Those above Soar have perception. They will notice you the moment you sense. I'm sorry, teachers. I didn't mean to, Suyu quickly apologized. In the house, there were 2 old men, 2 middle-aged men, and 2 young men. 6 people, of course, this did not include Suyu and the others. The house was not big. It was quite crowded with 8 people. Bai Feng felt a little uncomfortable and complained. The school should expand the mystic realm waiting area. It's so small. What if there are too many people? You're paying? The old man who scolded him just now said angrily, now the headmaster is stingy and still paying for the expansion. It's good enough that you guys don't have to wait in the open. Usually, not many people come. Today, you guys just had to come together. Obviously, the 2 old men were the guards here. The others were like Bai Feng and the others. Teachers brought students. As the old man said, he glanced at Suyu and nodded. You want to enter the mystic realm to break through 15 June? Suyu nodded hurriedly. Wait a moment. There are still people in the 15 June area. Wait for them to come out before you go in. Bai Feng said hurriedly, we can go in together. The mystic realm is so big. What's wrong with more people? Naturally, the mystic realm could be entered together. Otherwise, Xianxia would not have found someone to plot against Suyu that day. The old man said indifferently, it's different. Just wait. As they talked, Suyu looked around the small house, feeling a little lost. Where was the mystic realm? Where was the promised mystic realm? Why didn't he see it? This was a simple small house, similar to the small shops that could be seen everywhere on the street. The 2 old men sat inside, separated by a counter in the middle. Bai Feng and the others were outside. There seemed to be a door behind the 2 old men. Could it be that the mystic realm was inside? The old man ignored Suyu and looked at the 2 middle-aged men again. You guys are the same. You are all here to break through 15 June. Later, the 3 of you will go in together. After you go in, each find a place to break through. Don't disturb the others. Also, after breaking through, if there is resistance, come out immediately. Otherwise, if you die from the impact of the Yuan Qi, don't blame me for not warning you. Don't be too greedy. Otherwise, you will die. After saying that, the old man thought of something and said, Bai Feng, what is your student's name? Suyu. Let me check. The old man slid a few times on a machine in front of him, looked at Suyu and said, are you sure you want to use it now? This is your admission reward. You can use 15 June, Wansher, or even Soar Cultivation. The area is different, so the price you have to pay is different. Don't waste it. The old man reminded him. Keep this opportunity and come back when you have reached the peak of Soar Cultivation. It will be much more cost-effective than now. Suyu smiled. Teacher, I haven't reached Soar Cultivation yet. It is still early. I will fight for it in the future. You are ambitious. The old man smiled. In the house, the two young men could not help but look at Suyu. Suyu from the Faculty of Theology. Seeing the two looking at him, Suyu smiled and nodded at them. He did not know them. There were too many people in the academy. It was impossible for him to know all of them. However, they did not seem to be hostile. There did not seem to be any conflict between Baifeng and their teacher, so there was no need to offend anyone. Seeing the few young men looking at each other, a middle-aged man with slightly longer hair smiled. Baifeng, I heard that your student has been provoked by Lu Hong's student. He is preparing to have a duel after the monthly examination. Do you think he can win? Baifeng said indifferently, it doesn't matter if he wins or not. It's best if he wins. If he loses, I will go after Lu Hong. How much has his student eaten from me? I want him to spit it all out. If he has the guts, Lu Hong will hide for the rest of his life. The few of them could not help but laugh. Inside, the two old men also laughed. The one who just reminded Suyu said again, Baifeng, don't be too arrogant. Lu Hong, that kid, entered Secret Realm number 3 a few days ago. When he comes out, he might be at SOAR 8 or even 9. So what if he's at 9? Baifeng said arrogantly, Hu Wenxing is also at 9. The few of them had nothing to say. The middle-aged man who spoke earlier also could not help but laugh. Then we will wait and see how you teach Lu Hong a lesson. Do I even need to do anything? Baifeng laughed. So you can just take care of his student. If he wins, why should I interfere? Isn't the reason why I came to 15 June today to take care of that guy? After saying that, he looked at the old man and said, has Lu Hong, that useless student, been here? The old man smiled. I won't say. If you want to check, spend your merit points to do so. Baifeng curled his lips. I won't do it, who cares if he came or not? Without communicating with the few of them, Baifeng looked at Suyu and said, when you go in later, don't run around. There are signs inside. The 15 June area is only a small area. Outside is the Wanshur and even SOAR area. You can't go there. If you go there, you will be squeezed and explode. After you go in, start to cultivate by devouring vitality. Connect the apertures and directly enter 15 June. After that, continue to cultivate according to the second tier of the God of War art. Enlighten the apertures. The vitality is extremely dense, and your enlightenment speed will be extremely fast. At this time, Baifeng still fulfilled his responsibility as a teacher and reminded, when you feel that you have enlightened your apertures to the extreme, there is no way to enlighten them anymore. Start to forge your body with essence blood. Drop by drop, just swallow it directly. Don't care about anything else. After every drop of essence blood is used up, swallow it again. As you swallow, you enlighten your apertures. The essence blood will automatically strengthen your body. Under normal circumstances, you don't need 100 drops. 100 drops is for those around 15 June. In fact, when you first enter 15 June, about 50 drops are enough. Of course, geniuses might need more. Of course, you are a genius, so bring the essence blood with you. At the side, two young men looked at Suyu with envy. Even they knew about 100 drops of Broken Mountain Bowl essence blood. The middle-aged man who was talking to Baifeng previously couldn't help but say, Baifeng, if you give him the essence blood now, then, he wanted to say, what if your disciple loses? Baifeng directly interrupted, I can't lose. Even if I lose, it's not like I don't have it. Broken Mountain Bowl essence blood is nothing. Our family is big, we don't need it. Keep bragging, the few of them secretly laughed. Who doesn't know that you guys are so poor that you need to pawn your pants now? As for where Suyu and Baifeng would go to get it after using it, they couldn't be bothered. In the academy, some rules still had to be followed. Since they promised to give it, they had to give it. If they didn't, they might have to pay a huge price. Baifeng ignored them and continued to remind Suyu, hold on a little longer and absorb more vitality. The vitality here is the purest kind, much purer than the vitality in our filtering room. It's worth it to absorb a little more. Back then, when I broke through 15 kilogram, I also came here and lasted for 3 hours, cough, cough. Inside, the two old men coughed at the same time. Speaking of which, the two of us have been here for decades. When you came in, we were also on duty here. You can brag at home, but it's not appropriate to brag in front of the two of us, right? Baifeng didn't care about this and continued, that time, when I came here, I directly opened 12 apertures. In an instant, I reached the second tier of 15 kg and began to move towards the third tier. This time, you should open more apertures. I don't expect you to open 12 more, 7 or 8 will do to save some time. Otherwise, with your efficiency, even if we don't lack vitality liquid, you will need more than a month to open 7 or 8 apertures, wasting time. Tired, the two old men were tired, and so were the two middle-aged men. Baifeng, can you not blindly boast in front of the students? Since when did you open 12 apertures? Since when did you last 3 hours? Seeing their students looking at him, the long-haired middle-aged man coughed, knowing what his students meant. He smiled and said, 3 hours is the level of a monster, very impressive. I was a little worse than him back then, only lasting for 2.5 hours. This time, try to last for an hour. If you can't do it, don't force yourself and quit. After all, I was one of the top few in that batch. Seeing this, the other middle-aged man smiled and said, in that case, I'm a little worse than all of you? I lasted for 145 minutes. Seems like I'm the worst? The three of them looked at each other. There was no need for words, since they were already bragging, and it wasn't good to expose them. Then everyone should be stronger, motivate the students. Inside, the two old men were speechless. Enough, the few of you. After Baifeng finished bragging, you guys started bragging. Do you really think we won't expose you? Believe it or not, we will expose you now and embarrass you. 3 hours? 2 hours? Baifeng had indeed lasted for an hour and a half back then. Yet, he insisted on doubling the time. Just what was he thinking? As they were thinking, someone knocked on the door behind them. The old man waved his hand, and the door opened. In the next moment, a figure walked out. Suyu and the rest looked in that direction, and their expressions changed. Fox Clan? Suyu, the two young men were also angry, while Baifeng and the rest's expressions changed. No wonder they didn't let them enter. The person inside was not a human, but a Wan demon. The person who came out had a long tail, and his face was somewhat human-like, but he also had some demon characteristics. His ears were fox ears, and there was still some fur on his cheeks. He should be a demon from the Fox clan. Seeing that Baifeng and the rest were not happy, the two old men coughed lightly, and one of them stood up and said, I'll send him away. Old Huang, you take charge of the affairs here. All right. The old man did not waste any time. He grabbed the silent fox and disappeared from the room in a flash. Seeing that Baifeng and the rest were still silent, the old man called Old Huang said in a low voice, Don't think about it. The Wan Academy has opened, and the Essence Energy Mystic Realm is not considered an extremely important mystic realm. They paid a price, and the Academy agreed to let them enter the mystic realm. Baifeng snorted, too lazy to say anything. The long-haired middle-aged man said unhappily, It's only the basic mystic realms that are open now. In a few days, even the advanced mystic realms will open. Old Huang said lightly, It's useless to tell me. You talk to the principal. Enter or not, you can go in now. If you don't, go back. The few of them sighed and did not say anything more. Baifeng threw a bottle to Suyu and did not want to say anything. He waved his hand, a little disinterested. They were not too happy to see the demons in the Academy's mystic realm. Suyu and the rest did not say anything and walked toward the door that was still open. At this moment, Suyu was still thinking about what had happened. Demons, this was the first time he had seen one in the truest sense. Fox clan. Indeed, the books are all lies. Who said that the Fox clan is beautiful? They're frighteningly ugly. Suyu cursed in his heart. So ugly, and they have fur on their faces. Although he had only seen them for a short while, Suyu still remembered them. He would not believe the books in the future. One was ugly, so what beauty could there be? A body full of fur? Whoever wanted to admire them could go ahead. In any case, he would not be able to admire them. They were not as good-looking as Wulan. Entering the door. As if traversing through time and space, Suyu's vision blurred, and the next moment, he appeared in an empty space. Empty, silent. There was nothing, no, there was a rotting sign in front of him that said, 1000 June area. The surroundings seemed to have been separated into an empty space. This was the 1000 June area. What he was stepping on wasn't the ground, but something soft. There were two people around Suyu. They were the two students who had just entered. The moment they entered, they were ready to cultivate. However, seeing Suyu looking around in a daze, one of the mediocre-looking young men smiled and said, "Suyu, stop looking, hurry up and cultivate. The Essence Chi mystic realm is like this, there's nothing to see. It's just a small space formed by Shenwen that absorbs Essence Chi." Suyu was also sensing the concentration of Essence Chi. At this moment, even if he was not cultivating, he could feel a large amount of Essence Chi entering his body. The acupoints that were already opened automatically absorbed the Essence Chi. Gradually, Suyu felt that the acupoints were beginning to be saturated. In other words, even if he did not actively cultivate, after a certain time, he would be squeezed out and pushed out. No wonder Bai Feng and the rest used the length of time to determine how much Essence Chi was absorbed. "So simple," Suyu muttered, "you broke my fantasy. I thought this mystic realm must be very mysterious and magical. In the end, it turned out to be a small space. No, if he walked out, there would probably be many more places, but that was not a place he could go." It was too simple. Seeing that the two of them had started cultivating, Suyu was embarrassed to ask more. He sat cross-legged, thought about it, got up, and ran a little further to avoid being disturbed. It was not good to disturb them, and it was not good for him to be disturbed by them. Without wasting any more time, Suyu began to sit cross-legged, circulated the Aries art, and linked the acupoints. In his body, lines began to be drawn between the light spots. The acupoints were points, linked together to form lines, and finally formed a closed loop. Combining all the acupoints that could be used into one was the effect of different cultivation techniques. In fact, Suyu had unlocked 22 acupuncture points, but one of them belonged to Lei Yuan Dao and was useless in the Aries art system. 1 dot, 2 dots, 3 dots, the 21 light spots gradually began to connect. Their speed was extremely fast. In less than 10 minutes, the 21 points formed a system. A loud rumbling sound came from within Suyu's body. The acupoints resonated, and only he could hear the sound. The dense vital energy in the surroundings quickly gathered towards him. Not far away, the other two opened their eyes one after another. Seeing Suyu connect the apertures so quickly, they were a little envious. Amazing, they were different from Suyu. Both of them had only cultivated the normal version of the Aries art. There were many advanced versions in War School, but not many in Civilization School. Even some upper-class students would sometimes choose the normal version. Opening 8 chakras would suffice. They were not freshmen, but old students who had enrolled last year. They had all entered the nurturing stage, but their bodies had just reached 15 kg this year. They were considered not bad among the students last year, and they were considered outstanding. But now, seeing Suyu enter 15 kg so quickly, and looking at the way the vital energy gathered, he was probably cultivating the advanced version of the Aries art. Both of them were a little envious. Fortunately, Civilization masters majored in willpower. Although they were envious, it was not to the point of jealousy. They did not value the body too much at the moment. 10 minutes later, Suyu connected the acupoints. The acupoints formed a circuit, and a large amount of vital energy poured into his body and was absorbed by the acupoints. Suyu could clearly feel that his body could accommodate more vital energy. Not only that, but his body was also strengthening. Vital energy was being tempered, his vital energy was strong, his meridians were being cleansed by the vital energy, and his bones were shaking. This was a transformation process. From Kaiyuan to Qianjun, it was a true transformation for a fighter to possess super fighting strength. Teacher said that after breaking through, I should continue to open my acupoints again. When I reach the limit, I should consume the blood essence. Let me try and see how many more I can open. At the thought of this, Suyu did not dare to delay and immediately started to circulate the second level of the Aries art. A large amount of vital energy was absorbed by him. Suyu felt that it would take him at most 5 minutes to absorb almost 1 drop of essence energy liquid's essence energy. I can absorb 12 drops of vital energy liquid in an hour, 60 contribution points. Staying for 3 hours, 180 contribution points. Also, I feel that the vital energy here is easier to absorb. No wonder everyone wants to enter this mystic realm to cultivate. Previously, he had asked around. In fact, even without this opportunity given by the academy, one could still come here to cultivate. For the 15-kilogram realm, one only needed to spend 100 contribution points. Of course, one had to accumulate enough contribution points first. In other words, if one could not absorb 20 drops of vital energy liquid, it would be a loss. It was best not to come here. Only if one could absorb more than 20 drops could one come here and earn money. However, I'm different. This opportunity given by me can be obtained even after reaching the Soul realm. The price is even higher. If I don't absorb 50 drops, it would be a loss, so you started to calculate his own account, 50 drops, it would take 4 hours to be enough, right? Of course, the absorption speed might be faster or slower later on. In any case, he had decided. If he did not absorb 50 drops, he would not leave even if he died, without consuming the blood essence, so you circulated the second level of the Aries art. One by one, the opened acupoints lit up. The paths formed by the acupoints rapidly absorbed the vital energy and tempered the new acupoints, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. 10 minutes later, the first acupoint of the second level was directly opened. With this opening, the speed at which the vital energy was absorbed became even faster. So fast. Suyu was shocked. In just a short while, he had actually opened the first acupoint. This speed was really fast. No wonder everyone wanted to come here. It felt so good. Continue. Suyu did not dare to delay. Every moment he delayed was money. Another 10 minutes passed, and with a rumble, the second acupoint was opened. Suyu was shocked, so fast, it was comparable to the previous 4 days. This could not be explained by the rich vital energy. There should be other benefits in this mystic realm, such as helping to open acupoints. There must be. The world of Shenwen is too mysterious. Suyu continued again. This time, the time he spent was slightly longer. About 15 minutes, Suyu opened the third acupoint. Including the time used for the breakthrough, he spent about 50 minutes from start to finish. However, Suyu also felt that after opening the third acupoint, the speed at which he absorbed the vital energy had slowed down. I have to consume the blood essence. I cannot slow down. Suyu did not delay. He quickly took out the bottle and poured out a drop of mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. Just as he swallowed the first drop, Suyu's heart trembled. Mountain-breaking bull, 9 kilograms basic skill, mountain-breaking strike, activated with blood essence, basic skill, body strengthening art, activated with blood essence. I've been killed by bulls before? Suyu's heart skipped a beat. No, I've been killed by many bulls. Is there a mountain-breaking bull? I don't remember. The mountain-breaking bull's blood essence actually opened the second page of the book. This surprised Suyu. Of course, he quickly regained his composure. Since young, I've been killed by thousands of races. Having a mountain-breaking bull is normal. It's just that I don't remember anything. Maybe it's because I've killed many bulls. Body strengthening art? I've heard that the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence is so powerful because it's very beneficial to the body. Is it related to this body strengthening art? Suyu opened his eyes and stole a glance at the two students. If he were to use the body strengthening art now, would it be more beneficial for his cultivation? As for the Iron Wing race's absorbing art, it did not focus on strengthening the body. The temporarily opened acupoints were also not used for strengthening the body. It might not be as effective as the mountain-breaking bull at the 1,000 kilograms realm. Forget it, I'll use the blood essence to temper it first and open the other acupoints along the way. Suyu didn't know when the two fellows would leave, and he didn't dare to open the acupoints recklessly. It would be bad if he was discovered. Just as he was thinking, the two of them stood up at the same time. I can't hold on any longer. One of them sighed. I can't hold on any longer. I've opened 2 acupoints. It's still all right. I'm about an hour away. Shaking his head, he turned to look at Suyu. Their faces were slightly flushed. Seeing Suyu's calm expression, the two of them glanced at one another helplessly. Look, he seems to have just started using the blood essence. It seems like he can hold on for at least an hour more. There's no way they can compare. Is Suyu's body stronger than theirs, or is it more tolerant? Suyu, we're leaving. Suyu nodded. The two of them didn't stay for long. They were just strangers who had met by chance. Suyu didn't even know their names. They didn't have any intention of introducing themselves. After all, they weren't from the same academy. It was just a coincidence that they met today. The two of them didn't stay for long. There was a circle of light beside the tattered signboard. It should be a door. The two of them walked over and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing that they had left, Suyu devoured the blood essence once more. This time, he didn't use the blood essence to open the atlas. Instead, he used it to cultivate normally. Suyu could feel a unique energy tempering his body. However, he felt that the effects were mediocre, and the speed wasn't fast. Should I try using the blood essence to open it? He wanted to try using the body-strengthening art. Since the mountain-breaking bulls used the body-strengthening art to strengthen their bodies, perhaps their race essence art would be more effective than the blood essence? I'll try using one drop. If it's not good, I'll continue devouring it to temper my body. After the previous drop was almost digested, Suyu devoured another drop. This time, he used it to open the body-strengthening art. At the start, Suyu felt something different. Suddenly, spots of light appeared all over his body, so many, more than the Iron Wing race. Back then, the origin absorption art only opened 36 temporary acupoints. When it came to Wanshur, there were only a few more. But the Thousand June Realm body strengthening art actually opened more than 100 acupoints in an instant. Suyu didn't count. He glanced at it. It was no less than the Aries art. This meant that the body strengthening art was at least a peak Earth class or even Sky class cultivation technique. Once he opened it, he would be in big trouble. The essence chi here was too dense. With too many temporarily opened acupoints, in the blink of an eye, large amounts of essence chi even liquefied and surged into his body. Rumble, the fourth acupoint was almost instantly opened by him, but this time, Suyu clearly felt something different. The golden atlas shook in his sea of consciousness. It seemed to be surprised that the primal chi in this place was so rich that it used too much energy to devour. It seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. For the first time, it transmitted a weak wave to Suyu. Energy exhausted, the blood essence energy was not enough. In the past, it could last for an hour. Because there was too much essence chi here, the absorption was faster and the consumption was greater. In a short while, it was almost used up. Suyu was a little surprised that the golden atlas could still transmit some waves. But at this time, he didn't care about this. He continued to devour another drop of essence chi. The temporary acupoint that was about to dim lit up again. Large amounts of essence chi once again gathered towards him. After a few minutes, the fifth acupoint rumbled and opened. So fast, Suyu wandered in this comfortable feeling. Although the devouring of essence chi was fast and caused his body to overload, as he felt the acupoints open one by one, Suyu still felt great. After another half an hour, Suyu had devoured a total of 18 drops of essence chi. 6 acupoints were opened, and it had been almost an hour and a half since he entered the mystic realm, in the small house. The two middle-aged men had already left with the students. At this moment, Baifeng was still waiting. Baifeng wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I bragged and said it was 3 hours. Otherwise, Suyu would have caught up to him. Back then, he had only stayed for an hour and a half. In the small house, the old man with the surname Huang looked at the time and said with a smile, "This new student is not bad. His foundation is quite solid. Kaiyuan's 9 acupoints are also sufficiently solid. It looks like there is hope for him to open 6 or 7 acupoints this time. Not bad." The old man who had sent the Fox clan away had also returned. When he heard that, he said indifferently, he came from a small city. Not bad. I like elites from such small places. When they were young, they didn't use much essence chi liquid. Their foundation is solid. Once they seize the opportunity, their foundation will be much more solid. The elites of those large families are fine, but some of the branches only pursue speed. Without a solid foundation, how can they build mountains? Huang Lao sighed. You can't say that. How many people from small cities and ordinary families can seize such an opportunity? The probability of them rising is too low. They can only be special cases. As the two chatted, Baifeng interrupted, "Gentlemen, how long do you think he can stay?" 2 hours, I think. Huang Lao smiled. His foundation is solid, and he was given the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. His body will gradually strengthen. Since he hasn't come out yet, the two brats said that he had just taken the blood essence. He can probably last a while longer. Baifeng nodded slightly and heaved a sigh of relief. It was about the same as his prediction. 2 hours was very good. Civilizationists did not care much about the cultivation of the body in the Kaiyuan realm. They were generally weaker, but that was for ordinary people. For geniuses, they still hoped that their bodies would be stronger. Suyu was in the Kaiyuan realm, and his body was not weak. This brat could even cultivate the second move of Lei Yuan Dao. His explosive power was strong enough, and this had something to do with his strong body. Of course, opening the acupoints also required talent. The more acupoints Suyu opened, the longer he could last. This was normal. Let's see how many acupoints he could open. If he was stuck in an acupoint and could not open it, his primordial qi would accumulate, and he would have to come out. As Baifeng thought of this, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "I remember, on our side, when we broke through 15 June, the one who opened the most acupoints and lasted the longest was my uncle master, right? Lu Wenyan?" The two old men looked at each other. Huang Lao thought about it and shook his head. "It's not him. Back then, I was 2 years younger than him. I heard that when he broke through 15 June, he did not cultivate the Aries art now, but the sky-opening infinite saber technique." Baifeng was surprised. "Why don't I know? Isn't that Xiajia's secret technique?" "It's Xiajia's secret technique." Huang Lao smiled. But back then, the 5th Academy head accepted him and asked for it from Xiajia. The 5th Academy head still had some face, so he promised not to spread it. Xiajia also agreed to teach it to Lu Wenyan. As he spoke, he continued, "Xiajia's sky-opening infinite saber technique is a heaven-level technique. Of course, back then, it should have been an inferior heaven-level technique. It opened 117 acupoints in 15 June and 13 acupoints in the first grade. When Lu Wenyan broke through, he should have opened 12 acupoints. It lasted for nearly 3 hours, and he almost entered the second grade of 15 June. As he spoke, he joked, "What you were bragging about just now was your uncle master's battle record. How dare you hang it on your head?" Baifeng laughed dryly and then asked curiously, "Not my uncle master? I remember it's him." "No." Huang Lao shook his head. He wanted to say something but stopped. He looked at Baifeng. The old man next to him was more direct. He said angrily, "Are you forgetful? A few years ago, the guy who beat you up came to borrow our arcane realm. He lasted for 5 hours that day, opened 24 acupoints, and entered the third grade of 15 June. Did you forget about him on purpose?" Baifeng's face instantly darkened. "F***ck, I forgot about him." He could not help but curse, "This bastard isn't from our academy. I said he's from our academy, not him." The two old men could not help but laugh when they saw him cursing. Huang Lao laughed. "I didn't want to say it just now, but you had to ask. By the way, did you know that he entered Lingyun?" Baifeng's face darkened. "I don't know. I don't care. You." Huang Lao laughed. "You should hurry up and cultivate. Entering Lingyun as soon as possible is the right path. Don't stay in the research center all day. Xia Yuan should be soon. Wu Qi has entered the 9th grade of Soar. Hu Wenxing has suffered a setback this time. I think it'll be soon too. And Lu Hong," he said with some regret. "Baifeng, the top few geniuses of your batch are about to enter Lingyun. Even if you can defeat the 9th grade of Soar, what if you meet Lingyun? You should focus on this as soon as possible. After that," he joked, "if you don't advance, the one in Dazhou Prefecture will catch up to you. I heard that he's about to reach the 6th grade of Soar." "6th grade of Soar?" Baifeng said disdainfully. "Not to mention the 6th grade. Even if it's the 9th grade, I'll kill him with one slap. Don't forget, he's only 19 years old this year." Old Huang reminded him, "You're much older than him." Bai Feng muttered a few words. "So what if he's 19 years old? My disciple is only 18. Alright, although he just advanced to 15 June today, 15 June and Soar are not that far apart." As they chatted, time gradually passed. Soon, 2 hours had passed. Bai Feng kept staring at the door. He was a little surprised that there was no movement. "Still not out, this kid is not bad. Don't tell me he's opened 7 or 8 chakras?" After another half an hour, Bai Feng said nervously, "Nothing will happen, right?" "No." Old Huang comforted him, "How could there be anything happening in the 15,000 June area? Maybe he is still cultivating. The mountain-breaking ox's blood essence is the best for building one's foundation. With a stronger physical body, he will be able to open up more acupoints." "No." Bai Feng said hurriedly. 100 drops of blood. I've calculated it. At most, it's enough for him to open 10 chakras. It's about time for him to come out. Should I go in and take a look? It might not be finished yet. After it's used up, he might be absorbing vitality to cultivate. Don't worry. Huang Lao comforted him. Beside him, another old man said calmly, "Don't believe him. This kid might want to go in and cultivate. He's so poor that he's crazy. Once he gets the chance, he'll go into the arcane realm." Bai Feng was embarrassed. "Nonsense, I'm not that kind of person. We're rich and overbearing with the Shunwen faction. We won't be short of money." Before he could finish, the old man picked up an incomparably exquisite teapot from the side and mumbled, "I heard that this was used by Hong Tan for 50 years. It's a good thing. I spent 10 merit points to buy it from the black market. I don't know if it's true." Bai Feng was dumbfounded. "Damn, I packed it up and sold it. Why would it appear here? No, damn it. You're selling a teapot for 10 merit points. I packed it up and sold it for 80 merit points. There are at least dozens of items that are better than this teapot. Unscrupulous merchant." Bai Feng cursed in his heart. How dare he scam me? No, after thinking about it, that fellow probably didn't scam me but the old man in front of me. How rich. 10 merit points for this thing. As he thought about this, he almost forgot about Suyu. Looking at the old man playing with the teapot, Bai Feng coughed lightly and said, "This is definitely not my teacher's. The one he used is still in the research center. How could it be leaked?" "Is that so?" The old man said with a smile, "I heard that someone asked old Qian to make a batch of old things. Could it be that you, Bai Feng, used fake goods to fool your teacher?" Bai Feng couldn't take it anymore and said angrily, "Old Qian said that he wouldn't leak it. How dare he sell me? I'll go look for him." Cough, cough. The old man hurriedly said, "Don't. It's just a slip of the tongue. It's not a big deal. Don't worry, we won't tell Hongalao that the things he used were all fake. Don't worry." Bai Feng gritted his teeth and said, "The things my teacher used are all real. The ones you bought are fake." Yes, yes, yes. The old man hurriedly nodded. He had almost scammed an old friend. It was better to be more accommodating to Bai Feng. "If you say that, we'll reluctantly believe you." This fellow was really inhumane. He even sold his teacher's belongings. Fortunately, Hongalao wasn't in the academy. Otherwise, he could have sent him off in advance. Bai Feng's expression kept changing. After a while, he mumbled, "There's nothing I can do." Who asked him to leave nothing behind? Principal Zhou and the others are good-for-nothings. They wanted to scam my senior brother. What can I do? I still have to struggle. It's not my fault. It's all my teacher's fault. There's nothing I can do without money. There's nothing I can sell at home. The things my teacher used were stained with the title of a mountain and sea realm cultivator. They were worth some money, not to mention, his teacher's trashy things were sold for more than 800 merit points. Even he was shocked. The 2 old men didn't say anything. When it came to this, it was better for them to keep their mouths shut. Bai Feng could scold him, but they couldn't. At the same time. So you didn't use up all his blood essence like Bai Feng had imagined. He only used about 60 drops, And he had already opened 16 acupoints. He had used 18 drops and opened 6 acupoints, some of which were not opened with blood essence. After that, he had used more than 40 drops and opened 10 acupoints, so you had reached the second tier of imminent kilogram. Even he was shocked. He had opened his acupoints too quickly. There are still 8 more acupoints to the third tier of imminent kilogram. Can I open them successfully? He had used up more than half of his blood essence. There were less than 40 drops left. So you wasn't sure if he could open the remaining 8 acupoints. If he could directly enter the third tier of imminent kilogram. This secret realm is definitely able to help people open their acupoints. So you had a judgment in his heart. It was definitely possible. At this moment, his physical body was much stronger than before. So you tried punching the air. With a single punch, without using any martial techniques, the air actually exploded. The number of acupoints I've opened seems to have surpassed teacher. It's just that the time is a little short, but I should be able to exceed 3 hours. There were still about 40 drops of blood essence left. Continue. So you didn't think too much about it and continued his cultivation. Drop after drop of blood essence was devoured, and the body-strengthening art was activated again and again. Those acupoints were temporarily opened, absorbing a large amount of energy. So you only felt indescribably exhilarated. Fortunately, he had used the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence to open the manual. The body-strengthening art was also the best cultivation art for tempering one's physical body. At the very least, that was how Suyu saw it. This was why he could open so many acupoints so easily. If it was anything else, even the Xianxia realm's origin absorption art wouldn't be able to do it. Xianxia and the others actually wanted to snatch my blood essence. They are too much. The more Suyu thought about it, the angrier he got. Fortunately, it wasn't snatched away. That dragon silkworm's blood essence was definitely inferior to the mountain-breaking bull's. If he devoured the dragon silkworm's blood essence, would he be able to open the manual? If he opened the manual, would he be able to temper his physical body? Would he be able to open his acupoints? There was an 80% to 90% chance that it wouldn't work. They are too much, almost severing my path of cultivation. We aren't finished yet. Suyu was incomparably furious. At this moment, he deeply understood what it meant to vent one's anger on others. In any case, he was already venting his anger on others. Who asked the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence to be so effective? 3 hours later, Baifeng was really anxious. Not out yet? Baifeng frowned and looked at the 2 elders. Elder Huang hesitated for a moment and said, "If we go to investigate and disturb the other party's cultivation, it will be troublesome. We are Ling Yun. Once we enter, essence energy will automatically gather, then I'll go. I'm the soar." Nonsense, won't it be the same if you go? Essence energy will automatically gather. Essence energy mystic realm was like this. Once you enter, essence energy will gather and automatically fill your acupoints. With their strength, they could easily affect Suyu if they entered. Previously, Baifeng wanted to enter, but it was just a casual remark. Elder Huang hesitated and said, "Why don't we let one of 15 June go in to take a look? I'm mainly worried that he will be disturbed." If he really has talent, Baifeng understood what he meant. If Suyu really had talent, great talent, he might still be tempering his acupoints now. Once he was disturbed and missed this opportunity to improve, it would not be worth it. Baifeng, honestly speaking, do you think this disciple of yours can last until now? Baifeng calmed down and took a deep breath. After thinking, he nodded and said, "It's possible. He has talent and is resilient enough. I'm a little worried that he clearly can't take it anymore, but he insists on persisting. It's easy to injure himself." Of course, Suyu had talent. If he didn't have talent, did he, Baifeng, need to brag to him? Wasn't he just afraid of being slapped in the face? That was why he said he lasted for 3 hours. The truth proved that he was slapped in the face when he said 3 hours. After thinking, Baifeng said, "I won't be at ease if we let others go in. How about this? I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to use the essence energy mirror to observe the flow of essence energy. If it's still flowing, then he is still cultivating. I can also be more at ease." Essence energy mirror, Huang Lao said in a deep voice. The essence energy mirror has the effect of prying into essence energy. It often involves a cultivator's cultivation secrets. Without the person's consent, I'm his teacher, I just have to agree. Bai Feng made the final decision. Huang Lao didn't say anything else. He exchanged a glance with the other old man, and both of them nodded at the same time. In the next moment, both of them shouted in unison, "Buzz!" Space fluctuated, and in the blink of an eye, a mirror appeared in the void. At this moment, red dots appeared in the mirror. In the outermost area, there was only a small red dot. Around the red dot, ripples flowed like water and converged towards the red dot. Huang Lao waved his hand. Apart from the red dot, the other regions turned black. That was the sign that others were cultivating. The essence energy mirror had the ability to spy on others. Apart from Suyu, spying on others' cultivation was taboo. They needed the two's agreement to use it. He's still training. Huang Lao opened his mouth and said with some surprise, the speed of the vital energy flow is very fast, almost catching up to Wan Shi's. Your student is not simple. Bai Feng heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, it's fine as long as he's still cultivating. Who doesn't have some secrets? Can geniuses be the same as ordinary students? After saying that, he chuckled and said, this kid gave me a fright. Looks like he has gained quite a lot this time. As he said that, Bai Feng coughed lightly and said, well, the two of you can put away the essence energy mirror. It's not good to spy on our lineage's secrets, right? *CK, the two old men cursed in their hearts at the same time, who told us to use it just now, it's spying on your lineage's secrets, have some shame, the two old men's faces darkened. The mirror in the air dissipated automatically, no longer bothering with Bai Feng. This ** turned his back on them. They couldn't be bothered to talk to him anymore. Instead, they paid some attention to Suyu. This new student was quite impressive. I wonder if he can last a little longer. It's best if he can break the record of that person from War Academy. Just like that, the few of them waited again. At this moment, they felt much more at ease. The essence energy was still flowing, and the speed was not slow. Suyu might be able to last a little longer. As for Suyu's fast absorption of essence energy, just as Bai Feng said, all geniuses had their secrets. In this world, civilizationists were the most mysterious group. Do not spy on the secrets of civilizationists. It might be because of Shenwen, or it might be because of other factors, or even because of bloodline. There was no need to look into it. As long as it was not Wanzhou, it was fine. As for Suyu, since he was accepted by Bai Feng, he naturally had to undergo the necessary inspection. It was just that Suyu himself did not know it. 3 hours, 4 hours, 4.5 hours, Bai Feng's expression became more and more strange. Is this kid really going to break that ****'*'*'*'** record? At the same time, Suyu had already used up his essence blood, and the Wan Atlas was no longer opened. 23 opened apertures, he was only one aperture away from the third layer of 15,000 June. This was the reason why Suyu refused to leave. At this time, he was desperately absorbing Yuan Qi, relying on the art of God of War, not the art of body strengthening. He was not satisfied, just a little bit more. Wouldn't it be better to enter the third layer of imminent? But he had no essence blood. Just like this, he forcefully dragged on for half an hour, unwilling to leave. If he left, it would be a loss. Just one more aperture, Suyu prayed. Opening the aperture and entering the third layer of imminent would allow him to connect the aperture again and form a complete circuit. He would then be able to absorb more essence energy. Otherwise, if he went out and opened the last aperture, he would need to spend at least 7 or 8 drops of essence energy liquid to form a circuit. This was the only chance. He would not have the chance to enter the essence energy mystic realm. Opening another aperture will save at least 40 merit points. Open it for me. Suyu roared in his heart, seeing that the other apertures were already full of essence energy. He would be forced out if he did not open another aperture. Suyu steeled his heart and gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he took out another drop of essence blood, Ironwing's essence blood. Previously, he had exchanged for 30 drops from Xia Huyu. These days, Suyu had been using 1 drop a day. Today, he only had 10 drops of essence blood left. Originally, he was reluctant to use this. Besides, Ironwing's essence blood was not very helpful in tempering the body. But now, he did not care so much. He was not directly using essence blood to temper his body. What he needed was a powerful cultivation technique and more temporary apertures to absorb essence energy to temper the apertures, devour. The next moment, a large amount of essence energy gathered again. At this moment, Suyu's opened apertures seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden, making him feel much more relaxed. Just like this. Suyu was overjoyed. Just like this, he just had to persevere for a while more. Soon, the last aperture showed signs of opening. In the end, the essence blood was exhausted after a while. Suyu cursed in his heart. He did not know if it was worth it. He swallowed another drop of Ironwing's essence blood. This time, the last acupoint was successfully opened with a loud bang. Suyu quickly linked the 36 apertures of the Aries art. Together with Kaiyuan's 9 apertures, he had 45 apertures. They shone brightly and quickly formed a net-like circuit. Rumble. Once the circuit was formed, Suyu felt his body shaking continuously. Large amounts of black matter were expelled from his pores. This was the effect of the essence blood tempering. In fact, Suyu did not use essence blood to temper his body. Instead, he used the body-strengthening art and absorbing essence art to cultivate. As a result, the effect of the body-strengthening art was no less than the essence blood itself. The effect of the absorbing essence art to strengthen the body was very weak. It seemed that the mountain-breaking bull clan's body-strengthening art was extremely suitable for tempering the body. Foundation establishment is to build the foundation of the body. Only when the body is stronger than the same level can one defeat the same level. Everyone was at the 3rd level of 15 June and cultivated the advanced version of the Aries art. Whoever's body was stronger would have a greater chance of winning. At this time, Suyu knew he could not stay for long. He no longer opened his apertures. Instead, he began to absorb large amounts of essence chi to strengthen his body. The apertures were shining brightly, bursting with waves of light. It made Suyu look like he had walked out of the light. Opening his eyes, Suyu looked not far away. It was the Xianxia region. He could feel the thicker essence chi there and the stronger pressure. But he knew that the current him could not withstand it. Next time I come, I must go there to temper. Next time, I will accumulate enough and come again. I will not stop until I absorb to my heart's content. He was a guy who had just entered 15 June. The essence chi he absorbed was simply a drop in the ocean compared to the entire essence energy mystic realm. Perhaps it was not even a drop in the ocean. Even in this small region, the 15 June region, he absorbed so much essence chi, but the result seemed to be completely unchanged. I have absorbed at least 100 drops. Suyu calculated in his heart for a while. He felt that he had absorbed at least 100 drops of essence chi liquid. He had made a killing, even the consumption was terrifying. 100 drops of mountain break ox blood essence and 2 drops of ironwing blood essence. All converted to official price, 1,510 merit points. Suyu was secretly speechless. He had spent so many merit points to cultivate to the 3rd level of 15 June. He had used merit points to buy time. If there was no blood essence and no essence energy mystic realm, he could only absorb the weak essence chi in the human realm. In southern Yuan, if he wanted to cultivate to the 3rd level of 15 June, it might take him several years. In the Civilization Academy, he spent a few hours, on the premise that he burned money. If I were to absorb this essence chi and soar, would I directly condense it into essence chi liquid and take it away? Suyu suddenly had such a thought. After thinking about it, there might be something wrong. Otherwise, if soar could enter here, wouldn't it have been sucked dry long ago? Yuan Shenwen, at this moment, although Suyu did not see this Shenwen, he still felt a sense of yearning. A single divine character had created an incomparably powerful space. Nearly 5 hours later, Suyu walked out. He did not force himself to stay any longer. There was no need. He had opened 24 apertures and formed a circuit. If he stayed any longer, he would consume the essence blood of Ironwing in the Xianxia realm. It might not be worth it. After all, it was difficult for him to open his apertures again. It would be a waste for him to absorb more essence chi at this moment. It was better to take it slow. There was a knock on the door. Huang Lao waved his hand to open the door. At this moment, Suyu's clothes and face were dirty, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. he had opened many apertures, and his body had been cleansed. Especially now that he could not restrain himself and had just broken through, his aura was even more imposing. He even looked more imposing than the two present, Ling Yun and Bai Feng. Bai Feng looked at Suyu and clicked his tongue. This kid was really good, it was just a pity that he didn't break that guy's record. Of course, it didn't matter. This wasn't an official record, and there was no benefit in breaking it. Bai Feng's eyes flickered like a light, and he looked at Suyu. Suyu felt that he was seen through. The next moment, Bai Feng retracted his gaze, a bright smile appeared on his face. 3 layers of 15 kilograms. Bai Feng smiled, and his smile was exceptionally bright. At the side, the two old men didn't spy on Suyu, but when they heard Bai Feng's words, they couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. When they looked at Suyu again, there was a hint of admiration. Genius, monster, this new student named Suyu, disregarding everything else, just in terms of cultivation talent, he wasn't any worse than the one from war school. 3 layers of 15 kilograms. Huang Lao said emotionally, not bad, very good. Compared to your teacher. Before he could finish, Bai Feng laughed and said, almost the same as me. I was afraid of hurting your confidence, so I didn't say it. Back then, I stayed in there for 5 hours, and when I came out, I was also 3 layers of 15 kilograms, with 24 apertures opened. Bai Feng said emotionally, I originally thought that with me being so outstanding, there was no justice in the world. My student couldn't be so outstanding anymore, or else the other factions would be jealous to death. In the end, I didn't expect that Suyu, you are as outstanding as me. This time, Bai Feng didn't belittle Suyu, but he raised himself up. He laughed and said, Suyu, very good, you didn't embarrass your teacher. Our faction is destined to be strong. Now it seems that you have the foundation. The two old men rolled their eyes. Aren't you embarrassed? You are really thick-skinned, Suyu was a little surprised. Teacher, you also came out of seclusion at 3 layers of 15 kilograms? Yes. Bai Feng said emotionally, that's right. Not only me, there are a few others who came out of seclusion at 3 layers of 15 kilograms like you. There are also some in war school. After all, this world doesn't lack geniuses. Although we are outstanding, there are many outstanding people too, Bai Feng said emotionally, of course, I'm a little better than you. I came to this secret realm as soon as I entered the school. You were delayed for a month, and it seems that you are a month slower than me. I wonder if you can catch up to me. Suyu had never asked Bai Feng when did he soar. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask, Teacher, how old are you in soar? Me? Bai Feng smiled and said, actually, I entered the school 1 year older than you. I entered at 19, soar at 22, Suyu was stunned. 3 years, he couldn't hold it in and said in a low voice, I heard that Wu Lan's sister, Wu Qi. Soar at 20 years old, Bai Feng smiled faintly and said, yes, she is 2 years younger than me. We soar in the same year. I soar at 22 years old, and she soar at 20 years old. I am actually 1 year earlier than her. Hu Wenxing is 1 year earlier than me. Xia Yuan and Wu Qi are in the same year. Lu Hong and I are in the same year. Within the 3 batches, we are actually considered in the same batch. Therefore, the outside world says that we are in the same batch, but in fact, it isn't. Then, Suyu had a strange look in his eyes. Yet you are still so confident, Bai Feng smiled faintly and said, 3 years of soar. Is that very long? After saying that, he looked at Huang Lao and Hu Wenxing and said with a smile, ask Huang Lao and the rest, who is better, me or Wu Qi? Suyu was a little surprised. The next moment, he seemed to have thought of something. Sure enough, although Huang Lao was unhappy with Bai Feng's boasting, he still smiled and said, it's not the same. Before your soar, you need to outline more of Shunwen, so your soar speed has always been slower than others. Bai Feng's 3 years of soar is indeed very fast. In terms of talent, he is not worse than Wu Qi. Bai Feng was not satisfied and said, Huang Lao is clearly better than her. Huang Lao smiled and said nothing. That might not be the case, no one denied that Bai Feng was a genius, but to say that he was definitely better than Xia Yuan or Wu Qi, no one would believe it. Suyu understood, before Bai Feng soar, he heard Xia Huyu mention that he seemed to have outlined 12 Shunwen. That 3 years of soar was indeed very fast. Bai Feng smiled and said, so, if you can soar into the sky within 3 years, then you'll catch up to me. Now, it looks like there's still hope. After all, your performance in the 15,000 June realm is just as outstanding as me. Huang Lao and Hu Wenxing did not want to speak at all. This guy was completely shameless in order to maintain his face in front of his disciple. Bai Feng coughed lightly and said with a smile, let's go. Having said that, he turned to look at the 2 old men and said with a smile, both of you, so you still has a bet with him. Before the bet is over, don't tell anyone about the 1,000 June realm. If he really loses 1,000 merit points, although our line is not short of money, the 2 of you still have to pay some compensation. Huang Lao could not help but curse, get lost, get lost. With this guy here, he got angry for no reason. If you don't get lost, believe it or not, I will expose you. Immediately, after Bai Feng left with Suyu, Huang Lao opened his mouth and said, Old Nya, what do you think? What do you think? This Suyu, Nya Lao nodded and said indifferently, there are geniuses every year, and there are also many monsters. What can the 1,000 June realm see? Go to soar first. Are there not many monsters who do not enter soar and are stuck at the peak of nature nurturing? When he reaches soar, then he will be a real genius. Now, it is too early to say anything. That's true. Huang Lao nodded and said with a smile, as soon as Hong Tan left, Bai Feng accepted the student. I saw that Hong Tan left in a hurry. Maybe it was that kid Bai Feng who instigated it, afraid that Hong Tan would steal his disciple. Nia Lao was stunned for a moment, then he could not help but laugh and scolded in a low voice, inhumane. Don't say, it's really possible. Huang Lao said with a smile, besides, Hong Tan would also do such a thing, what do you think? At that time it was Chen Yong who was going to accept Bai Feng, but in the end, he became Chen Yong's junior. Tell me, how could Bai Feng not guard against him? Cough, cough, cough. Nia Lao no longer kept a straight face and almost choked with laughter. So many people from Shenwen. None of them are decent. Fortunately, Chen Yong accepted Wu Jia later, and Wu Jia did not let him down, making it into the top 100 list in a few years. As he spoke, he fell silent. Wu Jia was seriously injured not long ago and fell off the top 100 list. He probably had no hope of making it back in a short time. The competition in the school seemed to be out of control now. Huang Lao also thought of this and said, I think this Suyu will reach nature nurturing soon. Nature nurturing, 15 kilograms, in a few months, he will probably enter the 6th layer of 15 kilograms by the end of the year. Plus nature nurturing. Even if he can't make it this year, there is still hope for him to enter the top 100 list next year. Looks like there will be a fight in the top 100 list next year. Next year? There will be a fight in a few months this year. Nia Lao said in a low voice, I secretly observed those monsters this year. Some of them have entered the 7th layer of 15 kilograms. So fast? Yes, it's that fast. They are all holding it in now. Just wait and see, in a few months, someone will enter the Wanshur, or even the 9th layer of 15 kilograms. The top 100 list will be in chaos. So you did not know about the conversation between the 2 old men. At this moment, he was still in a state of joy. Within a day, he had charged into the 3rd layer of 15 kilograms. Although the consumption was huge, he was still very happy. The 3rd layer of 15 kilograms. 36 opened apertures. If he cultivated the 15 kilograms art like his father, he would be in the 9th layer of 15 kilograms now. He was happy and excited. Bai Feng, who was at the side, was also happy for him, but he felt an inexplicable desolation in his heart. I can't even lie, how embarrassing. I lied for 3 hours and opened 12 apertures, but in the blink of an eye, I was slapped in the face by this kid. Luckily I am thick-skinned enough. In the blink of an eye, I overthrew the previous lie and told another one. I can't double it in the future, I have to increase it by 10 times. Bai Feng sighed. If not for the fact that many people knew about the time of his soar, he would have said that he had soar for 3 months. Seeing that Suyu was still excited, Bai Feng coughed lightly and said, don't be too excited. The 3rd layer of 15 kilograms is just the beginning, you haven't even reached the temperament. The foundation of a civilizator is still willpower. 15 kilograms Wancher, this is all excessive. Soar is the foundation. Got it, teacher. Suyu became serious and hurriedly said, I won't be arrogant. When I go back tonight, I will increase my cultivation. Next month, I won't be the class monitor anymore. I will cultivate for more than 12 hours a day. Bai Feng was speechless. You should be a little more slack. You are already at the third layer of 15 kilograms, why are you still so self-disciplined? You have already said what I wanted to say, what else can I say? I don't feel any sense of accomplishment as a teacher. Can't you just say that you have made great progress today and rest for a few days? Then I will scold you and tell you not to be arrogant. Bai Feng was tired. He turned his head and thought for a while, then could only say, not bad, but you still have to pay attention to work and rest, don't work too hard. Also, you can be arrogant, don't be complacent. After all, that guy in Dazhou Prefecture who is 1 year older than you is about to reach the 6th layer of Soar. Bai Feng was inexplicably sad. Since when did he have to use a monster from outside to suppress his own disciple? Was he, Bai Feng, not talented enough? He accepted someone else, but he could clearly suppress him. Back then, when his teacher was teaching him, he used him to beat him down. Now, he actually felt like he could not suppress it. Sigh. A soft sigh came out. Suyu seemed to understand something, and said seriously, Teacher, don't worry, the blood essence that I used today, when I have money, I will find a way to return it to you. Bai Feng rolled his eyes. Who the hell was sighing about the blood essence? As if he had thought of something, Bai Feng said solemnly, learn more of the languages of the myriad races. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to understand the original text of the myriad races. Back when I first entered the academy, I had mastered 35 major categories of languages of the myriad races, and there were a total of 120 languages. Bai Feng suddenly felt confident, and said with a smile, you also have to master these languages as soon as possible, or what will you do when you learn Shenwen? Do you only learn from the ones you know? The Shenwen that you know of may not be suitable for you, and may not be strong, understand? Confidence came. I mastered 35 major categories back then, Suyu said in surprise. 35 major categories, is there a major category for one? Of course. Bai Feng said lightly, we are all demons, so is it the same kind of demon? We are all tigers, so is it the same kind of tiger? This is considered a major category. Of course, there are many divisions. I'm talking about my division, you don't have to worry about it. Oh. Suyu nodded. 120 languages. Amazing, he knew 20 languages before, and these days, he attended every class, coming into contact with 12 new languages, but he didn't learn them, could only say that he had generally mastered some basic languages. There was a long way to go, but I keep feeling that teacher is bragging, Suyu cursed inwardly. 120 doors, is that for real, teacher? It's not like I don't know anything, after all, I've been in the school for a month. Last time, I remember an instructor saying that the best researcher in the academy had mastered 370 languages. The best new student mastered 79 languages when he entered the school. He didn't say it was you. Could it be that he mastered 120 languages after entering the school? Of course. That was also amazing. Although Suyu felt that his teacher had a small habit of bragging, he reluctantly believed it. Forget it, don't worry about it. Previously, he felt that Bai Feng didn't think much of him, but when Bai Feng casually threw him thousands of merit points worth of blood essence, he felt that teacher was still very cute. Although he was poor, he was still generous. If he was really rich, teacher should still be very generous, but unfortunately, he didn't have money. When he returned to the research center, it was already afternoon. The school's monthly examination would be held on the 30th, which was the day after tomorrow. There were no classes in the school in the afternoon. As soon as Suyu came back, he prepared to go upstairs to continue training. Bai Feng was impressed by this kid, but he still stopped Suyu. Don't be too tired these 2 days. Make sure to rest well. Bai Feng reminded him, I've checked your willpower. You're getting closer to the nurturing stage. Nurturing is also equivalent to the Wancher stage of the warrior path. However, most civilization masters don't have strong combat power at the nurturing stage. Instead, they are very weak, even weaker than Qianjun. That's because these students lack a lot of things at the nurturing stage. At the true nurturing stage, they can fight Xianxia or even defeat Soar. Bai Feng said seriously, in the early stages, I'm letting you grow freely. Once you start nurturing, you'll find yourself even busier than now. So, treasure your time now. Regarding the challenge, just treat it as a seasoning. Relax yourself and don't be too serious. Suyu nodded and didn't mind it too much. So what if I'm busy? There are only 24 hours in a day. Can you make me work for 25 hours? Thinking of this, Suyu thought of something else. Teacher, you said before that the war school and our civilization school will have some exchanges. Why is there no news? They've just entered the school, and everyone is cultivating. Who has time for exchanges? At least give them some time to improve. Bai Feng smiled. Exchanges will have to wait for the geniuses from the war school to improve and enter Qianjun or even Wanshi. Only then will they initiate the exchange. Why, can't wait to get beaten up. Don't think that you're very powerful just because you're at Qianjun 3rd. In the past exchanges, the other party has always sent Wanshi fighters. Suyu was speechless. Wanshi, these guys are cultivating too fast. It's normal. They don't need to train their willpower. Geniuses are Qianjun once they enter the school. In half a year, it's normal for them to advance to Wanshi. I understand. The teacher and student exchanged a few words and soon went back to their own business. Basement 3, Laboratory. Bai Feng sighed. Suyu's progress was too fast. He originally thought that Suyu would need at least 3 months to enter the state of mind nurturing. Now, it seemed that it would take at most 10 days. Coincidentally, there was a problem on senior brother's side. Some plans had been disrupted. That bastard Lu Hong, going into seclusion at this time, cursing under his breath, Bai Feng dialed a number. A moment later, he changed his clothes and left the laboratory. Library Pavilion. It was one of the most important places in the academy, and its importance was no less than the Arcana Zone. In a large office on the top floor, Bai Feng pushed open the door and entered. Inside, a gentle-looking man saw Bai Feng and said with some heartache, "Look at you. Have you been studying those things again these days? Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself?" "I'm fine." Bai Feng was carefree. In front of Chen Yong, he was very open. When he first entered the academy, the first person who fancied him was Chen Yong. He almost became Chen Yong's student. When Bai Feng sat down and poured himself a cup of tea, Chen Yong smiled and said with some helplessness, "You sold teachers things?" "Of course not." Bai Feng denied. But soon, he laughed and said, "I sold them. Not to mention, they were worth a lot of money." "Senior brother, how much do we need now?" "About 5,000 merit points." "So much?" Bai Feng frowned. He thought for a moment and said, "If we can't do it, I will find some time to go to the All Heavens battlefield and kill more Soar. Don't be ridiculous." Chen Yong shook his head and said, "Even if I make up for the deficit, the chances of me keeping my position aren't high. What we used was the original currency of the Myriad races. They can just find an excuse. Even if you make up for the merit points, they can still find fault with you when the original currency is gone." Then, Chen Yong said, "So, I did not hand over the merit points you gave me. I kept them all. While I am still in my position, that student of yours should go into meditation and read more Wan's original copies to sketch the outline of Shenwen. Since we are going to lose our position, we might as well make some profit before we leave." "Senior brother." Bai Feng was a little unwilling. He said with a gloomy face, "They are destroying our foundation by doing this. Everyone is aware of the situation in the Compendium Pavilion, and they have also sent their own people here. If they really do this, we won't be able to live well, so we won't let them live well either. While you are still here, we might as well close the library so that their people can't come." "Don't be ridiculous." Chen Yong scolded, "The purpose of the school is to nurture geniuses. If you don't let them in, you are interfering with their cultivation. The whole school, the whole of Dixia province, and even the human race will suffer losses." Bai Feng said angrily, "Those who are successful will help the world. We can't even protect ourselves now. Why should we care about them? I am not being selfish. They are not giving us any chance to survive. They are too much. If we really want to make trouble, we will make it big. Are we afraid of them? Xianxia said softly, make it big? How to make it big? Shenwen has countless geniuses and experts. What about us? 5 people. If it were you, and you had to choose between the single divine text system and the multiple divine text system, which would you choose? Is one really not going to care? Xianxia chuckled. I understand Principal Wan's meaning. If the polytheistic rune department can struggle to survive, then there is a need for it. If it is eliminated, then it is a matter of natural selection. This means that the polytheistic rune department is no longer suitable for the academy. Nonsense. Baifeng cursed softly, feeling a little indignant. After a while, he said, it is not appropriate for me to speak at this time. But since it has come to this, I have nothing to say. Suyu is improving very quickly. He is about to enter nature nurturing. After that, I plan to let him officially enter Shenwen to cultivate. You're almost done? Xianxia was surprised. He said quickly, wasn't he, this kid has been staying in the fragment room all day, cultivating like crazy. He is improving very quickly. Baifeng explained, and then he said, what I'm worried about now is which system should he cultivate? Should he cultivate dragon slaying like me, or should he cultivate both offense and defense like master? Xianxia said, why can't he cultivate defense like me? Baifeng glanced at him. He could not bear to hurt him. After a while, he said, well, I think it is better to fight. Being a tortoise, cultivating defense is too demoralizing. Xianxia glared at him. This kid liked to talk nonsense. Ask him for his opinion. Don't make decisions for him, Xianxia said. Each has their advantages and disadvantages. Take you for example. You cultivate dragon slaying and your offensive skills are top-notch. Your other skills are not very good. If we were at the same level, I would definitely kill you if you couldn't win 3 attacks. Baifeng said helplessly, that's true. Senior brother, I can't break that tortoise shell of yours, nonsense again? Xianxia glared at him. Baifeng laughed dryly and said quickly, fine, I'll ask him himself. Actually, I still hope that he follows my path. In this day and age, it is useless no matter how strong your defense is. For example, senior brother, you are a passive type. Unless someone actively attacks you, it is like tickling them. Shut up. Xianxia was a little angry. He shouted softly and said, you came to me because you want him to come to the library, right? No problem. When he enters the state of cultivation, let him come. I don't mind using a few more books. That's good. I was worried about that. Baifeng breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was still a little indignant. His senior brother made it sound easy, but it seemed that he had decided to give up his position as the chief curator. Thinking of this, he asked, how is Wu Jia? He's fine. He is recovering well. He should be able to recover in about 3 months. It is just that his cultivation has been delayed, that's too much. Baifeng said angrily, this is the golden period of cultivation, and we've been delayed for 3 months. The students on the top 100 list have all improved a lot, and Wu Jia has been standing still. Even if he recovers, it will be extremely difficult for him to fight his way up. After saying that, he became even more annoyed. When we fought them back then, I defeated them many times. Under normal circumstances, I only suffered light injuries. Unless I really couldn't hold back, I could only seriously injure them. Now that they are dealing us a heavy blow, is this still a competition? Baifeng was no longer gentle. He said with some irritation, what are they trying to do? Are they trying to kill us? Xianxia pressed his hand, gesturing for him to be quiet. When Baifeng sat down again, Xianxia said, this matter is also your fault. You are in the limelight too much. After enduring for so many years, why did you have to defeat Hu Wenxing in one blow and let them feel the pressure? Baifeng clenched his teeth and said, yes, I was impulsive. But my original goal was to let Suyu know that our Shenwen faculty is strong. Otherwise, he might really run to the blacksmithing faculty. We haven't had any newcomers in a few years. I was only recruiting a newcomer. If they didn't force us, would we need to show our strength to the outside world? Chen Yong didn't say much. When he finished, Chen Yong said, the opponent heavily injured Xianxia and couldn't hold back. Xianxia is stubborn and won't admit defeat. You know that. At that time, when she was heavily injured, we had nothing to say. Senior brother, can you not be so soft? Bai Feng said angrily, why do you have to find excuses for everything? Are you one of us or one of them? They are like this. The softer they are, the more they bully you. I know that the Shenwen faculty is not suitable for everyone, but is it really so difficult to let a few monsters or high-class people join us? They are afraid. They are afraid that we will rise again and cause them to lose their power, position, and glory. Bai Feng snorted. The struggle nowadays is no longer as pure as it used to be. Back then, they could say that it was for the sake of humanity, Xia province, and the academy. But now? Nonsense. After saying that, he said, during Grandmaster's era, there were many cultivators from the Shenwen faculty. Yes, most of them didn't achieve anything and switched to the Shenwen faculty. But we can't deny that we were glorious and powerful. If it wasn't for the death of Grandmaster and a few of the older generation Galao, we wouldn't have become like this. We're not sect uncles. Bai Feng said. Then she sighed. Our sect uncles and the rest of their generation are all crippled. That's because they're pursuing different things. They're pursuing higher things. If we only look at the cloud-soaring mountains and seas, we're obviously stronger, and we can also step into that realm. Lu Wenyan generation was useless not because they cultivated too much in the Shenwen faculty. As long as we don't walk the path of Uncle Masters and simply walk the path of the Shenwen faculty, it's no different from back then. How is it a hindrance to the students? Bai Feng was still unwilling. The decline of the Shenwen faculty was an accident, not inevitable. As long as the threshold for entry is higher, those ordinary students don't have to cultivate the Shenwen faculty. We can't not let them understand us just because we are strong at the same level, right? He felt that it was ridiculous. Now, this was the excuse that the Shenwen faculty used to suppress them. They were afraid that if they were too strong, the students would be tempted. Nonsense. Bai Feng always felt that this excuse was nonsense. Of course, the Shenwen faculty had a reason to say that. 50 years ago, it was clear evidence. They always used that generation as an example, but in fact, that was a special case. Those guys were too glorious in that era. Indeed, a large number of students yearned for the glory of the Shenwen faculty and wasted their golden cultivation time. Chen Yong pressed his hands together again. Don't be too agitated. There are some things that you can't be too agitated about. When Master enters the Sea of Mountains, or when I enter the Sea of Mountains, some things will naturally change. How long do we have to wait? Bai Feng said gloomily, Master hasn't made any progress in the past few years. It's the same for you. Chen Yong laughed and did not continue on this topic. He changed the topic and said, so you is actually going to enter the nature-nurturing stage so soon. This is somewhat unexpected. In the nature-nurturing stage, our lineage requires a strong and vigorous will to nurture more divine characters and not burden the sea of will. After pondering for a moment, a crystal-clear jade bone appeared in Chen Yong's hand. Help me give this to him. Take it as a greeting gift from Uncle Master. The skull of the annihilation mythical beast? Looking at the small jade bone, Bai Feng was shocked. Senior brother, you don't want to live anymore? You want to give this to Suyu? You must be crazy. This was given to you by Master to celebrate your entry into the Ling Yun. I don't have much use for it. Chen Yong chuckled. I wanted to give it to Jia, but I don't think she will need it. Chen Yong said, Jia is talented. I think it's only a matter of time before she enters the soar with Ten Shenwen. But any more, it'll be difficult. It won't be too much of a burden to the Sea of Will. She can handle it. As for Suyu, he reached the nature-nurturing stage so quickly. Previously, you said that he drew the outline of Shenwen in a day. During the nature-nurturing stage, he might draw more Shenwen. With this, the burden will be smaller and it will be safer. Senior brother. Bai Feng was in a difficult position. But when he thought of his student's talent, he gritted his teeth and took the small round jade bone. Then I'll keep it. This bastard, he doesn't even know how much we've spent on him. After scolding Suyu, Baifeng took a deep breath. I'll urge him to enter the nature nurturing stage as soon as possible. Then, before the end of the year, we'll see if there's any hope of entering the top 100 list. It'll be best if he can sweep away all those bastards and let Jia enter again. This way, senior brother won't have to face the second assessment, Chen Yong said. Don't force him. Cultivation isn't something that can be done in a day. It's not worth it if he gets hurt. It doesn't matter if he really loses it. Anyway, we don't plan to recruit new people for the next few years. If we don't recruit new people, the library will have a limited impact on us. I got it. Baifeng didn't say anything else. He stood up and said, then I'll leave first. Oh right, my research is on the right track. If senior brother has nothing to do, you can go and take a look. Don't stay here all day. This damn place is annoying. Although the library was good, it wasn't his home. Baifeng had to look at those one manuscripts all day, and he couldn't even look at them. This place was annoying. I got it. Take care of yourself. Don't delay your cultivation. I got it. Baifeng turned and left. After he left, Chen Yong sighed. Sometimes, he wanted to shut down his master's research institute. Previously, when the school decided to shut down the research institute, he agreed. Baifeng was stubborn. Because of this research institute, it had already delayed his cultivation. Now that his master wasn't around, he was even more focused on it. If this continued, when Lu Hong and the others entered Lingyun, he might still be sore. If this continues, you will be the one delaying yourself. A sigh could be heard. Chen Yong shook his head. He hoped that his students wouldn't be like him. Although research was important, and most civilizationists were involved in it, it would be a waste of his junior brother's talent if he kept on studying without any results. August 29th. The day before the monthly exam. Suyu's willpower improved again, reaching a full 49%. He was only one step away from the nature-nurturing realm. He still wasn't able to step into nature-nurturing before the monthly exam. However, this improvement speed was already shocking. After entering the school for a month, Suyu went from 30% to the edge of nature-nurturing in the blink of an eye. This speed was shocking enough. His physical strength had even entered level 3 of 15 kilograms. This was the top-notch level even in the war school. Today, Suyu met Lu Hong, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He met him on the way. Hello, Teacher Lu. Although he hated Lu Hong to the core, Suyu knew that he couldn't afford to offend Lu Hong. He had to be more respectful. Lu Hong saw Suyu and smiled. His smile was still as bright as before. He glanced at Suyu and saw the fluctuation of energy around him. Lu Hong's eyes flickered. He had stepped into 15 kilograms, that was fast, no wonder Baifeng valued him so highly. This kid was indeed a genius. However, the more talented he was, the better. Before Suyu displayed his value, before he displayed his monstrous talent, suppressing Suyu would be useless. This was because others didn't know how powerful Suyu was. Before this, he was prepared to make Suyu stronger. Now, Suyu had improved rapidly, which was in line with his expectations. Lu Hong stopped, so Suyu could only stop as well. Glancing at Suyu, Lu Hong smiled. Not bad. I heard that you have the intention to challenge Lin Yao. Is that true? Suyu didn't deny it. He couldn't deny it either. However, he was deep in thought. Why? You want to stand up for your student? You saw that I'm at 15 kilograms, so you want to stop me. However, Lu Hong didn't have such thoughts. If he didn't defeat Lin Yao, Suyu was just a nobody. What was there to suppress? Even Lin Yao wasn't worth mentioning. Lu Hongxin's thoughts stirred. At the next moment, he smiled. The disputes between students have nothing to do with us teachers. It's fine as long as we don't cross the line. However, I just want to remind you not to participate in these meaningless competitions. Lu Hong shook his head. You guys are too weak. It's better to keep quiet and develop. Don't be like your senior sister, getting involved too early. Your senior sister was heavily injured, and the source was you. Suyu frowned. Lu Hong smiled. I'm just feeling a little emotional. Baifeng did everything he could for you. He was quite considerate. Unfortunately, he implicated your senior sister. He defeated Hu Wensheng. This was a slap to some people's faces. Bai Feng is hard to deal with at the sore stage. Your martial uncle is Ling Yun after all. You're too weak. It just so happens that your senior sister is on the top 100 rankings. If I don't vent my anger on her, who should I vent it on? Lu Hong shook his head. Bai Feng is also quite selfish. In order to help you obtain that mountain-breaking ox blood essence, in order to help you realize just how powerful the divine runic arts lineage is, he tricked his senior apprentice brother and your senior apprentice sister. Su Yu's emotions fluctuated. He resisted the urge to beat Lu Hong up. He said in a low voice, "Teacher, I don't understand what you're saying." You don't understand? Lu Hong smiled. You don't need to understand. I just want to tell you that your little tricks are fine against Lin Yao. But against those top 100 ranking students, you're far from it. I'm just too lazy to participate in your fights. I'm just watching a show. That's why I don't care. 15,000 caddies realm, not bad. But among the geniuses this year, there are people who have already stepped into the 7th level of 15,000 caddies. You're still far from it. Lu Hong was still smiling. Advise your teacher to keep a low profile. Including yourself. Actually, even if you win against Lin Yao, it won't be of much use. It will only cause you more trouble. If I were you, losing to Lin Yao now is better. In the future, there won't be many people who will pay attention to you. So you clenched his fist and didn't say a word, Lu Hong said again, worried about asking you for the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence? Don't worry. I'll advise Lin Yao to give up. Your faction probably won't be able to take out a second mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. Save some merit points and buy some healing medicine for your senior sister. He spoke very kindly, as if he was thinking for Su Yu's sake. But the more Su Yu listened, the more aggrieved he felt. There was no moment more aggrieved than right now. Su Yu lifted his head and looked at Lu Hong. When he saw the smile on his face, he wanted to smash him with a single punch. Teacher Lu. I won't lose. Not only won't I lose, I'll make you lose face. I'll forcefully defeat your students. I'll let you know that strength is strength, and trash is trash. At this moment, he couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't bear it anymore. Lu Hong's words provoked him time and time again, causing his emotions to fluctuate. Lu Hong smiled, a brilliant smile. You children just won't listen to advice. I have good intentions. Don't always think that I'm harming you. I've heard that you even had some conflicts with Xianxia. He's at the 7th level of 15 caddies, and he's also at the middle and late stages of cultivating his mind. You don't have the strength of the Wanxia realm. I'm afraid you'll be tortured and humiliated by him. Sigh, you're only at 15 caddies. How can you defeat him? Lu Hong shook his head and walked away. As he walked, he lamented, if you want to truly participate in the academy tournament, you won't be qualified without the strength of the top 100. You are too far off, unless. So you couldn't hear the latter words clearly. He vaguely heard Lu Hong mumbling to himself, unless you're lucky enough to pick up that lost sky-piercing kill in that lousy place in the library. Su Yu blinked. Sky-piercing kill, what was that? Hearing Lu Hong's words, if he obtained it, there was hope for him to fight into the top 100, when everything can't be decided. Ask Xia Hu. After searching for a long time, Su Yu found Xia Hu Yu. When Xia Hu Yu heard this, he quickly said, you don't even know this? It's the Aries Arts accompanying cultivation technique. Accompanying cultivation technique? Martial technique? Su Yu was stunned for a moment and said, is the sky-piercing kill very powerful? Xia Hu Yu was speechless. The martial technique depends on your own cultivation. It depends on how far you've cultivated it. How can you say whether it's powerful or not? But when you mentioned the sky-piercing kill, I remembered something. Not long ago, during a black market raid, someone lost a book containing the will of the sky-piercing kill. TSK. Xia Hu Yu chuckled. I heard that it was personally written by a senior researcher from the Jiutian Academy. A Mountain Sea Realm cultivator personally wrote the will of the book. It was originally intended to be sold to a few monsters this year. The black market price was 1,500 merit points. In the end, when the seller fled during the raid, no one knew where he'd left it. Recently, he's been looking for it everywhere. The academy is also looking for it. I'm dying of laughter. Suyu was stunned. A Mountain Sea Realm cultivator, personally wrote it? That's right. Xiaohuyu sighed. Many of the will texts sold by the academy were written by Soar or Ling Yun. There are too few that were truly written by a Mountain Sea Realm cultivator. Demand far exceeds supply. Once it's out, even those Ling Yun cultivators might fight to buy it. After all, different cultivation realms have different levels of comprehension. I don't know why the senior researcher from the Jiutian Academy suddenly wrote one. It turned out that someone had already reserved it and sold it to us. Hehe, it was instantly wiped out. Where did he lose it? Xiaohuyu was speechless. How would I know? If I knew, I would have gone looking for it myself. The academy is so big, and the guards were chasing after it that day. Who knows where I lost it? You still haven't found it? No. Xiaohuyu continued, don't even think about it. It's hard to say whether it's true or not. I even suspect that someone stole it and deliberately said it was lost. In any case, it's something from the black market. If someone stole it and used it secretly, no one would know. Suyu blinked. Lu Hong. Lu Hong said it was in the library, was it true? How did he know? Suyu could not help but ask, who's the seller of this text of will? Why, do you want to establish a relationship with him? Just asking. Xiaohuyu glanced at him suspiciously and asked curiously, did you hear some rumors and want to gloat? You know it was Lu Hong's people who lost it? As expected, just now, Suyu was wondering how Lu Hong knew where he had thrown it. So it was his own people who lost it. This guy knows it was in the library, but he still hasn't found it. This thought emerged in Suyu's mind. The library was not a library. The library was a place to store ordinary books or some scrapped text of will. So, that thing might still be in the library. As for Lu Hong's muttering, it was very soft. If Suyu had not been paying attention, he would not have heard it. In other words, Lu Hong had unconsciously leaked the news? Library, Suyu's eyes were bright, text of will worth 1500 merit points. The key was that he could also save the merit points to buy the accompanying martial technique. That was also worth 200 merit points. No, the key point was it only at 1000 June realm? If it was not only 1000 June realm, there was also Wanshi or even Soar. Wouldn't he be rich? At this moment, Suyu wished he could run to the library immediately, but seeing Xiaohuyu staring at him suspiciously, Suyu instantly suppressed the impulse and smiled, so that's how it is. No wonder I heard from my teacher that Lu Hong has been unlucky recently. That's good. I'll leave first. Suyu pretended to be calm and left. Xiaohuyu stared at his back and scratched his head. This guy, he wouldn't know anything, right? Could it be? He knows where the text of will is? Xiaohuyu scratched his head again. It couldn't be. Where did this guy get such good luck? I don't believe it, I just told him the news. Library. Suyu could not forget about the library. As for everything else, he did not care. Whether Lu Hong looked down on him or looked up to him, he did not care. Most importantly, a text of the heaven-crushing slash, which was said to have been written by a Mountain Sea Realm cultivator, was left in the library. It was worth more than 1000 merit points. Lu Hong must have been looking for it, but he still hasn't found it. Suyu was pleasantly surprised at first, but he soon calmed down. Although he had a general direction, it did not mean that he would definitely be able to find it. Lu Hong and the others knew where it was, but they still had not found it. Could it have been picked up by someone else? Could it be that the person who lost it had remembered wrongly? Could it be that the person who lost it said it deliberately to deceive Lu Hong? Many thoughts flashed through Suyu's mind. That day, he was not in the mood to attend classes. He barely managed to get through the day. After classes in the afternoon, Suyu turned left and right, pretending to be unintentional, and finally walked into the university's library. The library was not like the library, which was filled with texts of will. There were ordinary books in the library, as well as some discarded texts of will. There were also places similar to the fragment room in the research center, but they all had to be charged. The library of the Great Xia Civilization University was very, very large. It had a total of 6 floors, the first 3 floors were all ordinary books, which could be entered with a student ID. The other floors had to be charged for entry. So you had not been here since he entered the university. This was his first time here. Suyu was a little dumbfounded. It was too big. How could he find such a big place? There were some bookshelves on the first floor, but most of them were tables and chairs for students to read. The second and third floors were where the real books were stored. The second floor is for humans, and the third floor is for Wan people. They use different language systems. The people from the black market were found and broke into. The library. They found a random place and stuffed the things in. That should be the case. So you made a rough guess. It was very likely that this was the case. That day, when the guard swept the black market, the other party rushed into the library with the text of will. Then, he stuffed the text of will into a pile of books. After that, because there were too many books, he couldn't find it. If it was written by a researcher from the Jiutian Academy, then it must be in the human language. If it was stuffed on the third floor, it would be easy for people to find it, unless it was stuffed on the second floor. Suyu asked around and heard from others that there were a total of 3,300 bookshelves on the second floor, with close to 1,000,000 books. Each bookshelf contained close to 300 books. The library of the Great Xia Civilization University was also one of the top libraries in the entire human race. It had many collections. 3,300 bookshelves, how are we supposed to find them? Suyu was a little surprised. No wonder Lu Hong and the others couldn't find it. In a moment of panic, if he didn't have a mark, wouldn't it be impossible to find him? There was no way to look for it openly. There were thousands of bookshelves. Who knew where they had gone? When Suyu reached the second floor, he was even more shocked. The place was frighteningly huge. There were rows and rows of bookshelves, densely packed, and it was scary to look at. At this moment, there were many people on the second floor. They were scattered all over the second floor, and it was very quiet. In such an occasion, it was easy to get lost if one didn't remember the location. Lu Hong's people might be searching here too. Suyu lowered his head. Yu Guang looked around. Right now, he had a feeling that everyone was Lu Hong's people, and they were looking for the lost text of will. The text of will is different from ordinary books. It has willpower attached to it. If I could use my willpower to explore, it would be much easier. However, this was the library, and there were many people coming and going. Whoever dared to use their willpower would definitely be targeted. Using willpower to explore others was a kind of provocation. Then how do I find it? Suyu felt like he was about to collapse. In such a huge place, there were so many books. You can't possibly want me to flip through them one by one, right? Just when Suyu was in a dilemma, outside the library, Bai Feng yawned and said with some annoyance, "Are you kidding me? In such a huge place, you hid a book for him to find. Where is he going to find it? If he can't find it, and someone else finds it, who does it belong to?" Lu Hong didn't mind, and said with a faint smile, "Then it belongs to someone else. Things like opportunities belong to those who are fated. Anyway, I've done what I should." He found out earlier than others and has the advantage. If he still can't get it, then it's bad luck. Although luck is unreliable, sometimes it's still very useful. A person without luck will be unlucky no matter what he does. Even if he's talented, I'm not optimistic about him. Bai Feng cursed in a low voice, "Where are you hiding?" "I'll go take a look." Lu Hong said indifferently, "Bai Feng, you'll only attract attention if you go in. Let him find it himself. If he can't find it, then it has nothing to do with me." Bai Feng glanced at him, speechless. After a while, he said, "You're very confident now. It seems your improvement in strength has greatly boosted your confidence. You don't need my help anymore?" Lu Hong laughed. "Why do you have to make it sound so bad? Between you and me, who will help who? We're just helping each other. I gave Suyu a chance, and if he doesn't grasp it, what does it have to do with me? I just feel like you're up to no good." Bai Feng muttered, "You bastard. You might have come up with something like this, but if Suyu really does find the mountain and sea realm will symbol, then you'll really have to pay a heavy price." "That thing was very valuable," Lu Hong laughed and said, "Of course, I'm willing to invest. Moreover, this will text was already reserved by someone with a deposit. After it was stolen, the deposit was not refunded. That's what we agreed on. Lu Hong laughed deviously. If the person who reserved it found out that it was Suyu who took it, ha ha ha, who reserved it? Bai Feng didn't care too much. This guy wasn't a good person to begin with, so it was normal for him to have some tricks up his sleeve. Qingyun Fai. I don't know him. Bai Feng didn't take it seriously. What kind of person was he if you didn't know him? Lu Hong said indifferently. Mansion head Zhang's grandson isn't afraid of you. You even dared to steal his things, haha, just you wait. Whose grandson? Mansion head Zhang's grandson. Bai Feng's face twitched, and he couldn't help but curse, F***ck, you're too black-hearted. The Jing family is a bunch of boorish people, they don't care about that. Can't you find someone else? There's no way, Lu Hong said helplessly, the others have Mountain Sea realm civilizationists in their own families, so why would they need help from an outsider? Only Lao Zhang's family doesn't have one. The God of War art is their main cultivation technique, and they urgently need it. The entire Lao Jing family, even Mansion head Jing himself, wants to buy it, but he can't lower his head. Sorry about that. So if you sell it to him, you can sell it for a high price, and he won't publicize it. Lu Hong smiled and said, I took 1,000 points as a deposit from him, that much? Bai Feng said in surprise, he won't cause trouble for you? Nonsense, I've already said this in advance. I'm not afraid even if he causes trouble for me. Besides, black market transactions are illegal, so why would I be afraid of him? Would he dare to publicize it? Lu Hong said disapprovingly, this is a civilizational school, not a war school. Of course, if he doesn't look for me, he'll definitely look for Suyu. He took the things away. That's something Qingyun Fai bought with real money. If it were you, would you agree? Of course not. Bai Feng said without thinking, it's fine if I didn't spend money, but if I did, someone would dare to rob me. Well, there was no need to say the rest. Lao Zhang's family was not a pushover, to begin with. They were very hot-tempered. Qingyun Fai could not do anything to Lu Hong, but could he not deal with Suyu? Would Suyu give up the text of will after obtaining it? Based on Bai Feng's understanding of his disciple, he was overthinking things. Once it was in Suyu's hands, he would not give it up even if he died. It was valuable, and he picked it up himself. Would he return it to someone else? Moreover, things in the black market were not secure. There was no registration, no record. Would it be yours just because you said it was yours? Thinking of this, Bai Feng could not help but scold, you dragged the Jing family into this, aren't you afraid that Suyu will die? I don't care. Lu Hong said with a smile, not only that, I'll also report it to the higher-ups and ask them to compensate me for my losses. I'm having your faction go to war with Lao Zhang's family. You're all rivals anyway. If you fight, it'll be my credit. TSK, no matter what, I have to make up for my losses last time, right? Bai Feng was cursing and swearing. Lu Hong comforted him. What are you afraid of? What can the people from War Academy do to you? It looks like it's a big deal, but it's actually nothing. It just feels like there's one more powerful enemy, but it won't affect you at all. As long as Suyu can deal with Qingyun Fai, you won't lose anything. Bai Feng scolded, won't affect you? Would Suyu be able to defeat him? That kid from the Jing family is at least 6 or 7 kilograms, right? Cough cough, 7 kilograms, it's nothing. Don't be afraid. Lu Hong comforted him without sincerity, it has nothing to do with me anyway, look, I've earned big. I've taken 1,000 merit points from Qingyun Fai. When I report it, I'll say that I schemed against these two factions, and the higher-ups will compensate me for my losses. It shouldn't be a problem to report 3,000 merit points, right? Also, I won't pay for Bai Feng's side. Bai Feng will have nothing to say, right? Isn't it enough for me to give you a Mountain Sea Realm's text of will? Otherwise, given that bastard Bai Feng's personality, he would come to me every day to ask for benefits, 3 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, I can't say this to Suyu. Otherwise, Suyu would have to thank me, and that would be 4 birds with 1 stone. Yes, I have to tell Qingyun Fai. He thought that he would lose it for sure, and he lost 1,000 merit points for nothing. Now that he has regained it, at least he knows where it is. Some of the previous grudges will disappear immediately. Lu Hong sighed inwardly. I'm really amazing. Look, Lao Jing's family won't suspect anything at all. Will they think that I've deliberately funded the enemy? TSK, even the last hidden danger is gone. Thinking of this, Lu Hong smiled brightly. As for Bai Feng, after thinking for a while, he also smiled and decided to forget about it. He's afraid of a brat. Lao Jing's family doesn't have much power in Civilization Academy. Who can Qing Yunfei find trouble with? He can only look for Suyu. However, Suyu has taken the other party's things. It's his choice to give up the text of will if he can't beat the other party, or to take on the responsibility. Forget it. Bai Feng also weighed the pros and cons in his heart. It's pretty good. Although that kid from Lao Jing's family isn't weak, Suyu isn't without trump cards. In terms of the blood essence talent skill, he still has the confidence to fight. How can I improve if I don't fight with geniuses? Of course, the most important thing is I have no money. Since I can't afford it, won't Suyu save a lot of money by getting it himself? How great. The two of them are scheming outside, and the person in question, Suyu, is naturally unaware. At this moment, Suyu is carefully and secretly investigating. He is looking through the bookshelves one by one. Every time he sees an outsider, he always feels that they are sneaky and have the same goal as him. In fact, in the entire library, he is the only one looking. The black market has been raided, and the person came in a hurry. He can't have gone too far. Maybe he found a place to hide the moment he went upstairs, therefore, there is a high probability that he is on the bookshelves near the entrance. But maybe not too close, or else he would have found it long ago. In other words, he is in the middle of the library? Suyu made his own judgment and searched everywhere. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, tirelessly, he flipped through the books one by one. Who knows what the thing looks like? It could be made of bone, animal skin, or even ordinary paper. He didn't know. However, as long as he touches it, he will definitely be able to recognize it. The text of will had a different kind of power. Like a thief, Suyu flipped through the bookshelves one by one. His heart is thumping, afraid that someone will notice his abnormality. 1,500 merit points. It's worth it. I have to find it even if I don't leave tonight. The library is not closed, and there are people reading here 24 hours a day. Therefore, Suyu has time to slowly search. 1 hour, 2 hours, Suyu has already flipped through at least 100 bookshelves and no less than 30,000 books, but still nothing. He is in despair. Is there really something? Is it really here? I still have to take the monthly test tomorrow. If I can't find it by daybreak, I can only take the monthly test. Late at night, the number of people in the library has decreased. Suyu finally found some clues. He lost count of how many bookshelves he flipped through, and he found something unusual on a bookshelf in the corner. In a thick tome, he found something that looks like a silk scarf. It is very thin, it was folded into a small piece and stuffed into the tome. When Suyu flipped through the tome, he saw something inside and guessed that he found it. Sure enough, the small square silk scarf is in his hand. When Suyu touched it, he immediately knew that it is not made of cloth. He doesn't know what it is made of, but it is probably some kind of animal skin. It is extremely smooth. Found it. Suyu did not need to look at it anymore. He could vaguely feel the willpower, and he instantly realized that this is the text of willpower. I'm rich. Suyu was overjoyed. He quickly stuffed it into his pocket and looked around. Seeing that no one is paying attention to him, his heart started to beat rapidly. Joy, nervousness, and a little fear, he did not care too much. He took the item, lowered his head and walked out. He did not notice that the tome he just flipped through has the words Basic Development of Shenwen written on it. This thing, other than the Doshan school, almost no one would look through it. It is obvious that Lu Hong did not just randomly find a place to stuff it in. Suyu was very nervous on the way back. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he returned to the research center. It is already midnight at this moment. Bai Feng has been waiting in the living area. When he saw him return, he vaguely felt a faint abnormal willpower from his body. He knew that he got it. Looking at his disciple's guilty expression, as if he had gotten a great deal, Bai Feng laughed inwardly. This kid probably doesn't know how much trouble there is in the future. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. Offending a genius with more than 1,000 contribution points. I'm afraid he will think that it is worth it. Thoughts aside, Baifeng did not expose him. Seeing that he has returned, he did not say anything else and said, "Get yourself something to eat. Tomorrow is the monthly examination. Rest early today and don't stay up too late." "Yes, yes, teacher." Suyu hurriedly nodded. He had not calmed down yet. Seeing that Baifeng is about to leave, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Teacher, the heavenly sundering slash." Baifeng interrupted him and said, "Go exchange for it yourself, or find someone from Lu Hong's faction to win it. They have money anyway, so scam them one at a time. Don't you have a bet with Lin Yao? Or you can add in another heavenly sundering slash. Remember, get it through the proper channels. Don't go through the crooked channels. There are no records of you learning this technique. If you suddenly learn it, the academy will investigate it." Suyu blinked his eyes and hurriedly nodded. "I understand." However, he was suspicious. Why did his teacher seem to know that he had gotten the cultivation technique beforehand? Baifeng seemed to have realized that he had made a mistake as well. He added, "There are people who sell these techniques in the black market. They aren't expensive, but don't be greedy. For cultivation technique manuals and the like, it is best to exchange them with the academy. Even if you don't, you have to find a proper channel. Got it?" "Yes. Don't be greedy." "I understand." Suyu nodded. "Teacher, you know this technique as well. Can you pass me the message?" "Of course," Baifeng smiled. "However, I have to report it and pay 200 contribution points. I don't have any contribution points right now." Suyu gritted his teeth. Rather than letting others take advantage of him, he might as well take advantage of his teacher. If he couldn't get it from Lin Yao and the others, he would ask his teacher for it, at most. He could just give his teacher 200 contribution points. Suyu wanted to talk about the text of will. Just as he was about to speak, Baifeng said, "I'll go get busy first, teacher, let's talk about it later." Baifeng walked away quickly. "I don't want to know. If that brat from the Jing family finds trouble with you, won't you find me to take the blame?" "I won't take the blame. I will keep the things that I picked up for myself." Suyu was speechless. "Why, do I feel that you have the ability to predict the future, as if you know what I want to say? Strange, weird." Suyu scratched his head. He felt that there was something wrong with Baifeng tonight. Since Baifeng ran away, Suyu couldn't say anything else. He couldn't wait any longer. After Baifeng left, he hurriedly took out the folded cloth and looked at it. There were many words written on it. It was written in human language. Suyu didn't use his willpower. He looked through it briefly and had a general understanding of the sky-piercing kill. As expected, this was the cultivation technique of the god of war art. There are only records of Thousand Jun and Wanshi? Suyu frowned. This was too little. He thought that there would be a soar or a martial technique above soar. But it's enough. It's actually an earth-tier martial technique. That's right. Coupled with the advanced version of the god of war art, it's reasonable that it's an earth-tier martial technique. This was reserved by a monster. As for who it was, Suyu didn't know. The other party was a monster, so he must have cultivated the advanced version of the god of war art. The accompanying martial technique was also different from the ordinary version. There are a total of 6 moves, corresponding to the early, middle, and late stages of Thousand Jun and Wanshi. 96 acupuncture points to be used. Suyu was shocked. His Lei Yuandao used a total of 40 acupuncture points, and that was under the maximum situation. As for the sky-piercing kill, the last move used 96 acupuncture points, 16 acupuncture points as one move. The first move used the power of 16 acupuncture points, which was even stronger than Lei Yuandao's second move. These 16 acupuncture points did not include Kaiyuan's acupuncture point. I have 36 acupuncture points now. I can use the first move. Suyu looked at it and compared the acupuncture points he needed to use. He had opened all 16 acupuncture points for the first move. However, although he had 36 acupuncture points, he couldn't use the second move. Some of the acupuncture points had not been opened yet. They should correspond to the middle stage of Thousand Jun. If that's the case, I can quickly master the first move. Sky-piercing kill was not a saber technique or a sword technique. It was a pure burst of strength. Because even if fighters cultivated the god of war art, the weapons they used might not be the same. This martial technique mainly focused on the burst of strength. It wasn't a simple saber technique. 16 acupuncture points, different ways to connect, different burst of strength, different opening methods. Suyu was mesmerized. Unknowingly, his willpower was immersed in it. In the next moment, a middle-aged muscular man appeared in front of him and started to practice sky-piercing kill. Sky-piercing kill, a fierce technique, the first move, wall breaking, breaking through the wall of obstruction, breaking through the wall of the human body, using 16 acupuncture points. The burly man was narrating the process one by one. With every sentence, every acupoint he used, the corresponding acupoint would appear in his body. How to open it, how to circulate energy, how to connect origin chi. Everything was described clearly and directly. Suyu was mesmerized. Vaguely, a word on the silk gradually distorted. Kill. At this moment, Suyu didn't notice it. His attention was completely focused on the muscular man, prying into the mysteries of the martial technique. But in the next moment, Suyu woke up with a start. In his sea of will, two shinwins were vibrating. In the blink of an eye, two shinwins actually appeared by themselves. The blood shinwins and thunder shinwins suddenly joined forces to attack. In a daze, Suyu saw a word appear in the sea of will. Kill. Shinwins. Suyu was stunned. I didn't want to capture it, I didn't want to outline it. I actually directly outlined shinwins. What's going on? I can't care so much. Since I've encountered it, I might as well beat it into submission. In the next moment, Suyu didn't care about the martial technique anymore. In the sea of will, Suyu's figure appeared. The blood little brother transformed into a long saber, and the thunder little brother directly attached to the saber. Thunder and lightning were everywhere. Boom, Suyu slashed with his saber. This time, the newly born shinwins was extremely powerful. It was full of killing intent. As Suyu slashed with his saber, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate. Countless killing intent erupted, and 10,000 swords pierced through his heart. Kill. In his mind, a loud voice reverberated. The sound of killing shook the heavens. Kill. Kill. Sharp, ferocious, full of killing intent, advancing courageously, the newly born shinwins was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, it broke through Suyu's long saber and charged toward him. This was the text of will written by a Mountain Sea realm expert. The newly born Shinwen was much more powerful than the Shinwen written by Bai Feng and Lu Wenyin. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party had prepared it for Wanshi and had restrained its will, Suyu wouldn't even be able to see it, let alone draw the outline of the Shinwens. Even so, this Shinwen's power was beyond imagination. With a rumble, the long saber shattered. The blood Shinwens appeared, somewhat dark and gloomy. The thunder Shinwens also trembled unceasingly. Two Shinwens joined forces, and even with Suyu's help, were actually no match for the newly born Shinwens. Damn, you're still so arrogant in my sea of will. Suyu couldn't hold it in anymore. You're courting death, killing intent, so what if it's killing intent? I've died too many times. I'm not afraid of you. In the next moment, Suyu directly rushed up. Lei Yuandao erupted, using his palm as a saber and fighting the kill Shinwens. After an unknown amount of time, Suyu's figure shattered with a puff. Dead, however, this was his sea of will. In the blink of an eye, Suyu's face turned pale, and he once again appeared in the sea of will. Arrogant, let's see how many times you can kill me. I'll exhaust you to death. So what if I die? I'll get used to it, isn't it just a little headache? How many times can you kill me? Today, I'll definitely beat you into submission. Once, twice, thrice, he didn't know how many times he died. After an unknown amount of time, with a rumble, the kill Shinwen's body shattered and scattered in the sea of will. The main body was still there, but it was extremely damaged. Even so, it was still full of fighting spirit. Unfortunately, it was no longer able to form a complete word. The broken kill trembled for a moment, then quieted down in the sea of will. Suyu opened his eyes, panting violently. He had beaten that fellow into submission. However, the willpower consumption was too great, frighteningly great. It was even comparable to entering the fragment room 5 to 6 times. He looked at the window again. It was dawn. Suyu was shocked. It was dawn, and the monthly examination was about to begin. Oh no, in this state. How could he take the examination? His willpower consumption was too great. Faculty of Theology. Intermediate class. Suyu was late. This was the first time he had been late since he became the class monitor. Today was the monthly examination. Suyu was late for such an important day. The moment they saw Suyu, the huge classroom was silent. Class monitor. What's wrong? When they saw Suyu's pale face, lifeless eyes, and an expression of madness, some students seemed to have thought of something. The next moment, someone said angrily, "It's all because of Lin Yao." That's too much. Class monitor must have hurt the Sea of Will by overtraining in order not to embarrass the intermediate class. Damn that Lin Yao. Class monitor, are you okay? Many people got down from their seats and walked towards Suyu. Some were angry, and some felt sorry for Suyu. Why did he have to work so hard? Lu Yu also walked up, feeling helpless and distressed. She said, "Suyu, even if you lost, it's nothing. You'll still have chances in the future after losing the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. Why torture yourself like this?" That's right. Lu Wu, who had a good relationship with Suyu, was also annoyed. He said, "Class monitor, if you do this, something bad will happen." Suyu's mind was still in a daze. At this moment, he gradually became clear-headed and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Who said that I tortured myself for Lin Yao? I'm crazy. I don't care about Lin Yao at all. I just overexerted my willpower to capture Shenwen. The kill Shenwen was too strong. It was much more powerful than his previous two divine characters. He had fought for an entire night, and the sky was already bright. If not for the fact that his willpower was very strong, he probably would not have been able to subdue the kill divine character last night. He would not have lasted until morning. It's fine, Suyu forced a smile and said, "I'm really fine. I just used up too much of my willpower. I'll be fine soon. It has nothing to do with Lin Yao." Suyu's voice was a little louder as he said, "Everyone, let's not talk about Lin Yao anymore. Lin Yao is after all, my student. Please don't be unhappy because of me." Everyone came to a realization, yes, Lin Yao was Lu Hong's student, a genius teaching assistant. Would scolding Lin Yao offend Lu Hong? Originally, Lu Hong had given them a good impression, but they only saw him once a month. They hadn't seen Lu Hong for a long time, so they had almost forgotten about him. Only now did they remember that Lu Hong was their chief instructor. Despite Suyu's words, someone still cursed in a low voice, "What are you afraid of? He's disgusting to begin with. So what if he's offended? What's there to be afraid of?" That's right, class representative, your teacher is also a genius teaching assistant, and his ranking is even higher than his. Isn't that bullying? It's not like we don't know about this. The Shenwen faculty has always been bullying the Shenwen faculty. Most of the students in the intermediate class hadn't acknowledged a teacher. At the moment, they didn't have many traces of factions. At least no one actively guided or influenced them. Unlike the advanced class, most students had teachers, and the teachers were probably from the Shenwen faculty. As a result, the traces of factions were very faint in the intermediate class, while the advanced class was much stronger. Everyone spoke one after another, and the next moment, a light cough came from outside the door. Wang Ming, the chief instructor of the intermediate class in the Faculty of Theology. There was another person standing next to Wang Ming. It was Lu Hong, whom everyone had just been talking about. Lu Hong glanced at Suyu, slightly surprised. Even if this kid had seen the text of will last night, he shouldn't have looked like this. Could it be that the text of will of the mountain sea realm was too much of a pressure on him? Did this kid look too deeply that he didn't notice? He looked like he was exhausted. Those who didn't know might think this kid had been doing something last night. As soon as they arrived, the class quieted down. Suyu also returned to his seat. There were close to 600 students in the class. Every student had to participate in the monthly examination. Wang Ming walked to the front desk and said, "Today's monthly examination will be jointly conducted by me and teaching assistant Lu Hong. This is also the first monthly examination for new students. I hope everyone can do their best. Everyone knows the rules. The top 10 of the monthly examination will be rewarded, and the bottom 10 will be punished. the examination is divided into 3 parts: cultural studies, willpower, and Shenwen. Wang Ming looked at Lu Hong and said, "Teaching assistant Lu, would you like to say a few words?" Lu Hong smiled, looked at the crowd, and said slowly, "Just do your best. The first examination won't be too difficult, so don't be nervous. Also, I'd like to add that the top 3 of the monthly examination are qualified to challenge students in the advanced class. If you win, you can enter the advanced class to study. You can challenge, or you can give up. You can challenge anyone in the bottom 10 of the advanced class monthly examination. You're not allowed to refuse. As for the others, they have the right to refuse." As soon as he said that, many people looked at Suyu. Suddenly someone said, "Then we can't challenge if we don't get into the top 10? "Yes." Lu Hong smiled and said, "This is also the Academy's way of protecting the weaker students, giving them better opportunities and space to grow." Everyone looked at Suyu again. Someone said directly, "Class monitor, you're not in good condition today. I'm afraid you won't get into the top 3. Then, we won't stand on ceremony." These people saw that Suyu was not in good condition, or even injured, and that there was something wrong with the Sea of Will. At this moment, they suddenly wanted to exclude Suyu from the top 3, that way, the class monitor wouldn't have to challenge that guy. Suyu felt helpless in his heart. "Are you doing this out of kindness or trying to trick me?" The first 10 merit points, besides, if he didn't get into the top 3, it would be over. Those 2 had a whole 1,300 merit points waiting for him. Suyu smiled and said, "Everyone, just try your best. Don't let your imagination run wild because of me. Try as much as you can. In the academy, the results will be recorded." "I know some students said that I can get into the top 3 without taking the exam," Suyu said seriously. "Don't be like that. Don't delay your future because of me. Everyone should do what they should do. Otherwise, I really don't have the face to stay in the intermediate class. If I can't get into the top 3, then it's my own problem. It's best if I can get the best, but if I can't, then I'll continue next month." Suyu said with a smile, "So don't go easy on me." "Really, going easy on me is the biggest disrespect. I'm a genius, right? I'm the only superior in our class. If I can't get into the top 3 and have to rely on everyone to go easy on me, I might as well quit school. It's too embarrassing. I want face too." Suyu said this jokingly. When everyone heard this, some of the students who were about to give up on the exam couldn't help but become serious. "That's right, doing well is the biggest respect for the class monitor," Suyu said again. "Also, everyone must do well. I'm the class monitor. If the students in my class don't do well, then I'm not doing my job as the class monitor, and my merit points will be deducted," Suyu said with a smile. "Teaching assistant Lu is here. If my merit points are deducted, you'll have to compensate me." "Who said the class monitor is not doing his job?" Lu Wu said loudly. "The class monitor is the first to enter the classroom every day and the last to leave. If anyone wants to deduct merit points from the class monitor, they have to ask the 600 people in our class first." "That's right." On the stage, Lu Hong was still smiling as if he didn't hear anything. "This little guy is still playing this game with me. Too naive." When they were almost done, Lu Hong coughed lightly and interrupted everyone. He said with a smile, "What needs to be said has been said. What needs to be tested is going to be tested. The cultural class test in the morning is the monthly test. It's a test of your progress, so, the languages that you've mastered in the past will not be tested. It's meaningless. It's mainly to test your progress this month. Therefore, the cultural class test will test the corresponding language you've signed up for." Shenwen Foundation course. The rules are similar to the advanced test. Each course is worth 10 points. The full score is not decided by me, but by you. Which courses you've signed up for this month and the number of courses you've signed up for will determine the full score. Lu Hong smiled faintly and said, "This is an educational institution. We teach students according to their aptitude. You'll get points based on your ability. No one will stop you if you sign up for a course. For the test, your full score is 10 points. You can't blame others if you do poorly." As he said that, he looked at Suyu and said, "Student Suyu, you've signed up for a total of 15 courses this month. Pay attention to your choices and the time of the test. Don't get a full score of 150 points and end up with 20 or 30 points. That'll be embarrassing. He continued, I see that you're not in a good state. If you don't want to take the test, you can give up. Siyu looked up. His face was pale, but he still said with a smile, Teacher, I'll do my best. Lu Hong saw that he was smiling, and was slightly stunned. Little brat, what are you learning from me? I feel a little awkward when you talk to me with a smile. That's good. Do your test well and don't cheat. If you think you can cheat under my nose, you can try. The test papers were quickly distributed. Different test papers were distributed according to the courses the students signed up for. In the Civilization Academy, there was no unified test paper. How many points one could get depended on oneself. There was a lower limit, but there was no upper limit. This was because this was an unfair era. The gap between geniuses and mediocre people was huge. Some people in the class signed up for fewer courses, maybe only 2 or 3. Some people signed up for more courses, such as Suyu. He signed up for so many courses because he had no choice but to because he had to go to class. Suyu was a little dizzy when he received the test papers. He had really overexerted himself last night. In addition, he did not have time to recover, so he still had a splitting headache. But, fortunately, he was somewhat used to it. Back then, when he had nightmares, the next day would often be the same. He would still go to class. In fact, he was almost used to it. It was just that he had not had such an experience for some time, and it made Suyu feel a little uncomfortable. There were 15 test papers, 12 basic language courses, and 3 courses related to Shenwen. Suyu rubbed his temples as he began to write the test papers. On the podium, Lu Hong stared for a moment and then walked out of the classroom leisurely. In front of him was the examination room for the advanced class. There was also an exam today. Lu Hong walked out of the classroom and glanced inside through the window. Almost all the geniuses this year were here. The Faculty of Theology was the most powerful faculty in the school, where geniuses gathered. Xia Chan, Wu Lan, Qingyun Fai, Xia Huyu, Lin Yao, as well as Wan Mingzi from the Wan family, Zhao Shiqi from the Zhao family, Hu Qiuxing from the Hu family, and Hu Zongqi whom Suyu met on the way. So many people. Of course, Lu Hong was not looking at them, but at a few other people. Strange students. The few Galau who did not plan to accept disciples this year suddenly accepted a few students secretly. When the news came out, it shocked the entire upper circle. Those students were all very mysterious. It was said that they were the treasured geniuses of their respective families. They had been hiding in the past, but unexpectedly, these people came out this year because of the establishment of the Wan school. At this moment, some of those students were lying on the table, sleeping. Some were looking at the ceiling in a daze, and some were eating melon seeds. Lu Hong frowned and murmured in his heart, the treasured geniuses of the various families. Why didn't I know of the existence of these people? Could it be that there were such geniuses in the past, but they did not appear in Xia province? These few fellows. I feel that something is not quite right. They were cynical, they were not arrogant, nor could they be considered domineering. But when they saw anyone, they had a look of indifference. Even when they saw Lu Hong, they would nod politely and not make any unnecessary movements. The wind and clouds are undulating, and all kinds of people have come out. Lu Hong stared at those people for a while. As if someone felt his gaze, one of the chubby boys turned his head to look outside the window. Seeing Lu Hong, Bear One's teeth smiled. There were still some bread crumbs hanging on his teeth. This person was eating just now. Lu Hong did not say anything and slowly retreated. As soon as he left, a few cynical fellows in the classroom began to transmit their voices. I'm not doing this anymore, I want to leave. The monthly test actually wants us to take it. There hasn't been a test for decades, and they actually want us to take it. That's right, it's too boring. I want to go back and sleep. Stop messing around, I still want to go back and do my research. Wan Tianqing said that whoever dares to run away will be the one to suffer. That bastard. The few of them spoke one after another, but the invigilator didn't notice anything. Even though he saw that they weren't taking the test seriously, he couldn't be bothered to care. The few old fellows chatted idly while commenting, look, that Xia Chan from Xiajia is not bad. as expected of a monster. I wonder how she managed to acknowledge Zhou Mingren as her teacher. Did Fatty Xia and Zhou Mingren hook up? Who knows? Xiachan and Fatty Xia don't resemble each other at all. On the other hand, Xia Huyu does resemble Fatty Xia a little. I even suspect that Fatty Xia is faking it. Thankfully, I only saw Fatty Xia 2 days ago. Xia Huyu is the son of the manor head. Stop messing around. It's not a big problem for a grandnephew to resemble Fatty Xia. However, if you dare to say such words before the manor head, be careful not to be hacked to death by him. Cough cough, don't spout nonsense. The few of you, shut up. Xia Huyu has never liked to practice martial arts since young. Instead, he likes to study. After spending 7 to 8 years at Fatty Xia's side, it's normal for him to resemble him. Putting aside the fact that Xia Jia isn't a good person, Wan Mingze doesn't resemble Wan Tianqing at all. When Wan Tianqing was young, he was extremely domineering. Why does this lad seem a little sinister? It's not like he's the grandson of Wan Tianqing. It's normal for him to be the grandson of Wan Tianqing's elder brother. That's true. On the Hu clan's side, Hu Qiuxing is interesting. He seems much stronger than Hu Wensheng, the few elders discussed among themselves. Finally, when it came to Wu Lan, someone transmitted his voice over. This lass's talent is actually not bad. It's just that she's a little foolish and arrogant. She looks at everyone with her nostrils. If it weren't for the fact that I'm wary of her, I would have sent her flying with a single slap. The last time she looked at me, her nostrils nearly soared into the sky. Cough cough, how old are you? Why are you still bickering with her? Someone laughed. She looks at everyone the same way. It's good that she's experienced more. Her heart isn't bad, but she's a little foolish. The few of them laughed. However, their expressions didn't change at all. Those who were supposed to sleep slept, and those who were supposed to eat ate. After chatting for a while longer, the topic shifted to Suyu. What do you think of that disciple of Baifeng? I've never seen him before. I'm not sure what his situation is like. Challenge Lin Yao. Do you think there's a chance? Lin Yao. Lin Yao might not win. Baifeng isn't foolish either. He's shrewd and ruthless. If there's really no chance, he would probably have intervened long ago. Now that he's indifferent, he's probably confident. As they spoke, someone else said, let's not talk about these students. Let's talk about Lu Hong. This fellow suddenly wants to be the chief instructor of the freshmen. Recently, he went to the Arcana realm and broke through to the 8th level of Soar. Now, he's not in seclusion anymore. He's hanging around the academy all day long. What's this kid up to? Who knows? This kid. I can tell at a glance that he's not a good person. Just now, he was peeking at us from behind. I suspect that this fellow is suspecting something. Let me tell you, whoever's identity is exposed by him. Hee, you're the ones who'll be embarrassed, not me. Whoever's identity is exposed. At the thought of the few galaus acting young, acting like grandsons and granddaughters. Hee, you can all go to hell. Why don't we sneak up on him and let him go into seclusion after getting injured? That way, he won't be staring at us all day long. Get lost. You're the one doing this. I'm not going to do it. They chatted idly. Soon, someone laughed and said, the challenge between Suyu and Lin Yao, Xia Jia, that kid, has opened the bet. Fatty Xia, that old thing, is a good for nothing. He's thinking of deducting our salaries every day. Why don't we bet a sum of money on him? Bet? How? If we bet on Suyu's victory, the odds are 1 to 1. 5. If we bet on Lin Yao's victory, the odds are 1 to 1. 1. Right now, the stakes aren't small. I heard that if we bet on Lin Yao's victory, we'll have at least 1,000 merit points. It hasn't even started yet. That much? We're betting on Suyu? It's better if it's an upset. Only then can we earn a little. Xia Jia has money. He can afford it. Just as the few galaus were about to bet on Suyu, someone said faintly, why bet on Suyu? We're going to take it all. When the plate is big, we'll take it all. We'll make an illegal deal and sweep it all away. Who else are we going to bet on? Who are we? The Gulaos. The Mountain Sea Realm. You're still playing with kids? We'll take it all. At this moment, the few Gulaos instantly fell silent. They all looked at the Gulaos who had spoken. You're ruthless. I give up, I give up. We were still thinking about who to bet on, but you're good. You're going to take it all away. You're not human. Unexpectedly, this person added, after taking it all away, we'll capture Xia Huyu and punish him. Then, we'll have Xia Jia pay to redeem him. Hee hee. Taking it all away isn't enough. We'll have to make Fatty Xia pay some more. Fatty Xia will pay? He's so stubborn. Will he pay to redeem him? I don't think he'll care at all. What are you thinking? The Gulao suggestion said sinisterly, of course Fatty Xia won't care. He's the Manor-head's son anyway. Who would dare to do anything to Xia Huyu? We can't do anything to him either. But, that's Gulao. What can they do to him? Who are we? We're students. This Gulaos chuckled. We're students. We're all here to raise our spirits. Don't be afraid. We'll beat up Xia Huyu every day. And the day after that, we'll beat up Xia Chan. If Fatty Xia doesn't pay, we'll beat them up every day. The few Gulaos looked at this person with disdain. Shameless, he really thinks of himself as a student, aren't you embarrassed? But then again, everyone would take revenge if they had a grudge and settle any grievances if they had a grudge. Fatty Xia's descendant, Old Hu's descendant, Lao Jing's descendant, they could all be beaten up. Of course, it wasn't appropriate for Gulao to make a move. But there was no problem with students. The Gulaos were discussing how to do bad things. Suyu was doing his exams in a daze. Many students had already finished their exams. Suyu only managed to barely finish his exam paper when the bell rang. Lu Hong had already returned. At this moment, he had already gone through quite a number of exam papers. When Suyu was done, he directly stretched out his hand and grabbed the papers. He swept his gaze across them and said, 120 points. Average. There are a few papers that you didn't do well. You could have written them correctly, but you wrote them wrongly. Suyu didn't utter a word. As he wrote, he really became a little muddle-headed. For the cultural class, you're ranked third. The first is Wan Yun with 140 points. The second is Qian Hong with 130 points. Yu and Hu Ming are ranked third with 120 points. Lu Hong's memory was very good. He directly reported the rankings of the students. Suyu attended a lot of classes, but there were also others who attended a lot of classes. They were also a little stimulated by Suyu. As the class monitor, Suyu attended all the classes. Some students also signed up as many as they could. Suyu didn't say anything. 120 points. He barely maintained third place. It wasn't over yet. In the afternoon, we'll assess willpower and Shenwen. Lu Hong said calmly, it's the same as the advanced exam. Scoring within the scope of the Civilization Academy is very simple. Your current score minus the score from the advanced exam will be your monthly test score. The Academy values your ability to improve. It's not for you to lie on the merit book and wait for death. Some people might even get negative scores. Negative scores, he was obviously talking about Suyu. In the higher level exam, he scored 270 points and walked 27 meters. If he didn't do as well as before, he would get negative scores. The Civilization Academy did this so that the students could keep improving and not keep regressing. Suyu was speechless. He couldn't be bothered to say anything. He could recover after going back to rest at noon. Did he really think that he was useless? I won't let you be complacent. In the afternoon, I must get high scores. I'll piss you off. At the end of the morning exam, Suyu wasn't in a good state. He didn't mess around with the students and went back to rest early. After going back to sleep and waking up, Suyu ran to the filtration room to cultivate again. He suddenly discovered that something was different in the filtration room. Suyu blinked his eyes, feeling a little uncertain and a little curious. Had he made a breakthrough? He really wasn't too sure. Before this, he actually knew the existence of his willpower. He could even sense the existence of the Sea of Will. But today, he discovered something different. If he could only sense it before, then now, he seemed to be able to see it. Before he cultivated his character, he was a little idealistic and relied on his own imagination. But today, he seemed to really see the existence of his willpower. Suyu glanced at his clothes. Gradually, some changes appeared on his clothes. It seemed to be pierced by a needle. No, it was really pierced, with a hole appeared on his clothes. In Suyu's eyes, he could see a somewhat transparent needle piercing through his clothes. Others might not be able to see it, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that they would only be able to sense it after cultivating their nature. As for Suyu, he could sense it as well. That was because he had used his own willpower to form the needle. Has it really cultivated my character? Suyu was dumbfounded. Didn't they say that there was a small threshold for cultivating one's character? Why didn't he feel it? It directly cultivated his character just like that. How strange. Blinking, Suyu still didn't understand. Could it be that it was caused by overexertion of his willpower last night? Was there feedback now? After all, looking at the text of will written by a Mountain Sea Realm cultivator was also a kind of willpower confrontation. Not to mention that he had struggled with Shunwen for an entire night. It's cultivated, Suyu murmured. The next moment, he suddenly thought of something. Wenbing, then can I use Wenbing? Damn, then I feel like I'll become very powerful. Also, after cultivating my character, it seems like I can officially enter more Shunwen cultivation courses. Once he reached cultivating his character, there would be too many things he could do. Suyu was vaguely looking forward to it. Soon, he thought of Lin Yao and Xianxia. If I cultivate my character, will the two of you die ugly? It's just cultivated like this. At the same time, Suyu felt a vague sense of loss. What about the threshold? What about the bottleneck? Why not? It's so uncomfortable. There's no threshold, no bottleneck. When I break through, there's no sense of accomplishment. Seeing that it was almost time for the assessment, he couldn't care less about his discomfort. He went for the assessment first and came back to tell his teacher that he had broken through. It was still a little uncomfortable. He didn't feel the pleasure of breaking through at all. Seriously, he had waited for so many days for nothing. The afternoon assessment would not be held in the classroom. The assessment would be held in the preaching area. There were several large squares here that were specially designed for students to listen to lectures. The place was very large and spacious. So you did not have many opportunities to come here. Although he heard that sometimes some researchers would come over to give free lectures, he had been too busy recently and did not have the time to come. The afternoon assessment would not only include Lu Hongyi, the soar. It involved willpower and Shunwen's assessment. There was no way for the instructors to conduct the assessment. Only researchers could. The assessment this time was not limited to intermediate class students. Square 2. This was the assessment venue for intermediate class students. Square 1 was next door, but it was the assessment venue for advanced class students. Of course, this was referring to this batch of students. There were also other batches of students. Their assessment was not the same as the freshmen, so they did not appear here. Square 3 was the assessment venue for beginner class students. It was not early when Suyu arrived. Everyone was understanding. They knew that he was not feeling well today, so no one found it strange that he came so late. Seeing that Suyu's complexion was much rosier, the students felt a lot more at ease. He had finally recovered a little. As soon as he arrived, someone immediately came forward and reported in a low voice, "Class monitor, the advanced class students are also here for the assessment." Lin Yao will definitely come later. Suyu nodded and chuckled. It's fine if he comes. No. Luwu whispered, "Class monitor, you are not feeling well. If today's assessment, cough cough, if you get a negative score, these bastards will definitely laugh at you." He was a little worried for Suyu. Suyu was not feeling well. He heard that there were people who questioned whether he had really met the standards for the upper class. If he got a negative score now, it would be embarrassing. At that time, there was a rumor that there was a problem with the Southern Yuan's Wenzhou assessment. Even Luwu was worried for Suyu. Young people still cared about their reputation. It's fine. Suyu responded and looked at Square 1 not far away. There were not many people there, much less than the intermediate class. There were actually quite a lot of advanced class students this time, about 100 people. 100 positions to cultivate one's character. In the Faculty of Theology, there were 100 students in the advanced class of freshmen, which was not a small number. When Suyu looked towards the first plaza, there were also people from the advanced class looking in his direction. There wasn't anyone in the intermediate class worthy of their attention, but Suyu was worthy of their attention. Today is the civilization assessment, someone said meaningfully with a face full of ridicule. The top-class genius Suyu, don't you think it's strange that the first non-nurturing stage is superior? It just so happened that there was a problem with the civilization records of Southern Yuan at that time. How strange, today, whether it was a mule or a horse, he had to pull it out for a walk. If it was a negative score, it would be a joke. Back then, Suyu had scored 270 points. Even among the students of the advanced class, many didn't get such a high score. Under normal circumstances, if a student wasn't too outstanding, walking 20 meters would be considered pretty good. On the day of the assessment, Wu Lan only walked 18 meters. Of course, at that time, she hadn't been nurturing for long, and her willpower wasn't strong enough, so she was only considered average. They were chatting in low voices, but in the crowd, someone was burning with anger. Suyu was still watching over there. On the side of the advanced class, Wu Lan suddenly shouted coldly, "You, go to the arena today, I want to challenge you." His voice was very loud, the attention of the students in the three plazas was attracted. Wu Lan raised her head and looked down at a young man in front of her. It was none other than Xianxia, who entered the school at the same time as Suyu and was in the same bus. Wu Lan held her head high, ignoring Xianxia's red face, and shouted coldly, "A waste is a waste, looking for excuses for yourself. Is the civilization assessment broken? If it's broken, you can talk about it later. You waste, what qualifications do you have to look down on others? Go to the arena, if I can't kill you in 3 moves, I, Wu Lan, will quit school." The audience was silent. Wu Lan was incomparably arrogant. She was indeed angry because of the Southern Yuan's assessment. She was there, and she was also one of them. These people kept talking about Suyu, and in her opinion, they were also talking about her. What qualifications did this waste, Xianxia, have to look down on her? Although she also looked down on this waste, it was reasonable for her to look down on Xianxia. She was a high-grade student, and Xianxia was a high-grade student. What qualifications did he have to make irresponsible remarks? He was not worthy. Xianxia's face was red, and he was a little angry from embarrassment. Someone beside him gently pulled his sleeve, and Xianxia came to his senses, gritted his teeth and said, "Wu Lan, I didn't say you waste, you dare to say it, but you don't dare to admit it." Wu Lan shouted, "You are a sinister villain, only daring to fan the flames. Civilization assessment is broken, a waste like you can't even get a high-grade student, and now you are denying it? What a disgrace, you are not a thing." Wu Lan looked around and snorted coldly, "If you are not convinced, feel free to look for me. I will accept it all. A bunch of waste, you can't even get a high-grade student, but you only know how to slander others and find excuses for your incompetence." As she said that, she looked at another person and said disdainfully, "What are you looking at? No matter how much I look at you, you are still a waste. Don't think I didn't hear you. The next time you dare to talk nonsense in front of me, I will cripple you." Arrogant, the student who was being looked at by her had an extremely ugly expression. Wu Lan was too arrogant, everyone did not say anything about her. And even when mentioning the broken civilization assessment, they generally ignored Wu Lan. Cough cough, they did not know that this kind of disregard was even more unbearable. "You should at least talk about me. You look down on Suyu every day, you should talk about me. I was also there at that time. And my score was not as high as Suyu's." From Wu Lan's point of view, if you even look down on Suyu, then in your eyes, am I not even worth mentioning, looking down on me? This is too much, these bastards, they are too much, saying such things in front of her today. She was furious, amazing. Suyu only wanted to secretly give Wu Lan a thumbs up, impressive, domineering, I feel quite good. I already knew that this girl is silly, easily provoked. I did not even provoke her, but she can still bear a grudge. You people say that the civilization assessment is broken every day, aren't you offending her to death? I can't deal with you, but now there is someone else to deal with you. I have long said that as long as I instigate her a little, she will dare to find fault with the entire academy. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Suyu was secretly delighted. If Wu Lan targeted him, it would really be especially uncomfortable, very wronged. I did not provoke you, why are you looking for trouble with me? But Wu Lan did not only target him, but also did the same to others. That was too refreshing, too refreshing. This kid, Hu Zongji, last time he mocked him, and now, he was slapped in the face. Do you dare to challenge Wu Lan to a duel? His sister, a genius teaching assistant, was now at the 9th level of SOAR. His grandaunt, a Mountain Sea realm expert, a big shot of the Divine Pill Academy. His sister's disciple was now a student in the top 100 list. The top 100 list was also for students, and also for nurturing. If you provoked Wu Lan, his sister and grandaunt might not necessarily deal with you, but someone in the top 100 list would naturally deal with you. The atmosphere was stagnant, that was not all. The next moment, someone said faintly, this time I participated in the Southern Yuan's chief examiner. Why am I used as a negative example every day? The civilization assessment is broken, so the assessment is not good. Does this mean that I, Huang Yao, am playing favoritism and cheating? In the air, a person stepped on the air. Examiner Huang, Southern Yuan's chief examiner, Huang Yao also held his breath. F***ck, you guys are enough. You know nothing. It was one thing for him to be fined merit points, but every day, a group of little bastards muttered that the civilization assessment was broken and the Southern Yuan assessment was not good. Didn't they see that teaching assistant Huang was punished? Huang Yao was sullen, he was about to explode. You guys are questioning my character. Originally, he was already full of displeasure from being fined merit points, and these bastards still said it was unfair every day. How could he not be angry? Huang Yao stepped on the air and said in a cold voice, in the assessment later, I want to see what kind of results you bunch of people who doubt others can get. If the assessment is good, then there is no need to say anything. If the assessment is bad, a bunch of trash, what qualifications do you have to make irresponsible remarks behind my back? When he was middle-aged, he felt that his heart was as calm as still water. But this year was unlucky, and he was unlucky again and again. He had been holding it in. How infuriating, wasn't the Southern Yuan assessment real? Nonsense, he felt that there was no assessment more real than Southern Yuan. He was not close to Suyu, and Lu Hong had told Suyu to suppress him. He felt that no one's results were more real than Suyu's, but these bastards said that Suyu couldn't do it. Weren't they questioning him? Teaching assistant Huang, please calm down. Someone laughed and said, a group of children are a bit talkative. Don't bother with them. Another person came. It was a teacher of the advanced class, also SOAR. Some of the basic course teachers of the advanced class might be researchers. Huang Yao turned his head to look and snorted coldly. He thought it was someone else, but when he saw who it was, he immediately said impolitely, children? If you go to the Civilization Academy, you will be a high-level talent, a genius, and a reserve warrior. Who will treat you as a child? If anyone dares to say a word and question the fairness of the Southern Yuan assessment, that will be slandering my, Huang Yao's, reputation. At that time, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Huang Yao looked at Suyu and said in a clear voice, Suyu, when it's time to stand up, stand up. Let those people see what a genius is. Don't hide yourself again and again. Keeping a low profile, can't stop the mouths of trash. Only by stepping on them fiercely can they understand that they are really trash. Huang Yao, the newcomer SOAR looked at Huang Yao with some surprise. Huang Yao used to be very low-key. Today, he was so angry and flew into a rage at a group of geniuses. Was he not afraid that these people would grow up and cause trouble for him in the future? Huang Yao seemed to know what he was going to say. He said indifferently, today is the last monthly assessment I will be presiding over. Next month, I will enter the Education and Welfare Administration. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you, and all this is because I have performed meritorious service as the chief examiner of Southern Yuan. The Civilization Academy is broken, but I have performed meritorious service as the chief examiner. Hee, is it interesting? There was ridicule and sarcasm. Is it interesting? Is it interesting? I've been promoted, I'm going to the Education and Welfare Administration. Although Director Sun said that he was useless, he felt bad for him because he was still in the same school. Moreover, he had suffered an undeserved disaster that time and was fined 100 meritorious service points. After that, he helped Huang Yao to get into the Education and Welfare Administration. Although the Education and Welfare Administration was not as powerful as the Great Xia Civilization University, it was still considered a subordinate organization of the Civilization Academy. Moreover, teaching assistants in the academy were not worth much. When he got there, he could still be a small leader. When he returned to the academy, the official researchers would have to be polite when they met him. The reason he could enter the Education and Welfare Administration was because of that trip to southern Yuan. Now, he was repeatedly questioned. If he did not stand up and say something, others would think that he was made of mud. Congratulations! At this time, someone else came. Lu Hong came together with a few instructors. These instructors were in charge of chores, while the 3 Sor were in charge of the 3 classes. Lu Hong chuckled and said, "Teaching assistant Huang has been promoted and his salary increased. Congratulations. These small matters will pass. The assessment is more important." When Huang Yao saw Lu Hong, he was a little afraid. He nodded and said, "I don't want to argue with these people, but they keep provoking powerhouses. If I don't speak up, they will think that I, Huang Yao, am easy to bully." Relying on the fact that they have a few elders in the academy, they are arrogant and unscrupulous. When I enter the Education and Welfare Administration, I will definitely suggest to reorganize the next batch of advanced assessment. Huang Yao said loudly, "We will see when the time comes. For students from large families, I suggest that those who have used the text of will and vitality liquid in advance will all have 50 points deducted." Boom! Once this was said, there was an instant uproar. Lu Hong's pupils shrank. The other researcher's expression also changed. He shouted, "Huang Yao, be careful with your words." However, Huang Yao seemed to be agitated today. He shouted, "What is there to be careful with? When I enter the Education and Welfare Administration, I will definitely suggest this. I will write to the director of the Education and Welfare Administration, to Xiahou Yi, and to the prefecture lord. Break the monopoly of the rich and let the poor have a chance to stand out. The rich monopolize, the poor decline. The rich are a bunch of trash, and they dare to speak rudely and question the poor geniuses." What a joke! The world had changed. At this moment, Lu Hong was shocked. Huang Yao did not say this unintentionally. He did not say this in a fit of anger, he did it on purpose. He had a purpose, breaking the monopoly of the rich. Huang Yao, who was born in a poor family, did not do this unintentionally. There must be someone backing him up, or even deliberately testing him. Using the matter of Suyu, they were prepared to make a move. Something big was going to happen. These were troubled times. The struggle between the rich and the poor had not stopped for hundreds of years. In the past, the poor had declined. But in these years, some strong people had risen in the military. The poor had risen, including the civilizationists. There was also a group of poor geniuses rising. These people were going to unite. The students might not understand, thinking that he was angry about the previous matter. But Lu Hong knew that something big had happened. Huang Yao was past 40, and had long since stopped showing off his abilities. This time, he was suddenly transferred to the Education and Welfare Administration. The poor had no one to rely on. It was not easy to enter the Education and Welfare Administration with sore realm strength. Moreover, he made this statement during the new students' monthly examination. This was clearly prepared. The poor were going to fight back. Next year's higher education examination might really have a big change. On the other side, after Huang Yao finished speaking, he looked at Suyu again and said loudly, "The best way to deal with doubts is to slap their faces until they are swollen. Go ahead and take the examination. Today, I, Huang Yao, am here. Whoever dares to cheat, whoever dares to be biased, will have to see if the Education and Welfare Administration agrees." Huang Yao. Wang Peiyuan. Huang Yao shouted back, as the assistant of the Rise of the Poor and a sore civilizationist, "Is this how you manage the advanced class students? What's the use of raising a group of arrogant good-for-nothings? Will these people be willing to fight on the battlefield for the human race in a few years? If these people encounter setbacks, will they join Wanzhou? These people suppress the poor and the poor. What's the difference between them and Wanzhou? If that's the case, instead of letting the rich suck the blood, it's better to let Wanzhou kill his way in. He will still be a slave, no matter who he is. The human race's unity lies in the human heart. It's not the rich who hold up the sky. Today's Huang Yao was completely different from the one Su Yu had seen that day in southern Yuan. When a person had fighting spirit, goals, dreams, and ideals, many things would change. Huang Yao was still Huang Yao, but he was no longer the Huang Yao who just ate and waited for death. At this moment, Huang Yao said loudly, "A civilizationist from a poor family is not inferior to anyone. We are also contributing to the human race. We are also fighting on the heavenly battlefield. We are bleeding, we are paying. So, we are also the backbone of the human race. Don't feel inferior, don't be timid, and don't be afraid of the rich. The sky is not dark yet. There is still justice in the human realm. Suppressing the poor is destined to be a joke. I only hope that, in a few years, when you are strong enough, you will not forget what I said today. Don't become the next rich and powerful robbers." Huang Yao said loudly, "The rich and powerful are not all good-for-nothings. They are all bad people. Some black sheep have become the parasites. Xianxia of Dixia province has been in charge of Dixia province for many years, but I have never seen anyone from Xianxia who is arrogant and despotic, who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Wanfu prefect has been in charge of the Civilization Academy for many years, but I have never seen anyone from the Wanfu family who is arrogant and disregards the law. Instead, some fake rich and powerful families, in order to establish their reputation, bully the weak and fear the strong, oppress the people, and seize by force. These people are not worthy of being called rich and powerful. They tarnish the reputation of Dixia province and chill the hearts of the human race. They deserve to be killed. They deserve to be beheaded." These words were like a great bell. At this moment, a wave of willpower spread. Silence, dead silence. Huang Yao stood proudly, his aura like a rainbow. At this moment, he felt comfortable and refreshed. He only felt that at this moment, he really had no regrets in his life. Boom, a wave of aura erupted, and his willpower transformed. At this moment, this middle-aged civilizationist who had been waiting for death suddenly advanced out of thin air. His aura even suppressed Lu Hong in an instant. He had not reached the 9th level of Soar, but in the blink of an eye, he went from the middle stage of Soar to the late stage, the 7th level of Soar. Huang Yao smiled. He did not look at the students, but at the depths of the Great Xia Civilization University, at Xiaoxingge, and smiled calmly. In the crowd, some of the poor children felt their blood boiling at this moment. The beginner and intermediate classes were the majority. In these two classes, there were many students born from ordinary families. Teacher Huang Lao said it well. Teacher Huang Lao is mighty. A group of people cheered. They wanted to vent, wanted to shout. This was how it should be. So what if we are poor children? We started from the bottom, paid several times the effort of the rich children, and entered the Great Xia Civilization University. In the end, what we received was ridicule, disdain, contempt, and exclusion. The Civilization Academy is not the back garden of the rich. This monthly examination had caused a violent storm. The struggle between the poor and the rich. In the crowd, Su Yu's heart was surging, but he quickly calmed down. He felt somewhat helpless. Head examiner Huang, you can say it, but don't talk about me. I wanted to keep a low profile. Now, it feels like I've become a target. As if he knew what Su Yu was thinking, Huang Yao, who had been looking in the direction of Xiaoxingge, suddenly sent him a voice transmission. What are you afraid of? If you bring glory to the poor, there will be people who will support you. The Shenwen faction has long been in danger. You've offended too many people, so it doesn't matter if you offend a few more people. You will also gain a lot of support, even from the experts of the mountain and sea realm. If you don't want to, then keep a low profile and pretend I didn't say anything. If you suppress the juniors of the rich and powerful, then the poor will rise. Soon, a massive amount of resources will be provided to your Divine Runic Arts department. Within the academy and outside the academy, you will no longer be fighting alone. If someone wants to steal away Qinyang's position, then they will have to see who is stronger. We're not targeting all of the rich and powerful. We just want to give the poor children a chance. The Collegium has invested far too little in the poor children, so little that it's bitterly disappointing. We fought our way up, but in the end, we've been bitterly disappointed by our own people. Who would be willing to fight for humanity? Huang Yao's voice was filled with excitement. If it doesn't work, then we'll make plans to establish a frigid academy. We'll only accept poor children. As for us Soar Realm cultivators, we'll go out into the battlefield and fight. The things we acquire will only be used by our own people. As for you, Suyu, you can join the Frigid Academy. I guarantee that you will be a cornerstone of the academy, and that the academy will support you to grow stronger. We don't want the things we acquire on the battlefield to be taken advantage of by those bastards. We'll even be mocked by them for saying that the poor children aren't good enough. That's pushing things too far. Suyu was completely shaken. Establishing a Frigid Academy, or even a collegium, this was simply too shocking. If word got out, the Dixia province, and even the mortal realm, would be shaken. This was no longer a matter of a collegium, but a great revolution that involved the entire human race. The poor experts could no longer endure this. If they weren't careful, there might be a great change within the human race. Suyu felt his mouth go dry. He was a little happy, a little excited, and a little uneasy. He was happy that those from ordinary families had a chance, a greater chance. He was excited that if the Frigid Academy succeeded, there would be more and more experts among the poor children. He was uneasy that if this happened, it might cause a confrontation between the rich and the poor. There would be internal turmoil and even a rupture. Suyu, there's no need to feel burdened. This is just the beginning. Perhaps by the time you soar realm, there won't be a conclusion. This isn't something that can be done overnight, but we have to make our voices heard. Whether you're willing or not, your body is branded with the label of the poor. Huang Yao's voice came again. Your father is from the military. Except for a few experts, most people in the military are poor. This isn't just the dissatisfaction of the collegium, but the entire military. They're dissatisfied that they're fighting on the front lines, but in the rear, their children aren't given the same opportunities. Therefore, we need to make our voices heard, to tell everyone that we need more support. Suyu took a deep breath. He didn't say anything. The next moment, Lu Hong seemed to have received some instructions. He smiled and said, "All right, Assistant Huang, the monthly examination is about to begin. There are some words that we can talk about later. The reform of the educational system needs more discussion. The deduction of points for the rich children, that might not be fair. In order to pursue fairness, we need to think from another perspective. We can discuss it later, and don't delay the student's examination." Huang Yao also regained his composure. He smiled and said, "All right, then it's the examination. After the examination, I heard that there will be a big show. I will come to watch. Some people shouldn't think that no one can keep them in check. There is still fairness in this world." Lin Yao was Lu Hong's student. Lu Hong felt helpless. He only felt very innocent. Lin Yao challenging Suyu wasn't my instigation. Although I hinted a little, Suyu wasn't a good person. He clearly wanted to cheat Lin Yao. Now, in the eyes of others, it was all Lin Yao's fault. It was all because Lin Yao coveted Suyu's blood essence. Suyu was very innocent, Suyu was very pitiful, Suyu was very worthy of sympathy, and Suyu was being suppressed. Little schemer, Lu Hong glanced at Suyu. He saw that his face was perturbed and somewhat uneasy. It was as if he was worried that he would be suppressed by revenge. He was speechless. Your expression is too much, he wanted to remind him that it was enough. Pretending to be wronged, did you really think that I didn't know that you were at the 3rd level of 15 June? Did you really think that I didn't know that you took away the sky-piercing kill? Lin Yao was really pitiful. At this moment, Lu Hong reflected for a moment. Did I treat this student too badly? Should I treat him a little better? For example, this time when Lin Yao lost, should I say some kind words to comfort him? It's better to say some words to comfort him. In any case, it's not like I need money to say good words. Lu Hongxin made a decision. He looked at the late Lin Yao. Poor disciple, master can only help you to this point. Unless your family gives me something good, I will treat you well. It's not like your family doesn't know that master isn't a good person. Why must you come to my side? The assessment had officially begun. Huang Yao acted as if nothing had happened. As if he had not spoken before, he began to preside over the assessment for the beginner class. The 3 SOAR examiners were not far away, and each of them had brought a book with them. Wang Peiyuan organized the assessment for the advanced class, and Lu Hong organized the assessment for the intermediate class. Lu Hong also seemed to have forgotten what he had just said. He said, the 3 books of civilization contain different divine characters and have different directions. Generally speaking, they all belong to the same series. Their main purpose is to create illusions and pressure. I hope that no one feels that today's assessment is unfair. If you do, you can bring it up now. No one uttered a word. If no one has any doubts, the assessment will officially begin. Examinees, enter the designated area and wait. The examinees walked to the designated area, and the 3 examiners stood in the center of their respective squares, each with a book in their hands. Book of Civilization, the Xinwen left behind by the Mountain Sea Realm expert could not be passed down forever, nor could it form an arcane realm. However, it could be passed down as a book of civilization. The assessment begins. With Lu Hongyi's shout, the 3 books of civilization erupted with a faint glow, forming a barrier that enveloped all the examinees. There was no illusion, there was only pressure, formless pressure, like the pressure in the fragment room. When Suyu was enveloped by the light, he thought that he would see the illusion of a demonic beast like last time, but there was none. There was only a formless pressure eroding him. Walk forward. The further you walk, the stronger you are. Lu Hong's voice faintly reached his ears. Suyu had long since gotten used to this kind of pressure. At first, it was not as much as the pressure in the fragment room. Suyu could persevere for more than 40 minutes even before he started to recuperate, which showed how much he had improved during this period. Suyu began to walk forward, his steps were firm, without any disorder. The pressure was not enough. At this moment, he vaguely understood that the monthly assessment was actually an opportunity for some examinees to temper their willpower. This was an environment similar to the fragment room. Some examinees could not enter such an arcane realm to cultivate, so the monthly assessment was actually to help the examinees strengthen their willpower. The longer they persisted, the better the effect would be. There aren't any demonic beasts to kill. It's just a little bit of pressure. It doesn't feel as good as last time, Suyu cursed in his heart. Who would be hard to deal with this little bit of pressure? He walked forward in a relaxed manner. At this moment, thousands of freshmen from the Faculty of Theology moved forward. 1 minute, 2 minutes, gradually, some of the students in the beginner class couldn't take it anymore. Some people began to quit, some were directly thrown out by sore. Quitting meant that their results were poor. Most of them were from the beginner class. There were only a few from the intermediate class. Some of them had withdrawn, their faces full of dejection. Not a single one from the advanced class. Under the pressure of the will of civilization, the students couldn't see each other and couldn't communicate with each other. However, it couldn't stop some people. Advanced class. The few old geniuses began to chat again. How far should we go? This was left behind by that guy back then, right? What a pity. I wonder which Xinwen will be left behind after I die. I still want to leave behind a piece of Xinwen and turn it into a secret realm that will be passed down to the world forever. Soon, it was Huang Yao's turn to talk about him. What's going on with Huang Yao? Some people are fighting back. They want to put some pressure on the school and Xia province. Don't care so much. If they really fight, throw them all into the heavens battlefield. That's right. Throw them over there, and they'll be obedient. An old man chuckled. It doesn't matter if they fight here. When they get to the heavens battlefield, hee, those old things will teach them a lesson. Even he had to call them old things. One could imagine how old they were. Speaking of those people, someone shuddered. Those old things are not human. When I went there for the first time, didn't I say a few more words? I was thrown into the ice purgatory alone. Damn it, thousands of demonic beasts came to kill me. As he spoke, his voice changed. I was almost swallowed alive by those demons. In the end, the guy who insisted on quarreling with me went to save me. He couldn't save me, and I died. He was the second one. I still remember it. You're lucky. Another pavilion elder sighed and said, those old fellows are really ruthless. Back then, our faction and the Divine Pill faction didn't get along, and they threw a guy from the Divine Pill faction into our team. In one sentence, if he dies, the whole team will be beheaded. In order to protect that guy. F*CK, our whole team was almost annihilated. They smiled bitterly as they recalled the past. In the heavens battlefield, human infighting was very rare. In fact, it was almost non-existent. As for the reason, everyone who had experienced it knew. Who are you at odds with? Fine, you two don't get along, right? You two go on a mission together. If one dies, the other dies. You're a genius, don't dare to kill you. Dream on. Why would the invincible experts care about geniuses? Killing you is like killing a chicken. Your sex don't get along, that's easy. Let's go on a mission together. Whichever sect loses more or less will come back alive. Kill them all. If you die less than the others, kill them all when you come back. Extremely iron-blooded, a bunch of old fellows didn't care if others hated them or scolded them. If you want to fight, hold it in. The heavens battlefield was a battlefield of 10,000 worlds. It was extremely dangerous. There was no time for internal strife. The old fellows didn't care if you fought or not. They wouldn't comfort you either. If you could endure it, then endure it. If you couldn't, then die. It was that simple. The few Galau present had all suffered such losses in the past. Those who didn't suffer losses didn't learn their lesson. As they spoke, more and more people stopped in their tracks. More and more people left. If they didn't cultivate, it would be hard to even walk 10 meters. Many students from the intermediate class were eliminated. No one from the advanced class stopped walking. Xiaoqian has walked 14 meters. That's pretty fast. Wan Mingze is not bad either. He's about the same. I think he's still holding back. This kid from the Jing family is not bad. I thought he was a brute like his grandfather. I didn't expect him to reach 12 meters. This has nothing to do with the realm of his physique. The few old fellows continued talking as if they were spectators. As they were chatting, someone suddenly shouted, "You guys, if you don't move, I'll throw you out." A faint voice could be heard. The few of them cursed inwardly. This Huangyao kid was really bold. Didn't we not know how far we should walk? Forget it, we won't argue with him. The few of them started walking. In a short while, they caught up to Qingyun Fai. In the next moment, they stopped again. This test isn't good. They have to see the reactions of their companions. Only then will they be able to walk further and compete with each other. Otherwise, they won't be able to see the others. These fellows don't know the situation of others, so there's no pressure. You're right. Why don't we try it? What if we're discovered? That's simple. One of you will withdraw and revert to your true form. Galau will personally modify the test to increase the motivation of the students. It's normal. We haven't participated in the test for so many years that we've forgotten about it. Actually, it's time to reform it. As expected, if we don't experience it ourselves, we won't remember such trivial things. Galau sighed. He hadn't experienced this test for so many years that he had long forgotten about it. When he was young, he still thought about it when he participated in the test. When he became truly strong, he forgot about it. A moment later, the few of them made a decision. One Galau wouldn't participate in the test anymore. They didn't care about the ranking and quickly withdrew. After a while, more people were eliminated. At this moment, Lu Hong's brows suddenly twitched. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the sky. It seemed to have just passed by. He exclaimed softly, "Monthly test? It's been so many years, why is it still this backward method?" As the words fell, a few golden lights scattered from the sky. They fell into the 3 records of civilization. At this moment, the scene in front of the students who were still taking the test changed. It was no longer empty in front of them, but there were figures. They saw their classmates, the teachers at the Central Academy, and even the Journal of Civilization. The pressure was still there, even the illusion was still there, but beside them, they could see other people. The students were a little stunned. Lu Hong quickly reacted and hurriedly shouted toward the sky, "Thank you, Zhang Galau, for improving the records of civilization, it's nothing." In the air, the figure of the elder flashed and disappeared. A moment later, among the students who had retreated from the advanced class, one person had disappeared without a trace. Now, another person had appeared, but no one had noticed anything unusual. as for Suyu and the others, only then did they understand that Galao had just passed by and helped them improve the records of civilization. When everyone saw their own situation, there was indeed motivation and pressure when there was comparison. Suyu originally felt that he had walked far, but at this moment, he realized that he had only walked about 10 meters. In the intermediate class, there were a few people beside him. In the advanced class, there were at least 40 to 50 people who had walked about the same distance as him. Xiaochan, whom he had met previously, had walked close to 20 meters. The pressure in Suyu's heart immediately increased. Not only him, but the other students' expressions also changed. There were still so many people in the advanced class. Some geniuses were originally very proud, thinking that they would definitely walk the furthest. Maybe the others had been eliminated. But at this moment, all of them felt a great increase in pressure. In the advanced class, several Galaos snickered inwardly. This matter should have been done long ago. If I don't give you some pressure, will you have any motivation? They felt a great increase in pressure. Lu Hong muttered to himself. The matter of the records of civilization had actually been reported long ago, but the records of civilization were left behind by a Mountain Sea Realm cultivator, and ordinary people could not improve it. Mountain Sea Realm Galaos all appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Even if he reported it, no one would do anything to improve it. Now, a single monthly test had actually drawn out a Galao. Was it really a coincidence? Or, was it because of some of them? He was still thinking. Gradually, more and more people were eliminated. In the elementary class, the last student was still struggling. At this time, the other party had already walked 15 meters, which was already very strong, even surpassing most of the intermediate class students. Lu Hong glanced over and nodded slightly. This new student would be able to enter the intermediate class after this. Advancing in a month was not bad. If one really walked 20 meters, it usually meant that they had reached the nature-nurturing stage. Perhaps it was like Suyu, who had not reached the nature-nurturing stage. However, with the help of 2 Shenwen pills, he was strong and could walk a little further. 18 meters, 19 meters, at this time, Suyu also quickened his pace. The pressure was increasing. Not only was it a test of the strength of one's willpower, but it was also a test of the tenacity of one's willpower. The more time passed, the greater the pressure. In the advanced class, there were already 7 or 8 people who had exceeded 20 meters. The intermediate class students behind Suyu also gradually began to fall behind. Gradually, there was no one around. Suyu turned his head and glanced at Plaza 1. At this moment, someone happened to be looking at him. Lin Yao's face was pale. At this time, he had a gloomy expression. At this time, he gritted his teeth and kept walking forward. He discovered that he was actually not as far as Suyu at this time. This made Lin Yao feel a great sense of crisis. Suddenly, an endless burst of motivation erupted, and he gritted his teeth and walked forward. It was the same for Hu Zongqi. These two were probably the ones who had the most sense of crisis. Previously, Hu Zongqi had always felt that Suyu was fake, and he was definitely better than Suyu. However, at this time, he was also anxious. Among the students in the advanced class, Xia Huyu was the one who seemed to be the most relaxed. This guy swayed with each step he took, and it felt like he could not take it anymore. However, he was safe and sound every time, and he even looked around curiously. With one look, it was obvious that this guy still had some strength left. Just as Suyu and the others gritted their teeth and walked forward, a faint voice sounded in Lu Hong's ears. Lu Hong quickly nodded. This was the voice of that Galao just now. The other party actually did not leave and was still watching in the dark. The next moment, Lu Hong shouted, "Advanced classes current first place, Xia Chan, 25 meters. Intermediate classes first place, Suyu, 22 meters. Beginner classes assessment has officially ended. Sun Fei, 16 meters. Everyone, continue the assessment. Among the top 100 students, the weakest can walk more than 40 meters. I hope you guys won't be too bad." As soon as this was said, a few students from the advanced class walked forward with all their might. How embarrassing, Suyu actually walked more than 22 meters. After about 3 minutes, Lu Hong said again, "Advanced classes current first place, Xia Chan, 29 meters. Intermediate classes Suyu, 25 meters. Except for Suyu, the intermediate classes assessment has ended. At this moment, only Suyu was left in the number 2 square. As for number 1 square, there were close to 50 people, and almost all of them walked more than 20 meters. Suyu didn't say anything. At this moment, sweat was gradually dripping from his forehead. It was quite difficult. During the assessment, he walked 27 meters, and that was because of Shenwen's outburst. However, today, he didn't use Shenwen. Up until now, he was relying on his willpower, 3 Shenwens. The kill Shenwen was still a little broken, but it could still be used in this assessment. It was just that it wasn't as strong as the complete Shenwen. 29 meters, Suyu looked at Xianchan who was walking forward. Her steps were firm, and he was a little impressed. Her willpower was much stronger than his. He didn't know if she used Shenwen or not, but he knew that Xianchan walked to 29 meters with ease. This woman was indeed an obstacle on his path of cultivation. He couldn't lose to a woman. Another 3 minutes passed. Xianchan, 33 meters. Suyu, 28 meters. On the other side, Huang Yao suddenly continued, Hu Zongji, 24 meters, assessment over. Wang Jiqiang, 25 meters, assessment over. As soon as this was said, the faces of Hu Zongji and another student who had just been eliminated instantly turned red. They were the two who had been gossiping earlier. After being scolded by Wu Lan for a while, if it wasn't for the arrival of the researchers, they wouldn't have been able to step down. Now, they were slapped in the face. Huang Yao did it on purpose. Weren't you guys doubting me? Continue doubting me, Huang Yao said calmly. The Wenwenji shouldn't be broken. If you don't believe me, you can go over there and give it a try. No one uttered a word. A moment later, there was a burst of booing from the intermediate class. Contempt, mockery. Although they weren't as good as these two geniuses, they suddenly felt extremely refreshed when they saw them getting slapped in the face. Who asked you to be arrogant? The two of them felt very helpless and wronged. In fact, they had made good progress this month. During the advanced assessment, they couldn't have walked this far at all. Otherwise, they would have been in the upper class. But as they improved, the others were also improving. Now, they had walked 24 to 25 meters. It wasn't bad in the advanced class, but it wasn't too good either. No one noticed that at the advanced class, Wu Lan, who was on the verge of collapsing, instantly became excited when he heard Huang Yao's name. No, she didn't want to embarrass herself like this. She was afraid that Huang Yao would also announce her name. At this time, she had only walked 25 meters. Compared to before, she had improved a lot. However, she was just on par with Wang Jiqiang. Just now, he said that he would beat them to the point where they couldn't get up. If he were to do the same now, then she would be too ashamed to face anyone, and Suyu had actually improved again. Wu Lan gritted her teeth and was instantly revived. She had unlimited motivation. No matter what, she couldn't embarrass herself here. Even if there weren't many people paying attention to her at this moment. Xianchan, 36 meters. Wan Mingze, 35 meters. Hu Qiuxing, 34 meters. Zhao Shiqi, 34 meters. Qingyun Fai, 33 meters. Suyu, 32 meters. The announcement rang out again. This time, it wasn't just Suyu and Xianchan. Those who exceeded 30 meters were announced by Lu Hong. Lu Hong said calmly, everyone performed well. Let's continue. As of now, this batch of students has yet to see any hope of entering the top 100. There's still a gap. Among the top 100 students, the weakest could walk 40 meters. The weakest, this was only in terms of willpower and Shenwen. The other students' physical bodies were generally stronger than the new students. Their martial arts were also stronger. All in all, none of the new students could enter the top 100. As for Suyu, he wasn't surprised. This kid seemed to have entered the nature-nurturing stage. It was unexpectedly fast. At this moment, Wu Lan, who had stopped at 27 meters, looked gloomy. She had lost again. Moreover, she didn't lose to Suyu alone, but to many people. Trash, maybe this should be given to her. In the eyes of these people, she was just trash. Quite strong. Suyu's eyes were bright. The blood word Shenwen flashed in his mind. He had already used the blood word Shenwen and even reached his limit. He had only walked 32 meters. In the end, he realized that the advanced class was stronger than the other. Good, this is good. I was afraid that I wouldn't have the motivation. It looks like there are many geniuses. The next moment, the thunder word Shunwen lit up. Suyu strode forward, his willpower was shaken. Suyu was very calm. In terms of talent, I don't think I'm worse than anyone. At this moment, Huang Yao's voice sounded, Lin Yao, stop at 30 meters. Not bad. There was one more compliment, it was indeed not bad, however, Lin Yao couldn't be happy. His face was a little dark. When he had taken the advanced exam, he had walked quite a distance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in the upper class. Today, he had walked 30 meters. There was improvement, but not much. If not for Suyu, he would be satisfied. But now, he actually lost to Suyu. Lin Yao withdrew from the range of the spirit of civilization and looked at Suyu. Seeing his body flickering, Lin Yao frowned, he has entered the state of meditation? He could somewhat see it, not only him, but almost all the students in the state of meditation could see that Suyu had entered the state of meditation, and at this moment, Suyu seemed to have exerted his strength again. The thunder word Shunwen erupted as he took another step forward. Soon, the thunder little brother was a little dispirited. Suyu cursed in his heart. The next moment, the two Shunwen words fused. Suyu had tried to fuse a few times and there were no problems. Therefore, even though he knew that the fusion was dangerous, he didn't care at this moment. The two Shunwen words fused and Suyu took a few more steps forward. Lu Hong, who was maintaining the spirit of civilization, was slightly startled. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he remembered that Huang Yao was punished previously. He was worried that the spirit of civilization would have problems again. Therefore, he used a lot of willpower. Otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself today. This kid, why did he suddenly become so fierce again? Just now, he clearly felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. Xia Chan, 38 meters, Wan Mingze, 37 meters, Suyu, 36 meters. When Suyu heard this, he really couldn't hold on any longer. He started to have the idea of killing the Shunwen word. This Shunwen word had been beaten up badly yesterday and was a little damaged. But at this moment, Suyu couldn't care less. It was too embarrassing, he couldn't win against a woman. He wasn't convinced. No matter what, he was still a young man. It was a little embarrassing to be suppressed by a woman. The third Shunwen word trembled slightly. The next moment, Suyu's body emitted a faint murderous aura. The others didn't feel it, but the few Galao and Soar students all glanced at Suyu. Lu Hong was secretly surprised. Was this the new Shunwen word, or was it a new characteristic? It seemed quite strong. Suyu stepped forward again. This time, it was also the first time. Lu Hong quickly said, Suyu, 39 meters, after temporarily surpassing Xia Chan, Suyu couldn't hold on any longer. The next moment, he took a few steps back, sweating profusely. He had reached his limit. He had really reached his limit, unless he could fuse all three Shunwen words. If it were back in southern Yuan, he might have given it a try. This time, he didn't dare to do it. The more he knew, the more timid he would be. Xia Chan. 40 meters. At this moment, a faint layer of golden light appeared outside of Xia Chan's body. It was very faint. As if she had heard the voice, she let out a low grunt and stepped forward heavily. Then, her body staggered slightly, but she still took a few steps forward. 41 meters, Wan Mingze. 40 meters. In the blink of an eye, the few monsters had gone all out. Wan Mingze's hair fluttered as he rushed forward quickly. When he reached 40 meters, his body also began to twitch. At this time, everyone knew that the assessment was about to end. Except for Xia Chan and Wan Mingze, who rushed past the 40-meter limit, the others hadn't reached it. At this time, Suyu no longer held on. He retreated from the record of civilization and stopped at 39 meters. There was no disappointment in his eyes. It was normal that his willpower was not as strong as theirs. These guys were indeed very strong, and they might even be close to the peak of nature nourishment. Their Shunwen might not be less than his. In the advanced class area, Xia Chan and Wan Mingze both heaved a sigh of relief. Suyu's name kept echoing in their ears, and they were also a bit nervous. If they really lost to Suyu, it would be too shameful. No matter what, they were still monstrous geniuses who entered the sect. At this moment, the two of them couldn't hold on any longer. Just as they were about to retreat, Wan Ming's vision blurred. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. It was a chubby young man. At this moment, while eating, he turned his head and chuckled. Continue. I've been waiting behind you for a while. Why don't you continue? Wan Ming's eyes widened. Impossible. How could this guy surpass me? His only opponent was Xia Chan. On the other side, Lu Hong was also shocked. He quickly said, Jia Mingzhen, 41 meters. The chubby boy chuckled and approached Xia Chan. In passing, he wiped his oily hands on the corner of Xia Chan's clothes. He laughed. I thought Xia Jia's people were very strong. In the end, hee haha. Boring, ignoring Xia Chan's murderous gaze, the chubby boy wiped his hands on her clothes and continued walking for another 2 meters. His face was slightly red. After a few more steps, he panted and began to retreat. Jia Mingzhen. 45 meters. Lu Hong was also shocked. Just where in the world did these few hidden geniuses pop out from? Could it be that these people were already close to the peak of nature nurturing, or even had already reached it? Other than Jia Mingzhen, there were 4 others. 3 of them did well, most of them above 30 meters. The only one who did poorly was around 25 meters. A total of 5 people, they were all very strong. No wonder Galao actually came out to recruit disciples. These guys are no worse than those monsters. There's also Suyu. Lu Hong was secretly shocked. Were there so many monsters in this batch, including Suyu and these 5 people? There were a total of 14, no, there were more. He looked at Xia Huyu who was slowly retreating. Was the son of the Manor Lord really so useless? Why did it feel like he was just dealing with an errand? In this case, there might be 15 monsters in this batch. What was a monster? It was someone who had the potential to advance to soar within 3 years. Could it be that this batch could produce more than 10 soar in 3 years? Although Lu Hong was shocked, he suppressed his suspicions and said, Advanced class, Jia Mingzhen is number 1 in the examination. Xia Chan is number 2, Wan Mingze is number 3. Intermediate class, Suyu is number 1. Beginner class, Sun Fei is number 1. A few names were reported. In the next moment, Lu Hong announced the top 10 of class 3. The advanced class, the number 1 was not Xia Chan or Jia Mingzhen, but Hu Qiuxing. He actually scored the highest in the cultural class. Moreover, this time, they were comparing improvement, subtracting the original assessment points. Hu Qiuxing's score was not low, and he actually got the number 1 overall. As for Jia Mingzhen, he was eating and sleeping during the cultural class. Suyu scored 130 points in the cultural class. This time, he walked 39 meters and got 120 points, a total of 250 points. He was number 1, the second place. Was the number 1 in the cultural class, Wan Yun, with a total of 190 points. He got 40 points in this round, and he walked 4 meters more than when he entered the school. This was already a huge improvement. After the results were announced, Suyu glanced at Lin Yao, and his heart suddenly trembled. He wouldn't run away, right? Why did he feel that Lin Yao was a little afraid and hesitant? Suyu had walked so far, and Lin Yao wasn't stupid. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he might have fallen into a trap. He was really considering whether he should continue or not. Just as he was still thinking, Suyu suddenly said, Teacher, the top 3 are qualified to challenge the advanced class students. Lin Yao from the advanced class challenged me previously, and he was rude and insulted me. Today, I will cultivate my character and fight fairly with Lin Yao. Lu Hong said indifferently, Lin Yao isn't in the bottom 10. It depends on his willingness, Suyu directly said, if Lin Yao isn't willing, it's fine. He just needs to apologize to me in front of everyone. I, Suyu, am not an unforgiving person. However, he bullied me because I didn't cultivate my character and spoke rudely. Today, as long as he apologizes, I won't challenge him again. Suyu said it in a loud and magnanimous manner. Behind him, a group of students heard that Suyu had cultivated his character, but they weren't surprised. This guy had walked so far previously, so he must have cultivated his character. At this moment, while they were happy for Suyu, they also shouted, "Apologize." On the other side, Lin Yao's expression kept changing. He felt that he might have been fooled. At this moment, he said in a low voice, "Suyu, who bullied you? That day, you were the one who challenged me, Shu." At this moment, even Xia Chan, who was previously infuriated by Jia Mingzhen, couldn't be bothered to be angry at Jia Mingzhen anymore. She angrily rebuked, "Trash, what a disgrace. If you dare to do something, you naturally dare to admit it. He, Suyu, is an intermediate class student. If he challenges you, you have to accept it. What's there to defend yourself for?" She was still angry, but now that she heard Lin Yao's words, she suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. The reputation of the advanced class was completely lost. It wasn't just her. Wan Mingze also frowned and said coldly, "Since we've agreed, then let's fight." This is the behavior of a coward. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Seeing that he has cultivated his character, he doesn't dare to accept the challenge. "Lin Yao, you don't deserve to be our classmate. It's best if you quit school yourself." The two of them didn't give Lin Yao any face, nor did they give Lu Hong any face. They weren't afraid of Lu Hong at all. In fact, they weren't even afraid of Zhou Mingren. This was too embarrassing. Over at the advanced class, there was also a commotion. All of them looked at Lin Yao with frowns and disdain. He was really a piece of trash. What upper class? Did this kind of person deserve it? Seeing that Suyu had cultivated his character, he actually didn't dare to accept the challenge. He even had to deny what he said. Wasn't he embarrassed? Lin Yao held back his anger. He really felt that he had been tricked. But at this moment, he was being propped up against the fire. He gritted his teeth and looked at Suyu. Fine, he really lost. At most, he would lose 300 merit points. Suyu, this bastard, was dishonest. Fine. I saw that you had just entered the cultivation stage, but you insisted on challenging me. Tomorrow, I'll fight you in the arena to determine the victor. Suyu's eyes flickered. Tomorrow. He was prepared to beat him up now. It seemed that this guy had guessed something and insisted on dragging it until tomorrow. Could it be that he was preparing his trump card? However, Suyu was unafraid and didn't mind. He said, "Fine, then I'll see you in the arena tomorrow." Lin Yao didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. Bastard, Suyu might have cultivated his character long ago. He was deliberately tricking him. The assessment is over. Other students, if you want to challenge me, you can go back and ask the instructor. Lu Hong didn't say anything else. He picked up the Journal of Civilization and left quickly. There were many changes in today's monthly assessment. The key was not Suyu, but Huang Yao, Jiao Mingzhen, and the others. They felt that it was full of schemes. Also, a Galao passing by was also very strange. Lu Hong's mind was full of schemes, but he couldn't make heads or tails of them. After the monthly exam, Suyu was not in a hurry to go back. He went to the Myriad office to receive this month's reward. Myriad office. The lady by the window was a little curious and could not help but take a few more glances at Suyu. Intermediate class monitor, 3 merit points, upper class subsidy 3 points, the first place of the monthly exam is not out yet. It has already been recorded, so fast? The lady who gave out the merit points was a little strange. It was really fast. He had just finished the exam and was already recorded. Under normal circumstances, to give out the subsidy so quickly could only mean that the genius in front of her was a little poor, so poor that she had to give him supplies immediately. A total of 16 merit points. Student Suyu, is there a problem? 16 points, yes. Suyu nodded. It was not wrong, but he felt that it was a little too little. But it was still not bad. At this moment, his merit points had reached 146 points, 100 points from selling information. There would be a lot of merit points coming in tomorrow. In total, he had probably earned more than Ting Kong in the month he had spent in the academy. Suyu had nothing to exchange, but after thinking about it, he still asked, "Do you have mountain ox blood essence? 1000 June realm?" The staff shook her head. "We really don't have that, the demand exceeds the supply." "No, the initial Wansha realm is fine too." The moment this was said, the staff was a little surprised. Xianxia Realm Mountain Ox Blood Essence was especially suitable for Thousand June Realm foundation building, but for Xianxia Realm, it was really not useful. It was better to use ordinary Xianxia Realm Blood Essence. Of course, she did not say anything and quickly said, "We do, but there are not many. After all, it is a top 100 race, and Xianxia Realm Blood Essence is rare. Of course, no one exchanges for it, unless it is needed for research, but the price is not cheap. Even the initial Xianxia Realm Blood Essence costs 15 merit points per drop." Suyu cursed in his heart. How sinister, not many people used the mountain-breaking ox's blood in the Xianxia realm. Even this was 15 merit points per drop. The school did not care about the exchange. Resources were in short supply, so they would not persuade anyone to exchange, unless it was some useless resources. "Do you want to trade?" Suyu pondered for a while and decided to ask Xiaohu if he had the time to see if there was any stock. It was much cheaper at his place. Half an hour later, Suyu returned to the research center. Bai Feng was already waiting for him. When he saw that Suyu had returned, he looked him up and down. After a while, he said, "You've cultivated your character?" "Yeah, I'll rest up at noon. I'll break through after a nap." Suyu scratched his head and said gloomily, "I find it strange too. Why did I suddenly cultivate my nature?" "Master, you said that cultivating one's nature was a little difficult," Bai Feng said indifferently. "It might have something to do with the essence secret realm. The more essence it absorbed, the better the Sea of Will is." He directly skipped this topic. He didn't want to hear it. Nourishing one's character. Heh, who cares? Since you've rested, your task next month will be heavy. Let's get this over with tomorrow. Take care of your problems and go out. With me, okay. Suyu nodded and hurriedly said, "Master, can I use my Wenbing now?" "Yes, when you don't need it, just throw it into the essence blood pool. Don't rush to cast anything in the early stage. Your Shunwen hasn't been decided yet. The path you'll take hasn't been set. Wenbing can be molded after some time." Suyu immediately said, "How do I refine it?" "Fuse with Shunwen and keep it in the Sea of Will. Leave your will and aura behind. It's very simple." Bai Feng said and didn't say anything more. He said, "I heard that there are a few abnormal fellows in the advanced class. Do you know about them?" "Abnormal?" Suyu blinked and nodded. "Quite abnormal. That Jiao Mingzhen, Xia Chan, Wan Mingze, and Hu Qiuxing are all abnormal." "Master, they actually went further than me." Bai Feng was speechless and a little tired. "Going further than you, that's abnormal." Too lazy to argue with this guy, Bai Feng said solemnly, "Be careful, especially that Jiao Mingzhen. There are a few other fellows with no background. Who knows where they came from? They were suddenly taken in by Galao. I don't know what's going on." Jiao Mingzhen. Fake name? Real name or fake name? Bai Feng frowned again. As soon as I heard this name, I felt that something wasn't right. You should be careful. It's not good to investigate this matter if it's related to the Pavilion Elder. In any case, it's not normal, Suyu immediately said. Is it Principal Zhou's man? I don't think so. It might have something to do with Wanfu Prefect. Bai Feng explained, the few Galao who took them in are all considered Wanfu Prefect's direct subordinates. I don't know what Wan Tianxing is up to, but just be careful. With that, a small jade ball appeared in his hand. This is for you. It's a gift from your uncle master. Sense it with your willpower, then put it into the Sea of Will. What's this? Uncle master. Suyu had not met that uncle master before, but he actually received a gift. The skull of the annihilation beast. Bai Feng said calmly, even if it's a good thing, it's only worth a few thousand merit points. After you put it into the Sea of Will, if you feel that Shunwen is a burden to the Sea of Will, you can put Shunwen into it to nurture. It's also fine during normal times. It'll help nurture Shunwen, and it can also stabilize the Sea of Will. Suyu could not hear anything else. A few thousand merit points, a few thousand merit points. Gulping, Suyu mumbled, Uncle Master is so nice. Master, why don't we find a time to visit him? I'm nurturing myself. He might give us some nurturing gifts. Bai Feng was tired, he was too greedy for money. Your Uncle Master is poorer than me now. No, he still has some merit points to make up for the deficit. But those merit points cannot be used easily. Cut the crap. Bai Feng threw the skull to him and said seriously, don't let others know. Many people want this. It's much more valuable than the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. Keep it for yourself. Got it. Suyu nodded hurriedly. He was rich now. He realized that there were many benefits to joining the Shenwen faction. Moreover, he realized that he might be a super rich man now. Sky-piercing kill, annihilation beast skull, top-notch yellow level 1 Bing, Lei Yuandao's will, 146 merit points. If he added the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence that he had used before, it would have been better if Suyu did not count. Now that he did, he might have earned more than 5,000 merit points this month. Scary, 5,000 merit points. The black market price was 50,000 per merit point. That was 250 million, Suyu's jaw dropped. In fact, it might be more than 5,000. There was also the top-notch Earth-level God of War art and the 1,300 merit points he was about to get. The more Suyu thought about it, the more sluggish he became. As expected, Dexiao province is full of rich people. Bai Feng did not care about what he was thinking. He was having a headache now. This guy broke through too quickly. I thought I could rest for a few days, but it seems like I can't rest anymore. Bai Feng looked at Suyu who was still foolishly laughing. This guy, as he was thinking, Suyu suddenly said, oh right, teacher, last night I drew a Shenwen. Bai Feng was stunned. Shenwen? Yes. Suyu said, I looked at the will last night. The moment he said that, Bai Feng knew what he was looking at. Without giving him a chance to continue, Bai Feng said in a deep voice, what Shenwen? Kill. Kill. Bai Feng frowned again and looked at Suyu, saying in a deep voice, I gave you a fragment last time. It's a fragment of arm chop. Do you still remember it? Yes, I finished reading it, and then I wasted it. Let me ask you, when you read arm chop, did you draw a Shenwen? No, you saw Kaiyuan art, Lei Yuandao, and Shenwen? Bai Feng frowned even more. They are all written in human language, right? Yes. Bai Feng's brows were almost knitted into a line. Shenwen. Human Shenwen, look at the human language, you know it on the first try. I looked at the Wan language many times, but I didn't draw a single one. Bai Feng's pupils constricted. You, don't tell me you are against Wan Shenwen? Suyu blinked. I don't know. Don't tell me you have a natural understanding of the human Shenwen, but you can't understand the Wan Shenwen. Bai Feng was a little nervous this time. If that's the case, then it's troublesome. Troublesome? Boy, you should know that the human race's divine characters aren't actually that strong. Or perhaps, compared to the divine characters of some other races, the human race's divine characters are a bit simple and not strong enough. Bai Feng frowned. Not necessarily. Maybe you have a natural understanding of the human Shenwen, but your understanding of Wan is about the same as others. You might need to observe it many times. If that's the case, then it can explain why you can draw the Shenwen so quickly. Wan Shenwen, Bai Feng had a headache. If Suyu didn't have a strong understanding of the Wan Shenwen, then what should he do? The civilization's Shenwen was mostly the Wan Shenwen. Some of the cultivation methods, martial techniques, and paths created might be related to the Wan Shenwen. Suyu was a little uncomfortable. Teacher, is the human Shenwen not strong? Not strong enough, not weak. Bai Feng said seriously, at least, compared to the god race and demon race's Shenwen, the human Shenwen is much weaker. Let me put it this way. Among the eternal Shenwen that has been passed down, none of them belong to the human Shenwen. All of them belong to other strong races. Don't worry, I'll take a look later, Bai Feng comforted him. Don't worry, I'm not worried. So you didn't care too much. After all, he felt that his human Shenwen was also quite strong. Bai Feng rolled his eyes. Nonsense, you're not worried, but I am. Most of the Shenwen faction studied the Wan Shenwen the most, not the human Shenwen. If Suyu didn't have a strong understanding of the Wan Shenwen, then it would be troublesome. He might not be able to successfully soar. Let's take a look again. Bai Feng had a headache. He quickly said, your new Shenwen is also a complete outline? No, it's a little incomplete, but it's very strong. It's more troublesome for me to subdue it. Subdue, Baifeng didn't know what to say. Shouldn't you take your time to outline it? When it comes to your mouth, it's subdued. Then continue to outline and nurture. As Baifeng spoke, he felt a little helpless. Don't outline the human Shenwen for the time being. Even if there's a chance, you have to give it up. You've outlined too many Shenwen. It might not be a good thing, especially the human Shenwen, so Yu was a little unhappy. He wasn't targeting Baifeng. He just felt that Baifeng kept saying that the human Shenwen wasn't strong. He was a little unhappy. Seeing this, Baifeng knew what he was thinking. He said in a low voice, "When my teacher said that to me back then, I was also unhappy. But this is the truth. We can't change it. There isn't a single eternal Shenwen that belongs to the human Shenwen. This is proof." Also, Baifeng paused and continued, "Under normal circumstances, civilization masters will focus on one Shenwen and not on the human Shenwen. Otherwise, there will be no hope of reaching above the mountains and seas." Baifeng said solemnly, "Because the human Shenwen can't become the eternal Shenwen, and the eternal Shenwen can only be found above the mountains and seas. These two are bound to each other. If you focus on the human Shenwen, in this lifetime, the mountains and seas at most. Although the mountains and seas are already very strong, and many people will no longer pursue beyond the mountains and seas, those are ordinary people. We are different. Suyu, our goal is beyond the mountains and seas. Teacher, listen to me." Baifeng said in a low voice, "There's no hurry now. You will only focus on one Shenwen when you reach Soar, so you still have time. However, you have to be prepared. The human Shenwen that you outline can only be a subsidiary, not a main cultivation." So you wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything. He was just a rookie on the path of cultivation. In terms of cultivation, he was naturally inferior to a Soar powerhouse like Baifeng. In his heart, he was more or less unwilling. But no matter how unwilling he was, Suyu also understood that everything Baifeng said was for his own good. "I understand." Suyu replied sullenly. Baifeng also didn't say anything else. The joy, excitement, and helplessness from before had now turned into a heavy heart. Did Suyu really not have a strong understanding of the Wan Shenwen? Then could he still become a powerful powerhouse that was invincible among his peers? Could he still let the Shenwen faction continue to shine? He didn't know. At this moment, Baifeng was a little disappointed and depressed. If Suyu could only comprehend the Wan Shenwen normally, then it might be difficult for him to even reach Soar and inherit the Shenwen faction's legacy. Third underground floor. Baifeng suddenly lost the mood to study. He was a little tired and unwilling. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Even if I can only comprehend the human race's Shenwen, I can still become a powerhouse. Even if I can't reach the Mountain Sea realm, it's enough to reach the peak of the Mountain Sea realm. How many people can reach the Mountain Sea realm? I shouldn't have such high expectations of him, the Mountain Sea realm. As long as he can enter the Mountain Sea realm, he can pass on the legacy." Baifeng gasped and murmured, "Why should I force others to do something that I can't do myself? Teacher is already stuck in the Mountain Sea realm. What's the point of talking about the Mountain Sea realm? I was asking too much before. Even if he can only comprehend the human race's Shenwen, he can still become stronger. As long as Shenwen sketches enough and forms a complete set of Shenwen combat techniques, he can still become strong and stand proudly among his peers." Although he said that, the faint sense of loss in his heart still stabbed at him. He didn't know if it was true. Perhaps tomorrow, he would know. Tomorrow, he would bring Suyu to the library. Originally, he was full of expectations, but at this moment, he felt an indescribable sadness. That night, Suyu kept revising the Kill Shenwen. He was also a little disappointed and unwilling. Was the human race's Shenwen very weak? Why did he feel that it was very strong? His blood underlings and thunder underlings were very powerful. The Kill Shenwen was even more powerful. It fought 1 against 2 and defeated the 2 Shenwen. Is the human race's Shenwen really not strong? The eternal Shenwen, only by sketching the other race's Shenwen will there be hope of becoming the eternal Shenwen, above the Mountain Sea realm? That night, Suyu couldn't sleep. That night, Baifeng didn't sleep either. He began to study his project again. He wanted to forget some unhappy things. In the morning, With a move of Suyu's willpower, a small knife shot out from the blood essence pool. The next moment, it slowly disappeared in front of Suyu. In the sea of will, there was an additional black knife. With 5 drops of vitality liquid and 8 drops of Wanshur Realm Ironwing blood essence, Suyu went out. 3 Shenwen circled around the black knife. The black knife and Shenwen all entered the skull of the annihilation beast. The skull was like a cover, covering these things. In the sea of will, a golden atlas floated in the distance. Nothing dared to approach it. The academy's arena was set near Shoshingo. Early in the morning, the arena was already overcrowded. This batch of freshmen is very irritable. It's only been a month since they came to the academy, and someone is already starting to challenge. I heard that these 2 little guys are just getting used to it. Really? That doesn't look good. You can't say that. I'm tired of watching the old, even the challenges of the top 100 list. It's not bad to watch the newcomers. At this moment, there were people everywhere near the arena. Just as these people were discussing, someone walked around, saw someone, and whispered, "Classmate, do you want to bet?" Suyu wins, 1-1. 3. Lin Yao wins, 1-1. 2. The odds have changed? Someone had inquired before and asked curiously, wasn't Suyu 1-1. 5 previously? He has entered the state of cultivation, of course he has to adjust. Xiaohu hurriedly said, "Classmate, do you want to bet?" "I'm Xiaohu, Xiajia's person, my credibility is guaranteed." "Do you see that? That's Xiachan over there, this year's monstrous genius, that's my sister." "Your sister?" "I know Xiachan, isn't she Xiaohu's granddaughter?" "Yes, she's not his biological sister, but she's closer than his biological sister," Xiaohu chuckled. "I can't run away if you bet with me, really. My credibility is guaranteed. Even a few researchers bet with me just now." "Researchers? Really?" Someone whispered, "Aren't you afraid someone will sweep your bet?" "What if that happens?" Xiaohu grinned. "Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. Unless Galao says something, otherwise, even if an intermediate researcher appears, they can't do anything to me. Xiajia still has this bit of ability, there's already an intermediate researcher betting." "Really?" "Of course." Xiaohu hurriedly said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask their students." He said a few names, and the others immediately began to believe him. This little fatty was quite impressive. As for Galao's appearance, forget it, it was just a small matter. It was just opening a bet, why would Galao care about such things? There were also people opening a challenge over at the top 100 list, but they did not see Galao appear to sweep it. Xiaohu was promoting when his eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly said, "I have something to do, I'll come back later, wait for me." The next moment, he squeezed out of the crowd, and a moment later, Xiaohu squeezed to Suyu's side, panting. "Suyu, you're finally here. How was it? How confident are you? Don't screw me over, if you lose, I'm finished." Suyu was unhappy. He frowned and looked at him. "Did you make a fuss about my challenge?" "No, you lied to me, don't even think about accepting any business from me in the future." Xiaohu was embarrassed. He coughed and said, "I opened a small bet on you." Suyu glared at him. After a while, he said, "It's a win, 40-60, me 60, you 40. Xiaohu cursed in his heart, "You bastard, you really dare to open a bet, you didn't even have to pay a dime, yet you want 40-60, you're crazy." Suyu could not be bothered with him. He said indifferently, "If you don't want to split, then I'll admit defeat." "Stop it, if you admit defeat, where will you get the broken mountain ox blood essence to pay?" Xiaohu laughed dryly. "Suyu, don't mess around, or I'll go bankrupt." Suyu rolled his eyes and said hesitantly, "My performance yesterday was not bad, right? Now there are more people betting on me than Lin Yao? Logically speaking, it should not be." Yesterday, he ranked first in the intermediate class and entered nature nurturing. There was no reason for there to be such a big deviation. Xiaohu grimaced and said, "What do the others know? You're the top student of the intermediate class. All they know is that you've just entered the nature nurturing stage. Who would go out of their way to find out? Even if they did, they might not care if you've just entered the nature nurturing stage. Lin Yao is different, he has been in nature nurturing for some time and is about to enter Qianjun. Also, he has Wen Bing. Speaking of this, Xia Huyu said worriedly, do you have it? If you don't Wen Bing, you'll be at a disadvantage. He saw Suyu holding a knife in his hand. It was a standard knife, medium yellow level. That would not do. You don't have Wen Bing, but Lin Yao is rich and overbearing. He has Wen Bing, martial techniques, and even. Suyu, be careful, he might have bought a talisman. Suyu was shocked. Talisman? Yeah, what else do you think? That kid didn't want to compete yesterday and insisted on dragging it until today. Maybe he went to buy a talisman that suits him. Then you're in trouble. Talisman, is it very strong? Suyu thought of the day when the students displayed their skills. The old man performed the talisman. 10,000 swords, it was indeed very strong, Suyu frowned. If the talisman is very strong, then what's the point of competing? Get a powerful divine talisman and stop fighting. Just admit defeat. Not necessarily. Everything depends on the person. Xia Huyu explained. Talismans are also divided into levels. In the nature-nurturing stage, one can only use Qianjun and Wanshi level talismans. He probably can't use Wanshi level talismans. That thing consumes a lot of willpower. If he uses one, Lin Yao won't be able to continue fighting. Then, he added, moreover, talismans are also very expensive. A Qianjun level talisman of lethality is worth more than 10 merit points. At the middle stage, it's double. At the late stage of Qianjun, it's about 50 merit points. Xia Huyu laughed. Even if this guy is rich, he doesn't have to spend it like this, don't jinx it. Suyu cursed and said in a low voice, Lin Yao might be scared. Maybe he will really buy a powerful divine talisman. How much is the 10,000 stone realm? 100, and I'm talking about the early stage. Xia Huyu said hurriedly. If it's really Wanshi level talisman of lethality, you should just surrender. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Suyu ignored him. It's not like I don't know how to use a Wanshi level talisman to unleash the lethality of Wanshi level, speaking of which, his devouring of blood essence was somewhat similar to a talisman. Of course, his price was much cheaper. 3 merit points for a drop of blood essence. Who would buy a talisman with such a high price? Is there no restriction on talismans in the arena? No. Xia Huyu explained. After all, someone majored in talismans. We can't restrict him from using it, can we? Don't worry, it's related to willpower. If he doesn't have strong willpower, he won't be able to use it. Even if he can use it, it takes time to throw it out. You just avoided it. That thing can sometimes be a burden if it's too powerful. Otherwise, the top 100 list would have been filled with talismans long ago. But now, there are only 4 or 5 talismans in the top 100 list. So you felt relieved. That was true. If talismans were really so useful and powerful, would there still be a way for others in the top 100 list to survive? Any talisman of soar level could easily enter the top 10. So you glanced around but did not see Lin Yao. Instead, he saw Xianxia not far away. Puzzled, he whispered, did you tell Lin Yao? About Xianxia? Yes. I did. Xia Huyu whispered, I told him. This guy isn't really stupid. He's definitely prepared. He won't fall for it. As he spoke, a group of people suddenly swarmed over from afar. Lin Yao was among them. From afar, Lin Yao yelled, Suyu, you despicable person. You actually got someone to plot against me last night. At this moment, Lin Yao was a little disheveled, there were even some bloodstains on his body. Shameless person. Last night, you actually got someone to put a disorder cultivation powder in my tea. You're really unscrupulous in order to win me. Boom, the scene was instantly chaotic. Someone immediately scolded, impossible. Lin Yao, don't fight if you're afraid of losing. You're slandering our class monitor. Lin Yao snorted, I'm afraid of losing? Why would I be afraid of Suyu? I've advanced to Qianjun level yesterday. Suyu, this shameless person, colluded with Xia Huyu to put a disorder cultivation powder on me. He wants to beat me. Shameless person. Suyu frowned. Xiaohuyu's expression also changed. F***K, this guy, is really not stupid, he actually made a countercharge. Lin Yao roared, Lin Yao, will never lie to anyone. If you don't believe me, you can investigate. I'll report to the guards and let them investigate. Last night, Lin Yao, was plotted against. I was really framed. I used disorder cultivation powder and almost caused my sea of will to shake. From afar, Xianxia's heart trembled. The next moment, he instantly calmed down. It's not me, it's Suyu, yes, it's Suyu. Moreover, disorder cultivation powder is not considered poison. Even if he drank it, the sea of will would be shaken for a day or two. Even if he was found out, it's not a big deal. And Suyu and Xiaohuyu instantly understood, this bastard, he knew it was Xianxia who did it. Not only did he not expose him, he even threw the blame to them. Even if he was found out, he, Lin Yao, was indeed the victim. How would he know who drugged him? It's totally reasonable for him to suspect Suyu. After all, both of them had a competition today. Xiaohuyu clenched his teeth. He was actually cheated by Lin Yao. F***ck, he looked down on everyone. Suyu looked at him for a while and slowly said, Lin Yao, you mean, we don't want to compete? I was afraid of losing, so I drugged you. That's right. Lin Yao said coldly, you shameless person, you pretend to be innocent, but in fact, you're extremely despicable. Fortunately, although I drank a little, I reacted quickly and didn't drink too much. In fact, even now, I'm confident that I can beat you, but I don't want to fight a shameless person like you. You're not worthy. Lin Yao's aura surged, he really entered the Thousand June realm. Not only that, but his willpower was also quite strong. However, everyone could feel that his willpower was slightly unstable and not too stable. This was the result of drinking disorder cultivation powder. At this moment, many people looked at Suyu. Even some of the students from the intermediate class looked at Suyu, somewhat in disbelief. But, did Lin Yao have to tell such a big lie to avoid the competition and harm himself? You think that I'm afraid of losing, so I want to frame you, Suyu smiled. So, the so-called top-notch geniuses of the Civilization Academy are like this? I've learned something new. I come from a small place and really have too little knowledge. This is the first time I know that people can be shameless to this extent. Lin Yao snorted coldly. No matter how you pretend, you can't hide the fact that you plotted to harm me. Suyu exhaled lightly and said with a smile, then, if I can prove that I didn't frame you, will the bet with me still count? Prove? How can you prove it? I'll just ask, does it still count? Yes. Lin Yao sneered. Prove it to me. Suyu smiled and said slowly, isn't it easy to prove it? In my eyes, you're just a dog that only knows how to bark. Other than being a little loud, there's nothing else. Do I need to set a trap to deal with you? Do I need to frame you? Before today, I didn't even know what disorder cultivation powder was. Suyu said with a smile, forget it, I don't care about people who can't afford to lose. Prove. You're not worthy. But, I'll let you see it. The next instant, Suyu looked at Xianxia and said coolly, Xianxia, the mountain-shattering bull blood essence originally belonged to you. Now, I challenge you with my identity as the top 3 in the intermediate class's monthly examination. If you win me, 100 drops of mountain-shattering bull blood essence will belong to you. If you lose, give me 1,000 merit points. Xianxia was stunned. If I win you, it belongs to me? No other price? He was stunned. The agreement he made with Suyu the last time, he had to pay the price. Suyu said calmly, no need. If I lose, I lose. Some trash can't afford to lose. I, Suyu, can afford to lose. Xianxia, I ask you, are you stronger or weaker than this shameless dog? Xianxia frowned. After a while, he said with a smile, Suyu, you're very interesting. You want to win me to prove that you're stronger than him? Does this still need to be proven? Even if Lin Yao is at his peak, I can defeat him in 3 moves. You ask everyone present, who would deny it? Lin Yao, what do you think? Lin Yao's expression was ugly, but he did not make a sound. Suyu smiled and said, that's good. Then if I win you, does it prove that what this dog said just now was all lies? He's afraid of losing to me and wants to renege on the debt, so he self-directed and did this kind of thing that makes a fool of himself. Xianxia smiled and said slowly, of course, if you can beat me, do you still need to scheme against Lin Yao? What a joke. Suyu, you really want to challenge me? At this moment, he was agitated in his heart. In order to prove himself, Suyu actually challenged him first. Furthermore, the conditions had changed. If he lost, he would have to pay blood essence. If he won, he would get 1,000 merit points. If he won, then he wouldn't have to give what he promised before. His scheme against Lin Yao had failed, but Suyu actually took the bait. Could it be that the heavens were helping him? His scheme against Lin Yao had clearly happened this morning, but who knew that Lin Yao would find out? At this moment, Xianxia did not have time to think too much. He only knew that he seemed to have picked up a big bargain. Xianxia's face revealed a rich smile, and the surrounding students' expressions also changed. Someone from the intermediate class shouted, "Monitor, don't be impulsive. They're in cahoots, purposely provoking you. Shameless, they're scheming against the mountain-breaking ox's blood essence." Many students were furious. It was obvious that this was a deliberate scheme against Suyu. Unfortunately, Suyu was currently blinded by anger. He actually challenged Xianxia, who was at the 7th layer of 15 June, the middle stage of nature nourishing. This was courting death. Suyu raised his hand and calmly said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. These shameless people have angered me. I, Suyu, have always treated people with sincerity. Today, I've been slandered. Today, I won against Xianxia, but if Lin Yao does not give me an explanation, I'll settle the score with him." Suyu jumped and instantly appeared on the stage. 15 June. Someone exclaimed in a low voice. "Xianxia, get on the stage." Xianxia also slightly froze. He had entered 15 June. This kid's improvement was too fast. Xianxia's expression changed, and instantly jumped on the stage. At this moment, a few researchers descended from the sky. Lu Hong was there, and so was Huang Yao. Huang Yao looked at Suyu and sternly said, "We heard what happened just now. Are you sure you want to use this method to prove yourself?" "Yes, I want to tell Lin Yao that he doesn't understand my world. He doesn't understand the world of geniuses. The strong disdain scheming against the weak, especially this kind of useless people." Huang Yao frowned. Too impulsive, sighing in his heart, Huang Yao sighed and said, "Then I have nothing to say. The challenge is valid until I admit defeat." Suyu did not speak. Xianxia also did not speak. Seeing this, Lu Hong said indifferently, "If you have no objections, Huang Yao and I will be the judges. Are you sure you want to challenge?" "Yes. Yes." "Then, the challenge begins." As soon as the words were spoken, Suyu directly swallowed the Iron Wing's blood essence. His aura skyrocketed. The next moment, a black saber flashed, overflowing with killing intent, shocking people. Lightning flashed, killing intent erupted, lightning, blood, killing intent. At this moment, they blended into one. Vital energy boiled. Wanshi's aura erupted. Wall break. An angry roar resounded in all directions. Kill. Xianxia, who was at 15 kilograms, had a huge change in expression. Not only him, at this moment, Lu Hong and Huang Yao's expressions also changed. The saber struck, fast, incomparably fast. Top yellow class Wenbing, 3 Shenwen, Wanshi's combat strength, everything was incomparably fast. With a squelch, the black saber pierced through Xianxia's arm, nailing him to the arena. Suyu's face turned slightly pale. He snorted coldly, no longer looking at him, and turned to look at Lin Yao below the arena. "Trash. You're just a chicken and a dog. How dare you compete with me, Suyu?" Dead silence. On the arena, only Xianxia was nailed to the ground, his eyes dull, exactly the same as Hu Wenxing that day. At this moment, Lu Hong and the others could not help but think of the scene where Bai Feng defeated Hu Wenxing with one strike. It was too similar. In the arena, after Suyu's words, the surroundings were dead silent. Xianxia, who was at the 7th level of 15 kilograms and had the potential to compete for the top 100 list, was defeated in one move. Instant kill. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. No one thought that Suyu would win so easily and domineeringly. In the next moment, Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Yao. Lin Yao's eyes were dull and his face was pale. Suyu would plot against him, such a powerful Suyu, who defeated Xianxia in one move, would plot against Lin Yao who had just reached 15 kilograms, and he even drugged him. Did anyone believe it? No one believed it. Self-directed and self-acted, a clown, what a joke. Suyu did not need any evidence at all. This was the best proof. To defeat you, I don't even need one move. There was a moment of silence. In the next moment, while the students of the intermediate class were still in shock, someone suddenly shouted, "Class monitor is mighty. Class monitor is too awesome." Class monitor, excited, hot-blooded. The students were extremely excited. Just now, some of them really had some doubts and wavered. Did Suyu really plot against Lin Yao? At this moment, there was no doubt, there was no wavering. Suyu, who could defeat Xianxia in one move, would not stoop to plot against Lin Yao and dirty his hands. Just as Suyu said, he was useless. Why would he go to such lengths to plot against Lin Yao? Below the arena, several of the geniuses had solemn expressions as they looked at Suyu. Some of the strong ones who came to watch the show also had solemn expressions. Even some of the strong ones in the top 100 list were on high alert at this moment. In the corner, Wu Lan opened her mouth wide, dumbfounded. She no longer had her pride and murmured, "He defeated Xianxia?" Even if she looked down on Xianxia, she knew that she was no match for Xianxia. But now, Xianxia had lost to Suyu in one move. On the side, Lin Qing, who had accompanied her to watch the fun, also had a serious face. His strength had reached the level of Wanshi. It seemed that he had swallowed some blood. He didn't have the strength of Wanshi, but the third level of Qianjun. Lan, how strong was he in Southern Yuan last time? I just entered the 9th level of Kaiyuan, so fast. Lin Qing said solemnly, in 2 months, he has opened 36 apertures. On June 25, Suyu broke through to the 9th layer of Kaiyuan. This meant that in the past 2 months, Suyu had opened 36 apertures. He had opened 1 aperture in less than 2 days. And she, Lin Qing, was actually at the 7th level of 15,000 June. Of course, she had reached the peak of cultivation, which meant that she had accumulated more than 90% of her energy. On the path of warrior, she had opened 48 more apertures than Suyu. According to Suyu's speed, he could catch up with her in 3 months. As for cultivation, Suyu's cultivation speed of willpower was even more terrifying than the path of warrior. Xiaochan, this guy, feels a little scary. At this moment, on the other side, the geniuses of this year were also shocked. Wan Mingzi said, "Xiaochan, are you confident?" Xiaochan frowned, and said after a while, "If this is the only way, we will know the result after the fight." Then, she said calmly, "What about you?" Wan Mingzi smiled. He took the essence blood, and suddenly had the strength of Wanshi. It should be related to the research of Shenwen. If he doesn't take the essence blood, he is naturally not my opponent. But if he takes the essence blood, let's see how long he can last. Under a strong attack, I may not be able to last long. In other words, if Suyu could not last long, he was confident that he could last long, and then kill Suyu. The confidence of a genius. Even if Suyu defeated Xianxia, it was nothing. Then, Wan Mingzi looked at Lin Yao, smiled, and said softly, "This idiot did a good thing. Without him, Suyu may not have revealed his full strength." Defeating Lin Yao was too easy for Suyu. Without Lin Yao, Suyu may not have been exposed. In Suyu's opinion, although he could not appear too cowardly when fighting Lin Yao, he could not be too strong either. Otherwise, what would he do if Xianxia was scared away? In the end, Xianxia went first, and Suyu naturally went all out without holding back. At the back of the ring, Jia Mingzhen and the other old geniuses were also watching the battle. At that moment, they were not concerned about the outcome, but the drop of essence blood. Little fatty Jia Mingzhen frowned. Is the Wentan Research Center stable enough to create Wanshi's talent essence blood? If that's the case, it's best if the academy can participate. Hong Tan won't give it to him. Someone denied, Wanshi's talent essence blood is stable, so it can only be considered average. If there is source talent essence blood, then we really have to participate. On the heavenly battlefield, Wanshi is the mainstream, and Soar is the strong one. If we can unleash source power, then it's worth investing in. There were too many Wanshi realm experts on the heavenly battlefield. Unleashing Wansher's power was really nothing. But if Wansher realm could unleash source power, then it would be incredible. It was too easy for one to soar into the sky and kill a Wansher. I don't know if the cost is high. Galao said softly, if the cost is not high, Wansher's talent essence blood can also be promoted. After all, there are still a lot of Qianjun realm experts in the army. I'm afraid it won't be cheap. Not to mention the cost of research and development, just the cost of the blood essence alone is probably 10 times that of ordinary blood essence. If it costs 50 merit points for a drop to unleash Wansher's attack, it's not worth it and not suitable for promotion. The cost was too high. On the heavenly battlefield, killing a Wansher would only cost 10 merit points in the beginning. If the burst of blood essence required 50 merit points, then it was not worth promoting. Not continuing this topic, Jia Mingzhen looked at Suyu and said with a smile, this kid is progressing quite fast. Now that his momentum is like a rainbow, do you want me to go suppress him and take this opportunity to knock him down with one punch? The others looked at him. Can't you just be a human? He had just reached the peak of his life, and if you sent him to hell in the blink of an eye, he would die. Ahem, wait, he's still in the stage of advancing by leaps and bounds. Xiaochan and the others haven't made a move yet, and he hasn't even entered the top 100 list. It's not a good thing to give him a hard blow now. Wait for a while. The others advised Galao. Provoking a genius had to be done step by step. It was too evil to make a move now. He was not human at all, on the stage. So you did not look at Lin Yao anymore. He looked at Lu Hong and said, Teacher, do I win? Lu Hong nodded and did not say anything. Seeing this, Suyu did not ask much. He walked toward Chen Qi, who was still in a daze, and squatted down. The black knife instantly disappeared into his shoulder, and blood flowed out. Suyu did not say anything. He took out a drop of vitality liquid and dripped it into the wound. The wound slowly recovered. Chen Qi raised his head and looked at him. At this moment, he still could not hide his dazed look. Suyu said calmly, I have to vent my anger on you. The battle between us was something we agreed on long ago. I, Suyu, am not stupid. How can I easily agree to a battle that I have no confidence in? I can only say that you, Chen Qi, have underestimated me. You underestimate me. Then don't blame me for defeating you on this stage. The mountain ox blood essence was won by my teacher. I, Suyu, did not snatch it. That day, your teacher did not agree to use this as the wager. Naturally, there was no such thing. If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. A loss is a loss. If you insist on being entangled, how can you become an expert with this kind of mentality? Chen Qi's mouth was dry. His expression changed again and again. After a long time, he said hoarsely, Suyu, so, from the start, you had confidence in beating me? Is it because of that drop of blood essence? Suyu replied, yes and no. I am at the 3rd level of 15 caddies. My willpower nourishes my nature. I nurture 3 Shenwen and Wenbing. Today, I only want to prove myself. I disdain to argue with this trash, Lin Yao. If I really fight with you, even if I don't use blood essence, you will definitely be careless when fighting with me. If I suddenly erupt, can you really beat me? Suyu said calmly, taking advantage of your underestimation, even if my strength is not as good as yours, I still have hope of beating you. Chen Qi, do you think you will keep your guard up against me from the start? Chen Qi was sad, yes, what Suyu said was right. Even if he did not use blood essence today and fought with him on the stage for a long time, Suyu would first show weakness and suddenly erupt with Wenbing. If he was careless, he might not be able to win. Suyu did not say anything more. He helped Chen Qi up. Chen Qi was still sad. He lowered his head and did not say a word. At this moment, Suyu no longer cared about him. He looked down at Lin Yao again. Lin Yao, at this moment, my vitality is exhausted. My willpower is exhausted. Didn't you say that I schemed against you? Come up to the stage. Let's see if I can defeat you in this state. Against trash like you, even if I, Suyu, exhaust everything, defeating you, will be a piece of cake. Suyu's aura surged, his voice was loud and clear. Didn't you say that you disdained to fight with me? Didn't you say that your sea of will was Turbulent, fine, now my willpower is exhausted. My vitality is exhausted. Come up to the stage and I will defeat you all the same. Lin Yao's face flushed red. Go up to the stage. If he went up to the stage now, even if he defeated Suyu, he would be a joke in everyone's eyes. He would even be cursed, shameless, despicable. It would further solidify his reputation of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. If he won, he would be cursed. If he lost, then he could not live anymore. He had fought one battle in a row. If he was not as good as Suyu, who exhausted everything, then he really did not need to live anymore. He might as well just die. There was no benefit in winning, and even less in losing. What stage? Moreover, Suyu was actually so powerful. It was really beyond his expectations. He originally thought that even if Suyu was strong, he would at most be slightly stronger than him. But now it was proven that Suyu was much stronger than him. Even if he did not use that drop of strange blood essence, he was still not as good as Suyu. Below the stage, everyone was looking at Suyu and Lin Yao. Someone said in admiration, "Suyu. Good job." Even when facing a defeated opponent, he still maintained his poise. From what he said, he already had an agreement with Xianxia. Xianxia is really thick-skinned. He actually challenged Suyu long ago. Just now, Suyu's words made them wake up. Suyu and Xianxia already had an agreement. Both sides had already challenged each other. Today's challenge with Lin Yao might just be a warm-up exercise. If that was the case, why would Suyu scheme against Lin Yao? Don't joke around, he didn't put you in his eyes at all. The reason why he challenged Xianxia was obviously because of the blood essence. Suyu never thought that he would lose. He has the poise of a civilizator, someone in the crowd agreed. Look, he defeated his opponent, and even helped him heal his opponent. With Suyu's strength and talent, even if he turned around and left, no one would say anything. Xianxia's skills were inferior and he was defeated. What right did he have to ask for respect from his opponent? But Suyu was still so humble. They were concerned about this, but Xiaohuyu did not. At this moment, Xiaohuyu's face was pale. He suddenly shouted, "Lin Yao, didn't you say before that Suyu proved himself? Does your bet with him still count? Then are you going to admit defeat now, or go up and fight Suyu again?" He had to speak, F***ck, if he did not speak, how would he win against Suyu? Then wouldn't this bet be for nothing? There were many who bet on merit points. However, when Xiaohuyu spoke, some people immediately reacted. There were many who bet on Lin Yao. At this moment, someone immediately said, "Forget it, don't compete anymore. Lin Yao, you are not his match. Suyu has exhausted his vitality and willpower. I think this challenge is over, forget it. Lin Yao, don't compete anymore." Compete, how can you not compete? If you don't compete, then admit defeat. Can't you afford to lose? Those who bet on Suyu all spoke up, how could he not compete? Even if he did not compete, he had to admit defeat. If he did not admit defeat, then wouldn't he have bet for nothing? Lin Yao's face became redder and redder. Those who came with him previously remained silent. After a while, seeing that Lin Yao did not speak, a young man standing beside him sighed softly and suddenly said, "I admit defeat on behalf of Lin Yao." With that, the young man looked at Suyu and said, "Lin Yao can afford to lose. The Great Xia Association can also afford to lose. Suyu, on the path of cultivation, you can win and you can naturally lose. However, it is a fact that Lin Yao was poisoned by the disorder cultivation powder." The young man said slowly, "The Great Xia Association will investigate further. If Lin Yao self-directed, then Lin Yao will be expelled by the Great Xia Association. From now on, Lin Yao is not qualified to be one of us." But if he was really schemed against, the young man said coldly, then the Great Xia Association will not sit back and do nothing. The person who poisoned him must pay the price. It's Dai Qing, he has stood up. Some people recognized the young man and were a little solemn. Some new students did not know him and asked softly, "Who is Dai Qing? Didn't you see the top 100 list? He is ranked 75th in the top 100 list and the vice president of the Great Xia Association. They mainly recruit talented students from Xia province and form their own group. Lin Yao is of the upper class and must have entered the Great Xia Association. I didn't expect Dai Qing to be willing to stand up for him at this time. The vice president of the Great Xia Association was the same as the Tianshui Association that Hu Zongqi joined. Hu Zongqi's brother was also the vice president of the Tianshui Association. These small groups would usually have some activities or do some group missions. Just like now, when the members were at a disadvantage, they would also stand up for them. Lin Yao came with them today because Lin Yao was poisoned and the Great Xia Association was here to seek justice for him. Unfortunately, before they had time to settle the score with Suyu had defeated Xianxia cleanly. Their previous suspicions became a joke. On the stage, Suyu said calmly, "You can investigate. I did it and I'll wait for you to take revenge. I didn't do it. It's impossible for you to put the blame on me. I don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble." Suyu looked around and looked at the crowd. He said loudly, "I didn't want to be in the limelight when I came to the school. I just want to practice in peace. I thought about entering the top 100 list and I thought about soar. But I don't want to participate in meaningless fights. There are resources, fame, and more training in the top 100 list. That's why I, Suyu, definitely want it. But this kind of private fight. If they didn't pay a lot of merit points, I wouldn't bother. I don't bully others, but others can't bully me. I've already used the Broken Mountain Bull's blood essence. Those who want it can take a break now. If I lost previously, my teacher would naturally think of a way to compensate for the Broken Mountain Bull's blood essence. But now, if there are people who want to find trouble with me because of the Broken Mountain Bull's blood essence, I won't hold back next time. The knife won't stab the shoulder." Suyu jumped off the stage and strode away. The crowd made way for him. Suyu strode away. Behind him, hundreds of students from the intermediate class followed. Someone shouted, "The Faculty of Theology from the intermediate class supports the class monitor. Don't think that we're easy to bully. Before you try to slander us, ask us if we agree. The Great Xia Association doesn't belong to just the few of you. My brother is in it too. If they accept people like Lin Yao and protect them, I'll ask my brother to lead the association." "That's right. My sister is also in the Great Xia Association. She even said that I'd join the advanced class. If I'm in the same association as someone like Lin Yao, I won't join." The students from the intermediate class started to speak up. Someone laughed and said, "That's right. The Great Xia Association is getting more and more chaotic. It's not even as good as our Northern Wind Association. If the new students want to join us, they can join us. We treat everyone equally and don't care about the region. The Tianshui Association also welcomes everyone. We'll definitely clean up the black sheep." These associations were all adding insult to injury. Dai Qing's expression did not change. He did not say anything. He looked at Lin Yao again. His eyes were cold. Today, he had stood up. If they did not stand up, there would be trouble. The Great Xia Association had come here aggressively. If they did not stand up, what would they think of them? But now that they had stood up, their reaction proved how much trouble they would be in. Their reputation had been tarnished by Lin Yao. If they found out that Lin Yao had directed and acted on his own, don't blame him for being impolite. If they lost, they had to be able to afford it. If Lin Yao did not dare to fight with Suyu, he would have given himself the chaotic cultivation powder. What was the point of keeping such a person alive? When the sky was on the battlefield, they still had to be careful of him stabbing them in the back. In the Wanzhou army, there were a lot of deserters. Lin Yao was showing signs of this. Lin Yao's face was pale. He said in a low voice, "If I lose, I'll pay for the merit points myself." Chaotic cultivation powder. I really didn't take it myself. I didn't expect Suyu to be so strong. Why would I be afraid of him? Someone must have drugged me. As he spoke, Yu Guang glanced at Xianxia on the stage and said in a low voice, "Someone was afraid that I would win against Suyu and take away the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. So they secretly arranged another battle with Suyu." As soon as he said this, Dai Qing's expression changed. There were too many things that had happened previously. He did not think too much about it, but at this time, if Lin Yao didn't do it himself, then it had to be Xianxia. Xianxia was the most likely. Dai Qing looked coldly at the dazed Xianxia on the stage. Xianxia was also a member of the Great Xia Association. If it was Xianxia who did it, Dai Qing cursed in his heart. Even if they found out that it was Xianxia, they had to deal with it in a low-key manner. Otherwise, the Great Xia Association would be embarrassed to the extreme. Internal strife among the members. Xianxia and Lin Yao were from the same faction. F***ck. Dai Qing cursed in his heart. He even had the intention to kill these two people. Bastards. Lin Yao heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, although he had embarrassed himself today, any smart person would be able to guess something very quickly. Xianxia was very suspicious. Of course, he knew that it was Xianxia who did it. However, he was worried that he would lose to Suyu. Hence, he had directed such a scene today. He didn't want to fight with Suyu, he was afraid that he would lose and be embarrassed. However, from the looks of it now, he was already embarrassed. Anyway, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. However, he couldn't bear the reputation of being the one who drugged himself. Otherwise, he would offend the members of the Great Xia Association. He had brought the members of the Great Xia Association to seek justice. In the end, he was the one who did it. Did he still want to stay in the academy? Xianxia. Lin Yao glanced at Xianxia and snorted in his heart. That's good too. There's someone to accompany me in being embarrassed. I might even have to face the sanctions of the Great Xia Association. If you are worse off than me, I'll be happy. Originally, the two of them should hate Suyu. However, at this moment, Lin Yao hated Xianxia even more. This bastard, he schemed against me. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have thought of this today. In the end, I embarrassed myself to the extreme and the entire academy knew about it. On the stage, Lu Hong saw through everything. In fact, when Suyu and Xianxia went on stage, he had roughly guessed the cause and effect. However, he didn't expect that Xianxia would really dare to drug him. Stupid. He evaluated in his heart. Even if Xianxia won against Suyu and obtained the blood essence, the fact that he schemed against Lin Yao might be exposed. You are as stupid as your master. He added in his heart, although Hu Wenxing was stupid, Hu Wenxing was still magnanimous. Xianxia was inferior to Hu Wenxing. Without saying much, Lu Hong got off the stage and walked to Lin Yao. He patted his shoulder and said softly, I believe in you. You won't drug yourself. Victory and defeat are common. Don't worry too much about it. At this moment, Lin Yao suddenly felt a little touched. He was really touched. In a situation where everyone was doubting him, his teacher had stood out to support him, to prove his innocence. Teacher, Lu Hong patted his shoulder and said softly, don't be depressed. Suyu is a genius. Among the freshmen, there are less than 3 people who have a chance of winning him, he added in his heart. Excluding those strange fellows. You are just a little arrogant. Let go of your arrogance and be more down to earth. I believe in you. You will catch up soon. Lu Hong said earnestly, Lin Yao, back then, I was not as good as Suyu's teacher, by phone. Even now, I may not be as good as him. But I am now at the 8th level of SOAR. Among the students of that generation, there are less than 5 people who are stronger than me. We may not be able to fight for first place, but we can also become strong and become geniuses in everyone's eyes. The road ahead is still long. We will see as we go. If SOAR can't do it, then Ling Yun. If Ling Yun can't do it, then Shanghai. Lu Hong's poisonous chicken soup made Lin Yao very excited. Yes, teacher is right. If I am not as good as you today, I might not be as good as you in the future. I can do it. Go back and cultivate well. Work hard. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I will fight for some opportunities for you. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough. I am only an assistant teacher. Some things. I have the heart but not the strength. Lu Hong sighed softly, feeling somewhat helpless and weak. It's not that teacher doesn't want to fight for some things for you. It's that teacher is too weak. There is no other way. Teacher, Lin Yao was extremely touched. At this moment, all the depression and loss from before disappeared. Teacher will become stronger. When he becomes stronger, he will fight for more opportunities for himself. My grandfather said. Lu Hong frowned and pressed his shoulder. Don't say these things. The path of cultivation depends on yourself. Lin Yao, you still don't understand. External forces are only external forces. Only what is yours is yours. He didn't expect Lin Yao to fight for anything for him. If he wanted something, of course he would talk to Lin Yao's grandfather. How could Lin Yao have the qualifications to talk to him about these things, for this year's promotion? I want one. The old man of the Lin family better support me. Otherwise, your grandson, you can bring him back yourself. He wasn't in the mood to talk much with Lin Yao. What an idiot. It's enough to just cultivate honestly. After a few steps, Lu Hong suddenly transmitted a message to Lin Yao. Be careful of Xianxia. Teacher suspects that he did it. Hu Wenxing lost to Bai Feng and went into closed-door cultivation. Right now, I, your teacher, am the pillar of the soaring void boundary of the divine text system. Behind Xianxia, perhaps there is someone else. This time, perhaps your teacher has implicated you. But don't be afraid, your teacher will step in and resolve this. Withstand this round of attacks. Teacher's position will be stabilized. My student will have a better future. They don't want teacher to be the spokesperson of the Soar realm. Someone wants to usurp teacher's position and embarrass me. They want to use you to threaten teacher's position. Lin Yao, hang in there. Teacher will be with you. Lin Yao's eyes lit up. Yes, so that's why. It wasn't just because of the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. There was another purpose. They wanted to oppress teacher and usurp his current position. He understood now. He really understood now. Lin Yao was suddenly excited. Lu Hong had finally acknowledged him. This meant that as long as Lu Hong could stabilize his current position, he would receive more benefits than before. Grandpa. I have to talk to Grandpa. I can't let teacher be oppressed again. Damn it. Xianxia's side actually wants to make a comeback. Hu Wenxing was defeated. If teacher doesn't hold up the sky of the Soar realm, can he count on those trash? Lin Yao was suddenly furious. Lu Hong's position was stable. As a student, he naturally had more opportunities. Damn it. Xianxia's side was too shameless. There are too many idiots. Lu Hong sighed as he left. He didn't have to put in any effort, but the rewards were not small. It was good. I like this lifestyle. As for being embarrassed. What a joke. The one who lost was Lin Yao, not me. What is there to be embarrassed about? Bai Feng's faction is so strong. I have to fight for more things to better suppress them. You guys have to give me more, or I won't be able to suppress them. I won. After bidding farewell to his classmates, Suyu didn't let them send him back. Instead, he found a secluded place. Suyu suddenly became excited. I won, this feels great, today was too great. Not only did I vent my anger, but I also earned a huge sum of money. Who asked you to bully me and look down on me? Suyu was indignant. It was a pity that he had spent an extra drop of vitality liquid. Initially, he didn't want to save Xianxia. However, he had to maintain his persona. He, Suyu, was a simple and honest person. If he wasn't forced to the extreme, he wouldn't do such a heartless thing. Look, I hurt you and saved you. What a good person. As for injuring Xianxia, it was normal to get injured in a sparring match. Moreover, it was Xianxia who challenged him first. He also took the opportunity to explain to everyone. In order to prevent others from misunderstanding that he was the one who took the initiative to find trouble with Xianxia and deliberately harmed him. I wonder if there will be any repercussions. Anyway, I have offended Lin Yao this time. Who knows, I might even offend the Great Xia Association. As for Xianxia, so you didn't know what he was thinking. It didn't matter. Sigh, in order to maintain my demeanor, I didn't ask for merit points on the spot. Will I renege on the debt? At this moment, Suyu suddenly felt a little worried. If he reneged on the debt, what should he do? Also, Lin Yao admitted defeat. However, it was someone else who admitted defeat on his behalf. Both parties hadn't really fought before. Would he renege on the debt? I'm a little worried. Also, Xia Huyu's bet should have profited. Will he share the profits with me? With all sorts of worries, Suyu suddenly lost the excitement of winning. He had paid a drop of blood essence and a drop of vitality liquid. If they reneged on the debt, he would be making a loss. Suyu felt that he wouldn't be able to withstand such a loss since he was so poor. Research Center. Baifeng didn't look unshaven today. He had changed into a new set of clothes and looked much more spirited and handsome. When Suyu returned, Baifeng saw his worried expression and asked curiously, "You lost?" "No, I won." "He won?" Baifeng thought to himself, "Why does it feel like you've lost after winning?" He didn't even go to watch today, and he also felt that it was impossible for Suyu to lose. Suyu put on a long face and said, "Teacher, I didn't have the nerve to accept the merit points I won on the spot. I don't know if they will renege on the debt now." Baifeng was speechless. "It was because of this matter, to think that I thought you had lost." "What are you thinking about?" Baifeng snapped, "Unless you don't want to stay in the academy anymore, you have to give it to us if you lose. It's the same if you lose. If you don't give it to us, just wait to be expelled." "Do you really think we're pushovers?" Even if Suyu lost, he had to give it to him. If he didn't, he could just wait to be in trouble. He had already thought it through. If this guy really lost, he would look for Wu Yuehua. Of course, he wouldn't do it himself. Suyu would go and borrow it himself. After saying that, he asked again, "You won 300 merit points, won 300? Suyu blinked and looked at Baifeng. "Don't you know?" Baifeng was stunned for a moment. "How much?" "Won 300 merit points." "Yes." Suyu whispered, "Lin Yao won 300 merit points. Didn't that Xianxia bet 1,000 merit points with me?" "Teacher, didn't I tell you?" Baifeng was stunned. He paused for a moment and said slowly, You also fought with Xianxia today?" Strange, this kid came back very quickly. Could it be that he had fought 2 rounds? Wasn't this sparring a little too childish? Did it end in an instant? When Suyu left, he knew that it had been less than an hour. He needed time to walk and there was still time to prepare. Yet, the fight ended just like that, and Xianxia bet 1,000 merit points with you. I don't know. He only knew that the two of them seemed to have arranged a fight, but he really didn't know what they had bet. This kid Suyu didn't mention it, won 300 merit points. At this moment, Baifeng suddenly said seriously, "Teacher will accompany you to ask for it later." "Bastard, you lost the bet and yet you didn't pay. Do you still deserve to be a student?" Suyu cursed inwardly, "Are you interested in my merit points? I didn't pay much attention to it earlier, but when I heard 1,300 merit points, why do I feel that your eyes are shining?" Although Baifeng said that, he still asked quickly, "You won against Xianxia?" "Yes." "How did you win?" "Just." Suyu thought for a moment and gestured with his hand. "With 1 slash, I nailed him to the ground, and I won." Baifeng decided not to speak anymore. Was Hu Wenxing's disciple really trash to this extent? He was killed so easily by his own disciple with 1 slash. "This kid, you consumed the blood essence?" "Yes." Suyu nodded. "That Lin Yao spread rumors, saying that I framed him. I couldn't take it anymore, so I challenged Xianxia to a one-on-one fight. I used all my strength and defeated him with 1 slash." Baifeng felt a headache when he heard that. "Lin Yao spread rumors and framed you. Why didn't you win against Lin Yao but Xianxia?" "Forget it, I won't ask any more." He felt a little regretful. He should have gone to take a look. Now, he asked this kid and he was defeated with 1 slash. He defeated Xianxia with 1 slash. This was beyond Baifeng's imagination. No matter what, Xianxia was a student close to the top 100 list. Although he lost to a student in the top 100 list, since he dared to challenge, he still had some confidence. Suyu was now considered to be in the top 500 list of students. One had to know that there were countless students in the academy. There were tens of thousands of students under 30 years old. Baifeng looked at Suyu again, took a deep breath, and said calmly, "Did you use Wenbing?" "Yes, there are still 3 Shenwen pills, huh?" Baifeng's eyes moved slightly. 3 Shenwen pills. "Didn't you say that you finished the battle with 1 slash?" "Yes, I fused 3 Shenwen pills into Wenbing and defeated him with 1 slash. Fusion?" Baifeng was shocked. "You fused Shenwen pills?" Suyu coughed dryly and explained, "Teacher, I'm confident. I've fused it once before. Previously, when I was in a higher education institution, I tried to fuse the word thunder and blood and succeeded. That's why I did well in the exam." Baifeng couldn't help but want to. Curse, you never told me that you had fused Shinwen pills before, you bastard, you actually fused them before. He really didn't know about this. He only knew that Suyu did well in the exam. He scored very high in the Wenbing section. He thought that it was because of the two Shinwen pills, so he didn't ask in detail. In the end, Suyu told him that he had fused Shinwen pills before. Bastard, you're not even telling me when you're not a son. The exam records wouldn't record that Suyu had fused Shinwen pills. Therefore, other than the examiners that day, no one else knew about this. Bai Feng suppressed the restlessness in his heart and suppressed the thought of smashing Suyu's head. He gently rubbed Suyu's head, scaring Suyu so much that his face turned pale. What's wrong now? Is teacher going crazy again? Fusion. You fused Shinwen pills before, and this time, you fused 3 Shinwen pills? It can't be considered a complete fusion. Suyu said carefully, it's just a simple accumulation. I couldn't even unleash its characteristics. According to my thinking, I should have confused Xianxia with an illusion first, then paralyzed him with lightning, and then killed him with one slash, not kill him, but defeat him. Suyu said seriously, the 3 Shinwen pills have different characteristics. They should have been unleashed at the same time, but they didn't. After Wenbing injured him, it should have unleashed its blood-sucking characteristics, but it didn't. Suyu reflected, so it's just a simple accumulation of Shinwen pills. It can't be considered a true fusion. Am I right, teacher? Yes. Bai Feng was tired. You've said everything I wanted to say. What else can I say? So, next, teacher will teach you the true fusion of Shinwen pills. Bai Feng changed the topic and didn't ask any more. He was afraid that if he continued to ask, his heart would explode. This kid. Does this kid really have no hope of making it to the top 100 list before the end of the year? Not necessarily. At this moment, the disappointment from last night was gone. Even if Suyu's talent in Wan Shinwen wasn't strong, and he couldn't even outline Wan Shinwen, so what? Even if this kid couldn't reach the Mountain Sea realm and reach the Mountain Sea realm, he would still be an expert in the Mountain Sea realm. Moreover, Suyu hadn't read much Wan Shinwen. Who knew what his talent was like? Come, let's go to the library together. Teacher, you're not going to collect the debt. You're too impatient. Let's do it tomorrow. Since I didn't send it to you tonight, I'll go with you tomorrow. Bai Feng decided to give them some time. He couldn't appear too impatient. It was as if he hadn't seen merit points before. Suyu nodded. Alright, I'll give them one more night. If they don't send it tomorrow, I'll bring teacher to collect the debt. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something. Suyu followed Bai Feng out and said carefully, Teacher, I defeated Xianxia with the heavenly sundering kill. Oh. Bai Feng nodded and said indifferently, did you get it by chance or by yourself? By chance. I picked up a book with the will of the heavenly sundering kill. The corner of Bai Feng's mouth twitched. Those who didn't know would think that you were lying. Of course, he knew the inside story and knew that what Suyu said was true. However, this matter, probably no one would believe him if he said it out. I understand. Give me 200 merit points later and I'll help you register. Suyu nodded and didn't have any objections. However, he asked curiously, Teacher, are those 200 merit points for you or for the academy? For the academy. Bai Feng explained, there are some things that have restrictions when it comes to imparting the Tao. Things that we create, martial techniques, and secret arts can be imparted. However, cultivation techniques like the God of War art and the heavenly sundering kill were created by others. They publicized it selflessly, but they also need to get something in return. If you impart their cultivation techniques without permission, you will cause trouble. It's just a small price to pay. 200 merit points for the Earth-tier martial techniques and cultivation techniques that they created. Isn't that worth it? Suyu nodded. That was true. If there were really no benefits, they might not impart their cultivation techniques selflessly. No one could create a cultivation method out of thin air. It required a large amount of time and even the risk of losing one's life to create it. Teacher, are we going to the library to visit Uncle Master? Suyu asked expectantly, is Uncle Master very rich? He had a good impression of this Uncle Master whom he had never met before, although it was a little uncomfortable to fuse the 3 Shinwen pills today, Suyu didn't feel a splitting headache. It had a lot to do with the skull of the annihilation beast. When it erupted, Suyu felt that it was protecting his sea of will. It was a good treasure, otherwise, he wouldn't be so energetic now. Suyu might have a splitting headache and felt dizzy on the arena. Rich? Bai Feng said angrily, if he had money, would he still need us to sell our belongings to fill the deficit? Don't think about it. Your uncle master only has the skull of the annihilation beast. As for the rest, he's penniless and as miserable as us. Suyu didn't say anything. He was a little touched. From his tone, that uncle master was also a poor wretch. In the end, he gave him the skull of the annihilation beast. He was a good person. The two of them walked towards the library. At this moment, near the arena, a group of guards suddenly appeared. Gotcha, the silver handcuffs were cuffed to Xia Huyu. A sore realm powerhouse from the guards said with a straight face, how dare you? Xia Huyu, you gathered people to gamble in the academy. The amount is huge and you disregarded the academy's rules. Come with us now. Xia Huyu was stunned. After a while, he hurriedly said, don't, big brother. I didn't gather people to gamble. If you don't believe me, you can ask. He was just about to speak when a researcher in the distance suddenly shook his head at him, shut up, or we'll be implicated too. Xia Huyu was shocked. This person could not handle it. What did I do? Even an intermediate researcher could not help. The next moment, Xia Huyu seemed to have come to a realization. He suddenly scolded, shameless, it must be that one. Cough, F*CK, I've been tricked. Wan Mingzi, damn you, did you betray me? I was just opening a bet. You shamelessly asked Xianxia to step in. Are you still human? He scolded, he had been targeted, otherwise, why would Xianxia step in for a bet? Even that intermediate researcher did not dare to intervene. Obviously, someone important had spoken. Bastard, it was definitely Wan Tianxing, that old man. This was infuriating. This old man did not even let a little kid off. Did he not feel embarrassed? Did he even deserve to be human? In the distance, Wan Mingzi looked confused and innocent. He glanced at Xiachan and did not know whether to laugh or cry. It has nothing to do with me. This? I don't know what happened either. Xiachan, please don't misunderstand. Xiachan said calmly, it's fine. He asked for it. Grandpa told us not to be too ostentatious when we enter the residence, especially when it comes to merit points. God knows how many people are watching us. He still did such things. He deserved to be caught. On the other side, the guards shouted, Xia Huyu, you knowingly broke the law. You gathered people to gamble. All your illegal gains will be confiscated. All the bets will be confiscated. Does anyone have any objections? The students all shut up. Those who lost were gloating. Those who won did not dare to say anything. It was fine if no one cared. But if someone did, forget it. Don't expect to get it back. At most, I'll ask Xia Huyu for it in the future, make him pay. Xia Huyu felt wronged. I'm not the only one who opened the bets. Why are you so insistent on me? I'm finished. I've lost big this time, although I don't have my own funds, but, don't I have to pay? Even if I don't pay for what I won, those who won will still have to pay for what they lost. If I don't lose, will I, Xia Huyu, still be able to do business in the academy in the future? Will anyone dare to trade with me? As an honest and reliable businessman, it's impossible not to lose money if I want to do business. Although Xia Huyu was depressed, his mind was still sharp. He shouted, those who won, don't lose your bets. When I, Xia Huyu, come out, I'll compensate you. It's just money and merit points. We businessmen are most trustworthy. Even if I have to sell myself, cut myself into pieces and sell myself, I still have to compensate you. Remember, I'm Xia Huyu. I'm Xia Jia's man. I'm the most reliable businessman. I accept all kinds of business. The guards were rendered speechless. Not bad. You've got guts. You dare to do business in front of us? Do you believe that I won't sweep you away every day? Haha, Boss Xia is a loyal man. Let's talk about our reputation. At this moment, those who won started singing praises. Not bad, this guy is actually prepared to compensate us. How loyal. Well done, Boss Xia. We have high hopes for you. When you come out, we'll have business to talk about in the future. Many people laughed. It's just being swept away. What's there to be afraid of? It's not a big deal, Xia Hu, you will be out soon. If there's business in the future, they can talk to this guy. Xiajia has a wide supply of goods. In Xia province, they even have a monopoly. There are some things that they have yet to get their hands on. As Xia Huyu was escorted away by the guards, he turned around and shouted, "Everyone, take down my number." After reporting the number, Xia Huyu shouted again, "The brother who reported me today, remember to collect the reward. The total bet is 12,000 merit points. 1%, that's 120 merit points. If no one reports me, then it means that someone has their eyes on me. Find someone to report me and collect the reward. If the higher-ups refuse to acknowledge it, ask them who reported me. Or maybe it was a big shot who reported me personally? I'd like to see who's so shameless and shameless. 120 merit points. Brothers, don't let others take advantage of you." Before his voice even faded away, Wan Mingzi, Xia Chan, Hu Qiuxing, all of these monstrous geniuses rushed off into the distance. Not only them, but a Soar Realm elite also rushed away in Soar. There was nothing wrong with what little fatty said, "Go and report. If the higher-ups refuse to acknowledge it, then we want to know who reported you. There's a reward for reporting. Even if you want to keep the information confidential, you should at least give us a rough idea. If it's fake, don't blame us for reporting you." The students were stunned. At this moment, even Soar had run away. Who could be faster than Soar? 120 merit points was not a small amount. At the back, Jia Mingzhen and the others looked at each other. After a while, someone said with amusement, "This little fatty is too similar to that fatty Xia. At this juncture, he's still looking for trouble for us. Old Zhang, why don't you go and collect it? Get lost, I can't afford to lose face like this." Galao, who was called Old Zhang, scolded, "Forget it, let that kid take advantage of it. 120 merit points, don't. If that kid receives it, doesn't it mean that there's a problem with it?" Jia Mingzhen laughed. "How about this, secretly reward? Lu Hong?" The others looked at Jia Mingzhen. "Lu Hong, this kid, has been watching us all day long. He's up to no good. Reward him and find a chance to leak it. Xia Huyu will know very soon. He's not the only one who knows. Those fellows in the black market will also know. They hate those who report. I'll sweep clean Lu Hong's black market transactions at the same time and let him suffer in silence. I'll get 120 merit points, but I'll lose a lot." Jia Mingzhen chuckled and said, "At the black market, everyone will have to be wary of him. They will also have to worry about whether or not he will betray them. Not only will we cut off his business, but we can also make the black market stop for a while." The few Galao looked at him again. "You're so ruthless." Jia Mingzhen did not think much of it. He laughed again and said, "Actually, it's not bad to reward Suyu. But forget it, Suyu won't be able to bear such pressure. Those guys in the black market will make it impossible for him to cultivate. Let's just throw the responsibility to Lu Hong. He can bear it, but it'll be a little loss. The black market is not a legal channel to begin with." After saying that, Jia Mingzhen laughed. 12,000 merit points. It's not a problem for us to split 2,000 merit points each, right? There were 5 of them in total. The rest would be taken by the academy. As they spoke, someone said lightly, "You're all students. What's the use of so many merit points? It's only 120 merit points if you report it. I have my own use for these merit points, so I won't share them with you." Jia Mingzhen's expression changed. He could not help but curse, "Surnamed Wan, you're so ruthless. Keep a low profile." Wan Tianqing's voice echoed in their ears. "I asked you to pretend to be freshmen, not to play around. Suppressing geniuses is not the main goal. The key is to find some traces of Wanzhou. Don't make trouble for me." 5 Galao, for fun, there are opportunities everywhere. As students, it's much easier to get in touch with some people and step into some circles. You guys, don't hang out all the time. Those who don't know will think you've known each other for years." Jia Mingzhen's expression changed slightly. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I really thought it was just for fun. Wanzu. Did something happen at the academy? It's not the academy. It's the heavenly battlefield. Something happened in a few major armies. Someone instigated and lured some people to betray them. Many of the sources came from the academy. We have to pay attention. I don't want the students from the Great Xia Civilization University to become one of these people in the future. Alright, I got it. Jiao Mingzhen said seriously, his eyes fierce. Don't worry, we will investigate thoroughly this time. By the way, have you caught that blood crocodile from the Blood Fire sect? Not yet. Wan Tianxing's voice rang out again. Most of the people who attacked the Northern Wind team were killed. Only this guy ran away without a trace. But there's some news recently that he's contacted the Tianyi celestial race. It seems they're preparing to rebuild the Tianyi celestial race. This guy will show up sooner or later. It would not be so easy to escape after killing the students of the Civilization Academy. These days, two Galau from the academy had been dispatched to search for that guy. One Ling Yunjing had attracted two Mountain Sea Realm cultivators to hunt him down. Even if Blood Crocodile died, he could die in peace. Rebuild the Tianyi celestial race? The few pavilion elders were slightly taken aback. This fellow had quite the guts. Now, not only the Dixia province wanted to deal with him, but even the Blood Fire sect wanted to deal with this traitor. Wan Tianxing did not continue talking about this, and his voice quickly disappeared. When his voice disappeared, Jiao Mingzhen laughed and said, "This guy, he's really good at changing the topic. We've worked for him for free again." They were clearly talking about the merit points, but he changed the topic in the blink of an eye. The few Galau did not really care about those merit points. They were just a little angry at Wan Tianxing's shamelessness. After joking around for a while, Jiao Mingzhen said, "If we really put in more effort, it'd be best if we dig up Wanzu by his roots. Also, for this year's genius training program, we need to stimulate them more. It feels like these little guys don't have much pressure at all." Alright, we know. We'll find a chance later and beat up Xiachan and the others. If we meet them on the way, we'll start beating them up without saying a word. We'll beat them until they start doubting their lives. Naturally, there won't be any problems then. Galau continued. It was simple. Those people just lacked the vicious beating of society. They would find an opportunity to make it up to them. At the same time, they could also display their talent and potential. Who knew, maybe Wanzu would take a liking to them. If he took a liking to them, maybe he could bring them back to his lair to train them. As for the identity check, there was no problem. Their identities were real, just that they were not very famous. Would Galau be afraid that they would not have real identities? Who would have thought that they would pretend to be young? The few of them looked at each other and smiled sinisterly. Wanzu, geniuses, here we come. Library Pavilion. It was Suyu's first time here. It was a tall ancient building with hundreds of years of history. When the Civilization Academy was founded, the library was one of the first important buildings built. It was very tall. Suyu looked up. It was at least 50 meters tall, but there were only 10 floors in total. Simple, elegant, and profound. That was Suyu's first impression. Baifeng did not rush him. He waited for Suyu to look at it for a while before explaining, "The library is one of the most important places in the academy. It's similar to the Mystic Realm area and Shoshingo. There are many Wan's original manuscripts in it. There are manuscripts ranging from the Thousand June Realm to the Mountain Sea Realm, and even stronger ones." Stronger? Suyu nodded slightly. It was indeed valuable, cough, cough. It was indeed very important. Looking at the library, Baifeng was silent for a while before saying, "The curator of this place was my master, who is also your grandmaster. Later, your uncle master became the curator. This place was originally our backyard. Most of the books in the library were actually collected by our Shunwen faction's powerhouses." After saying that, he paused and said, 50 years ago, the academy collected a batch of books and sent them here. Many of those things were left behind by my uncle master and the others." Teacher Liu? Suyu was slightly stunned. Baifeng said softly, "Yes, back then, the 5th generation principal, who is also my grandmaster, left behind many things. In the end, when my uncle master left, he did not take anything with him. He left the academy all alone. It was not that he did not take anything with him. He only took away the Shenwen. Now, not many people knew that most of the books in the library came from their Shenwen faction. People were forgetful, even if they remembered, they would choose to forget. As Baifeng walked forward, he said, later on, your uncle master became the curator, and he did it for 20 years. Lingyan level 9, with a sigh, Baifeng continued, your martial uncle has been stuck at the 9th level of the Lingyan realm for 7 or 8 years now, unable to enter the Mountain Sea realm. In fact, he originally planned to go to the All Heavens battlefield, but he had no other choice. Master and I were both busy with the research lab, so he could only manage the library. We don't have enough people on our side, Meng Hao said. He can't leave. If he goes to the Heavenly Legion battlefield, he might already be in the mountains and seas. Baifeng felt a little helpless. There were too few people, the first line, plus Suyu, had 5 people. If Qin Yong left the academy, they would be in big trouble. If the library was lost, the Shenwen faction would have no way to survive. As they spoke, the two of them walked to the gate. The door to the library was very big. At this moment, the door was open, and there was a keycard inside. There were also a few guards beside it. Baifeng swiped her researcher card, and the access was unlocked. The guards looked at Baifeng, then at Suyu, and said in a low voice, Assistant Lecturer Bai, you want to go to the 10th floor? Yes. You can go, but he can't. The guard pointed at Suyu. Baifeng frowned slightly. Why? He won't enter the forbidden area. Is there a problem with going up to visit my senior brother? The guard leader bowed and said, Assistant Lecturer Bai, don't make things difficult for us. We're just following orders. Suyu is still a student, and the 6th floor and above are not open to students. I know. Baifeng frowned. But there was a rule that anyone from the Shenwen faction can enter the 6th floor and above. Assistant Lecturer Bai, the guard leader was in a dilemma. After a long while, he said in a muffled voice, the academy no longer has an official faculty like the Shenwen faction. Baifeng's body trembled. After a long while, his cheeks twitched. No more Shenwen faculty. Who said that? I don't know if you've seen this year's recruitment brochure, but the academy has banned the fusion faculty of the Shenwen faculty because there are too few people in this faculty. There are less than 10 new students. This has been the case for 10 consecutive years. According to the academy's rules, it should be banned this year. The guard commander lowered his head and explained, you can take a look at the rules of the academy when it was first established. Article 62 states that if there are less than 10 new students for 10 consecutive years, the department will be closed. This is also to reduce the academy's bloat and eliminate some meaningless departments. Meaningless, Baifeng smiled and said softly, since when did our Shenwen faculty become a meaningless faculty? No, it can't even be considered an official faculty now. He was not angry, just a little sad. 10 consecutive years, there were less than 10 new students. All of a sudden, he felt an indescribable feeling of regret. Someone passed by and entered the library. When he saw Baifeng and his disciple, he nodded slightly and did not say much. Baifeng stood at the door and did not move. Suyu stood beside him. At this moment, he could clearly feel that Baifeng was in a trance. Teacher, Baifeng sobered up, he smiled and said emotionally, this is really good. They want to cut off our last path. They don't even allow students to go up to the 6th floor and above. Baifeng looked at the guard leader again and said slowly, if I remember correctly, 2 days ago, I saw a few students on the 9th floor. They are also students, right? They have a special warrant from the Dean of the Faculty of Theology. They are considered special talents, is that so? Baifeng smiled and said, aren't my students considered special talents? The guard leader did not say anything. Baifeng smiled and said, by the way, the curator of this library is my senior brother. This place should be under his management. After saying that, Baifeng made a communication call and said, we're stopped. 1st floor, come and pick us up. A moment later, Qin Yong walked down. His face was a little yellow. Suyu's first impression of him was very good. He was a very gentle person and looked kind. He looked to be in his 40s, elegant and easygoing. Curator. The guards greeted him one after another. Xianxia smiled and did not say much. He did not reprimand them and said softly, "Let Suyu go up. I will add a warrant later." "I forgot that the Shinwen faculty has been banned." The guards did not say anything else and began to let them go. Xianxia smiled and looked at Suyu. He nodded slightly and said, "Suyu, not bad. By phone. Often talks about you. Let's go up together." Suyu quickly said, "Greetings, Uncle Master." Don't stand on ceremony. Let's go up and talk." Behind them, Baifeng suddenly said, "Senior brother, when was our faculty banned? Why didn't I know about it?" Xianxia said helplessly, "You don't have the time to care about this. It was banned a long time ago. For 10 consecutive years, there were less than 10 people. So be it." "Senior brother." Baifeng was a little indignant. "Why? Are they trying to erase our last mark? Have they forgotten that the first-generation principal who founded the Collegium was a member of the Polytheistic Runes Department? The third and fifth-generation principals were also members of the Polytheistic Runes Department. Are they crazy? They even want to ban a faculty that has produced 3 principals. Why don't they just close the academy?" Xianxia said calmly, "What's there to be agitated about? When we have more people and take in more than 10 students, we can restore the faculty after 3 years. There's no difference. It was just a name before." Baifeng was still a little angry. However, he thought about it and did not say anything more. Getting angry now would not help the situation. As they walked, another person came out from inside. He looked older than Xianxia. When he saw Xianxia and the others, he nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Curator Chen, teaching assistant Bai." After greeting them, the person looked at Suyu and said with a smile, "Curator, is this teaching assistant Bai's student?" "Yes." Xianxia smiled and said, "Director Zhou is going out?" "Yes, there's something I need to do." Director Zhou smiled amiably. After chatting for a while, he said casually, "Curator, the library has been consuming too much in the past few years. There's not much income. I opened the first melting pavilion that you closed a few days ago. There are people in it now, and the other pavilions are not enough, so I had to open the first melting pavilion." Xianxia looked at him for a while, the smile on his face gradually fading. No longer smiling, Xianxia said calmly, "For centuries, only the Shinwen faculty has been able to enter the first melting pavilion. Has Director Zhou forgotten?" Director Zhou smiled and said, "I haven't forgotten, but doesn't this mean that the Shinwen faculty has lost its fusion faculty?" Xianxia became calmer and said softly, "Now, take those people out and restore it to its original state. I'll bring Suyu there in half an hour. If there's anyone left and something is missing, Zhou Pingxing, I'll personally kill you in the library in the name of stealing an important book." Zhou Pingxing's expression changed. He was about to say something when Xianxia regained his smile and looked at Suyu. "Go up and chat with Uncle Master. I've never seen you before, and your master didn't say he'd bring you here to see." With a smile, Xianxia no longer looked at Zhou Pingxing and walked forward. Suyu was frightened, but he dared not say anything and followed silently. Beside him, Baifeng sneered. His laughter was obvious. He said playfully, "How dare you occupy the first melting pavilion? TSK, TSK. My master isn't dead yet, and my senior is still the curator. I hope everything will be restored to its original state in half an hour, ha ha ha." Baifeng mocked, disdain, he followed, his laughter echoing. After they left, Zhou Pingxing's expression changed. After a while, he snorted softly and turned to go upstairs, to deal with the problem of the first melting pavilion. In half an hour, restore it to its original state. On the stairs, seeing that Suyu was silent, Xianxia said, "Suyu, don't be afraid. Uncle Master was just joking with him." That was the deputy curator of the library, Zhou Pingxing, Lingyan 7 Realm. When you see him in the future, greet him. We scholars have to be polite. Got it, Uncle Master. Suyu's heart was itching. Joking? Was it for real? It didn't seem like a joke. Just now, when Uncle Master suddenly stopped smiling and said those words, Suyu felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if Zhou Pingxing dared to say no. Half an hour later, that fellow would really be shot to death here. As they went up, Suyu and the rest soon reached the top floor. 10th floor. There was only a huge office. This was the curator's office. It was actually Xianxia's home. He lived and ate here, rarely leaving the library. Just as they went upstairs, Suyu suddenly heard a cough. Seeing Suyu looking around, Xianxia's expression changed slightly, but he quickly recovered his smile. Your senior sister is not feeling well. She's recuperating. We'll get to know each other next time. Let's forget about today. Suyu understood, but Bai Feng's expression changed. Isn't she recovering? Why does it sound serious? Hearing that cough, it felt like his heart was being torn apart. Bai Feng was a little nervous. It's fine. This girl, Xianxia felt helpless and blamed himself. I didn't pay attention 2 days ago. This girl was injured, but she insisted on continuing to cultivate. She hurt her foundation. I brought her here to recuperate. I'll watch over her and stop her from acting recklessly. Acting recklessly? Bai Feng said angrily, this brat, doesn't she know that it's time to recuperate? Jie, sigh, it's also my fault. Xianxia sighed. This girl knows that she lost her place in the top 100. I'll be inspected again at the end of the year, so, Bai Feng understood. In order not to implicate Xianxia, Wu Jia was prepared to fight her way into the top 100 again. Therefore, she forced herself to cultivate. In the end, her injuries worsened. Bai Feng was a little angry. He said in a low voice, it's my fault. I shouldn't have looked for Hu Wenxin previously. I'll think of a way to get some good things for Jie to nourish her and let her recover as soon as possible. Don't delay her injuries. At this moment, Suyu, who had been listening by the side, felt an indescribable grievance. Uncomfortable, after entering the library, he felt that something was different. In the past, this feeling was not too obvious. There did not seem to be many people targeting Bai Feng. In other words, there was nothing to target Bai Feng now. He did not hold any position. He stayed in the research center all day and rarely went out. If he had no money, he would not even go to the mystic realm. In such a state, Bai Feng was almost invincible. However, the situation on Xianxia's side seemed to be very troublesome. Many people coveted the position of the library's curator. Xianxia seemed to be having a hard time dealing with it. Even the library itself seemed to be facing some problems. Suyu took a deep breath and said hurriedly, Uncle Master, I still have a lot of merit points here. If senior sister needs any medicine, I can buy it. Xianxia said, you don't have to do this. Your master and I haven't fallen to such a state. I appreciate your kind intentions, but you are in need of contribution points right now. Becoming Bai Feng's disciple. Sigh, it just so happens that we have the will but not the strength. I'm afraid the resources we can provide you with will be limited. Xianxia was apologetic. He said softly, with your talent, I'm afraid you'll receive more support if you go to other faculties. Unfortunately. I'm sorry. Uncle Master. Suyu hurriedly said, Uncle Master, you're too kind. I'm lucky. There's the benefit of having fewer people. At least there won't be those troublesome schemes. I think Shan Shenwen's faction is harming their own people. Xianxia chuckled. It's normal to have more people. Everyone has their own troubles. When there are too many people, there won't be enough resources, and the distribution will be uneven. Bai Feng coughed. Senior brother, why are you talking about this? We haven't mistreated this kid. He's just enrolled and we've spent thousands of merit points on him. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Suyu smiled and nodded. He acknowledged it and showed his teacher some respect. But then again, they had indeed given him a lot. Cultivation techniques, mountain-breaking bull's blood essence, the fragment chamber and filtration chamber, and the skull of the annihilation beast. All of them were worth a lot. If they were in other factions, they probably wouldn't stand a chance. There were too many people and geniuses. There was no way they could distribute them. Xianxia smiled and stopped talking about it. He gestured for the two to sit on the sofa. He got up and poured a cup of tea for Suyu. Suyu hurriedly took the teacup and poured a cup for himself and for Xianxia. Bai Feng's face stiffened. Where's mine, so you didn't do it on purpose? He could guarantee it, Bai Feng had poured a cup for himself. He saw that Bai Feng had poured a cup for him, so he didn't help him. Bai Feng glanced at Suyu. He couldn't be bothered to scold him. You've never been so attentive to me in the research center. Senior brother. Qin Yong waved his hand and interrupted him. He looked at Suyu and said, Did your teacher tell you in detail about the Shinwen faction? Suyu hurriedly said, I know. We have the Shinwen faction. It's a faction that can only be sought after integrating 10 Shinwen. After Suyu spoke for a while, Qin Yong suddenly glared at Bai Feng. Ignorant and incompetent. Bai Feng blinked, feeling wronged. What's wrong with me? Don't listen to your teacher's nonsense. It's just superficial stuff. Qin Yong said, the Shinwen faction doesn't mean that the Shinwen faction is the Shinwen faction if it has more than 10. The Shinwen faction is actually similar to cultivating different cultivation techniques. Shinwen is the same as acupuncture points. Different Shinwen factions fuse and combine to form a set of combat techniques, which is the Shinwen combat techniques. This is the essence of the Shinwen faction. No matter how many Shinwen factions there are, they don't form a system. In fact, it's not considered the Shinwen faction. Our full name is the Shinwen fusion faction. The Shinwen faction is the prerequisite, and the fusion is the key. This is the essence of our faction. Suyu was enlightened, so that's how it is. He looked at Bai Feng again and suddenly felt that this teacher of his was not that great. He had said it many times, but he still didn't get to the point. Bai Feng's face turned green, and he explained, Senior brother, I was prepared to wait for him to recuperate before talking in detail. Who knew that this kid, he wanted to say that this guy recuperated too quickly, he didn't even have time to say it. Recuperate, at this moment, Qin Yong seemed to have reacted. He looked at Suyu and was stunned. You recuperated? Yes, Uncle Master. Qin Yong looked at Bai Feng in a daze. A few days ago, you told me that he still needed some time to recuperate. How did he recuperate so quickly? Bai Feng, you're asking me, but who should I ask? Qin Yong shook his head again. No, when you came here, I should have known that he had recuperated. I didn't react in time and was almost fooled by you. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My reaction speed is a little slow. Since Bai Feng brought Suyu here, didn't it mean that Suyu had recuperated? He was a little late to realize it. It seemed that he had stayed in the library for too long and was a little behind the times. Very good, very good. Qin Yong nodded with a smile. He was very satisfied. At this moment, he didn't say anything else and quickly said, Your master probably didn't have time to talk to you about this. He has been busy with many things during this period. I know all this. In the future, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me directly. I'm more free than him. When he entered the school, I was also the one who taught him. Your grandmaster also doesn't care about things, just like him. After saying that, Qin Yong continued, although your master doesn't have time to teach you some basic things, some profound things that involve his domain are much better than me. In the path of integration in Shinwen, he's better than your grandmaster and me. Bai Feng said reservedly, Senior brother, you praise me too much. Qin Yong laughed and continued, Bai Feng is good at the path of attack. I know that you young people like this. You should have seen his attack technique. Hu Wenqing is not an ordinary source stage 9. He was also a monster genius back then. In the end, he couldn't even take one move from your master. He is indeed very strong. Senior brother, you praise me too much. Bai Feng was reservedly once again. It was not good to praise himself. Senior brother really knows how to speak. Qin Yong couldn't be bothered with him and continued, Today, your master brought you here to determine your future path. Our faction mainly walks on 3 paths. The path of attack, the path of defense, and the path of attack and defense. Don't think that it's good to have both attack and defense. If your attack isn't outstanding and your defense isn't strong, it's a little mediocre. Bai Feng walks on the path of attack. His battle prowess is strong, but he doesn't last too long. He focuses on killing with one strike. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome and he'll be easily killed. As for me, I walk on the path of defense. Qin Yong was not modest and said bluntly, although I'm Lingyan stage 9, if the first 3 layers of the Mountain Sea realm meet me, as long as it's not an expert with strong attack power, killing me will be very, very difficult. But if you want me to make a move, I don't have any powerful Shenwen attack techniques, so it'll be difficult to kill them. I can only delay them. Suyu was stunned and said, Senior Uncle, why do I seem to have heard of this from Teacher Zhao? Who? Zhao Li. Baifeng continued, he's in the school of blacksmithing as his minor. He's Zhao Li's minor student. Zhao Li. Qin was stunned and suddenly said, Suyu, you're Zhao Li's student? Suyu nodded. Qin looked at Baifeng again. Did you instruct him? Baifeng was speechless. What does that have to do with me? He went looking for him himself. Zhao Li wants to steal my disciple. Qin suddenly fell silent. Baifeng looked at him, slightly puzzled. Qin was silent for a while and slowly said, Suyu, you walk the path of attack. You don't have to walk the path of defense, nor do you have to walk the path of attack and defense. Of course, there's a prerequisite, you'd better, best. Senior brother, what are you trying to say? Baifeng was surprised. What's senior brother doing? Qin took a deep breath and said, Zhao Li, you're really ignorant and incompetent. You know how but you don't know why. Do you know who fourth principal is? I do. Baifeng was speechless. After Principal Zhao Yunchuan died in battle, he left behind the Yuan secret realm. How can I not know? He died 115 years ago. How can I not know? Zhao Li. Fourth principal's son. Baifeng was stunned. Impossible. Zhao Li, isn't that old? He's almost 120 years old. Suyu was dumbfounded. Baifeng was also dumbfounded. He's only Lingyan 7 at 120 years old? Qin glared at him and said grumpily, he doesn't like to focus on Shenwen. He's in the blacksmithing faculty, so his cultivation speed is slower. But, why haven't I heard of it? That's why I said you're ignorant and incompetent. If you're serious, you should know. Qin said slowly, Zhao Li is fourth principal's son. Fourth principal is famous for his strong vitality and willpower. It's related to his Yuan Shenwen and his cultivation technique. Fourth principal created a cultivation technique based on the Yuan Shenwen. It's called the spirit expansion technique. Qin looked at Suyu and said in a deep voice, the greatest weakness of the offensive path is the situation where one's willpower isn't strong enough. If one expends too much in one go, they won't be able to continue and are easily killed by others. The reason why one cultivates the defensive Dao is to avoid such a flaw, to be killed. However, once one cultivates the spirit expansion technique, this problem can be effectively solved. Baifeng was stunned again. Really? Why didn't anyone tell me? Why didn't anyone tell him about such an important thing? Suyu looked at Baifeng and suddenly felt pity. You don't know anything, how pitiful. Baifeng seemed to feel his gaze and his face darkened. Kid, who are you talking to? I'm still young, I'm not even 30 yet, I've only been in school for 9 years. Isn't it normal that I don't know a lot of things? Qin was amused by the master and disciple. He laughed and said, it's useless even if you tell me. Zhao Li is an eccentric person. After fourth principal passed away, the spirit expansion technique was almost lost. He completed it bit by bit. When his father passed away, he was still young, only a few years old. Qin explained, right now, the spirit expanding art can almost be considered his own creation. His personality is also strange. Even if he takes in a few students, he doesn't think that they are qualified to cultivate the spirit expanding art, so he won't teach it to others. People will say that he is selfish, but he doesn't care. Master actually looked for him a few years ago. In the end, he saw you, and said that you are trash and not qualified to cultivate his spirit expansion technique. Master had no choice but to give up. Baifeng was stunned. I'm trash, this is the first time I've heard someone call me trash in my life. Senior brother, are you serious? Qin ignored him and looked at Suyu. He laughed and said, since you're valued by Zhao Li, there's hope for you to inherit his spirit expansion technique. Once that happens, you can solve the problem of your weak willpower. When that time comes, you'll be a true powerhouse of the offensive Dao. Continue to attack. No matter how strong your defense is, it can only block you once, but it can't block you many times. Xianxia was a little excited. I've been paying attention to this before, but I didn't expect Zhao to accept you. You said it sounded familiar, so I realized that Zhao must have told you that after cultivating his spirit expansion technique, his battle prowess will last for a long time, right? Yes. Suyu nodded. He didn't say anything about the technique. He only said that he can last for a long time, and that even Mountain Sea Realm cultivators might not be able to outlast him. That's right. Xianxia said, if he even said that to you, it means that he actually wants to teach you the spirit expansion technique. It's just that the problem of the supporting Dao makes him a little hesitant and feels like he's losing out. With that, Xianxia said seriously, seize the opportunity. If he thinks highly of you, it means that you have the aptitude to cultivate the spirit expansion technique. This technique must have some flaws and limitations, so it can't be taught casually. Zhao has a strange personality, but I don't think he's the kind of person who values his own things. He definitely has his reasons for not teaching it. Back then, Baifeng didn't catch his eye, but you did. That's your destiny. Suyu, you have to go there more often and seize this opportunity. If you learn it, you might become the strongest defensive force in Xinwen. The best defense is offense. You have to keep attacking. Suyu's blood surged as he listened, while Baifeng wanted to draw circles. What does that mean, senior brother? Why do you always compare me? He doesn't like me. I'm trash. Zhao, that old ghost, is really not a good person. The Tao of attack. The spirit expansion technique. At this moment, Suyu was a little excited, but he quickly became a little sad. Teacher Zhao had said that if he wasn't his direct disciple, he wouldn't teach him. Uncle Master had overestimated him. This was the first time Suyu had heard of Zhao Li's powerful background. The son of the fourth principal had an extraordinary status. As if thinking of something, Suyu asked curiously, Uncle Master, teacher said that the first, third, and fifth principals were all from the Xinwen faction. Was the fourth principal from the blacksmithing faculty? No. Xianxia chuckled. The fourth principal was from the Shan Xinwen faction. He also majored in Xinwen and had strong willpower. However, before Soar, he didn't form the Xinwen faction's combat techniques. Even if he condensed more Xinwen, he didn't belong to the Xinwen faction. The second principal was from the beast-taming faction. In the past, he cultivated a powerful demonic beast that surpassed the mountains and seas. Xianxia explained briefly. Suyu had a lot of questions. He asked carefully, Uncle Master, we were from the Xinwen faction. It used to be so powerful. Only 3 principals were from the Xinwen faction. Now, is it all gone? Such a powerful faction. Are we just a few small fries? What happened 50 years ago had such a big impact. Xianxia's face was a bit sad, and he said softly, some things are more complicated than you can imagine. Fifth Mansion Lord, our master ancestor was the leader of the multiverse divine script lineage. He truly transcended the mountains and seas, and walked above them. When he was alive, the Xinwen faction also developed to its peak. More than 50 years ago, the fifth principal was about to become invincible. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia sighed. Invincible, the Xinwen faction doesn't have invincible elites. Those invincible elites hundreds of years ago didn't belong to the Xinwen faction. Although the Xinwen faction didn't appear too late, its system wasn't complete at the beginning. It couldn't be considered a true fusion faction. The few before us were elites from the Xinwen faction. Most of them stopped at the Sun and Moon tier. Sun and Moon? Suyu stared blankly for a moment. Xianxia said, they are the most powerful experts in the mountains and seas. Above the mountains and seas, one could see the Sun and Moon. Only after the Sun and Moon is eternity. Invincible is what we call it. The official definition is eternal. Of course, this is not important. It was just a name given to others. Invincible or eternal, it was all the same. Xianxia did not dwell on this topic. He continued, before the fifth principal, there were many powerhouses from the Xinwen faction. Their leaders could only reach the Sun and Moon realm. It was not until the fifth principal rose to power that an invincible powerhouse might appear from the Xinwen faction. More than 50 years ago, the fifth principal perished while trying to ascend. To ensure that the fifth principal would succeed in his ascension, a large number of experts from Shenwen went to protect him, including the sun, the moon, the mountain, and the sea. Qin Yong sighed, and said, the fifth academy head walked the path of attack, and was known as the strongest sun-moon tier elite of his time. Once he succeeded in his ascension, the human race would have another invincible super powerhouse. In the end, he ran into big trouble. That day, the Daxia of Goguryeo, the Prince of Great Zhou, the Prince of Great Light, the Prince of Great Shang, many invincible powerhouses were restrained by Wan powerhouses at the same time. That year, the battlefield of all heavens was filled with blood. In order to prevent the fifth principal from ascending, more than 50 years ago, more than 3 invincible powerhouses perished on the battlefield of all heavens. Qin Yong sighed. The Shenwen faction fought against 2 invincible powerhouses. The fifth principal sacrificed his life to join forces with the Shenwen faction's powerhouses to kill 1 invincible powerhouse. In the end, he could not reverse the situation and died on the battlefield of all heavens. The other powerhouses also suffered heavy casualties. The Daxia of Goguryeo repelled the enemy. When he went to help, it was already too late, Suyu swallowed. He killed an invincible powerhouse? Yes. Qin Yong nodded. He killed an invincible powerhouse. If the fifth principal was so strong, then even if he suffered heavy losses at that time, why did he suffer so badly later on? Qin Yong smiled bitterly. In fact, it wasn't so bad in the beginning. The fifth principal died, and we suffered heavy losses, but we still had some foundation. In the end, the geniuses of that generation, the successors, all died. It's a sad thing to talk about. I won't talk about it anymore, it's meaningless to talk about it now. As for the remaining experts from the Shenwen faction, there are actually still some of them, Qin Yong explained. The Shenwen faction mainly came from Daxia province, but later on, they were passed down to various places. The main force is in Great Xia Civilization University, and there are also some experts from the Shenwen faction in other universities, including the military. However, those in the military usually don't get involved in these things. They don't care about the differences between factions. As for some of the powerhouses from the other academies, after that incident, the status of the divine text lineage was greatly reduced. They are only barely holding on. In addition, the powerhouses of the Grand Xia Civilization Academy have all perished, so you understood a little, but there was still something he didn't understand. After thinking about it, Suyu said hesitantly, since we've been glorious and proved that the Shenwen faction is strong, and there's even hope for them to advance to the invincible realm. The fifth principal even killed an invincible realm expert. Logically speaking, shouldn't we support them? Why would the university? Qin Yong said awkwardly, how should I put it? 50 years ago, the generation above us really offended the others. Back then, a large group of people went to the Shenwen faction, and we spent countless resources. One originally had innumerable resources, such as primordial chi liquid and blood essence. We used them without limit, and we did squeeze the living space of the other factions. Qin Yong was fair and explained, too many resources were spent, including the fifth principal who used a lot of the resources of the university to advance. The university was almost empty at that time, but even so, there were countless students who wanted to go to the Shenwen faction. If the fifth principal had succeeded at that time, and Uncle Master and the others had also advanced, there wouldn't be anything to say. But they all failed. Qin Yong said regretfully, it's not just 1 or 2 failed, it's all failed. At that time, the university could no longer bear it, and it was in imminent danger. At that time, the Wanfu prefect stepped forward and took over the position of 6th principal, expelled Uncle Master and the others, and redistributed the resources. From then on, the Shenwen faction declined. Qin Yong continued, later, when the other factions rose to prominence, the university discovered that the resources needed to nurture a mountain sea realm cultivator from the other factions might only be 1/3, or even 1/5, of what we needed. At that time, we spent so much, but we couldn't bring the corresponding benefits to the university, so we gradually reduced a number of resources. At this point, Baifeng said faintly, actually, it's understandable in the first few years. After all, the university suffered heavy losses at that time, and with the failure of Uncle Master and the others, it left a lingering fear in people's hearts. Many geniuses were too timid to enter the Xinwen faction again. So, at that time Uncle Master and the others didn't resist, and they all tacitly agreed to the university's plan, because they did indeed create a crisis for the university, creating trouble, and almost causing the university to lose its legacy. But later, the university recovered, and at that time, things changed. Baifeng sneered. When the university recovered, they discovered that they had more Mountain Sea Realm cultivators, even more than before. With the same resources, they could nurture more Mountain Sea Realm cultivators, so why did they have to nurture the Xinwen faction? So, our situation became more and more miserable. Don't say that, Qinyong said softly. The main reason is also related to ourselves. If we don't bring the corresponding benefits, then we'll consume too many resources, and naturally, we'll invade other people's resources. He looked at Suyu and explained, don't be overly hostile toward others. In fact, some things are understandable. After all, our faction has very few experts, and the benefits we bring to the university are very small. Many of the resources of the university are obtained by those Galau in the heavenly battlefield. If you don't pay much, and want more, then you'll definitely be targeted. Baifeng disagreed. That's right, he said. But in reality, we don't have any extravagant hopes of getting too much, do we? Dexia province has funds, and so does the Seeker realm. Don't tell me they're getting all of it? We also have a share, don't we? How much of our cultivation resources come from other people in the university? You exchanged your merit points for them, didn't you? Even if Master's research center is mostly obtained by Master himself, and a small portion is allocated by the university, we've still provided the university with some valuable research results, right? Baifeng didn't agree with Qinyong. He said unwillingly, moreover, it's not a problem of resources. It's a problem of them not giving us any living space. If we don't have any resources, then we won't force them, right? We'll cultivate ourselves, and if we have merit points, we'll exchange for them. If we don't, then forget it. Did we rob anyone's things? Baifeng added, moreover, how many of the things left behind by the university were left behind by the seniors of our faction? They can use them, but we can't. What kind of logic is this? Baifeng sneered. Take this library, for example. Most of the things left behind by the previous experts, the seniors of our faction. Can't we use some of them? Why can't they use them? All these years, they've used up more things than we have. Qinyong waved his hand and interrupted him. He frowned slightly. Don't say such things. There's no point in shedding all pretense of cordiality. The situation is like this. The Great Xia Civilization University is our route. Are you going to leave? If you really leave, don't expect to restore the glory of the past. Baifeng curled his lips in disdain, but he didn't say anything else. If they really left the university, going to other universities would be the same. If they went alone, without the secret realms of the university, the Wan originals would find it much more difficult to grow. It was too difficult to rely on just a few people and one mountain sea to support the world. In the university, if they had some confidence, there was still hope for them to rise. Qinyong ignored him and looked at Suyu. Your top priority isn't this. We'll take care of these things. Your task is to cultivate. Before soar, don't worry about anything. Don't get involved. Suyu nodded. He couldn't do anything about these things even if he wanted to. Come, let's go to the first fusion pavilion. Qinyong got up and said as he walked, this first fusion pavilion is the private property of the Xinwen faction. There are some extremely precious ancient texts stored within, all of them specifically prepared for our divine runic system. After we cultivate, we outline Xinwen, choose Xinwen's combat techniques, and determine our path. Usually, we do this in the first fusion pavilion. Following Qinyong's words, the group went downstairs. The first fusion pavilion was on the 9th floor. When they arrived, Zhou Pingxing was leaving with a group of people. Qinyong didn't seem to see them. Zhou Pingxing's face darkened. He didn't say anything and quickly left with a few curious students. Clowns. Baifeng cursed. He looked at Suyu and said, even if the first fusion pavilion is open to them, they won't be able to learn anything. It's a waste of time. Suyu didn't say anything. It was not easy to answer. A moment later, Suyu entered a large room. It looked ordinary and didn't seem special. There were some bookshelves with some manuscripts on them. Some were made of bone, some were made of jade, and some were made of animal skin. Xianxia saw Suyu staring at the manuscripts and said with a smile, "This isn't the core of the first fusion pavilion. It's just some miscellaneous books. Zhou Pingxing and the rest can't enter the core area at all." After saying that, there was a flash of light in front of him. Golden divine runes appeared one after another. Suyu took a cursory look and was inwardly speechless. There were so many of them. It felt like there were at least several dozen divine characters. Soon, the Shenwen gradually melted, dozens of Shenwen merged into one. In the blink of an eye, it became something that looked like a key. Xianxia held the key in his hand and gestured at the wall. Soon, Suyu couldn't help but blink and rub his eyes. The wall melted. He saw that one of the walls in the first fusion pavilion had melted. It had disappeared. The next moment, Xianxia's voice sounded, come in. Suyu followed him in a daze. There was actually another room behind the wall. When he looked back, the wall that had just melted reappeared, but he couldn't see the scene in the first fusion pavilion anymore. They were in a completely different room. Baifeng chuckled and said, "Are you surprised? This is the real first fusion pavilion. Only our Shenwen faction can open it. Those outside are just a smokescreen." Suyu nodded. He didn't care about his smugness. He looked around. This was a sealed room. The place wasn't too big. It was about 30 to 40 square meters. There were a few bookshelves in it. Apart from those bookshelves, there didn't seem to be anything else. It was similar to the ones outside, right? Look at the wall. Baifeng reminded, the core of the first fusion pavilion isn't the books, it's the walls. These walls are different. They're special Wan originals. Or rather, they're the fusion of countless Wan originals. They're made from those materials. At the side, Xianxia said slowly, "Suyu, I told you before that it's the fusion of the Shenwen and Shenwen. It's the fusion of the Shenwen and the acupoints that form a set of battle techniques. That's what the fusion pavilion is. We're the systematic first fusion pavilion of Shenwen, not the messy first fusion pavilion of Shenwen. For example, you've opened 108 acupoints to form the God of War art. These acupoints are all specific and not random. Otherwise, even if you had opened 1800 acupoints, it would be difficult for you to form a set of techniques and have combat power." Under Xianxia and Baifeng's explanation, Suyu finally understood. He also knew the purpose of coming to the first fusion pavilion this time, determine the path. Then, in the Sea of Will, he outlined a framework, a general framework, in preparation for filling in Shenwen in the future. For example, Baifeng showed Suyu his Shenwen battle technique. A sword. It was a very short sword. "I named this sword the dragon-slaying sword." Suyu was speechless. What a rubbish name. Baifeng did not think much of it and continued to explain to Suyu, "In the nurturing stage, I sketched out the framework and confirmed the core. Then, in the nurturing stage, I sketched out 12 Shenwen and filled them in to stabilize this framework. The dragon-slaying sword has officially been completed, and its offensive power is incomparably strong." Baifeng continued, "Under normal circumstances, a framework needs at least 10 Shenwen to be successfully forged. Otherwise, the framework will not be stable. When it reaches the Soar realm, it will directly collapse, and the framework will no longer exist. So, this is why our department needs to outline more than 10 Shenwen before Soar." Baifeng laughed, "My dragon-slaying sword needs 12 Shenwen to stabilize. Later on, when I reached Soar, I continued to outline 6 more Shenwen and filled them in. In total, I fused 18 Shenwen, which is why I was able to defeat Hu Wenxing in one strike." Suyu understood. During the period of nurturing, he needed to create a framework. The framework needed some support points, and this support point was Shenwen. Only when all the support points were ready could he enter Soar and continue to fill it. Otherwise, if the support points were not full, and he entered Soar, the framework would shatter. After reaching Soar, the willpower would appear, and the Xianxia would no longer have the flexibility to create such a framework, and would not be able to form a complete set of Shenwen battle skills. Qinyong and Baifeng explained to him for a while. In the end, Qinyong looked at Suyu and said solemnly, "The framework is not something that can be casually set. You can set it however you want. This wall is actually a special guiding will. When your willpower enters it later, the Xianxia will form some Shenwen battle skills that are suitable for you. After that, you will use this foundation to outline and fill in Shenwen to form a complete battle skill." Baifeng continued from the side, different battle skills have different basic support points. There are 10 less basic points, which is 10 Shenwen. There might be 13 or 14 more, but remember, the more the better. Baifeng said solemnly, "Do what you can. During the nurturing phase, your willpower is limited. There are too many support points for Shenwen battle skills. During this period, you will not be able to complete the outline. If that is the case, it will be troublesome. You will be stuck in the nurturing phase for countless years. For example, if you draw the outline of a sword that requires 50 support points, it means that you are in the nurturing stage. You need to draw at least 50 divine characters. Specific divine characters are not the messy kind. How many years do you need to draw them? If you finish the outline, can the Xianxia afford it? Even if it can, you will have spent 30 years to outline it. When you are in Soar, Soar is invincible. He is already in the mountain sea. How can you fight him?" At this time, Qinyong agreed, "Your master is right. You have to do what you can, don't blindly ask for more. Actually, as long as the basic framework is supported, it is easy to think too much. After we reach Soar, we can slowly develop it and fill in more Shenwen. There is not much difference." So you asked curiously, "Uncle Master, teacher, will it be better to have more support points?" Chen Yong said, "There are some benefits. For example, your master's dragon-slaying skill is based on 12 Shenwen. The framework will definitely be more stable than 10 Shenwen, and it will add more characteristics. If 10 Shenwen are used, it can only add 10 characteristics. His can add 12 characteristics." Qinyong explained again, "The support points of the framework are Shenwen. These Shenwen characteristics can be integrated into the battle skills as the basic characteristics, such as sharpness, stealth, armor penetration, blood-sucking, killing aura, explosion, burning. Offensive battle skills are mainly to strengthen the attack." Baifeng interrupted, "My dragon-slaying skill's basic characteristics are mainly to strengthen the lethality. Sharpness is almost a must for us, followed by strength, to add more destructive power to the battle skills. Sharpness, to make the battle skills faster." Following Baifeng's explanation, Suyu understood this time. "Teacher, then you mean that if I integrate my 3 Shenwen, it may have the characteristics of illusion, blood-sucking, thunder, killing aura?" "Yes." Baifeng nodded, "That's right. Your 3 Shenwen are actually considered offensive Shenwen, which is more suitable. Of course, that doesn't mean that there's no way to separate them after they've been fused. They can also be separated into individual divine runes to be used. Divine runic battle techniques are usually sure-kill techniques that kill with a single strike. Otherwise, the energy consumption would be too great. In a normal battle, we would still separate divine runes and use different battle strategies according to the situation." "Understood." So you completely understood. This thing was actually similar to cultivation methods and martial arts skills. The number of enlightened apertures determined the depth of one's foundation. A sword with 15 Shenwen supporting points would have 15 characteristics integrated. Under normal circumstances, it would be stronger than a sword with 10 characteristics integrated. So you looked at the 4 walls. The left side was suitable for outlining defensive skills. The right side was suitable for outlining offensive and defensive Shenwen skills. The front side was suitable for outlining offensive skills. This was created by many powerhouses of the Shenwen faction in front. It was specially used to lay the foundation for newcomers like them. It was targeted. "Teacher, Uncle Master, I'll start outlining then." So you did not say much. He stopped in front of the wall in front and probed it with his willpower. He went into meditation. Baifeng took a deep breath and transmitted his voice, "Senior brother, what do you think he will outline?" "It depends on him. Chen Yong did not say much. He said softly, there are many things contained in it. It depends on what he can see, what he can capture, and what he can outline. It all depends on his own opportunities and talent. We can't control it. As he spoke, he looked at Bai Feng and said with a smile, when you outlined the framework of the dragon-slaying skill, 12 Shenwen foundation stones were already very good. Attacking is more difficult than defending. I'll be satisfied if Suyu can outline Shenwen combat skills that are similar to yours. Bai Feng rolled his eyes. Then, he sighed, I told him a few times not to be greedy. Too much might not be a good thing. But I'm worried that this kid might not listen. If he outlines the framework of many Shenwen foundations, then it'll be troublesome. Chen Yong asked curiously, you're so confident? Under normal circumstances, even if he encounters Shenwen with many basic points, he might not be able to successfully outline it. Naturally, he will choose the weaker ones. You don't understand. Bai Feng sighed, senior brother, you're too inexperienced. This kid likes to slap people's faces. I always say, you can't do it, you can't do it. It's impossible for you to reach this stage. In the end, this kid slaps himself in the face. After being slapped so many times, I can't judge in advance anymore. I think, he might be able to outline 15 Shenwen foundation stones and above. Chen Yong looked at him strangely. Why was he so confident? Jia Jia only outlined 10 Shenwen core combat skills back then. When she entered the school, she was also of superior talent. Bai Feng sighed, it's not the same, it's not the same. Superior talent, that's not the same. Chen Yong could not help but laugh. Why are you sighing? It seems that this junior brother has suffered a lot. Then I'd like to see what exactly he can sketch out. Let's wait and see. Bai Feng touched his chin. Would 15 be too little? Sigh, a disciple who doesn't follow the rules hurts the master. His willpower entered the wall. So you seem to have seen the starry sky and the universe, it was vast and boundless, the stars were instantly destroyed and reborn. What is this? Suyu was a little curious and a little excited. He felt that it was very impressive. His consciousness was floating in the vast universe. A moment later, a star at the side seemed to be attracted by him. The star flew over. When it really flew over, Suyu discovered that it wasn't a star but a huge wok. Suyu looked over and was stunned for a moment. However, he soon reacted. It's not for me to draw it myself, but... There's a template? No wonder Uncle Master and Teacher said that he would know once he entered. That huge wok flew toward him and seemed to be a little hesitant. It circled around Suyu for a moment before quickly leaving. 11 light spots. Suyu saw it clearly, in that huge wok, 11 light spots flashed. It was a Shenwen combat technique with 11 basis points, 11 is too little. It's not even as many as Teacher. Besides, something like a wok. It's so embarrassing to use it. Suyu didn't chase after it. He felt that it was very weak. At this moment, he vaguely understood. He had to use his willpower to capture these templates, just like how he drew the outline of Shenwen. Suyu's consciousness floated again. He saw a hammer that flashed with 12 light spots. Too weak, don't want it. He saw a spear that flashed with 13 light spots, not bad, this can be used as a reference. 13, one more than Teacher. Not bad. Most of them are weapons. Suyu understood. Many of the templates on this killing wall were weapons. If he filled in the Shenwen and turned it into a weapon, it might be more efficient. Maybe I should look for a knife. Suyu looked around. If he didn't get close, it was hard for him to see the appearance of those stars. After floating for a while, Suyu saw a knife. Unfortunately, it only had 10 light spots. Suyu didn't care about it and continued to wander in the starry sky. Many more. Suyu saw a lot of light spots, so he wasn't in a hurry. What was there to be afraid of? Just then, Suyu felt the few Shenwen stones in his sea of will tremble. In the next moment, Suyu had a thought. Suddenly, 3 Shenwen coins appeared in front of him, thunder, blood, kill, 3 Shenwen coins suddenly materialized here. Suyu was slightly stunned, but he was not too surprised. This was not real space, but a space similar to the Sea of Will. It was normal for these things to appear. As soon as the 3 Shinwen coins appeared, some of the stars in the surroundings began to tremble. A moment later, the stars flew towards Suyu. Suyu was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted. Was this Shinwen's own battle technique that matched the Shinwen battle technique? Shinwen still has this kind of ability? There were many stars circling around him. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents. There were also some strange things, hammers, cauldrons, chains. There were many of them. Suyu took a look and there were at least 20 of them. Among them, most of them were 10 light spots. The most was a sword, which actually flashed with 15 light spots. At this moment, this sword and the Kill Shinwen coin resonated from afar, vibrating each other. This should be because the Kill Shinwen coin had taken a liking to the other party, and the other party had also taken a liking to the Kill underling. Suyu looked at the template and was a little tempted. 15 light spots seemed to be the most he had seen, however, at this moment, the Thunder and Blood underlings seemed to be rejecting it. The Shinwen coin trembled, as if it was not too satisfied with this sword. Rejecting it? Suyu frowned slightly. Previously, Bai Feng had also said that the Shinwen he had sketched might not be able to be used. Maybe some of the Shinwen coins did not match the Shinwen battle technique, so it could not be added into the Shinwen battle technique and could only be used separately. Now that both Shinwen coins did not match, Suyu was a little hesitant. Should he give up these 2 underlings? These 2 underlings were the first 2 Shinwen battle techniques that he had sketched. He felt that it would be a pity to give them up. It would be best if I can find something that can fit all 3 of the Shinwen coins. That way, it would not be a waste, and I can put them all in. Suyu looked around, searching everywhere. He temporarily gave up on the idea of subduing that sword. He could keep it as a reserve. 15 light spots were not a small number, but it was a pity that it was not suitable for his underlings. He continued to wander, and the number of light spots around him increased. Some of the light spots circled around Suyu for a while and soon left. Obviously, not only was Suyu choosing them, but these light spots were also choosing Suyu. After a while, Suyu frowned. Only 15 light spots at most. He realized that the sword seemed to have the most light spots, but it was a pity that it did not match the Blood and Thunder Shinwen battle technique. Just when Suyu was considering whether to subdue that sword or not, a light spot not far away attracted Suyu's attention. This light spot was not big. It was not as bright as the surrounding light spots, and it was even a little dim. But at this moment, this small light spot was near the 3 Shinwen battle techniques, and it was hovering around the 3 Shinwen battle techniques. The 3 Shinwen battle techniques did not seem to reject it. Of course, there was no sense of resonance like before. It was like a stranger, if you don't offend me, I can't be bothered with you. The light spot was dim, and it wasn't big. For a while, Suyu couldn't even see what it looked like. It was a spherical light spot. Suyu was a little curious. He looked at the light spot, but it was too dim. For a moment, he couldn't see clearly how many light spots there were. This is also a template? Why does it feel so weak? It doesn't reject the 3 Shinwen battle techniques, but it isn't too close either. This small light spot circled around the Shinwen battle technique like a child. It was interested in the Shinwen battle technique, but it was a little afraid of strangers. It didn't dare to get close, but it was also reluctant to leave. Suyu moved a little closer, and the ball of light actually managed to avoid it. Suyu's interest was piqued. Did he encounter something good? He moved closer and looked again. Inside the light spot, some of the light spots were very dim, but Suyu discovered that there were light spots, just that they weren't very bright. 1, 5, 8. Suyu counted carefully and was a little surprised. This small light spot seemed to have 18 light spots. He even suspected that he had counted wrongly. Such a huge astral sword only had 15 light spots, and it was frighteningly bright. You are so small and dim, yet you have 18 light spots? Doesn't that mean you need 18 Shinwen battle techniques to lay the foundation? It's so powerful? Did I encounter a treasure? Suyu's heart trembled. He had read extracurricular books before and knew of a phrase called treasures degrade themselves. Could this be it? It was actually very powerful, but it pretended to be ordinary, 18 light spots, and it doesn't reject the 3 Shinwen battle techniques. Did I encounter a treasure? Suyu's heart trembled. He was a little happy. Could it be that his luck was so good, although it looked very weak and small, just like a ball, it had 18 light dots. That was very impressive, wasn't it? Until now, this was the light spot that Suyu encountered the most. Suyu was excited. This was it, this was not bad, good stuff, he prepared to capture it. It wasn't easy to encounter 18 light spots. This was it. Suyu's willpower spread out. Instantly, this light spot was enveloped. According to what his teachers said, once this thing was included in his sea of will, it would belong to him. From then on, his Shenwen battle technique would be fixed. Even after reaching Soar, he would only fill it with Shenwen battle techniques. The main body was still this thing. This light spot was also very obedient. When Suyu's willpower enveloped it, this thing automatically floated towards him. It was about to be subdued by Suyu. At this moment, in the Sea of Will, the golden atlas that had been silent all this while seemed to have discovered something. In the next moment, the golden atlas suddenly trembled. It was clearly an extremely silent void, but Suyu seemed to have heard a shattering sound. The sound rang in the Sea of Will. In the next moment, Suyu was stunned. The light spot, shattered, yes, shattered. What the hell is going on? Suyu was stunned. Usually, the one atlas would only have some movement when he activated it. Why did it suddenly shatter the framework of his Shenwen battle technique? What the hell is going on? Damn, what does this atlas mean? It doesn't allow others to enter the Sea of Will, so it can only occupy it? But that's not right. Previously, when Bing, Annihilation Beast Skull, and Shenwen could all enter, right? 18 light spots. Suyu was a little annoyed. It wasn't easy for me to encounter such a good thing. I thought the heavens were watching over me. What was the meaning of this? It didn't even resist and was directly captured by me. Yet, you shattered it just like that. After the atlas shattered the light spot, it ignored Suyu and returned to silence. Suyu cursed in his heart. This was so infuriating. Seeing that he couldn't find any more orbs of light, Suyu had no choice but to look at the long sword with 15 orbs of light. At the very least, it resonated with the kill underlings. As for the blood and thunder underlings, he was sorry. It looked like the two of them would have to wait until they were in the air to fill in the divine runes. Suyu covered the longsword with his willpower. His willpower pulled the longsword, and the kill Shenwen battle technique was also constantly shaking. It attracted the longsword to fly towards Suyu. This time, Suyu felt a little strenuous. Previously, when he had summoned the small round ball of light, there was no pressure at all. But at this moment, the pressure was huge. Suyu kept pulling, and after a while, he felt exhausted. Only then did he reluctantly wrap the sword with his willpower and fly it towards his sea of consciousness. Suyu felt the movement of the Sea of Will, and the movement of the Golden Atlas. Don't tell me you don't care anymore. As he was thinking, there was another crisp sound. Suyu was stunned, it shattered. F******KU. Suyu was enraged. What was the meaning of this? This bastard had forcibly occupied his sea of consciousness, not allowing other divine rune battle technique templates to enter. He had destroyed 2 light orbs in succession. It was over. These 2 light orbs were the strongest in the vicinity. One had 18 light orbs, and the other had 15 light orbs. What was going on, at the same time? Outside. Baifeng saw that Suyu was constantly trembling. He felt it was strange. He frowned and said, "Why isn't it done yet? This kid, what is he doing?" Qin Yong said curiously, "Just now, I clearly felt that his Sea of Will was trembling a little. It seemed like he was about to outline the Shenwen battle technique foundation. Why did he suddenly stop?" He also felt it was strange. Why did it stop? Baifeng looked at Qin Yong and said uncertainly, "Did he fail to outline it?" Usually not. If he really failed, it means that he is not suitable to cultivate Shenwen battle technique. Then he is not suitable to become a student of Shenwen battle technique. When Qin Yong said this, Baifeng was shocked. It can't be? So you could not outline the Shenwen battle technique? Didn't that mean that this kid had no way of inheriting their battle technique legacy? Qin Yong did not understand the situation. He said, "Usually not. After so many years, there has been almost no failure in outlining the Shenwen battle technique framework. Even if his talent is not as good, the trouble will be in the future when he can't fill up the Shinwen battle technique foundation, not now. Almost not? Bai Feng looked at Qianyong and frowned. Seeing your apprentice brother, don't tell me that someone has failed before? Almost? That means someone has failed? Qianyong explained, it happened many years ago. Someone has failed. I think there was only one. I'm not sure about the specifics. There are records that 200 years ago, a student came to outline the Shinwen battle technique. He said that he had outlined a powerful Shinwen battle technique. There were dozens of light spots. In the end, when the results came out, no one found that he had outlined it. Qianyong said helplessly, according to the records, he was unable to enter this battle technique wall anymore. Others could continue to enter even if they did not pick it once. He only managed to do it once. After that, because he was unable to outline the Shinwen battle technique, he switched to another battle technique. According to what he said, he really outlined a powerful battle technique in this battle technique wall that day. It was a very special type of battle technique. Although it was very dim, there were many light spots. It matched his Shinwen battle technique very well. It was just that he didn't know why it disappeared after it came out. Qianyong continued, later, the third principal proposed an idea. This battle technique wall might have incorporated the deceiving Shinwen battle technique wall. Therefore, a deceiving battle technique was formed internally. At that time, it caused a sensation. Many students were worried that they would encounter, in the end, after a few hundred years, such a thing never happened again. Therefore, a few decades ago, someone refuted this theory. In fact, there was no such deceiving battle technique framework. That student might have failed to outline it and came up with an excuse. As for why he was unable to enter the battle technique wall again, no one knows the reason yet. Bai Feng blinked. It can't be, right? There's such a thing? I didn't know about it. This is just a random record. There's no need to know about it. Qianyong didn't mind. He smiled and said, in the past few hundred years, there was only one case. It might not be true, so it's useless to know. I also read about it from a random book. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know that such a thing had happened before. That's good, Bai Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Suyu again and felt a little strange. Why did this kid dawdle until now? I don't believe it. At this moment, Suyu was also sullen and helpless. He once again ignored everything else and captured a battle technique framework with 12 light spots. In the end, something unforeseen happened again. It had just been subdued by him, but with a pft, it was shattered again. F***ck, what are you trying to do? Suyu was enraged. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to subdue it. Didn't that mean he wouldn't be able to cultivate the Shinwen combat technique? Just as Suyu was enraged, the golden atlas shook again. This time, it was out of Suyu's expectation. The golden atlas suddenly floated out, just like the few Shinwen coins. It seemed to float out from the Sea of Will. At the next moment, the golden atlas erupted with a burst of light. The sound of shattering continued. One by one, the light spots shattered. The golden atlas directly shattered the dozens of light spots around Suyu. While Suyu was still in a daze, the golden atlas moved again. Among the shattered light spots, there were still light spots remaining. This atlas seemed to be picking and choosing, absorbing some light spots from the void. Some of the balls of light were destroyed, absorbing a speck of light, some had two, and some had none. Even the few balls of light that had been shattered in his sea of consciousness had spots of light that had been absorbed. Only now did Suyu realize that the first ball of light that had been shattered only had one spot of light left behind. What was going on? He didn't have time to think too much. Gradually, in front of Suyu, the light spots gathered and formed a light spot. The light spot was shining brightly. Suyu was still in a daze. Did the golden atlas look down on those combat techniques, so it smashed them, extracted their essence, and reconstructed them? Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, a new light spot was born. It was a knife, a very small knife, similar to Suyu's Wenbing. The light spots were densely packed. Suyu counted, 99, did he count wrongly? Suyu was stunned for a moment, then he started counting again. It was 99, so many light spots had been shattered, at least a few hundred. In the end, the atlas extracted 99 of them and reconstructed them into a knife. 99, this is crazy. Suyu was not surprised, only annoyed and stunned. What was the meaning of this? You want me to draw 99 Shenwen before entering the soar? I will die. Can I, the Sea of Will, bear the burden? Other people drew a few Shenwen and entered the soar, but I want to draw 99 Shenwen, maybe more. After all, not all of them might match these light spots. Are you trying to kill me? Suyu's consciousness existed here, otherwise, his face would have turned ashen. A combat technique formed from 99 Shenwen was definitely very strong, but where would he have the time to draw it? Where would he have the willpower to nurture it? If he did this, when others entered the mountain sea, he might still be in the soar. Wasn't this asking him to die? I refuse. No. Suyu gritted his teeth. I don't want to. Why is this rubbish atlas going crazy today? Isn't it better to stay in the Sea of Will? Why must it come out and cause trouble? Suyu thought. Suddenly, the 3 Shenwen fluctuated. In the next moment, the 3 Shenwen suddenly embedded themselves into the knife. Suyu's willpower fluctuated. He wanted to separate the Shenwen, but he realized that he did not succeed. Damn, what the hell is this? Suyu was stunned. The 3 Shenwen betrayed him. In that case, if he did not accept this knife, the 3 Shenwen might disappear. What the hell is this? The 3 Shenwen seemed to be very satisfied. At this moment, the 3 light spots in the knife wandered, as if they were saying that they were very satisfied with this new home. Suyu was so angry that he wanted to explode. He really did not understand. What was this atlas doing? Wasn't this thing an inanimate object? Could it be that it had a consciousness? 99 Shenwen, Suyu's face turned green. He suddenly comforted himself. It's just 99. It's not much. I'll look at it once and outline it. That's just 99 times. If I look at it once a day, 99 days would be enough. No, 96 days would be enough. This is burning money. I should look at the text of will more often. Suyu wanted to cry. He really did not know if this was a good thing. 99 was too much. This caused him to break down a little. 99, it must be very powerful. Yes, very, very powerful. Suyu comforted himself again. Since there was no way to resist, then he would accept it. The nearby light spots were actually shattered. If he wanted to find them again, it would take time. The key was that even if he found them, they would be shattered by the atlas. What a waste of effort. Helpless, Suyu could only use his willpower to wrap the knife and put it into his Sea of Will. Without much resistance, the atlas had already disappeared and returned to the Sea of Will. As for the 3 Shenwen, they had also settled down in it. They seemed to be very satisfied. A moment later, the knife disappeared and appeared in Suyu's Sea of Will. This time, the atlas didn't shatter it. 99 Shenwen. Even if I tell others, teacher won't believe me. Suyu was helpless. Would Baifeng believe him? Was there a combat technique that was formed by 99 Shenwen on this wall? Most probably not. Opening his eyes. Suyu's face was ashen. Beside him, Baifeng was shocked. It failed. He suddenly felt that this scene was a little familiar. He immediately changed his words. The outline of the combat technique isn't good? This brat was often flustered. Maybe his combat technique wasn't too good. That was why this fellow was so depressed. Suyu wanted to say something but stopped. It wasn't bad. It was too good. Teacher, if I said I outlined a combat technique with 99 basic Shenwen, would you believe me? Suyu's bare one's teeth grinned. He couldn't say it no matter what. After a while, he said dryly, Teacher, in our faculty, who outlined the most basic Shenwen combat techniques with the most Shenwen? Huh? Baifeng was stunned. He thought for a moment and said, it's either Martial Uncle Lu Wenyan or the 5th principal, right? Behind them, Qingyong looked at Suyu doubtfully and said, it's the 5th principal. He outlined a combat technique with 22 Shenwen combat techniques. Martial Uncle Lu outlined a combat technique with 18 Shenwen combat techniques. Our teacher, your grandmaster, outlined a combat technique with 14 Shenwen combat techniques. Of course, it's more difficult to attack. We have to be relatively simple. Attack, under normal circumstances, 10 Shenwen combat techniques are equivalent to 12 of ours. As he spoke, Qianyong continued, the fifth principal is an invincible figure on the verge of ascending to the top, and elder Uncle Lu is a proud son of heaven from 50 years ago. Therefore, both of them are terrifyingly strong. Under normal circumstances, as long as you can outline a battle technique with 10 divine characters, you are already very strong. Baifeng also explained, that's right. Our attack is harder than theirs. I've outlined 12 basic Xinwen combat techniques. I'm stronger than your grandmaster and my teacher. He's at the same level as me, so he's definitely not my match. Qianyong rolled his eyes at him. As he spoke, Baifeng looked at Suyu and said, is it because the Xinwen combat techniques you've outlined are too few? Don't be depressed. It's okay. Even if it's only 10 Xinwen combat techniques, that's enough. Compared to me, your teacher, you're still lacking, but it's enough to beat people like Hu Wenxing. He still consoled him, as long as he succeeded, it was fine. As for how many Xinwen combat techniques there were, it didn't really matter. 10 basic Xinwen combat techniques were enough. That was a top-notch genius. As long as you could successfully cultivate it, you could beat people of the same level. So you wanted to say something but stopped himself. I'm so anxious. What should I do? The fifth principal, who killed an invincible powerhouse, only managed to outline 22 Xinwen combat techniques. I, Suyu, can do 99, 1 is equivalent to 4, the fifth principal killed 1 invincible, but I can kill at least 4. Teacher, I've already said it. Are you afraid? Do you believe me? Will you hit me? Suyu originally didn't want to lie, but at this moment, he struggled and said dryly, that, the combat techniques I outlined have Xinwen combat points. How many? Baifeng was anxious. What are you doing? Don't you know that you're very anxious? Suyu was silent for a moment. I'm an honest person. I'll tell you the truth. He gritted his teeth and said, 2 nines. Baifeng was stunned for a moment, and then his face was filled with anger. 18 is 18. Why did you have to say 2 nines to show that you're awesome, but 18 of them was really awesome, Qianyong was surprised. 18 basic Xinwen combat points? So many. This should be a good thing. However, you need to outline 18 Xinwen combat points during the tempering phase. In other words, the Xinwen combat points you can sketch will far exceed 18. This is a test of your skill. 18, this kid was indeed a genius, very strong, but it was also very difficult. He was a little worried. Could see you complete it, so you didn't say anything. You said 18, I said 2 nines. I'm not lying. You'll know in the future. It's not that I didn't say it, it's that you misunderstood. 18, both of them had an expression that said he was going to be in big trouble. If he said 99, he suspected that the two of them would be in despair. Suyu also had his own thoughts. He was worried that if he revealed the 99 basic divine runic battle skills, he would be abandoned. There was a possibility of that. This meant that he might not be able to soar into the skies for the rest of his life. At the very least, to these two people, the possibility was very high. Moreover, it was related to the Golden Atlas. He couldn't say it out loud. He was still an honest person, and what he said was the truth. They were the ones who thought wrong. This couldn't be blamed on him. I'll keep a low profile in the future. I'll outline 5 Xinwen combat points. I'll only say that I've outlined 1. This way, I can catch up with the progress. Suyu had a small plan. He had to keep a low profile in the future. He couldn't tell Baifeng everything. Every time he outlined 5 Xinwen combat points, he would report the good news again and say that he had outlined 1. This way, he could catch up with the progress. Otherwise, the progress wouldn't be able to catch up. 18. At this time, Baifeng and Qianyong didn't care about Suyu anymore. They looked at each other. Baifeng said in a low voice, the same as Uncle Master. How long did Uncle Master take to fill it up? 3 years. Qianyong thought for a while and said, almost 3 years. It's almost filled up. This kid, can he compare to Uncle Master? He'll need at least 3 years before he can enter Soar. As Baifeng spoke, he glanced at Suyu and heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, this kid's speed of drawing Xinwen wasn't slow. 3 years later, he would also be an expert among Soar. His speed wasn't too slow, but it was still not bad if he was slower than Bai Feng. Given Suyu's speed, he wouldn't be inferior to Uncle Master. Thinking of this, Bai Feng felt a little happy. This was good. If this fellow could advance after just 10 Shenwen combat points, he might only need 1 or 2 years. If he was faster than Bai Feng, how embarrassing would it be for Bai Feng? 18. It seems like our consumption won't be small. Bai Feng had already thought of something else. As for Suyu, his head drooped and he didn't speak. 99 would consume a lot of will. Teacher, you probably can't afford to feed me anymore. 18 Shenwen, Bai Feng and Chen Yong were still chatting. A moment later, Bai Feng thought of something and said, "Senior apprentice brother, show him a few Wan originals. This kid has drawn 3 Shenwen, all human Shenwen. Human Shenwen is fast. I'm really worried that his Wan Shenwen comprehension speed will slow down." All human Shenwen? This was the first time Chen Yong heard this news. He said in surprise, "You haven't seen Wan Shenwen before?" "I have. It's a fragment, so I didn't comprehend it." "That's fine." Chen Yong didn't mind. He hadn't seen Wan originals. A fragment didn't mean anything. It was normal. He turned to look at Suyu and said with a smile, "Don't feel pressured. This is a good thing. 18 Shenwen is a lot, but there are many benefits. Soar won't take too long." He wasn't too worried. How long had Suyu known Bai Feng? In total, he had already drawn 3 divine characters, and this was before he had cultivated his qi. After cultivating, his willpower would increase, and it would be easier to draw Shenwen. With Suyu's speed, even if he took a month to draw 1.5 years would be enough. Of course, the further he went, the harder it would be. The Sea of Will was under pressure, and cultivating Shenwen required a lot of willpower. There are some targeted Wan originals in this first fusion pavilion. There's hope of condensing some powerful Shenwen. Chen Yong pointed at the bookshelves in the room and said with a smile, "Among them, there are original cultivation methods of the God race, Demon race, Dragon race, Giant race, and other powerful races. There's hope of drawing some powerful Shenwen. Suyu, you can keep reading. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have mastered the language of that race and know the meaning behind it." Chen Yong added, "It's useless even if you read a language you don't understand. You won't be able to draw it if you don't even understand its meaning." Suyu nodded, feeling a little excited. "Forget it, I won't think about it anymore, it was just 99 Shenwen coins. What was there to be afraid of? Every time I look at it, I'll learn one. I'll only look at it 96 times. I'm not afraid." Looking at the room full of Wan originals, Suyu was a little excited. It seemed that Shenwen still had some foundation. There were so many Wan originals here. Seeing how excited he was, Bai Feng reminded him, "Don't waste my resources recklessly. The first fusion pavilion is our final trump card. All of our trump cards are here, and they don't actually belong to us now. Many of them are extinct, and there's only one of them. If we destroy it, there won't be anyone left behind." Chen Yong nodded and said, "Your master is right. Many of these are extinct, and many people have seen them before. Some of them might break after reading them. Of course, it's fine if you look at it once or twice. If you still can't draw Shenwen after 3 or 5 times, then you can give up on it." Chen Yong said, "It's not that we don't want to give you more chances. It's just that you've seen too many of them. If you destroy them all, some of the precious Shenwen might never appear again." "I know." Suyu nodded hurriedly. "Master and Uncle Master, don't worry. If I can't draw it, I won't force it." Bai Feng smiled and pointed to the bookshelf. "There are introductions on them. You might be able to draw something like Shenwen after reading them. There are introductions for all of them. You should focus on the offensive ones. Forget about the defensive ones." Having said that, he added, "You will stay here for 3 days. In 3 days, you can read whatever you want. After 3 days, I will come to pick you up. You can only come here once every 3 months at most." Bai Feng said seriously, "At other times, we still have to rely on ourselves. There aren't many Wan originals left here. If there are too many, they will be used up in a few years, and the inheritance won't last until now." Suyu nodded again. 3 days was not a small amount. Letting him read 3 yuan originals for 3 days was already very generous. Think about it. Even if he went to a public lecture with a Soar Realm researcher, it would cost at least 5 merit points per lesson. A lesson would last at most 2 hours. He could stay here for 72 hours. If converted into money, it would be at least 180 merit points. He could come here once every 3 months, 4 times a year. Just by looking at the originals, it would cost him 700 to 800 merit points. Then we will leave first. Xianxia said, you can read in peace here. After entering nature nurturing, the biggest goal of our lineage is to draw more Shenwen. After you have drawn a few Shenwen, we will teach you how to fuse the characteristics into the combat technique framework. Don't do anything reckless for the time being. Xianxia reminded, also, it's best if Shenwen can become a system. Suyu was puzzled. It's best if we are of the same race, Shenwen. Xianxia said, for example, Shenwen, where everyone is of the celestial race, will be more effective than the celestial race. Of course, it depends on the individual, and they might not necessarily be stronger. In addition, the Shenwen of the celestial race is stronger than the Shenwen of some of the smaller races. If you have a choice, it's best to choose the Shenwen of these stronger races. Xianxia reminded Suyu for a while, and Suyu remembered it all. These were the experiences of the older generation, and the books might not record it. After all, there was not much difference. If they were recorded, some people would go to a dead end and blindly pursue the Shenwen of the same race, which would often delay their cultivation. Bai Feng and Xianxia left. They did not leave anything to eat, but they left a few drops of essence qi liquid for Suyu. It was fine as long as he did not starve to death. Suyu also felt that he had made a profit. How valuable was the essence qi liquid? 99 pieces, Suyu muttered. Only now did he have the time to look at his sea of will. When he saw the small knife, he had the urge to vomit blood. So many, what a scam, and this golden book, Suyu frowned. What the hell was this thing? Not only did he absorb one's blood essence, but he also drew a Shenwen combat technique, and this guy actually came out to cause trouble. Was this controlled by someone, or did it spontaneously? Suyu frowned, feeling a little uneasy. However, there was nothing he could do at this moment. Let's not waste time. Read. Suyu looked at the bookshelves full of books. His face was full of joy, and he forgot about his unhappiness. Reading books was his priority. The original copy of the Sharp One. Suyu saw the label on the bookshelf. There was an introduction on it. If one could obtain the Shenwen, the probability of obtaining the Sharp Shen was very high. It could only be said that the probability was very high, but it did not mean that one could definitely draw it. The Knife Ant Race's Cultivation Technique. Suyu glanced at it. There was an introduction in the human language next to the book. There was an explanation of which race it belonged to. This was to prevent people from reading it randomly, wasting their willpower and resources. Suyu glanced at it and quickly saw an atlas of a race that he was familiar with. The Demon Scorpion race, Sharp Stinger Tail. Ranked 368th on the Yuan ranking. Talent Stinger Tail. It has the characteristics of breaking armor, piercing, and killing with poison. Reading the Demon Scorpion race's cultivation technique will help you draw out the characteristics of sharpness and piercing Shenwen. The introduction was very detailed. Suyu excitedly picked up the animal skin atlas and began to study the Demon Scorpion race's cultivation technique. While Suyu was reading. City Lord's Mansion. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the small garden. There was a square table, and a few people were sitting around it. The chubby Xiaoyi leaned back on a large chair while pinching tea leaves. He said lazily, Longwu really doesn't know how to enjoy life. This pavilion in the middle of the lake has good sunlight, a good environment, and good air. It's the best place to drink tea, but he actually abandoned it. Fortunately, I'm here. Otherwise, this place will soon become a bird's nest. Not far away, Elder Hu smiled and shook his head. He continued to drink his tea and did not want to interrupt. On the other side, Wan Tianxing was feeding the fish in the lake. From time to time, he would paddle the water. He said with a light smile, in terms of enjoyment, Hou Yi is naturally the best. That's right. Xiaoyi laughed and said, I've earned so much money. Why don't I enjoy it? I've thought about it. In a few days, I'm going to change this lake water into vitality liquid. After saying that, he looked at Wan Tianxing and said with a smile, are you selling your Yuan secret realm? I'll buy it. I'll use it as a tool for making lake water. Wan Tianxing laughed and said softly, if Hou Yi wants to take it, then go ahead and take it. Really? Really? Wan Tianxing said with a light smile, it's just a vitality secret realm. If Hou Yi is willing, I have no opinion on exchanging it with Summerfield Trading Company. Haha. Xiao Yi was disdainful. What are you thinking? Am I stupid? Master Xia couldn't be bothered to continue speaking about this matter. Sipping on his tea, he continued, speak, what do you want from me? Xiao Yu, tisk. Xiao Yi looked disdainful. Do whatever you want. Kill him if you can. If you can't, do whatever you want. You want me to spend a single cent? That's impossible. If you're here for this, hurry up and scram. Wan Tianxing laughed. Military advisor who also smiled and shook his head. It was not that easy to pluck hair from Xiao Yi. Wan Tianxing stopped joking and said, I'm here today for two things. First, I'm here to look for Xianxia. Where is he now? As soon as he said that, Xiao Yi's expression changed slightly and he sat up straight. On the other side, military advisor whose expression also changed as he looked at Wan Tianxing. Why are you looking for him? Xiao Yi frowned and said, ever since you banished him, he's been wandering around. What's the use of looking for him? Why? Are you still thinking about the Shenwen ring on him? No. Wan Tianxing shook his head and said, you know me. I have no intention of making a move on their Shenwen. It's meaningless. I don't need it either. Then you, Wan Tianxing said seriously, I just want to ask how his cultivation has been all these years. I've also been to Lu Wenyan and asked around. He's not willing to see me. Even if he sees me, he'll tell me to scram with a dark face. Wan Tianxing sighed and said, moreover, he's not universal. I want to ask about Xianxia's situation. I want to know whether the Shenwen faction's choice back then was right or wrong. If it's feasible, Xiao Yi interrupted directly, so what if it's feasible? Wan Tianxing, you're not thinking of calling them back, are you? No. Wan Tianxing shook his head. 50 years have passed, and the multitude divine runic branch has completely declined. But, I often wonder whether or not they still have any hope left. In the past, they were so decisive and staked everything on a single throw. Did they really discover something? Did they really produce an invincible figure? Originally, I was about to lose confidence. Recently, a new student from Southern Yuan entered the academy. I found something different, so I want to see if there's really a chance. On the other side, military advisor who said softly, I'm afraid there won't be. Of course, I'm not sure. Those lunatics back then staked everything on one throw. I don't understand why they made such a choice. They harmed themselves, Lu Wenyan, and my sister. Military advisor who sighed, and said, since Ping'er was expelled, she didn't even see me. I also want to ask, is it really worth it? They exhausted the essence of the Shenwen faction just to chase that small and pitiful hope, they, sigh, pity, an indescribable feeling. Lu Wenyan, Xianxia, Hu Ping, Zhao Ming, Yu, the geniuses of that generation were now over 70 years old. In the past, they were in their prime. In the past, they were dazzling, now, they were old, and if they didn't soar, they probably didn't have many years left to live. Wan Tianxing interrupted his sigh, and said solemnly, don't talk about these useless things. I really want to know about their situation. Back then, there was an elite close to the eternal tier, 3 at the sun-moon tier, and 7 at the mountain-sea tier. They chose 11 prodigies to be their inheritors, and they inherited their main god's text. Lu Wenyan passed on that guy's Shenwen, Zhao Ming, Hu Ping, and Xianxia passed on the 3 sun-moon tier elites master, Shenwen, with the lives of 11 elites as the price. Is the inheritance of Shenwen useful? Wan Tianxing said seriously, of the 11 prodigies, a few are dead, and there are still 6 alive. Is this research reliable or not? We've waited for many years, but there's still no answer. I'm not the only one pressing, The other institutions are also pressing for a clear answer. Some of the Mountain C-tier elites can't hold on any longer, and their time is almost up. If there are really results, quickly announce it. Is the master of Shenwen useful, or are the others also useful? Wan Tianqing said solemnly, I've even asked the Seeker realm many times. Xiaoyi said impatiently, ask. Ask me? How would I know? There's not much use even if you find Yunqi, and he won't tell you. Of course, not telling you means that there's no result yet, or there's no result at all. After saying this, Xiaoyi mumbled, it's useless even if you ask. Even if there's a result, they might not be willing to pay attention to you. Look at how you tormented the Shenwen tier, almost to the point of extinction. It's already good enough that they don't find you to settle the score. Wan Tianqing said angrily, what does it have to do with me? I just didn't care, and didn't suppress them. It's that idiot Hong Tan who failed to live up to expectations. He's a Mountain C-tier cultivator, and he insisted on tormenting himself with some innate talent. He didn't fight for it, and now he's blaming me? He's a hands-off boss, and I'm the one who shoves things to him? At least he's the vice dean of the Faculty of Theology, and what's the result? How many times a year does he come out? Wan Tianqing said in an unfriendly tone, I won't take the blame for this. 36 Galao, the God Pale and God Talisman tiers, and a few Galaos are supporting him. Including himself, and a bunch of old Galaos from back then, at least 10 of the 36 Galaos are supporting him. Hong Tan's a piece of trash, so don't you guys keep throwing the blame to me. After saying this, he added, on Zhou Mingren's side, there are quite a few Mountain C-tier cultivators, and they're the ones who fought for them. Back then, Shenwen tier only had 4 Mountain C-tier cultivators, but now there are 8. Don't tell me you want me to come out and suppress these 8 Galaos? Xiaoyi shrugged and said indifferently, don't tell me, I don't want to hear it. Your school's business is your business. Yunqi really isn't here, and I don't know where he is. Don't you have 2 things to do? What about the second thing? Wan Tianqing ignored him and looked at advisor Hu. Hu Ping isn't willing to see anyone either. You're not allowed to harass her. Hu Lao said bluntly. If you dare to harass her, I won't let you off. Wan Tianqing was a little speechless, and said, you guys, I really have something to talk to them about. I didn't say what to do to them. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Many Mountain C-tier cultivators, and even Sun Moon tier old guys can't hold on anymore. Whether Shenwen's legacy is passed down for others to admire, or condensed and passed down to those geniuses to increase the strength of the human race is a big matter, not a small matter. Xiaoyi chuckled, and said, I know, but, to be honest, even if 50 years is real, I don't think it's worth it. With the talent of Lu Wenyan and the others, they might have cultivated to the Mountain C-tier, or even the Sun Moon tier in 50 years. Is there really a need to do this? Xiaoyi shook his head, and said, back then, those people were injured, and some were even on the verge of death. They had no choice. Moreover, they witnessed the strength of the 5th Academy chief, and saw the opportunity to become invincible. That's why they disregarded everything, became extremely crazy, and paid the price of their own lives to pass down the legacy of Shenwen. At this point, he shook his head, and said, I don't think there's much hope. Moreover, those old Mountain C-tier, Sun Moon tier cultivators haven't experienced the battle that year, and haven't seen the glory of the 5th Academy chief. They haven't seen how the 5th Academy chief killed invincible cultivators. Even if they condensed Shenwen, it might not be the same. Wan Tianqing nodded slightly, and sighed, and said, that's what I'm worried about too. If that's the case, even if Lu Wenyan and the others can really become invincible, it's just a special case, not the norm. I still want to explore a stable path of the Sun Moon tier, the path of eternity. After saying that, he said with a headache, the Academy hasn't given birth to a Sun Moon tier in the past 50 years. I don't know what's going on, Fatty Xia, Xiaoye's expression changed. Ahem, Xiaoye. Wan Tianqing coughed lightly, and said again, the power of the Civilization Academy is also the power of Dixia province. There are some things that you can't just stand by and watch. Let's talk about Xianxia later. The second reason I came today is to borrow something from you. No money. Xiao Yi said directly, no money, no resources, no blood of gods and demons, nothing. If you want to borrow my life, I have one. Do you want it? Wan Tianqing choked for a moment. Thankfully, he was used to it, and said, I want to borrow the heaven-connecting mirror. Wan Tianqing said sincerely, I want to take a closer look. What's the reason why the academy doesn't produce Sun Moon tier elites? Is it because the Xinwen faction has declined? Not necessarily. Before this, the Shan Xinwen faction also produced Sun Moon tier elites. But now, even the Shan Xinwen faction doesn't produce Sun Moon tier elites. Why? Wan Tianqing really couldn't understand, and said with a frown, the few Galau are all stuck in the 9th layer of the Mountain Sea tier. It's not just us, but the other academies also have similar situations. The Xinwen faction. Is there a problem? Wan Tianqing said with a headache, previously, I calculated the situation of the various mansions, and also the situation of the seeking tier. In these 50 years, 7 Sun Moon tier elites were born. 7. Only 7. Wan Tianqing said solemnly. Their lifespans were exhausted, they died in battle, and they died due to problems in cultivation. There were 9 Sun Moon tier elites who died. In other words, in these 50 years, the number of new Sun Moon tier elites in the Xinwen division is negative, and there are 2 less. Xiao Yi nodded. I knew it long ago. The Xinwen division indeed had a negative growth. However, if you are included, isn't there 1 less? Oh, right, what level of the Sun Moon tier are you? I'm still in the Mountain Sea tier. Wan Tianqing sighed. I've been stuck in the Mountain Sea tier for too many years. Oh. Xiao Yi said casually, then I remembered wrongly. If it's the Mountain Sea tier, then so be it. 36 years ago, the Sun Moon tier elites of the God race were killed by someone who caused the God race to almost attack. I heard that there were some traces left at the scene, and the outside world said that my father killed them. This old man feels wronged, he didn't kill them. Xiao Yi shrugged, and said, a killer knows the heaven-splitting saber. Don't you think it's strange? This old man didn't send many people. If Xiaojia's people didn't do it, then there aren't many people. Could it be that it was Lu Wenyan who killed them? Quite impressive, that guy can actually kill Sun Moon tier elites. Wan Tianqing said with a smile, perhaps Da Xia of Goguryeo forgot, yes, they all bully my father for being senile and not remembering things, right? Xiao Yi glared at him in annoyance. What are you pretending for? Is there any use in pretending in front of me? Your Sun Moon is yours, what does it have to do with me? Too lazy to expose him, Xiao Yi said in a low voice, use the heaven-connecting mirror. Wan Tianqing, it's not that I don't want to lend it to you. This isn't just a matter of Dixia province. It involves the entire Xinwen division, and even the civilization division. What can you see? Be careful not to lose your life. Wan Tianqing sighed. I have to see, or else I won't be satisfied. Although the heaven-connecting mirror can't reach the heavens, it can see the past and peek into the future. I want to see if the civilization division is really going to decline. It's not that serious. Xiao Yi consoled. Those old guys in the seeker tier are still alive, so it's not your turn to worry about this. Also, this so-called peek into the future is just a joke, just saying it casually. There are countless possibilities in the future, and any invincible tier elite can affect the future. What you see is only a possibility of deduction. It's not a good thing to consume too much life force just to see this thing. On the other side, Hu Lao also said, Old Wan, forget it. The heaven-connecting mirror is just a fusion of a few Xinwen, not a supreme treasure. It's just an analytical Xinwen, and the revelation it gives you might not be accurate. If you have the time, you might as well kill more Wan elites and get some blood essence. Wan Tianqing smiled, and said, just lend it to me for a while. I want to see. Even if it's just a possibility, I can also make some targeted arrangements, including the Wan Academy. I also want to see a possible future development. Up to you. Xiao Yi also reminded Wan Tianqing. He knew that Wan Tianqing had his own ideas, so he didn't say much, and said, that thing isn't with me, it's with the old man. I'll send someone to the War God Temple to get it. I suspect they've already seen it. You can see it again, and the result will be the same. Don't delay your time to enter the invincible tier. Wan Tianxing smiled bitterly, and said, I'm at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. It's hard to say whether I'll be able to enter the sun or moon realm in this lifetime. Invincible, hee hee. Xiao Ye's smile was full of falsehood, and he said impatiently, Go, I don't want to see a treacherous guy like you. I get annoyed when I see you. Then when Xianxia comes back, tell me. Got it, get lost. Xiao Yi was a little impatient. How annoying. He was afraid that when dealing with this guy, he wouldn't say a word of truth. When Wan Tianxing left, Hu Lao chuckled, and said, Xiao Yi, did he really enter the sun-moon tier? What do you think? It's very likely, but I'm very curious. Why has he been hiding it? Hu Lao frowned slightly, and said, on the side of the human race, it's not yet time to hide, right? Wanfu Prefect's doing this is meaningless, and he'll lose a lot of opportunities. Xiao Yi laughed, and said, who knows? Maybe he wants to trick some guy, and maybe it's someone in the invincible tier. This guy probably hasn't reached the invincible tier yet. If he really does, he'll probably show his fangs. Invincible. Human, or Wan? How would I know? Xiao Yi said impatiently, think about it yourself. You're the wisest person in Dexia province, and you have to ask me everything. Am I your father? Don't you know how to use your brain? Hu Lao, he couldn't kill with his eyes, or else Xiao Yi would have died countless times. After Hu Lao left angrily, Xiao Yi touched his round chin, and murmured, all of you, what are you doing? Who does old Ghost One want to trick? He's been holding it in for so many years, and the Warlord Temple has asked him several times, but he still won't admit it. Did he really not break through? Sometimes, he wasn't sure. If it weren't for the fact that some things couldn't be explained, he would also think that Wan Tianxing was still Shanghai, and there was no need to hide. Unless, this old ghost had a big plan, a big purpose, it must be related to the invincible tier, otherwise, there was really no need to hide. There were still many invincible realm experts in the Seeking Realm and the Warlord Temple alive. Even if he broke through to the invincible realm, Wan wouldn't deliberately target him. Back then, when he targeted the 5th generation, there were heavy casualties, and the loss outweighed the gain. He, Wan Tianxing, wasn't an invincible realm expert like the 5th generation. I don't understand. Xiao Yi shook his head. It was fine if he didn't understand, since it had nothing to do with him. Some things shouldn't be looked into. 50 years ago, when Lu Wenyan and the others were expelled, there were not many who died, and the experts of Shenwen didn't say a word. Who knew what kind of agreement they had reached? Whatever, as long as these guys send a lot of experts to the army every year, it's fine. As for the rest, who cares? In the primary melting pavilion, Suyu was reading a book. It was a Wanxia realm cultivation technique from the demon scorpion race. It was a supplementary cultivation technique that helped the demon scorpion race strengthen the sharpness of their tail stingers. It was somewhat similar to the cultivation techniques of other races that strengthened the body. Suyu had little knowledge and had not read many cultivation techniques. At this moment, he was reading with great interest. Although everyone's acupoints might not be the same, he could understand by analogy. After reading more, he could figure out a thing or two. After reading for a while, Suyu gradually felt something. He was reading seriously, figuring out the meaning within and comparing it with himself. He did not just skim through it. Just like that, he read for half an hour. His willpower was greatly consumed. At this moment, Suyu suddenly had the feeling of comprehending Shenwen. At this moment, Suyu was overjoyed, relaxed. Bai Feng was worried that his comprehension of Wan Shenwen was not strong enough. Reality proved that a genius was a genius. Even if it was Wan Shenwen, he could still comprehend it quickly. In the Sea of Will, a demon scorpion race Shenwen gradually formed. Suyu's little person jumped out, eager to try. He could subdue another Shenwen. Now that he was cultivating, subduing Shenwen should be easier than before. This Shenwen was the strong character of the demon scorpion race. It strengthened the body and strengthened the body. Suyu felt that the effect should be quite good. Just as he was preparing to go all out, in his mind, the three Shinwen living in the small knife suddenly shook. In the next moment, the three divine characters manipulating the divine rune battle technique knife tore through the air with a hum, bang, Suyu only felt the sea of will roar. In the next moment, Suyu was stunned. The strong character was shattered by the small knife, the blood character Shinwen was absorbing the remaining willpower. The thunder character Shinwen was still flashing with lightning. What's going on? Suyu was very solemn. Ever since the golden atlas reacted, the Shinwen coins seemed to have gone out of control. The Shinwen he had just condensed was actually shattered. Shinwen is conscious now? Previously, he had felt that the atlas had a mind of its own, but at this moment, he suddenly felt that Shinwen had a mind of its own. This was impossible, so you tried to control a few Shinwen, and it was the same as before. It was very smooth, and there was no other reaction. But Suyu was very uneasy. What was going on today? He had been very happy just now. He had drawn the outline of the demon scorpion race's Shinwen with just one look. He was a super genius, but in the blink of an eye, Shinwen was in trouble. Suyu cast his will towards the golden book. The golden book was incomparably quiet and didn't move at all. He looked at one being not far away, and then at the skull of the annihilation beast. Suyu's willpower left the sea of will and fell into deep thought. He could still control the Shinwen perfectly. Then why did what happened just now happen? The blood Shinwen seemed to have grown a little stronger, and the other two Shinwen seemed to have some gains. The outline of the demon scorpion race's Shinwen wasn't completely useless. After shattering the Shinwen, all three Shinwen seemed to have some gains. The demon scorpion race's Shinwen was killed by them? Swallowed? Suyu frowned and muttered, why? He was sure that it wasn't a problem with his talent. He drew the outline of the Shinwen as fast as usual. Whether it was the human or one, it was the same. Back then, the fragment didn't draw the Shinwen, which could only mean that the fragment was too weak. But why did it lead to this result? A few Shinwen coins are repelling the demon scorpion race's Shinwen. The Shinwen might not have a mind, but they are repelling the demon scorpion race's Shinwen. The three Shinwen coins that came first seemed to have formed a small group. They were repelling outsiders, so you didn't know if it was only repelling the demon scorpion race's language, or all languages. No, I have to try again. This time, he couldn't see anything, so Suyu decided to try again. After more than 3 hours, Suyu's face was a little pale. Another Shinwen was shattered. Just now, he had comprehended an earth wasp race's Shinwen, and it was shattered again. No, I just forcefully suppressed 3 Shinwen coins. The Shinwen is still under my control, but the repelling force is too strong. Suyu had just tried, and he suppressed 3 Shinwen coins, not letting the Shinwen destroy the new Shinwen. But when he was preparing to subdue it, he found that the new Shinwen had a strong repelling force against his sea of will. In other words, even if he subdued it, Suyu still had to spend energy to suppress the Shinwen coin and dissolve the repelling force. The demon scorpion races won't work, the earth wasp races won't work. It's not that I can't draw them, but my sea of will is repelling them. The reason why the 3 Shinwen coins shattered these Shinwen coins was not because they couldn't stand it, but because they repelled each other. Suyu frowned and fell into deep thought. Repelling, this has never happened before, because I have always condensed the human race's Shinwen. But now, I'm not condensing the human race's Shinwen coin, but the Wan race's Shinwen coin, so there's a repelling force. He vaguely had some ideas. He might be a little different. The Sea of Will's repelling force might be related to the golden picture book, and his 3 Shinwen coins might also be affected by the picture book. It repelled the Wan race's Shinwen coin. If that was the case, even if Suyu could draw and even suppress the 3 Shinwen coins without destroying the Wan race's Shinwen coin, it would be meaningless, and he would have to use a part of his willpower to suppress it. I can't cultivate the Wan race's Shinwen coin. It was not that he was not talented enough, it was not that he could not draw it, it was that he was repelling the Wan race's Shinwen coin. Suyu frowned and looked at the 3 Shinwen coins again. They seemed to be stronger than before. Interesting, the Wan race's Shinwen coin that I drew has become their nourishment. This was not considered a waste. He had crushed 2 Shinwen coins, and the 3 Shinwen coins had improved. It was not a waste of his 6 to 7 hours. Suyu put down the book and emptied his mind. He had to consider the consequences of repelling the Shinwen coin. Also, if he crushed his 3 human races Shinwen coins, would there still be repelling force? He did not know, of course, so you did not want to try it. Golden Atlas, human races Shinwen coin, recasting the frame. At this moment, some things vaguely formed a line. Absorbing Wan's blood essence, using Wan's martial techniques and cultivation techniques, Atlas. If the Atlas is a treasure, then this Atlas might be made by the human race. At this moment, Suyu thought of many things. Under normal circumstances, blood essence was something that could be refined after killing an enemy and turned into blood essence. Therefore, the Atlas absorbing blood essence was actually the meaning of killing the enemy. Killing Ironwing, refining blood essence, killing mountain-breaking ox, refining blood essence. The blood essence absorbed by the Atlas was not ordinary blood. The Atlas was in my sea of will. There was no movement before, but when I was sketching the frame, it suddenly moved. I thought it was to extract some powerful light spots, but now, thinking about it, why isn't it rejecting some foreign Shinwen light spots? My knife outlined 99 Shinwen basic light spots. Can it only accept the human race's Shinwen coin? He thought of many things. The Atlas might not have a consciousness or be controlled by anyone, but there must be something in the Atlas. Rejection, it rejected the Wan Shinwen coin. The Atlas and the Wan Shinwen coin might be enemies. The Annihilation Beast skull can exist in my sea of will. Is that because it's a dead object? Is it dead? So, the Atlas is a treasure of the human race? The Atlas came because of the dream. In the dream, Wan kept chasing me and trying to kill me. Does this mean that these monsters that appeared are my enemies from the beginning? The Shinwen coin rejected. At this moment, a thought flashed through Suyu's mind. Was the Atlas a treasure or a Shinwen coin, an eternal legacy Shinwen coin? Is this a Shinwen coin? Is this a Shinwen coin? Suyu, if that was the case, where did he get it from? Suyu really did not know. I'm too weak, and I've never seen the eternal Shinwen coin. It seems that I can only find out when I'm strong. He exhaled and rubbed his face to wake himself up. Suyu decided not to think about this problem now. This was not something he could understand now. If it's really Shinwen coin, maybe I'll know a thing or two when I reach the Mountain Sea realm or the Sun Moon realm. Moreover, if it's Shinwen coin, it means that this is the eternal Shinwen coin of the human race. Suyu suddenly realized a problem. The eternal Shinwen coin of the human race. According to Bai Feng, there was not a single eternal Shinwen coin that belonged to the human race. That Atlas. Was it a Shinwen coin? If it was, it must be the eternal type. The Atlas did not reject the Shinwen coin of the human race, but it might reject the Shinwen coin of the Wan race. This meant that if the Atlas was the Shinwen coin, it was most likely the Shinwen coin of the human race. The human race also has an eternal Shinwen coin? At this moment, Suyu's spirit was instantly lifted. That day, when Bai Feng said that the human race did not have an eternal Shinwen coin, he was depressed and unhappy. Humans had a sense of honor. The human race was so strong, and in Suyu's view, the Shinwen coin of the human race was also very strong. But the Shinwen coin of the human race could not become eternal. He was unhappy. Now, perhaps, the human race did have one, but Bai Feng did not know. Yes, teacher is still young. He knows too little. Perhaps he doesn't even know these secrets. The Shinwen coin of the human race is not weak. Even if it is weak, after nurturing for a long time, with enough time, it will also become strong. The Shinwen coin of the human race can also become eternal. Raising his head again to look at the books, Suyu knew that these Wan originals probably could not help him outline the Shinwen coin. But, he still wanted to read. On one hand, it would train his willpower. On the other hand, if he could outline the Shinwen coin and defeat it, it could be used as nourishment to nourish his Shinwen coin. Suyu discovered that the Shinwen coin might be more effective if it was nourished by the Shinwen coin. The 2 Shinwen coins he had just destroyed were only embryonic forms. He discovered that the blood Shinwen coin had a feeling that it was about to transform. This fellow had absorbed a lot of blood essence in the filtering room. There had been no movement. The afterglow of the 2 Shinwen coins that he had just absorbed gave Suyu the feeling that it had become much stronger. The Shinwen coin is also divided into levels. Is it going to advance? Suyu was somewhat bewildered. Of course, the Shinwen coin was divided into levels. Otherwise, where did the eternal Shenwen coin come from? There was an explanation in the foundational class, but of course, it was only briefly mentioned. Because before the Soar coin, the Shenwen coin was in the initial stage. I remember that during the class, the instructor said that the Shenwen coin before the Soar coin would not advance. Only after the Soar coin does the Shenwen coin have hope of entering the second stage. Could it be that the blood brother is going to transform in advance? Suyu shook his head, feeling increasingly mystified. The Wan Shenwen coin had actually become a nutrient. It seemed to have some special effects that could help the Shenwen coin advance. This is what I sketched myself. That's the Wan civilization master, the kind of Soar coin. The Shenwen coin appeared, and I defeated the Shenwen coin. Will it be absorbed by me? Suyu was thinking about a profound question. The Wan's blood essence could help him open the atlas. The Wan Shenwen coin could help him nourish the Shenwen coin. Then, what was the Wan coin? For 3 days, Suyu was reading books. He only read once and would not read a second time. He did not want to read for too long and break some of the precious original copies. He did not know many languages, so he only found 12 original copies of the Wan coin that he could read. Even so, reading 12 books in 3 days was a lot. Watching this consumed one's willpower. Every time he read it, Suyu needed to spend 1 to 2 hours to recover his willpower. The 12 original copies of the Wan coin, Suyu did not comprehend all of them. Some books were read without comprehending them. Suyu could not comprehend the Shenwen coin. In total, he only sketched out the Shenwen coin 6 times. If he had left these 6 Shenwen coins, Bai Feng and the others would probably be shocked. 3 days, 6. However, Suyu did not leave them. He smashed them all and let his 3 little brothers devour them and grow stronger. Suyu found a benefit. The biggest benefit was that this way, he did not need to spend too much willpower to nurture the Shenwen coins. These Shenwen coins would devour the Shenwen fragments to nourish themselves. I was worried that I would not be able to nurture the 99 Shenwen coins after I finished sketching them. Now, it seems that I have another way, 99 Shenwen coins. At this stage, it was still manageable. When they reached the Soar stage, it would be difficult for Suyu to let them advance to the second-rank Shenwen coins. If there was no special method to advance a Shenwen coin, it would take years to rely on willpower to nurture it. Of course, one could nurture more than one coin at the same time. For example, Bai Feng. Although he did not say it, Suyu could roughly guess that the geniuses of the Shenwen coins had probably advanced. Little brother Shui is showing signs of advancing. When Suyu walked out of the first fusion pavilion, he used his willpower to check the blood Shenwen coin. This fellow had absorbed a large amount of blood essence. This time, it had devoured the Shenwen remnant essence 6 times in a row. The words were bigger, and the red halo was more obvious. It seemed that after a few more times, it could advance to the second-rank Shenwen coin, in the outer room of the first fusion pavilion, the room that was used as a diversion. Bai Feng and Qin Yong were both there. Seeing Suyu walk out, Bai Feng was a little cautious. He probed, "Have you succeeded in drawing the Shenwen coin?" Suyu hesitated for a moment. He put on a silly smile and said apologetically, "Teacher, it's not as easy to draw as the human race's Shenwen coin. I only drew an incomplete Wan Shenwen coin. It's not a complete one." He did not lie. He had drawn the Wan Shenwen coin, but it was broken and absorbed by his 3 little brothers. The remnants were eaten, but there were still some remnants left. If his teacher did not believe him, he could draw another Wan Shenwen coin later and keep it. At this moment, Suyu vaguely knew that his atlas was very important. This could be the only eternal Shenwen coin among the human race. Although Bai Feng was his teacher, it was best not to test the human heart on some matters. The human heart was not meant to be tested. Unless one suspected the other, one should not lead the other to do things that were disadvantageous to oneself. When he said this, Bai Feng frowned at first. Then, he seemed to come to a realization. He smiled and said, "That's good. Although it's not complete, it's not bad. A normal person should be like this." At first, he was a little disappointed. But thinking about it, wasn't it normal to draw 1 or 2 strokes in 3 days? Even he had to read the text of will several times before he could draw 1 stroke. Suyu was clearly abnormal before, now he was a normal person, a normal genius. A mediocre person might not even be able to draw a Shenwen coin in 3 to 5 months. Qianyong smiled and said, not bad. It's good to have a prototype. Which race's text is it? Demon Scorpion race. Suyu said, I feel that the strong character of the Demon Scorpion race still needs some time before I can successfully draw it. Demon Scorpion race is not bad. Qianyong nodded and said, the Demon Scorpion race is ranked in the 300s. Their stinger talent is one of the more powerful talent skills in the one. It's very sharp. Although you didn't draw the stinger character, the strong character should be not bad. Then, Qianyong smiled and said, so, you have drawn 4 Shenwen coins. 3 are complete, and 1 is preliminary. This speed is very fast. Spend 1 to 2 months to draw the Shenwen coin completely. Before the end of the year, try to draw the 5th Shenwen coin. At this moment, it was only September 4th. The end of the year was still far away, close to 4 months, and Qianyong's expectation for Suyu was to be able to draw the 5th Shenwen coin this year. In fact, this speed was not slow. In fact, it was very fast. In less than a year, or even half a year, to be able to draw 5 Shenwen coins. In a few years, Suyu would be able to draw 18 Shenwen coins. At that time, he could think of a way to enter the Soar realm. To enter the Soaring Void boundary in 3 to 5 years with multiple divine runes was far better than entering in 1 or 2 years with a single divine rune system. Your senior apprentice sister has been in the school for more than 2 years. She entered the school the year before last. Qianyong couldn't help but think of his own disciple. He smiled and said to Suyu, when she entered the school, she had already entered the cultivation stage. After more than 2 years, she has drawn 7 Shenwen coins. Now, she is at the 9th layer of 15 caddies. Her willpower is at 95%. Based on this speed, in another year, there is hope for her to draw 10 Shenwen coins. Next year, she should be able to enter the Wanshi realm. If everything goes well, there is hope for her to enter the Soar realm the year after next. Qianyong was very satisfied when he mentioned his own disciple. The year after next will be her 4th year in the school. If she can enter the Soar realm in 4 years, she will be comparable to some monsters. When Baifeng heard this, he frowned and said, Jieji's injury won't delay her, right? It will definitely be delayed for a few months. Qianyong said, this can't be helped. Just treat it as a training. Let Jiejia rest for a few months. 2 years ago, in order to compete for the top 100 list, she spent all her time on cultivation. Suyu asked curiously, Martial uncle, how long did senior apprentice sister take to enter the top 100 list? 1.5 years. Qianyong smiled again. She entered the top 100 at the beginning of this year. At that time, she was already at the 8th layer of 15 caddies. Her willpower was at 90%. 1.5 years was a very fast speed. Of course, Wu Jia entered the school to nourish her character. This was somewhat different from Suyu. It was not surprising that she could enter the top 100 with the help of 15 caddies and nourishing her character. Wu Jia definitely had the combat power of Wanshi. This was certain. Then who defeated senior apprentice sister? When Qianyong heard him asking about this, he smiled and said, don't worry about this. Your task is to cultivate first. Outline Shenwen, master Morwan language, open acupoints, strengthen your willpower. Qianyong knew what he meant, but he did not give him a chance. He quickly said, there are many tasks for you, including Shenwen's combat skills. It's not like you can do it just by sketching the framework. Shenwen's synergy, coordination, embedding, development of characteristics. Qianyong sighed and said, I'm afraid you'll be busy for the next year or 2. You don't have to worry about some things. After saying that, he added, when the day comes when you truly have the combat power of Wanshi level, I mean, when you don't use the talent blood essence, then you can consider the top 100 list. In the past few days, he had also received some news. For example, Suyu had defeated Xianxia, but Suyu had used the talent blood essence. Baifeng had even hidden it from him. It was not a good thing that more people knew about it now. After all, the blood essence was a foreign object and a one-time consumable. Even if Suyu entered the top 100 with the blood essence, he would definitely be challenged every day. When the time came, would Suyu have to use the blood essence every time? Would he have that much blood essence to use? Wouldn't it affect his cultivation? Therefore, Xianxia could only dissuade him at this moment. He hoped that Suyu could rely on his own strength to enter the top 100 list and then mention this. Suyu nodded and did not say anything. Uncle Master was right. The current him was still a distance away from the top 100 list. But Suyu believed that he would soon have the strength to do so. The prerequisite is that I need a lot of blood essence and a lot of will runes, of the human race. Thinking of this, Suyu hurriedly said, Teacher, will it be okay if I don't go to class these few days? It's fine. I've applied for leave for you. Baifeng said casually, go to the intermediate class and submit a report, then go to the advanced class. Also, from today onwards, you have one more task every day. You have to go to the detention area at night and feed the imprisoned demons. Xianxia frowned and looked at Baifeng. Baifeng said calmly, Senior brother, as a civilization master who walks the offensive path, it won't do if he doesn't have some courage. If he can withstand pressure and get used to it, he won't be so scared when he meets that guy from Wuhan. Xianxia thought for a moment and nodded slightly. After all, Suyu was Baifeng's disciple, so it was not good for him to overstep his boundaries. In fact, he felt that it was still too early. The demons in the detention area were all very fierce. And they were all very powerful. Baifeng smiled and said, this is nothing. When this kid is stronger, I will let him fight with those demons and undergo real life and death training. This is much more enjoyable than fighting with those students. Suyu didn't feel anything when he heard this. He was a little expectant, he was not a real virgin. In southern Yuan, on the way to the academy, he had seen blood and killed people. He had not fought with that guy from Wuhan, so he did not know if it would be different. He also realized that Baifeng was a little careless and reckless when teaching students. He would not care too much when he set a goal and waited for them to complete it. Xianxia, on the other hand, was a little gentle. He would take care of everything, no matter how big or small. If Baifeng was the free-range type, then Xianxia was the mother type. Perhaps it was related to age, but it was more related to personality. Baifeng, who walked the path of killing, cared more about the results than the process. One gentle, one hard, this was Suyu's judgment of Baifeng and Xianxia. He wondered if his senior sister, whom he had not met, was the same as Uncle Master. It was hard to say who was better. However, on Uncle Master's side, Suyu felt that he might be soft with a hard edge. He did not forget what Uncle Master had said to Director Zhou. Baifeng did not say much. He called out to Suyu and turned to look at Xianxia. Senior brother, I will go back first. When my research is almost done, I will settle the score with those guys. Xianxia did not say much and waved his hand. He knew his junior brother's character. Now, this guy was wholeheartedly immersed in his research. When he was done with this and appeared again, there would be a lot of trouble. He hoped that his teacher would be back by then. Otherwise, he might not be able to resist it. End of chapter 110. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.